Spartan Rift Press Audio presents Karst Valley, Tribulation, the second book in the Karst Valley series, written by Richard Luther. Chapter 1. Jimmy Wood sat in the back seat of his 2004 Suburban, glancing impatiently over his shoulder every few seconds. After everything that had happened, he couldn't help but wonder if failure had become their new normal. The Wood and Wolf families had been trying to avoid detection as he and Zack recovered from wounds that had left them both mostly immobile. Jimmy knew that they needed a more permanent home. Moods had soured, but Jimmy was optimistic that with the arrival of spring, sunshine and warmer temperatures would brighten everyone's spirits. Everyone but Zack's. Zack Wolf sat grimly in an upstairs window, his marksman's rifle in hand, after receiving last-minute instructions from his wife, Emily, and Jessica Wood. Zack watched as they walked excitedly toward the SUV from a house they called the Burke's place. It was their first major excursion in weeks outside of the friendly confines of Walnut Ridge Road, where the Woods, Burke's, and Bill's residents had sheltered them for the past 2 months. "Rusty, against my better judgment, I'm trusting you. Stick to your plan and don't disappoint me. Again," Jimmy heard in his earpiece. "We've been over this more times than you flipped through Victoria's Secret magazines in your teens. Unlike the magazines, though, the pages of this plan aren't stuck together. We'll be fine. Over." Zack grumbled. "Damn it, man. Every time you talk, I lose a year of my life." "You ready, Jimmy?" Emily asked as she entered the passenger seat. "I think so. I'm feeling good. And looking pretty good, too, if I don't say so myself," Jimmy said with a wide smile. "Too bad you weren't smelling good," Jessica said as she glanced at Emily before throwing her head back in laughter. Jimmy returned a mock laugh while he stared out the window. "This is so exciting," Jessica said to Emily. "It's about time we get out there and show we can do more than sit around this house. Especially to Zack." Emily returned her smile, although Jimmy could tell that she understood the danger much more than his wife. "Let's just focus on the mission," Jimmy said as he shifted uncomfortably in his seat. Jessica started the engine, turned the SUV around, and started crawling down the long driveway. They turned left down Walnut Ridge Road and drove at a slow pace until they reached State Road 219. Turning right, they cruised north on the scenic highway for 15 to 20 minutes until they came to a brown sign that said in white lettering, Karst State Park, with an arrow to the left. After following that road for about 2 miles, a similar brown sign led them to the right. 2 limestone pillars rose on either side, rough cut and weathered, supporting a heavy timber crossbeam that spanned the roadway. From it hung a broad wooden sign, suspended by thick black chains. The wood was darkened with age, the lettering carved deep and filled with fading yellow paint. Karst State Park, Indiana Department of Natural Resources. The sign loomed overhead as they drove beneath it and past the limestone gatehouse that sat just beyond. "We're almost there." "Remember the plan?" Jimmy asked. "I don't even like the plan. And Zack's not here to enforce it." "He never has to know that we didn't follow it," Jessica said before adding, "He never follows the plan either." "No, it's my plan, and we stick to it," Jimmy shot back. "You just got back on your feet, Jimmy. You shouldn't be walking that far. You're not ready. Your plan sucks," Emily put in. "The plan is the plan. We're not deviating now. We drive back and park. Then I'll walk down the road while you two stay in the woods and provide overwatch. We've got the radios. If anyone is there, I'll handle them. You just make sure they don't shoot me." "We know, Jimmy," Jessica said. He noticed a few lurkers lingering around the parking lot of the inn as they sped by. A few minutes later, Jimmy said, "Turn here." "Here? Are you positive this is the place?" Jessica asked tentatively. "Of course. This is where we go our separate way. Let's just stick to the plan." After they pulled into an obscure parking lot, Jimmy slung his rifle across his chest and began to walk slowly up the road. "Rose. Orchid. This is Nighthawk. Mic check. Over." "We hear you loud and clear, Rusty," came Emily's voice through the earpiece. "I'm Nighthawk, and you forgot to say over. Over." "We're not doing this again, Rusty." "Yes, ma'am." "Over," Jimmy replied shortly. As Jimmy walked, he noticed the first hints of green pushing through the woods. Bushes were leafing out, and early signs of spring appeared in wild yellow lilies and other flowers just beginning to bloom. Through all of the chaos of man, God has not forgotten to show us the beauty of his creation, Jimmy thought to himself. He moved as fast as he could manage without pushing it, giving the ladies time to get into position. As the cabins came into view, Jimmy tightened his grip on his Bravo Company manufacturing Recce 16 rifle. It was outfitted with a vertical foregrip, flashlight, and holographic sight. The matte black finish showed a few minor scratches, but looked almost new from more than a few feet away. "We are in position, Rusty," Jessica said. Jimmy picked up his pace ever so slightly, then took a minute to observe once he reached the edge of the cabin entrance. The road had 5 cabins on each side, with 3 more at the end of a turnaround, spread out over around 500 feet from front to back. Everything seemed quiet. There were a few vehicles spread throughout the cabin's gravel driveways. Each one sat about 15 to 20 feet off of the main road. He went to the first cabin, labeled simply 1, and knocked. After waiting for 30 seconds to a minute, no answer came. Moving on to the next one on the left-hand side of the road, 3. He knocked again. No answer. Moving to the next one, 5. He started to knock. "Hey, who are you?" a younger man's voice called out as a door slammed from across the road. Jimmy turned, startled, and noticed a young man standing there in a navy blue pocket t-shirt and jeans. His dusty cowboy boots lacked the scuff marks that distinguish a working man's boots, while his sandy blonde hair looked like it had once been styled with care. But time and circumstance had let it grow wild. He was a little shorter than Jimmy and had a slightly pudgy build. His soft voice conveyed a false confidence that Jimmy saw through immediately. Caught off guard, Jimmy forgot what he planned to say as he walked slowly toward the man, exaggerating his limp. "Hello, sir. I was wondering if you had a few minutes to talk about our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ." Pausing for a moment, he laughed. "Smooth move, Rusty. That wasn't part of the plan," Jimmy heard in his earpiece. The young man gave a nervous smile as Jimmy continued. "Just kidding. I am a lost, weary traveler. I've been injured and am just looking for a place to hunker down for a couple of days until I can recover. Do you have any room for me here?" "I don't think Brad would like that too much, mister," the young man replied tepidly. "Brad? Well, maybe I can talk him into it. Tell him to come on out." "That's not possible, mister. He's not here right now. In fact, I'm the only one around at the moment." "Well, I'm Rusty. It's nice to meet you. What's your name?" Jimmy asked. He pointed his chin proudly upward and stood arrow straight as he said, "Benjamin Nathaniel Morris." His shoulders slumped slightly as he dropped his eyes to the ground. "But people just call me Ben." "Ben? I like that. You know, you look like a Ben. So, tell me, there's only 2 of you?" "No, mister. There's also Brad's girlfriend. Former girlfriend. I'm not real sure what's going on with them. But Brad says I talk too much. I probably shouldn't be saying anything, but you seem nice enough. What was your name again?" "People call me Rusty. My mother called me an idiot, but that's a different story for another time," Jimmy said with a laugh. "Rusty? Okay. Is that your real name?" "Of course not. The name's Bond. James Bond." Removing his hat, he gestured to his fiery red hair and said, "But around these parts, they just call me Rusty." Jimmy tried to contain his laughter as he wobbled slightly. His shin ached and his calf had started to tighten. "Mister, I'm not real sure what you're talking about, but Brad and Julie should be back here any time. And I don't think they're going to be very happy if they catch us talking." "Maybe you should leave," Ben said. Jimmy suddenly heard the roar of an engine in the distance. "Uh-oh. Looks like you're too late, Mr. Bond." Chapter 2. The engine roared, and a newer model black Ford Ranger snapped into Jimmy's peripheral vision as he turned to the right. It screeched to a stop less than 20 feet away as he took a painful step back. A man, slightly taller and easily 100 pounds heavier, slammed the truck into park and jumped out. He leaned back into the cab and yanked out an AR-style rifle. "Who in the hell are you?" he demanded, his overgrown goatee struggling to hide gritted teeth. Jimmy raised his voice in hopes that Jessica and Emily could hear him as he said, "Everything is okay. I'm just a weary traveler. Ben and I were just talking." "Ben, you know this guy?" The man Jimmy assumed was Brad asked quickly and intensely. Before Jimmy could mutter 2 words, Brad said, "I didn't ask you, bud. Ben, you know this guy?" Ben stuttered and said, "This is James Bond. He says he was looking for a place to stay." Brad's shoulders slumped and he sighed in frustration, saying angrily, "James Bond? That's bullshit, Ben. Please tell me you didn't fall for this." Locking eyes with Jimmy, he asked intensely, "What's your name?" Jimmy stuttered before finally starting, "My name is Rusty. I was just kidding with him." He stalked toward Jimmy, his rifle shouldered and stopped when the barrel was just feet away from Jimmy's chest. "What do you want? Why are you here?" Shaken, Jimmy said, "I'm just looking for a place to lay low. I was injured and I'm wondering if you have any room for me. That's all." The man looked Jimmy up and down before asking, "Injured? How? Are you all scratched up?" "No. I was stabbed in the leg. I've walked a long way and I'm tired. Definitely not scratched up by a lurker, though." "A what?" "A lurker. You know, one of those infected," Jimmy led on. "Lurker, you say? We call them strays." "Strays? Yeah. I've heard them called that before. But I can guarantee you that I've never been scratched or bitten by one of those." "How'd you get stabbed?" the man demanded. "Shouldn't you buy me dinner and get to know me before we get to third base?" Jimmy asked, cracking a smile. He tightened his grip on his rifle and rocked forward. "This isn't some joke. Answer my questions or we'll knock this relationship out of the park whether you're ready or not." Jimmy's heart began beating in his throat, but he kept his voice steady and said, "No foreplay then?" "None." "Fair enough. I got into a scuffle with the valley's finest idiots. I took care of them, but one of them slashed my shin and calf before he made his exit." "Got into a scuffle? Over what, exactly?" the man asked, his anger giving way to curiosity as he dropped his tactical rifle slightly. "To this day, I'm not real sure," Jimmy stammered. The man sighed loudly and gave a quick jerk of his head toward the truck. A woman, clearly in her early 40s, stepped out with her pistol drawn. "Lower your weapon," he said gruffly, then turned back to Jimmy. "I'm Brad. That's Julie. You've met Ben. We've been hunkered down in these cabins for, well, how long has it been?" "About a month and a half," the woman said as she rounded the hood of the truck. Her voice was soft and pleasing to the ear. She stood at around 5'6" and her round face showed the clear signs of aging. "Has it been that long?" Brad asked, seemingly astonished. "You get a lot of visitors out this way?" Jimmy pried. "Not really. We had a group come through here a while back. All women and kids." A commotion rustled through the woods, Emily's sharp whisper telling Jessica to stay put. Brad snapped his rifle toward the sound. "Don't shoot! Don't shoot!" "They're with me," Jimmy said, disappointment and disgust heavy in his voice. He used the moment of confusion to raise his rifle, settling the holographic sight high on Brad's back, just inside the shoulder blade. "Who is that? What's going on here?" Brad shouted angrily as he turned his head back toward Jimmy. "That's my wife and our friend," Jimmy said, trying to mask his anger. "They were just hanging back to make sure nothing went wrong. Now don't shoot them. Unless you want your chest to look like uncooked hamburger. Lower your weapon. Tell Julie to do the same. We're not here to fight." A winded Jessica came up and asked, "All women? How long ago? What were their names?" Emily had her tactical rifle shouldered as she appeared through the tree line. Jimmy again said, "Everyone, lower your weapons. We're just talking." After the heat of the moment had passed, all 6 of them had settled enough, and Brad continued his story, urged on by Jessica and Emily. A group of 3 women and 5 children showed up here about a month ago. They stayed for 3 days, robbed everything we had in the middle of the night, and were gone. "What were their names? What did they look like?" Jessica shouted excitedly. "I don't," Brad began before being quickly interrupted again by Jessica. "Hope? Hannah? Gwen?" Julie glared skeptically at her and said, "Yep. You know them?" Jimmy spoke before anyone could spill secrets, saying, "Yes. We met them briefly on the road. They tried to do the same to us, but we fought them off and they ran." He looked over at Jessica, who was glaring at him. Emily said nothing, her eyes moving between Jimmy and Jessica. Brad spouted, "Why didn't you say anything about your wife and friend?" "It slipped my mind," Jimmy said blandly. Brad studied them for a long moment. "You left a pretty important part out," he said finally. "People don't usually forget they've got backup." Jimmy didn't flinch, saying, "We came to scout, nothing more. See if there was anyone here without causing problems." Brad scoffed. "We're not here for a fight. If peace is an option, we'll take it. If not, we leave. You never see us again. That's the truth." "I really like you, Mr. Bond. You can stay," Ben said. Brad snapped, "Shut the hell up, Ben. You don't make decisions around here. Go somewhere else and let the adults talk." Jimmy glanced at Ben. "I like you too, kid." Turning his attention back to Brad, he asked, "What's next? You want to handle this peacefully like men? Or do we take this in the wrong direction?" Julie spoke with certainty. "No one dies today. Brad's a sheriff's deputy. He'll kill all 3 of you before you know what happened." "A sheriff's deputy?" Jimmy stammered. "You work for the sheriff?" "Why would you go there, Julie? We don't know these people." He paused for a moment to gather his thoughts before he finished. "And no, I don't work for him. I hate that bastard." Jimmy nodded his head, looked around into the forest and said, "Then let's make a deal, Brad. I'll be back sometime soon and we will talk again, when it's less contentious. Are you open to that?" Brad stroked his goatee for a long while. He breathed deeply and said, "What's your real name?" "Rusty." "Rusty? Yeah, right. What is it for real?" "It's still Rusty." "Okay, Rusty. Come back in 2 days and we will talk. No secrecy, no people hiding in the woods. Just you and me." "Sounds like a deal, Brad. And Ben, take care of yourself. You're a fun kid. Ladies, go get the vehicle. I'll wait here." "No, Rusty. You're coming with us," Jessica pleaded. "Go. It will be fine," Jimmy demanded, nodding his head toward the vehicle. Emily grabbed Jessica's arm and led her down the road reluctantly as they argued quietly. Jimmy kept his rifle trained on Brad until the women were out of sight. "So, not a fan of the sheriff? I've heard that he isn't the most pleasant person in the world. But I don't know much about the man. We will talk more about him next time you're here, Rusty. But I'm not in a chatty mood." "I can live with that," Jimmy said. "Sling your rifle. Have Julie holster that pistol. After that, I'll do the same and we go our separate ways." Brad agreed, and after Julie put her pistol away, Jimmy dropped his rifle and let it hang freely across his chest. He heard the very faint sound of an engine fire up and listened as it came slowly up the road. After 3 to 4 minutes, Jessica pulled up behind Brad's truck. Jimmy said, "I'll be back in a few days. No surprises, right?" "No surprises, Rusty. We will talk, man to man." "It was a real pleasure," Jimmy said grimly as he climbed into the back seat of the Suburban. Chapter 3. As Emily put the Suburban into reverse, Jimmy turned in his seat and held his rifle against his chest, ready to shoulder it at any time. He watched as Brad appeared to be berating Ben instead of paying attention to them. After they were out of sight, Jimmy turned and said, "What happened to the plan? You were supposed to stay back, Jess." "Nothing bad happened." "What's the big deal?" "The big deal? We had a plan and you could have gotten yourself killed, or worse, all of us. And then bringing up the ladies? You have to follow the plan. Zack is going to lose his mind on us. Only if he finds out. And he's not going to find out, is he, Jimmy?" Emily demanded. "I guess not," Jimmy said, dejected. As they approached Walnut Ridge Road, Emily pushed down the accelerator. "You missed your turn, Emily," Jimmy said as he turned his head and pointed. "I know that, Jimmy. We've got another stop to make." "Another stop? We can't. Just sit back and enjoy the scenery, James," Jessica said concisely. "Oh boy, I don't know how we're going to explain this one away. What are we doing? Where are we going?" "Just don't, Jimmy," Emily said, glancing at him harshly through the rearview mirror. He fidgeted nervously as they came to the intersection with State Road 146, the main east-west highway that ran through Karst Valley. Emily stopped, looked both ways, and guided the vehicle east. They passed Walnut Ridge Road's outlet, the old farm, and the Welcome to Karst Valley sign as they entered the outskirts of town. "This is an awful idea. It's not too late to turn around. I'm beginning to feel like you're right. But we aren't. This town. It's trashed," Emily said, her tone far less confident than it had been minutes earlier. She weaved through parked and wrecked cars. "I don't know where you're planning on going, but we have got to get off of this highway as soon as possible. We're sitting ducks in this shaggin' wagon." Emily nodded and took a right, heading south until she reached the southern outskirts of the valley, following a less-traveled roadway through an older commercial part of town. There were very few lurkers on the roads, wandering slowly by themselves or in groups of no more than 3. As she turned onto a residential side street, the population exploded. "My word, Jimmy," Jessica muttered as she put her hand to her mouth with a gasp. "This is unbelievable." "Is it normally this bad?" Emily asked, her voice choked. "This isn't the Karst Valley of my childhood. I don't think I want to see any more." "No," Jessica said, patting Emily on the leg and encouraging her. "We've made it this far. Let's keep going." "Keep going? What are you talking about?" "You knew about this," Jimmy asked, stunned. Emily wove her way in and out of cars, lurkers, and potholes until she finally turned down a road named Pleasant Hollow Drive. The street was lined with large post-war homes from the late 40s and 50s, sprawling by the standards of their time, built solidly. Emily continued a quarter of the way down the block before she turned right into a driveway. "This is it," she said confidently. "This is what?" Jimmy asked cautiously. "We're here to bring my parents home, Jimmy," Emily said as she flung the door open. Emily, no, we can't be doing this, not like this," Jimmy urged, but both doors shut before he could argue further. Doggone it! He struggled out of the back seat with his rifle and rushed toward the door. Emily was already beating on it, yelling, "Mom! Mom! Dad! Are you in there?" She continued to knock as Jimmy grabbed her arm gently and said, "Shh! Quiet. They're attracted to noise." She looked at him and said, "Who is?" Jimmy was struck by the fact that this was her first time being in Karst Valley since he had helped to rescue the Wolves in the early days of the collapse. "You don't know what you're dealing with here, Em. It's not the old world. Lurkers, they're attracted to noise, or at least it seems that they are." She shrugged him off and began knocking again. Jimmy said softly, "I'm begging you, please, stop this." Jessica grabbed his arm and said, "Stop worrying so much, Jimmy. You two don't understand what we're dealing with out here. Let's try the back door, or any other door. Just no more knocking. Please." "Fine. We'll try the back. Maybe they're in the basement, or upstairs. You could never hear anyone knocking unless you were in the living room anyways, Emily said enthusiastically. Jimmy looked down both sides of the road from the covered porch as he followed the ladies to the open backyard. Tall oaks and elms lined the street, and a massive maple sat in the side yard as they passed underneath. Emily walked to the back door and tried turning the handle. "Locked," she said disappointedly. She began to bang on the door as the glass rattled. She shouted her parents' names as Jimmy put his hand to his temples and rubbed them in frustration. "They must be upstairs or something," she said, her voice still confident. "Jimmy, give me a boost. I used to sneak out through that window. I'd climb up and down that thing most weekends." "Oh, you rebel, you," Jessica said with a smile. "I'm sorry. I thought I heard you ask me for a boost," Jimmy said with a nervous laugh. "Yeah, those upstairs windows are always unlocked." "That was what, 10 or 15 years ago, Emily? That thing doesn't look like it could hold one of our kids, let alone any of us." "You're such a worrier, Jimmy. Give me a boost." "I'm sorry, but I'm not touching your hiney. If Zack found out that I was groping his wife, at her parents' house nonetheless." He shuddered sarcastically. "Let's just say I value my franken beans too much. I'll climb it instead," Jimmy said. "Suit yourself, Jimmy. But do you really think you should be doing that?" Jessica asked. "Again, my magic wand is more important than a little bit of pain. I'll be back," he said as he began to climb. The old TV antenna tower swayed and creaked under Jimmy's weight as he made steady progress upwards. The rust crumpled under his gloved hands as he finally made it high enough to reach the window. "Careful, Jimmy. You gotta give it a solid yank straight upward," Emily shouted. He put a finger to his lip and said, "Please," as softly as he could. Holding the tower with one hand, he put his other hand flat on the glass and pushed upward lightly. Nothing moved. Readjusting, he pushed upward again with more force. Nothing. He found a lip on the window and crammed his fingers in as tightly as he could, shoving his hand upward forcefully. Slight movement allowed for him to be able to slip his fingers into the crack. He was able to slide it up with a struggle as Emily called, "Straight up, not at an angle." Jimmy gave her a thumbs up as it opened fully. He climbed a few more rungs up before forcing one leg and then the other into an old bedroom. He peeked his head out and said as softly as he could, "I'm in. Stay there. I'll come to the back door. Keep your eyes and ears open. And for the love of Almighty God, please be quiet." Jimmy turned and shut the window, pulled the curtains open in the dark room, and made his way toward the door. The medium-sized bedroom looked like it hadn't changed much since Emily had moved out. A sun-faded Kenny Chesney poster still clung to the wall, one corner peeling loose. Jimmy exited the door, looked left and right, and made his way cautiously down a hall toward the stairs. "Hello? Mr. and Mrs. Well, I'm Zack and Emily's friend. Is anyone in here?" The smell of decay grew heavier as Jimmy made his way toward the staircase. Not good. He continued calling out as he took the stairs slowly. Once he reached the main level, the smell slapped him in the face. He looked to his left and saw legs sticking out beyond the couch. He took a half-step toward them as loud banging came from the back door. It was followed by shouting, and Jimmy moved quickly towards the noise. It grew louder and more frantic as he made his way down a long hallway and entered a kitchen. Jimmy sprinted, fumbling with the lock as lurkers cut through the neighbor's yard toward them. He unlocked the handle and deadbolt and pulled, but the door didn't budge. He looked up and found a slide bolt near the top and threw it back. He juked to get out of the way as the door flew open and Emily and Jessica came through in a panic. "We need to leave, right now," Jimmy urged. "Did you find them? Say hi? Mom, it's me. I know, but better late than never, right?" Emily shouted. Jimmy put his hands on her shoulders and said, "Emily, I'm very sorry, but we need to leave." She stopped and looked deeply into Jimmy's eyes. "What's that smell, Jimmy?" Jimmy rubbed his lips with a bent finger and said, "I'm really, really sorry, Emily, but we need to leave." "No, this can't be. They were fine, had food, supplies. They're in here. I know that they're in here, Jimmy." "Mom!" Her voice cracked as she shouted one last time before breaking down. Jimmy grabbed her and wrapped his arms around her to keep her from collapsing. He guided her toward the front door with an arm around her shoulder as Jessica wrapped an arm around her waist from the other side. A crash in the backyard grabbed his attention as he asked lightly, "You got her?" to Jessica. She nodded solemnly as he let go and peeked through the curtains of the front picture window. Lurkers were closing in from 3 sides. "We have a problem. Here's what we're going to do. No mistakes. You got it?" They both nodded as Jimmy explained his plan. "No, Jimmy, you can't do that," Jessica yelled. "Do you want to make it home?" he asked as they nodded in acceptance. "Then do what I tell you to and don't ask questions. I've dealt with these things before. I know what they do." "All right?" They nodded again as Jimmy headed toward the back door. The banging had subsided as he peeked out of a kitchen window. He moved toward the door, gripped his rifle, and turned the handle. There was a small group of lurkers 25 feet away from the back door. He fired a single shot into the first one's brain, watching it fall hard. Another shot, and 2 of the 5 were down. Jimmy steadied his breathing and aimed until all 5 were eliminated. Heavy, gargling sounds came from all directions as he let his tactical rifle fall across his chest. He drew his knife and cut a gorge into the midsection of the closest one. Deep, raspy breathing, gargling, and odd calling drew closer as he rushed to make a similar cut on the next closest one. He jumped up as lurkers swarmed the bodies from both sides and in front of him. He bolted into the house, but his brakes failed him as he slid past the door on the tile. Catching himself, he lunged back, slammed it shut, and threw the deadbolt first, then the handle before working his way upwards to the slide bolt. Breathing hard, he wiped his gloved hands on the kitchen towel hanging from the stove. He rushed to the front where Jessica and Emily were waiting. Emily was still crying softly as he unlocked the front door and crept out onto the covered porch. He saw lurkers flowing into the backyard on both sides as he peeked, his head above the porch wall. Taking a deep breath, he crouched and walked over to the stairs and down onto the sidewalk. Moving cautiously, Jimmy reached the Suburban and opened the driver's side doors. He whistled sharply, once, before making his way to the passenger side. Jessica and Emily came sprinting as he watched, rifle shouldered. They collided, undecided on who was driving as Jimmy fired at a lurker who was sprinting toward them from the backyard. Emily crashed into the driver's seat with a grunt as Jessica hopped in and slammed the back door. Jimmy fired one more time before lurching open the door and climbing in. He looked behind them and said, "Emily, I'm really sorry, but it's time to go." Lurkers began to swarm around the Suburban as she continued to cry. As in, "Right now. Drive, please." Emily was ripped away from her grief quickly as she put the SUV into reverse and punched the gas. The tires squealed as she thrust the shifter into drive and sped off, back toward the highway. As they reached the edge of town, Emily whispered, "We're almost out of gas." Jimmy leaned over and said, "I don't think that gauge works very well." "Oh, that makes me feel so much better." "The gas light just came on," Emily said with a hint of disgust in her voice. "We've got another 50 miles to empty, at least," Jimmy replied confidently. "You sure?" "Probably," Jimmy said, trying to hold down a devious smile. As the women chatted nervously, Jimmy remained silent for the rest of the trip. As they drove down Walnut Ridge Road, Jimmy began calling over the radio. "Rusty to Wiper. Over." On the 3rd attempt, there was a response. "Hear ya loud and clear, Rusty. Any trouble?" Both women glared as Jimmy said, "You forgot to say over. No trouble. We will be there shortly. Over." Releasing the button, he said, "There, I lied for you. Are you happy?" "Yes. Keep it that way." Emily said sternly as she steered the SUV into the driveway and towards the Burke's place. As they entered the front door, 10-year-old Chloe Wood and 9-year-old Natalie Wolf met their mothers with hugs. The stairs creaked as Zack ducked his head and made his way slowly down, glaring at Jimmy. "How did it go?" he asked, his voice gruff and concerned. Emily interjected before Jimmy could respond. "It went great. No issues. We met some new people. In and out. Easy day." Zack cocked an eyebrow at Jimmy and said, "Is that true, Princess? You guys were gone for a long time." Nodding his head, Jimmy walked toward the kitchen. Zack tried to follow but was stopped by Emily, who kissed him and started to ask how things went while they were gone. Jimmy took this opportunity and went outside, through the side door in the kitchen. He knew he could bide his time and hide out for a while, but eventually Zack would find him. And although he wasn't against telling white lies, he knew that the truth of what happened would need to come to light sooner or later. Jimmy followed a heavily beaten path through the woods back to his house with both dogs at his heels, Charlie the Dalmatian and Max the Belgian Malinois. He gathered eggs from the remaining chickens, pausing now and then to talk to the flock of 20 laying hens and catch up on the news of their day. He picked up his black Jersey Giant, Rooster Cogburn, and scratched the bird's neck. After the attack, Jimmy decided they needed to expand the flock. He separated the rooster with 12 hens of the same breed and left the eggs uncollected for several days, letting the hatching process begin. Jersey Giants were one of the best dual-purpose breeds, reliable layers with large bodies suited for meat. Nearly 30 eggs had been laid, and 3 broody hens kept constant watch over them. As he made his way back with the eggs and the dogs, he saw Zack was standing outside. As Jimmy approached, Zack said, "It went that bad, huh?" "It wasn't terrible, but it wasn't good either. What I do know is that the local population wasn't too thrilled to see us. No Lurker trouble, but I met a former sheriff's deputy. Said he hasn't seen the sheriff since he quit a few months before the collapse. Hates him. Would shoot on sight. Blah, blah, blah." "You know how people are," Jimmy said. Was he genuine or lying? "He put on a good show. Said there was something off about the sheriff, but I don't think he was being 100% honest with me. All of that being said, I'm quite sure he didn't know who we were. He invited me to come back, because things got a little squirrely." "You're not, though, are you?" Zack asked hesitantly. "I was planning on it." "No, you're not," Zack said with authority. "Yes, I am. The eggs are barely carrying us through for the time being, but us being down for so long has put a big strain on our supplies. We're rationing their feed, and only got 4 today because of it. If we can find a trade partner, or better yet an ally, that could really help us. I'm not sure moving there is an option at this point, but I'll find out for us in a few days." "It's not an option, and that's final. I'm sorry that you think so, but it is our only option. We cannot hold this ground while you are immobile. My leg hurts like the devil, but I'm finally able to get around just well enough. You, on the other hand, move like a decrepit penguin with rabies." "Penguins don't get rabies, you absolute moron. Swans don't have a song either. It's just a saying. In the history of man, no one has ever said that," Zack said, the irritation thick in his voice. "Then I guess you just witnessed history, Cupcake. We've put enough of a dent in his numbers that we can hope he's biding his time. It's coming, though. You know it. I know it. And this place is indefensible in our condition," Jimmy said. "No. We can hold it," Zack shot back sternly. "We're counting on 8 to 10-year-old kids. They're good kids. They're smart kids. But they're kids. They can be outsmarted, outmaneuvered. Their mothers won't even let them have guns for Pete's sake. Those are fair points. But they don't change the fact that this is our ground. We have to hold it. On principle alone. And we will. Once we are able. Until then, we have to get to a place that is more defensible." "I disagree. Completely," Zack said as he followed Jimmy into the house. Jimmy grabbed a pan from inside and returned to start a fire. Yeah, I know you disagree, but it's the right thing for my family. It's the right thing for your family. And it's the right thing for you, most of all. What's that supposed to mean? I'm fine. Jimmy laughed in frustration as he said, Okay, brother, if you say so. They continued to squabble with each other as smoke began to rise. Jimmy started cooking eggs, over easy, for the group. Leftover homemade bread was toasted, and when it was finished, the Wood and Wolf families grumbled through another meal that they had eaten umpteen times. At least the stale toast made it more interesting than their normal scramble. Chapter 4. The plan had been made shortly after their clash with the sheriff's men. One boy and one girl sat in the two-man tree stand on Jimmy's property, taking shifts. Jimmy was usually stationed at Bill's house or on his property somewhere, while Zack generally occupied the forward-facing upstairs window at the Burke's place, hidden from direct view. This allowed the two small Wood children to tag along with Jessica and Emily as they went about their normal business of cooking, cleaning, or organizing. They primarily spent their time at the Woods' house, which had served as their base camp until the attack. They ran drills with every child and adult until Jimmy was confident they'd covered every contingency. Plans were handwritten, memorized. Zack's only feedback was, "It's good." They practiced in small groups as a whole. And alone. Jimmy had tried to encourage Zack. He tried to urge him to participate. But Zack was broken physically, and his mentality had suffered because of it. He spent most days by himself, saying very little to anyone, including his wife and kids, normally refusing to leave the house, even for meals. Finally, Jimmy approached Emily. "I'm not sure what's going on. I can't get him to do anything. If he's not going to the bathroom, he's not moving. He's just refocusing, running through the mental gymnastics since his body isn't operating the way it needs to," Emily said dismissively. Sensing it, he prodded, "That's not good enough. I need him. We need him. My leg isn't doing great either, but there's nothing I can do about it. We've relied on you and Jess for too long." "What's that supposed to mean, Jimmy?" Emily asked angrily. "We're a liability right now. You and Jess are carrying everything, and that can't continue. I can stumble around, but I can't hunt. Can't go to town. Can't do what needs doing. I need him," Jimmy stammered. She looked at him side-eyed and said,
"What do you want from me, Jimmy?"
"I don't know. I'm his friend. But you're his wife. Can you maybe talk to him?"
You think I haven't tried? You think I don't know what's wrong with him?
She took a step toward him and continued angrily.
12 years. 12 damn years in the teams, and he never took a round. Not once. Then the first time it happens, you go down too. You!
Her voice sharpened even more as she jabbed a finger into his ribs.
He was supposed to cover you. That's his job. That's who he is. And he didn't. So yeah, he's broken. Because in his head, he failed. He failed not just you, but your wife. He made a promise to her. And you standing here acting like it's something simple he can just shake off? You don't get it. You never did.
She shook her head and wiped her eyes as the tears began flowing.
Oh,
Jimmy said as he looked around.
Well, why in the world didn't he just say that?
He asked with a hint of anger in his voice.
You know who he was, and who you were too. A SEAL and a geek. But somehow you two get along. You're not cut from the same cloth, but you both end up on the quilt together. He's a tough son of a bitch, mentally, physically. I didn't know it until you got hurt, but you're a tough son of a bitch too. His comes from training and combat. Yours comes from the real world. But it's unspoken. You get him, he gets you. Maybe it's because you don't tiptoe around the subject. You have a way of pushing back on him that isn't macho, but it isn't beta male either. Do you understand how rare that is?
Jimmy sighed loudly and said,
I guess I'll talk to him. Tell him it's not his fault, that I feel the same way he does. You know the drill. No, that is the last thing you should do. Instead of talking, start doing. Get him out of that awful house. Get him out of the same mindset day after day after day, but don't you dare try to coddle him. You hear me, Jimmy? Yeah, Emily. I hear you. I can't take him with me tomorrow. It's supposed to be man-to-man, one-on-one. We've already broke his trust once. Don't want to do it again. But after that's over, I promise, I'll get him out of this the best way I know how. By the way, I just want to thank you.
Emily interrupted him quickly and snapped,
Don't mention it. I just need you to drag him back from the brink, by any means necessary. Goodbye, Jimmy.
She stomped off, leaving him wondering if she was mad at him or Zack. He shrugged his shoulders and marched off in his own direction. As he walked toward Bill's house, his ear crackled as he heard Zack's gruff voice say, Rusty, switch channels. Roger that. Over. Jimmy dialed to channel 7 and said, Do you read me, Wiper? Over. Really? This over shit again? It's proper radio etiquette. Over. A loud sigh came through Jimmy's earpiece, followed by, No, it isn't. You uninformed sack of groundhog bile. How would you know? Over. 12 years, Rusty. In 12 years, I never said over on a radio of any kind. Yeah, whatever. You probably failed your radio course anyways. So, why would I trust you? Last time I trusted you, you got me to drink a fifth of Beam. I was hungover for 3 days, and all you could do was laugh. And come over to make fun of me. And laugh in my face some more. Plus, I'm pretty sure that's how they do it in the Army. Over. Ha ha, that was awesome. Especially when we lied to your wife and told her it was the flu. But I don't give a shit how the Army does it, dumbass. I'm a frogman. You know what? Never mind. Out. No, say what you got to say. Over. You're taking the Suburban. It's low on gas. Make sure you take everything out, just in case. Just in case? Never heard of him. Over. Rusty, I haven't forgotten my promise. I will kill you when the time is right. I hear you loud and clear, Wiper. Clear the Suburban because you don't think I can handle myself. Roger that. Switching back to the regular channel. Over and out. After lunch, Jimmy loaded up his tactical rifle, 2 spare magazines, and his pistol. Charlie tagged along for extra security. He snuck out to the SUV, telling only Jessica that he was leaving. He wore his Spartan Rift timber brake gear. The greens scattered with shades of browns blended well with the burgeoning spring foliage. As Jimmy made his way to the state park, the road was quiet and empty, just as he had hoped for. Although Jimmy had lived close, he had only been to the park a handful of times. So, he decided to take his time. As he entered, he noticed the top of Ben's head peeking up just above the windows of the gatehouse. Jimmy waited until he passed and shook his head. Nice try, tough guy, he said aloud to himself. As the gatehouse disappeared in his rearview mirror, he slowed to scout the area better and look for more signs of life, either from humans or lurkers. When he came up to the road that led to the inn, he crawled by, counting about 15 to 20 lurkers visible in the main parking lot. Speeding back up, he meandered down the curvy road, following signs to family cabins. When he finally arrived, he noticed a new vehicle that hadn't been there before. Jimmy pulled into the first cabin's driveway, threw the shifter into park, and slung his rifle around his back. Charlie heeled beside him as he walked out onto the main road. He was met by Brad and another bearded man who wore a black beanie, sunglasses, and a maroon button-up shirt. The sleeves were rolled up to just below his elbows, revealing a tattoo sleeve on his right forearm. Black cargo pants and scuffed black boots completed his outfit. He was noticeably shorter and slightly heavier as he stood next to Brad. "I thought we said no surprises." "Man to man," Jimmy said, frustration thick in his voice. "We did. But Dylan showed up this morning, out of the blue. He's an old friend and we were just catching up. Hope that's all right with you," Brad said, glancing over at his friend. This was unexpected. And those rifles, they're uninviting. "Where's Ben? And Julie?" "Ben? He's around," Brad stammered. "Julie is taking a nap." "Okay," Jimmy said as he peered through windows in the visible cabins. He noticed a silhouette with a rifle pointed directly at him off to his left. Jimmy circled slightly, breaking the field of view so that Brad was between him and the window. "So, what are we doing here, Brad?" "What did you say your name was again?" Brad asked as Jimmy noticed his hands grasp more tightly around the pistol grip and the barrel of his tactical rifle. "I'm sure you remember, but it's rusty." "That's right. Well, Dylan was just telling me before you showed up that he found a big score in town. I can't go, but he said he would split it with someone as long as he could get some help. We're set up pretty well for the next couple of weeks, but it looks like you and your women could use a little more meat on your bones. You interested?" As Jimmy pondered, he considered that their food was becoming low and that their supplies had taken a big hit since his and Zack's injuries. Medical supplies had dwindled down to almost nothing, and they were on the verge of being forced to make decisions that they didn't want to have to make. "Boy, you get down to business quick. Not even a smooch before you start making love, huh? You're what my wife calls a two-hitter quitter." Dylan smiled slyly as Brad said, "No foreplay. I've only got time for the good stuff." "What kind of supplies are we talking?" Jimmy asked cautiously. Brad gestured and Dylan said, "We've got Vicodin, Perks, morphine, Oxy. There's some food and batteries in there too." "Where?" "It's tucked away near a north side shopping center. Got chased away by a herd of those things," Dylan said confidently. "It'd be great for that leg injury," Brad added. "We need gauze, ointments." "There's some of that too." "How did you say you knew each other?" Jimmy asked. "We've been buddies for a long time. We used to party together," Brad said. "I see. Well, what kind of split are we talking about? 50-50? 70-30, Dylan said. "I've got to split some with Brad, too. 60-40, the dog comes along and you've got yourself a deal. The dog stays, 65-35, or no deal." Jimmy began to back away toward his SUV while keeping an eye on the two men. "Fine, 60-40. The dog comes." Jimmy stopped in his tracks and said, "Then let's go. My wife gets worried when I'm late for dinner. And when she gets worried, there's no foreplay for a week. Her rule, not mine. And you boys have learned how much I like foreplay." Dylan nodded at Brad and walked toward his golden Toyota 4Runner. The paint was sun-bleached and fading, but the stock vehicle showed no other signs of age. Jimmy waited, still trying to stay between Brad and Julie's rifle. "This is a tough business, Brad. But I'm trusting that this isn't what it feels like it is. You sure you don't want to change my mind?" "Change your mind? About what?" Brad asked, seeming oblivious to the question. Jimmy inhaled deeply as Dylan's engine fired up, loud and proud. "Okay." Jimmy paused, choosing his words carefully. "I'm putting my trust in you, Brad. You seem like a stand-up citizen. Former deputy, served your community, walked away when something didn't sit right. That takes more courage than most people realize." He glanced briefly toward Dylan's truck, then back to Brad. "And now I'm telling you, if something goes wrong, you can bet that your overweight friend here is not coming home. And when I'm done with him, I'm bringing unholy hell to your doorstep. So I'll ask you again, are you sure you don't want to change your mind?" "I don't know what you're talking about. Dylan's trying to help you," Brad said as he fidgeted with his rifle nervously. Jimmy's eyes shifted, just for a moment toward the tree line as the engine revved and Dylan began driving toward them. You might also want to tell your friend Julie to reposition. A blanket, a few extra feet back into the shadows. Anything other than what she's doing now. She's not as hidden as either of you think she is. But Ben's done good. Haven't seen him anywhere. The engine roared to a stop and the brakes squeak as Dylan yelled, "You coming or not?" "Chuck E. Cheese with me." Jimmy opened the back door quickly and followed the dog into the back seat. He glared at Brad as Dylan punched the accelerator and they drove quickly through the park. "You're not sitting up front?" Dylan asked, the tension in his voice clear. "I'm good where I am," Jimmy said as he shifted uneasily in his seat. "Brad's a nice guy, isn't he?" He gripped his holstered pistol tightly. It was concealed underneath the quarter-zip shirt that he wore. "Brad's great. How did you meet him?" "I'm sure he already told you, but our paths just so happened to cross a few days ago. I'm not sure if I know him too well, but he seems nice enough. Nice enough to set me up with some awesome scores." "Thanks to you, Chief. How do you know him?" "We worked together for a while. He's an animal. He could drink anyone under the table. Anyone but me, that is." Dylan pulled a flask from his console, took a swig, and offered some to Jimmy. "No, thanks anyways," Jimmy said, shaking his head. "So it's like that? Making a man drink alone?" "I guess so, Chief. Not my style. When I get to drinking, I tend to get buck-naked, and it's not quite warm enough for that yet." "So, you were a sheriff's deputy too, then?" "Yeah, been on the force for a few years. I was able to stay alive through this catastrophe, and I've been living in my house in town, laying low. Do you mind if we stop there quickly before we get to the supplies?" "That wasn't part of the plan," Jimmy said, ready to draw at any time. "What plan?" "The only plan is to go get supplies. It's just a little pit stop," Dylan said. Jimmy could see his eyes darting nervously, and he gripped the steering wheel with both hands to avoid shaking. He then quickly grabbed his flask and took another shaky swig. Looking in the rear view, he shook it and said, "You sure?" "I'm good. Do what you need to, Dylan. I'm just along for the ride," Jimmy said steadily. They drove excessively fast down a country road, Charlie's panting the only sound as Jimmy watched Dylan's every move. As they crested a hill, they saw Karst Valley sprawling into the distance. On the edge of town, Dylan slowed and made a turn into a housing addition named Stone Gate Estates. The houses were upper-middle class, large homes, and they passed 6 side roads before turning right down a road that ended in a cul-de-sac. As they passed slowly, Jimmy noticed the green sign saying, "Lily Street." His heart skipped a beat. The words of a former foe rang in his ears. He lives in a housing addition. It's off of Lily Street. Tan siding. He scanned and noticed the only tan house stood on the right side of the cul-de-sac. Dylan stopped in the middle of the road, putting his 4Runner into park. "Let's go. It will only take a minute." "No thanks. Get what you need and get back out here," Jimmy said wearily. "I insist." "Insist all you want, Chief. I'll be here when you get back." "No, I don't trust you enough to leave you in here." "Come on, man," Dylan demanded. "Take the keys. Do what you need to do. But I'm not getting out. Take care of your business and I will be waiting for you." "Are you sure?" "If I were any more sure, I'd be sold next to the soap and toothpaste," Jimmy said, deadpan. Dylan turned around confused, asking, "What does that even mean?" "Apparently you've never had a girlfriend who uses deodorant, Chief. The point is, I'm not going in. Get what you need and get back out here. I'll be waiting." Dylan inhaled, sighed, and said, "I'll be right back." Jimmy watched him closely as he grabbed his rifle, stepped out of the vehicle, and headed for the front door of the tan house. The knock gave him away. Jimmy took his cue. He grabbed his rifle and slipped out the far side of the SUV as quietly as he could. He rose just enough to peer through the window as the door opened and Dylan disappeared inside. Jimmy moved in a tactical crouch, Charlie tight to his right side. He reached the corner of the nearest house just as shouting broke out. "He just ran around the back of that house. Cut him off." He sprinted to the next house as a series of shots rang out and cracked over the top of his head. As he reached the backside, he peeked the corner once to get the lay of the land. He breathed deeply, changed his level, and lined up his holographic sight. He squeezed the trigger 3 times in quick succession. Jimmy didn't take time to watch as Dylan stumbled back on the front sidewalk. Incoherent swearing could be heard as Jimmy ran through the backyard and toward the tree line that surrounded the outside of the addition. "Keep running, Charlie. You stand out too much." The dog hesitated for a moment and then sprinted ahead about 30 feet before stopping and sitting. "Down," Jimmy said. He dropped behind a tree just inside the woods and hunkered down. Incoherent swearing could be heard as Jimmy ran through the backyard and toward the tree line that surrounded the outside of the addition. "Keep running, Charlie. You stand out too much." The dog hesitated for a moment and then sprinted ahead about 30 feet before stopping and sitting. "Down," Jimmy said. He dropped behind a tree just inside the woods and hunkered down. He waited, watching his front and both flanks nervously. He heard movement off to his left as he kept one eye above the sight while the other scanned the area, moving his head slowly. He saw the black barrel of a rifle sticking out from behind a tree. Trying to control his breathing with a 4-second inhale, hold, exhale, and hold pattern, he tucked himself deeper into the tree. As a head poked out, Jimmy fired his suppressed rifle twice, eliminating the threat. He took off again at a full sprint as gunfire raged through the woods. His leg ached, but he found a gear that he forgot he had and was able to put distance between him and his pursuers. Coming up to a berm in the woods, Jimmy turned and paused, using the lip as cover. He laid down against the earth and waited. Far off, he could hear people yelling, "You're dead, Rusty. We'll find you again." And, "We're coming for your kids, you son of a bitch." Jimmy checked his watch. 4:12. He didn't know where he was in Karst Valley, and he knew that he had no more than 4 hours until the daylight would fade. He waited for 15 minutes, but there was no more movement or action. He broke cover and began to walk gingerly up and down hills and gullies, checking behind him often. Charlie tagged along, sometimes following, sometimes walking in front, and often walking right next to him as he tried to make the best timing he could, given the state of his leg. Chapter 5. As Jimmy walked through the lonely woods, he finally came up to a road running in a general north-south direction. He decided to follow it, staying 15 to 20 feet into the woods. He walked along at a slow pace, determined and focused. Charlie was sniffing around 30 feet to his left in the woods when he started snarling and barking angrily. Jimmy heard rustling and saw movement. Soon he heard a raspy, gargling sound and the dog's barking intensified. "Chucky, here!" Jimmy shouted as he shouldered his rifle. A solo lurker came charging through the woods. It stood a head shorter than him. It was shoeless with frayed jeans and its tattered red shirt danced in the wind. The face held an angry desperation as it sprinted. Jimmy dropped his slung rifle and unsheathed his buck 119 fixed blade knife. As the lurker drew within 10 feet, Jimmy charged, driving his shoulder into the lurker's midsection. The force jarred him as he drove the lurker into the ground. Recovering quickly, he brought the knife down, stabbing through its upper lip. Pulling the blade, he adjusted his aim as blood trickled from the hole, and he drove down between the eyes. The body went limp. Another gargling sound feet in front of him caught his attention as he dropped the knife. A small group of lurkers were closing in fast. Charlie lunged at the first in the group, giving Jimmy time to draw his pistol. The others grabbed at the Dalmatian as he sunk his teeth into the arm of the lead lurker. His head shook and it was thrown off balance into another one. Jimmy aimed at a now isolated lurker and drove 2 suppressed rounds through its head. He tried to call the dog off, but Charlie was too busy attacking a leg. He aimed again and fired 2 more quick shots. The body dropped, but Charlie refused to let go of the inner thigh. Jimmy charged the last one, driving his shoulder into its chest and sending it stumbling backward. It fell hard and he pounced on it instantly. He brought the butt of his pistol down 6 or 7 times, then stood and disposed of the disgusting creature. He grabbed Charlie by the tail and wrestled him away from the carcass. The dog was panting hard and had blood around his mouth, face, and neck. "Good boy." He patted the side of his leg, whistled, and said, "With me." Charlie followed, and he put distance between himself and the foul beings. He directed the dog to stay and returned to find his knife. As he walked, he heard an engine roaring toward him on the road, 30 feet away. "Down, Chucky," Jimmy directed as he hit the dirt. A tan car sped past, as Jimmy saw 2 men in the front seat. Waiting momentarily, he began to stand up, but heard another engine roaring. Dropping quickly again, he waited for the next vehicle to drive by. A newer model gray truck raced past, the passengers hidden behind tinted windows. Jimmy waited momentarily before jumping up and increasing his pace. Continuing along the roadway for another mile or 2, Jimmy finally came to a 4-way stop sign. The road sign indicated that he was on Mill Creek Road and the east-west road was Old Plank Road. Being a transplant and not getting around as much because of COVID, he didn't recognize either name. I was on the very north side of town, which leaves me 20 miles or more from home. I've got to find a vehicle. Taking a moment, he contemplated his next move carefully as Charlie came up and tried to lick his face. "No, Charles. Not with all that lurker blood all over you." Jimmy held the dog off with his forearm and made the decision to head east toward Karst Valley in hopes of finding something. A long stretch of woods was all he could see as he began moving. Walking another mile, the woods thinned and gave way to open meadows and unplowed fields. He made his way slowly, fighting the burning in his thighs and the ache in his calf and shin. He would pause for momentary breaks when necessary, slowing his progress. In the distance, he saw houses coming into view. He headed south, skirting along the edge of the woodline for as far as he could, walking until he was unable to see the road. Then, staying low, he began making his way back east across the open field and toward a 2-story house. Its sky-blue siding gave a faint glimmer of hope. As he approached the house, he cautiously circled, looking for signs of life. No vehicle sat in the driveway, making Jimmy tepid and easing the decision to move on. As he crested a small hill, the next house revealed a minivan in the driveway. It was at least 1/8 of a mile away with nothing but an open field in between them. It was also a 2-story home, its gray siding covered in an algae-like greenish-black substance. A privacy fence surrounded the backyard, an open hayfield giving way to the forest beyond. Gathering all of the energy he could muster, he got a running start in the ankle-high alfalfa, put his coyote-brown Salomon boot into the wooden slat, and jumped with all of his might. He caught the top of the 6-foot-tall fence under his armpits, fought through the discomfort and pain, and forced himself over to the other side. He paused to let his heart slow and for his surroundings to settle before he walked in a crouch toward the back door. He looked in the window and saw nothing. Reaching for the handle as he continued to scan, it turned easily. But the door didn't open. Deadbolt. Jimmy sighed as the dog began to bark loudly from the other side. He moved away from the door and hid around the corner, looking for a gate. Not seeing one to his right, he peeked his head to the left. Locating it, he sprinted underneath a row of windows and opened the gate. I wish I would have thought of that. It creaked loudly on its hinges, and he whistled once. The Dalmatian came charging around the corner and into the backyard, jumping and trying to play wildly as Jimmy tried to calm him. He returned to the door, trying to peek in. Still no movement. He turned his back, readied his good leg, and drove his heel into the door beside the lock. The wood didn't seem to give way. His second kick made the wooden frame hiss and crack. On his third kick, the door flung open violently. Jimmy thanked God profusely, convinced neither leg could have taken another attempt. He quickly shouldered his rifle as he entered cautiously. Here we go again. Into another house blind. Jimmy contemplated whether to say anything or not. He stood in an open space. The dining room sat to his left and the kitchen to his right. Charlie began sniffing frantically, staying close at first. His curiosity got the better of him as he started to explore. Jimmy crept to the backside of an island. After waiting for 2 or more minutes, he finally said, "Hello? If there is anyone here, please say so, and I will leave. I don't want to shoot you, and I don't want to get shot. I'm in a predicament, and I just want to take that minivan in the driveway. If there is anyone here, please tell me. I will leave right now." He said a silent prayer, asking God for an empty house. After no answer came, he slowly began to clear the downstairs. He had yet to come across any doors as he cleared the kitchen, dining room, and open living room. As he spotted the foyer, he noticed the stairs going up. "Hello? I don't want to get shot at again today. If you're anywhere in here, just holler and I will leave. We don't have to even see each other. Just shout." Again, no answer. With his rifle at low ready, he snapped it to his shoulder as he cleared the corner and drove it up the stairs, heart pounding. He saw nothing as he scanned quickly. A key rack to the right caught his eye, and he grabbed 3 sets of vehicle keys and shoved them into his lone cargo pocket. He flung open the front door, whistled for the dog, and raced toward the van. As he crested the corner, he noticed the garage door was wide open. Inside, between an SUV and a car, sat the mangled body of someone who had clearly shot themselves in the head. They were sitting in a lawn chair, and it was obvious that lurkers had feasted on the body. Large chunks of flesh were missing, the remains now dried and brownish red, particularly from the midsection and thighs. A pistol lay on the ground next to another old lawn chair that was half folded. Jimmy approached, picked up the pistol, released the magazine, cleared the slide, and dropped them individually into his cargo pants. As he peeked quickly around the vehicle, he saw a set of legs. Following them up, the upper body was mostly missing, other than small chunks of flesh clinging to bone. The skull had disappeared. He swung his head hurriedly as the smell of rotten flesh rolled through his nostrils in nauseating waves. Fumbling for the keys, he finally found the right one to unlock the van. He opened and then closed the backsliding door for Charlie and quickly jumped into the driver's seat. He cranked the engine, slammed the van into reverse, and backtracked along Old Plank Road until he came to the 4-way stop. He decided to continue in the same direction, hoping he would hit a highway at some point. He sped along the road, exceeding the 35-mile-per-hour speed limit as he continuously checked his rearview mirror. The time was 7:35, giving him about 30 to 35 minutes before sunset. He continued down the road with reckless abandon, trying to reach his house as quickly as he could in hopes that he was able to get there before any of the sheriff's men could carry out their threats. After being on the road for about 15 minutes, it finally ran into State Road 219, the highway that connected Walnut Ridge to the state park. Turning left, he sped through the curves, nearly losing control around a particularly tight turn. Finally making his way onto Walnut Ridge Road, he began calling frantically on the radio. "Rusty to Wiper. I'm coming in. Is everything all right? Over." He repeated the message several times with no response as he came up to the Burke's driveway. His heart leapt into his throat as he noticed 2 vehicle silhouettes down the long driveway. Speeding back up, he continued to his house. He kept his flashers on and rolled down the window, waving his arm frantically while still repeating the message over the radio. He slammed the van into park, jumped out, and began sprinting as fast as he could down the well-worn path toward the Burke's place. Chapter 6. As Jimmy moved closer to the clearing, he slowed his pace to a walk. "Don't move another muscle, or I will introduce your nutsack to a bullet, shitbird." "You need a new line, brother. What on God's green earth happened?" Jimmy asked frantically. "What the hell happened to you, bro?" "Long story. Is everyone all right?" "Everyone is fine, except those 4 shit pickles that came hauling ass in here. They never stood a chance. I almost felt sorry for them. Almost. The first two came flying in. I waited for them to stop. Popped the driver first. The other one didn't know what happened until it was too late. My aim was a little loose, so he got a tooth extraction procedure. I'm hoping he lived long enough to feel it, but he probably didn't. A minute later, another vehicle came tearing down the driveway. I didn't let them come to a stop. Hit the driver right in the brain bucket. "Impressive," Jimmy said. "I know. The other guy tried to jump out as the truck slammed into the back of the car. Hit him center mass. Fell like a sack of potatoes. He screamed for a while, but I wasn't quick enough, so I couldn't get any information. Rolled him over and made him look me in the eye." He was mute at that point. The shock got to him and he was barely hanging on. All I could do was give him a piece of my mind before I ended his miserable existence. It felt good. Too good, maybe. It made me remember who I am. Jimmy raised his eyebrows and said, "It didn't feel too good. It felt right. Now how's that leg?" "Why?" Zack wondered. "Because I've got more business to tend to." "Gear up. You're coming along," Jimmy said, his voice firm and determined. "It's almost dark," Zack argued angrily. "I don't give a flying flamingo's foreskin." "The job's not finished," Jimmy growled. "What the hell happened out there?" Zack asked. "Tell everyone to lock themselves in the basement. I've got one other thing to take care of. Meet me in our driveway. We're taking my new ride." Jimmy hobbled back toward his house. He grabbed a bucket of water, found Charlie wandering the yard, and scrubbed the Lurker blood from both of them. He pulled on his Spartan Rift Night Stalker gear, resecured his kit, and stepped back out as the dusk cooled the air quickly. He took cover behind a tree and watched both his family and Zack's arguing their way inside. When the front door finally closed, Jimmy crossed to the borrowed van and leaned against the hood. He waited impatiently, checking his watch often. Zack eventually emerged from the house, moving slowly. "Sorry I'm late, Princess," he said. "Had to grab something." "What was it?" "You'll see when the time is right." Chapter 7. Jimmy drove quickly, avoiding turning his headlights on as the last light of the day faded. The sky was painted pink, the numerous clouds bruised in purples and grays. Zack sighed loudly and said, "Emily told me what happened." "What do you mean?" Jimmy asked, keeping his eyes on the road. "You know damn well what I mean." Jimmy took his turn to sigh loudly. And how could you let her do that? Without my knowledge? What is it you're looking for? Did you want me to put a gun to her head and force her to turn around?" Jimmy asked, the irritation thick in his voice. "What happened?" "We were coming back home and she sped past Walnut Ridge. I tried to talk her out of going into the valley the entire time. Then we showed up at your in-laws' house. She wanted to go inside after there was no answer at the door. I went in instead. Things went sideways. We found one of them, didn't take the time to look for the other. Got out safe enough." "And when did you plan on telling me?" "They made me promise I wouldn't." "Damn," Zack said through a sigh. "Yeah, sorry for your loss, brother. It didn't go down the way I wanted it to. And quite frankly, I didn't want to be there. Wish none of it happened. I can appreciate your point of view, but you should have told me." Jimmy nodded and changed the direction of the conversation. "Do me a favor. Look for the owner's manual on this van." "Why?" "Nike, bro." "What the hell is that supposed to mean?" "Just do it." Zack sighed loudly, searched the glove compartment, and pulled it out. Jimmy flashed on the interior lights and directed Zack to look for the fuse layout. "Oh, I see what you're doing here," Zack said as Jimmy stopped the vehicle in the middle of the road. "Bring a flashlight." Jimmy located the right and left side taillight fuses, pulling them quickly before jumping back in the car. "Do you want to tell me what in the actual hell happened? Where did you get this van from?" Jimmy quickly explained his mistakes as Zack threw out insults at will. As they approached the turn off the highway, Zack continued to berate him. "You done yet?" Not even close, Zack said, his voice seething with disgust. That was rhetorical. I know it's a big one for you, but it means I'm tired of listening to your word vomit. Shut the front door and listen. Here's the plan. We are going in, driving past the front gate, and stopping there. The weakest link is in that gatehouse. Hopefully he will only hear and not see us. I think we can ambush him quickly. From there you may have to walk a few miles. You think you can handle it? You know the answer. You think you should handle it? What's the hurry? If the first part of your plan works, the rest should be cake. They're either expecting us or the dumbest sons of bitches this side of the Mississippi. The longer they have to sweat it out, the more tired they become. The more likely they are to make a mistake. The crescent moon's faint light did little to illuminate the night as Jimmy turned into the park quickly and stopped directly in front of the gatehouse. Rustling from inside caught his attention quickly. He jumped out and rushed toward it, turning his flashlight on. The top of a head was suddenly visible as he flung open the door, rifle shouldered and ready to fire. He illuminated a young face whose eyes were shielded by a forearm. "Don't kill me, mister. Don't kill me. Please." Jimmy noticed a radio on a countertop. "Ben, did you call us in?" "Do I know you?" "Did you call us in? Answer me, Ben." "You sound familiar, mister." "Do I?" "Good grief. Yes or no?" "No, mister. I didn't even know you were here until you came storming in." Just then the radio crackled and Brad's voice came through the speaker. "Seen anything yet, Ben? Tell him it's all clear. Do it now." "I can't, mister. I can't lie for you." "You ever wonder what it would be like to walk around without your twig and 2 berries?" Jimmy asked. "My what?" "Your bratwurst and meatballs, your hog and 2 piglets, the family jewels." "Huh?" Ben asked, bewildered. "You're fucking nutsack," Zack yelled. "If you don't call it in, he's going to cut off your member and suffocate you with it," Zack said sternly as he came into the gatehouse. Okay. Ben stood up and delivered the message. "Good. It looks like your hammer and nails get to live to fight another day. Now you're going to tell us everything," Jimmy demanded. Another transmission came in over the radio. "Okay, just keep an eye out." "I will. All clear so far." "Despicable these guys don't know how to say over ether," Jimmy said, smiling blandly at Zack. Zack grumbled something incoherent before saying, "You're going to tell us what your plan was, and then you're coming with us. This isn't optional. If you don't want to help us, we'll use you for lurker bait." "I'm helping, mister. I promise. I don't even like Brad. He's mean to me, but he keeps me alive." "We'll keep you alive, Ben. Wiper, go easy on the kid," Jimmy intervened. Zack walked over, noticed a rifle laying pretty on a desk, and picked it up. "Winchester Model 70, rifled in .308. Where'd you get this from?" "It was my grandpa's." "Well, it's a beauty," Zack proclaimed as he continued to marvel at the legendary bolt-action rifle. "Okay, Ben. Where is he?" Jimmy asked, with passion in his voice. "Cedar Hollow cabin." "Cedar Hollow? Which one is that?" "It's one of the big cabins that's back in the woods a little bit," Ben said with conviction. "Grab your grandpa's gun and let's go." "How far are we driving?" Zack asked. "We're going to need to walk a mile or more. I noticed that you could hear the vehicle from where we parked last time. But we've got to get past the inn. Too many lurkers, especially in the dark. I guess we're taking a moonlight stroll." "I guess so. Sack up and let's do this," Jimmy shot back. They cruised along, headlights on because the trees blocked all of the moonlight and made the road pitch black. After passing the inn, Jimmy pulled the van over on the side of the road. He kept the keys in the ignition, put his solo Suburban key in his pocket, and they began the long, dark walk toward the cabin. After about a quarter of a mile, Zack began to struggle to keep pace, every step cranking tighter in his calf. He grimaced often, but never complained audibly. Brown signs with carved yellow lettering indicated family cabins. They turned down that road and began walking in the grass. Suddenly, Ben's radio buzzed. Julie is coming to spell you for a few hours. Tell him you're good, Zack said softly. I'm fine, Brad. I don't need her to. She's on her way. You've been down there all day and need to get some rest. Zack urged him to argue as Ben said, I'm good, I promise. You need her to meet you at the Sycamore Lodge? No, Brad. Everything is fine. I'm just not tired. Tell her to come around midnight, Ben said, his voice a little too shaky for Jimmy's liking. Sycamore Lodge? Your safe word? Jimmy asked. Yes. I was supposed to say that I was going to the Sycamore Lodge if I was in trouble, Ben said. You sure? Came the question over the radio. Yeah, Brad. I'm sure. Send her over in a few hours and let her sleep. He's sending her. At least that's what I would do, Zack said with conviction. They continued walking another half-mile in relative silence until they reached the side road where Jessica had parked days before. 5 to 10 more minutes walking, bud. How we doing? Jimmy asked. Amazing, came Zack's dry response. Here's the plan. We get into position and wait. When Julie comes for Ben, that's when we strike. He should be relaxed during that time. But we won't have long, Jimmy said, sure of himself. No, we strike hard and fast. Take both of them. Alive. No questions asked. Awful plan. It's dark and we can't see. We just gonna shine our flashlights in their eyes and ask nicely for them not to shoot us? Jimmy mocked. No, you dipshit. I've got something special for them, Zack said. Like what? A bum leg and a bad attitude? I'm gonna shove my bum leg right up your ass. I'll take my chances. You can't even, Jimmy started. Guys, maybe we could argue later. We're almost there, Ben said worriedly. They slowed their pace even more as they saw the silhouettes of cabins, their black shingles glistening in the faint moonlight. They circled into the woods slowly as Jimmy whispered, Ben, what are the living arrangements? Are they living together? Yeah, mister. They're bunked up together in that cabin. Then take point, slowly. Take point? Ben questioned quietly. Walk in front, Zack growled, shaking his head. Ben led the way until they came parallel with the backside of a cabin. They could see a faint glow on the backside coming from a large window. Turn off your radio and wait here. No more sounds, no more movement. And one more thing, shitbird. Don't cross us, Zack demanded. Ben stammered before finally whispering, No, mister. I understand. You can count on me. Chapter 8. Zack led as Jimmy followed. They moved with care, knowing the ground could give them away at any moment. Once they reached the backside of the cabin, Zack flipped his hat backwards and peered through a window. He immediately popped down to a knee. Jimmy struggled in the very faint light as Zack motioned with his hand. 2. He then pointed inside and made a motion as if they were spooning something into their mouths. Afterward, he pointed to a back door and crept over to Jimmy. He cupped his hands and whispered as softly as possible, Man, woman, eating. I kick the door. Turn your back. Plug your ears. Pray. Detain. He slowly and silently unzipped his pack, grabbed a white tube, and stood in front of the door. Jimmy stood off to one side as Zack took an enormous breath in and blasted the door with the heel of his boot. A loud crash was followed by a scream as Jimmy turned his back and covered his ears. 3 seconds later, the night and the cabin were both shattered with the loudest boom Jimmy had ever heard. More screaming followed as Jimmy rushed in, engaging the button on his foregrip. The room illuminated and Jimmy saw Brad and Julie both stunned and confused, lying on the ground. Zack immediately swallowed up Brad, slamming hammer fists down. Jimmy skirted around the kitchen table and was pulling Julie to her feet and against the wall as gently as he could, given the circumstances. Zack reached into his pack after Brad stopped struggling and flung a set of flex cuffs onto the table as he kept one for himself. He secured Brad as Jimmy secured Julie.
Sit down, you useless fish nuggets!
Jimmy screamed, his tone unhinged, though he was fully composed. Julie sobbed audibly as Brad fought through watery eyes.
I told you! I warned you! And you still set me up!
Spitting blood onto the floor, Brad said.
I don't know what you're talking about, man.
Zack cut in, saying,
This your girlfriend? Wife? Because she doesn't need to walk away from this.
We can work something out. Make a deal, Brad begged. The time for deals is over, Brad. Give me more of those cuffs, Wiper. Zack reached into his bag and threw 2 more sets onto the table. Jimmy slid them over the ankles of both of their captives, tightening them down just enough to make sure that any struggle would be excruciating. You gotta believe me, Rusty. I don't know what happened to you. I had no idea what he was going to do to you. But you knew he was going to do something, Zack broke in, his tone controlled and calculated. No, Dylan said he had a score in town. He wanted me to come. After I mentioned your name, his ears perked up. He wanted to take you along instead. You and your ladies looked like you needed some help. That's all. Sounds like major league bullshit, Zack said as he slammed his hands on the edge of the table. When did you decide to bring Dylan in? Brad grimaced as he put his head in his cuffed hands. He glanced over at Julie and said, Yesterday. He lives in a rundown housing addition on the west side of town. I haven't seen him in... He paused to think as Zack straightened and crossed his arms. It's been months. How many? Jimmy asked. 4, maybe 5. But he was the only person I could think to turn to. When I quit the force, I fell out of favor with most of my old friends. Shut myself out. Was living off of life savings when... I don't care. You knew what you were doing, and you knew what he was going to do, Jimmy interrupted. I still don't even know what happened to you. I got scared and wanted some backup. Ben is too soft. Julie, she did her best. Somehow you handled all of us last time. I needed more backup. Jimmy pointed at Julie and asked, Who is she to you? Julie? She's my sister. Brad hesitated. Please don't hurt her. He fidgeted in his seat and said, She has nothing to do with this. Your sister? You two look as much alike as Mr. Rogers and Carrot Top, Jimmy shot back.
If you got a perm, you'd look like Carrot Top too, Rusty.
Zack said with a snicker. Helpful as always, Wiper. Anyways, so, you're his sister, are ya? Jimmy asked, shifting his attention from Zack to Julie. No, I'm his girlfriend. Or at least I was. We broke up a couple of months before the collapse. When he quit his job, I left him. I thought he was just another deadbeat. But he came and saved me when the collapse happened. He's a good person. You've got to believe him.
We don't have to do a damn thing,
Zack responded calmly. In fact, no one asked you. So sit there. If we were interested in hearing from you, we would have asked. Brad spoke up, asking, How did you guys get past Ben? Is he dead? Jimmy went to the back door and yelled,
Ben! Come on in here!
Turning back to Brad, he said, Ben didn't stand a chance. We pulled up and were on top of him before he knew what happened. Don't blame the kid. It was either do what we told him or die. Kind of like you. As Ben made his way into the house, he looked at Brad and Julie and hung his head for a moment. Brad said, Don't worry, Ben. I don't blame you. I should have never got Dylan involved. I didn't mean for anything bad to happen to you, Rusty. I can promise you that. Promises don't mean anything at this point. You knew where he was taking me. You knew his plan. I don't know what you're talking about. Zack looked over at Jimmy and said, They never do. Looking back to Brad, he said, What do you think, Rusty? He knew. And anyone who works for the sheriff doesn't deserve to breathe. The sheriff? Brad exclaimed in disgust. What do you mean? You know exactly what I mean. Dylan might have fooled me except for 2 things. First, there's no way a deputy lives in that neighborhood. And second, the idiot knocked on the front door. Unfortunately for him, he got 3 new holes in his chest. In exchange, I got a new van and a swollen left leg. Brad sat in dismay, shaking his head and apologizing. I had no idea. We worked together, partied together. We talked shit about the guy all the time. And now you're telling me he drove you straight to his front door? I can't believe it. I had nothing to do with this, Rusty. Nothing. Jimmy listened and looked doubtfully. But Zack said, I think he's telling the truth. Jimmy began pacing before he finally stopped and said, I'm having a tough time believing this. He's square. He's scared, not calculated, Zack said with certainty. I trust your gut. You make the call. I guess I'm not killing anyone. Yet. Jimmy shook his head before saying, Ben, stay here. Wiper and I need to have a quick discussion. Jimmy grabbed a taper candle, pulled Zack onto the porch and said, What in the unholy matrimony did you throw in here? With a laugh and a grin, Zack said,
A simulated grenade. Awesome, right? Sure. But how?
I may or may not have lifted it under questionable circumstances when I left the Navy. I've been holding on to it for a lot of years. Glad I brought some along. A what? A simulated grenade. We use them to train with. It's got everything a frag grenade does, except for the frag part.
It's basically a stun grenade. Worked pretty well, right? He laughed again. Stun grenade? You're crazy, bro. Smooth move. You know, this gives us the runway we needed. We're straightening everything out tonight and going to get the family. No, we're not. We've got 2 captives and a teenage kid. We cannot just say, goodbye, see you later. We'll be back in a few days to trade our bad attitudes for some food and Band-Aids. Toodaloo, folks. We've got them right where we want them. Now, we take advantage of the situation.
Zack tilted his head back and stared at the stars before saying, Fine. You win on this one, but just for the next few days. Jimmy patted Zack on the back and said, We'll see how it goes. They walked back out and saw Julie angrily whispering at Brad while Ben leaned against the countertop, yawning. Here's what's happening, Jimmy started. We're going to cut your cuffs, right after you tell us where your weapons are in here. Brad eagerly shared the information as Julie scowled at him. They secured Brad's AR-style rifle and 6 pistols. Jimmy retrieved them and Zack disassembled them quickly. Good, let's go, Jimmy snarled. What? Where? Brad asked hesitantly. We're going to get our family and we are moving in. If you don't like it, then we can find you a shovel. They all piled into the Suburban and drove until they reached the van. Zack got out and then followed. They arrived home, quickly picked up their families, and returned to the cabins. There wasn't much time to get acquainted to their new homes in the dark, so each family went to bed quickly. They forced Brad to sleep in cabin 7 and Julie in cabin 3 for the night. After his family had been put to bed, he knocked on the Wolf's door. Emily answered as Jimmy said, Tell your husband to come out here, please. She glared at him but finally left. Zack returned moments later and leaned against the door. What can I do you for, Princess? A word? Jimmy asked. After Zack stared blankly at him, Jimmy motioned and said, Out here, please. Zack sighed and shut the door quietly as they stepped out onto the screen porch. Zack sat his lantern down on a coffee table and then plopped down in a wicker chair. He motioned for Jimmy to sit as Jimmy grabbed a chair to sit directly across from him. What's this about? Zack asked cautiously. It's pretty late. Long day. Long night. Yeah, it's been a day, Zack, Jimmy said as he stared into the lamplight. He took a deep breath and looked into Zack's eyes. I need you, brother. I need the old you. What are you talking about? I don't know for how long, but we've got a new group now, and they're not very happy about us being here. There are a lot of decisions that we are going to have to make. Zack slapped his legs and stood up as he said, You've got this under control. Good night, Princess. Jimmy said, Zack, wait, as Zack opened the door. He stopped in the doorway as Jimmy shook his head. Never mind. Good night. Chapter 9. Jimmy awoke with a start early the next morning. He walked to the front door and stepped out in the dark onto the covered front porch. He scanned the area with his eyes and ears, afraid of retribution. Taking a seat in a rocking chair, he waited until the sun came up. The silence was deafening. A random chirp from a songbird would pierce the air, but otherwise, he enjoyed the nothingness. As dawn broke through, the woods awoke with a cadence of bird calls. The sky was painted with fluffy white clouds, highlighted with reds, oranges, and yellows, glorifying the forest in an orangish-yellow haze. He spent time in his Bible, briefly reading a few words from Jesus in the Gospel of Matthew. From Red Oak Cabin, Jimmy watched the turnaround for any sign of movement. To his right, Zack leaned out of the front door of Fox Run Cabin. "Morning, sunshine," Jimmy said, his voice hushed. Zack looked over, cranked his neck violently, and then sighed loudly in pleasure as cracks escaped his body. "I'll never get used to that. Nasty," Jimmy said in disgust. "Good morning, princess. Looks like you're as pleasant as a hemorrhoid on this fine morning," Zack said with a grin. He scratched at his wildly unkempt beard as the two men met each other in the road. "What's the plan for today?" "The first thing we're going to do is find out if we made the right call last night." Zack grabbed Jimmy's arm and turned him. "I've seen a lot of shit in my life. Talked to a lot of bad guys. And this Brad guy. He's telling the truth. The lady, though, something feels off with her. I'm sure you've been trained extensively in the art, but I'm not sold. Even with him, I think there's more to the story, and I may not figure out what it is today, but I will eventually." He was scared shitless. People who are lying tend to get angry. Not scared. Not fearing for their lives and willing to spill everything they know. That makes sense, but he got prickly when we asked about why he wanted backup. "He's hiding something," Jimmy replied. "Well, let's go get him and lay down the law." "It's a little more complicated than that," Jimmy said as they continued to walk slowly. "We cannot give this guy an inch." "What are we supposed to do, Zack? Chain him to a tree like a dog? We have to make sure that he wants to earn our trust. Otherwise, we should have just killed him last night," Jimmy said with conviction. Zack sighed loudly, looked around for a long moment and said, "Damn it, man. I wanted to kill something today. You're the one who convinced me to let him live." "Are you sure I said that?" Zack asked with a sly grin. "We've got plenty of killing to do. The inn is crawling with lurkers. I'm sure they've taken over the entire park. But we've got to get all of our stuff moved over here first. Some hard decisions are going to need to be made. Let's get Brad, convince him to join our cause, and then plan what's next." "Are you sure we can't just kill him?" Zack asked jokingly. They approached Cabin 7. It was a 600-square-foot structure that consisted of a small kitchen, living area, and 2 small bedrooms. A bathroom, although completely useless now, was also part of the layout with a toilet and shower. Knocking on the door, Jimmy waited patiently as Zack hung back. A weary and half-awake Brad opened the door slightly. "What?" he asked with irritation in his voice. "Beautiful morning, isn't it, Brad?" Jimmy asked, exaggerating his giddiness for effect. The door swung open slowly as Brad peered out, examining the woods and trees. "Wow! Are those SpongeBob skivvies you got there?" Zack shouted. Jimmy turned his head, winked and nodded at Zack with a smirk, and then said to Brad, "Can we talk?" Brad gestured for them to come in, but Jimmy said, "Out here. Get some clothes on and meet us at that picnic table," pointing towards a table on the roadside. "Go get Julie. I'll get Ben." They each went their separate ways and returned with their queries shortly afterward. Brad sat, head in his hands as if he were deep in thought. As Julie and Ben sat down on either side of him, Brad jerked his head up and acknowledged them sleepily. Zack and Jimmy remained opposite the small group. Zack stood with his arms folded. Jimmy rested his hands on his hips, took a slow breath, and spoke. "Last night was rough. For all of us. Nobody here trusts each other. That's fine. It'll sort itself out." He scanned the group intensely. Until that changes, you don't carry weapons. No guns, no knives, nothing. I won't gamble with our family's safety, and I won't apologize for it. Brad shifted uncomfortably in his seat as Jimmy continued. This isn't permanent. It's conditional. Earn trust, and the rules change. Until then, this is how it is. Ben, you're with me. Brad, Wiper's taking you. Julie, you'll be with our wives. Jimmy's tone hardened. This isn't a discussion. If you've got questions, save them. We'll regroup in 10 minutes. He stared solely at Brad as he said, "Do we understand each other?" Brad nodded solemnly, breaking eye contact. He spoke up, saying to Julie and Ben, "Just do whatever they want. Don't fight it." Ben followed Jimmy as he went to collect Jessica and Emily. They brought Julie back with them, then split up again. Each was questioned alone. Hidden weapons, hidden supplies, stashes no one had mentioned. A few more pistols turned up in a handful of cabins. Nothing major. More importantly, all three told the same story about where they'd been hidden. When they regrouped, Jimmy was satisfied they'd heard the truth. Or close enough to it. He faced them again. "You'll get a chance to prove yourselves," he said. "And you're starting now. We have one shot to move our supplies and do it right. I count 7 drivers and 6 vehicles, a truck, a van, an SUV, and a car. We've got a truck and a van back at our former base." He looked at Brad. "You say that you don't have keys for the rest, so we work with what we've got." Jimmy started assigning roles without pause. "Ben, you're taking your car. I'll drive the Suburban. Zack and Brad, you two together. Julie, you're with me. On the way back, you'll bring our van back home. Emily, ride with Ben. We won't get everything, but we'll get what matters." Zack nodded and said, "We stagger departures. 2 or 3 minutes apart for us. The other 2 will wait 10 minutes and then follow the 2 or 3 minute protocol. Close enough to help. Far enough not to be sitting ducks." Jimmy tapped his temple. "Good. Anyone else?" Brad glanced around, then cleared his throat. "We should stay off the highways." "That's safer," Jimmy said, "but slower." "Slow is smooth," Zack said with a grin. "Smooth is fast." He stroked his mustache, then added, "Either way, we do this today. Retaliation is coming, and we can't be there when it hits." "This is stupid. I'm not going," Julie said defiantly. "That's not an option," Jimmy replied coldly. "You're coming whether you like it or not." "Why don't you try to make me?" she shot back. Brad said, "Julie, enough. Don't be like that. You're coming along. There is no more discussion." "But..." "No buts. That's just how it is," Jimmy said authoritatively. His eyes went back to Brad. "Can we trust you two?" "He's good for it, at least," Zack said convincingly. Brad exhaled slowly, measuring his words against his survival. "Look, I know where I stand, and I'm not going to sit here and pretend I didn't earn that." He rubbed the back of his neck, eyes dropping for just a second before they came back up. "But I'm still here, and I figure there's a reason for that." He exhaled sharply and leaned forward just slightly, elbows on his knees. "What I'm saying is, I know this town. Both of you could use that." He held eye contact with Zack for a moment and then switched to Jimmy. "I'm not asking for forgiveness. I'm asking for a chance to be worth more alive than dead. That's it. That's all I've got." Jimmy nodded his head as he stared off into the distance, his internal debate pulling him toward believing, at least for the moment, that there was more than just a kernel of truth in what Brad was saying. He broke his silence, turning his head back to the table and saying, "All right, we've got a plan. Let's execute it." Jimmy and Julie led the intermittent caravan in his Suburban. Brad and Zack followed 2 minutes behind him. Jessica and the kids waited 10 minutes before leaving in the new van. Ben and Emily would bring up the rear after another 2 minutes. They would retrieve their Odyssey minivan and Zack's Tacoma at the house after everything was packed and ready to go. "So, Julie, Tell me something about yourself, Jimmy said as they plodded along slowly down a gravel road. The dust was lifting drowsily into the air as he looked in his rearview mirror. No, she replied coldly. Jimmy shifted uncomfortably in his seat and said, Is this how it's going to be from now on? Yup, she said as she shifted in her seat and crossed her arms. And why is that? You hurt me. You're just another asshole who has no respect for women. Jimmy slammed the brakes, the gravel flying in every direction as he turned to her. Let's get one thing straight right now. He waited for an instant. Look at me. I want you to hear and understand everything I'm saying to you. She shifted her head and glared as he continued. What happened could have gone a lot worse, especially for you. Be thankful that I was as gentle as I was. My dispute was with Brad, not you. I don't think I treated you unfairly at all things considered. If you have a problem, give me a chance to make up for it. Julie exhaled and tried to look away, but Jimmy demanded she maintain eye contact. We're reasonable people, which is why you're breathing. You do well to remember that, Jimmy said as he began to accelerate again. Now, let's try this again. You from the valley? No. Okay, that's progress. Where you from? Chicago. No way. I'm from up that way, but I've been up there more times than I can count. North Sider? Jimmy lied. No, she said. Then you're tougher than a $2 steak. A South Sider. Yeah, sure. So you're a Sox fan then? Jimmy asked hesitantly. Nope. Cubs. And where do you recommend I go for a good Italian beef? You know, in case the world comes back. Italian? Beef? I guess Olive Garden. Olive Garden? I see. How about a pizza? I don't know. Pizza Hut. So, you're from Karst Valley then? Never even been to Chicago, have you? No, I told you I'm from Chicago. Jimmy just nodded as they arrived, driving up the 500-foot-long driveway cautiously. He waited for a long moment before hopping out, tactical rifle shouldered. Stay here, he grumbled. According to the plan, once Brad and Zack showed up, Zack would help clear the house while Brad provided overwatch. Jimmy had given him 1 round in the chamber, but no magazine. After Jimmy considered the circumstances, he would be able to put down a lurker and give them enough time to handle the problem. But he would also have the opportunity to kill one of them if he went rogue. But not both of them. Everyone else would begin to load up the most essential items in the workshop once given the all-clear. Jimmy walked tactically, rifle shouldered, around the backside of the workshop and moved toward the back of the garage. All was quiet as he stacked on the door until he heard the crunching of gravel followed by the soft squeak of brakes. Moments later, Zack came around the corner, rifle shouldered until he identified Jimmy. He quickly dropped the barrel toward the ground, nodded, and stacked on the opposite side of the door. I'll breach, he said shortly and quietly. He flung the door open as Jimmy entered, flowing left, while engaging his flashlight in the dark garage and cleared in his direction. Clear, both men said, almost inaudibly. They stacked up on the door that led toward the kitchen. Zack opened and Jimmy entered first. They maneuvered their way through the house quickly, quietly, and efficiently until they each gave the all clear. Zack clicked his radio on and said, Wiper to Brad. We need to give you a call sign. I'm thinking Nighthawk. Jimmy broke in before Brad could answer. Wiper doesn't make these decisions. He doesn't know how to operate these radios properly. And Nighthawk is more taken than the seats on Forrest Gump's school bus. I'm thinking it should just stay Brad. Over. Roger, Brad replied coldly. Everything is clear. Let's get the kids in overwatch position so we can start packing. Over, Jimmy said. Jimmy exited the home and said, Now that we're safe, give me that rifle. Brad stared blankly at him, his arms shaking nervously. What in the hell are you doing? Jimmy heard from behind him as he leveled his sights calmly on Brad's forehead. Think about this very carefully, shitbird. Do it, you spineless coward, Julie yelled as Brad exhaled loudly and dropped the gun on the ground. Brad flipped his body with a speed Jimmy didn't think was possible as he approached Julie. He grabbed her by her button-up flannel shirt and put a finger in her face. "You stupid. Ah! Every time I listen to you, it turns out worse than the last time. And for what? I'm done protecting you. Guys, she's—" "Don't you dare!" she shot back at him. "We'll discuss this later." He let go of her with a push and picked up the rifle. He kept it pointing at the ground as Zack yelled, "Drop it!" Not listening, he pulled the charging handle, ejecting the .556 round onto the ground. "Brad!" Jimmy yelled, but noticed Zack drop his rifle slightly. Brad bent over, picked up the round, and walked the rifle and the round over to Jimmy. He whispered, "I'm sorry. You two are in charge. I don't want to touch a gun again. Not until I've proven my worth. She made me do it." Tears were in his eyes. "Next time I won't hesitate. But I see something in you, big guy," Zack said. "You had every right to shoot me. I almost wish you had. It would have rid me of that woman," Brad whispered in a quivering voice. "I understand," Zack said coldly. "I don't. I've got my eyes on you. And on her." Gravel crunched as Ben and Emily arrived. Jessica stood beyond them, mesmerized and tearful as the children stood around her. Brad cleared his throat and shook his head as he approached her and said, "I'm sorry that you had to see that, and very sorry that the children saw it. It will never happen again. I promise." He walked to the van and leaned against it, head hung low. Julie stood in bewildered amazement before she straightened her shirt and stormed off into the yard alone. "Everything all right?" Emily called as she shut the door of the car. "It is now," Zack called back. "We're burning daylight. Let's get this done." Jimmy and Zack began to gather guns and ammo, clothing, household items, and anything else they thought might be useful under the watchful eye of Emily, as Jessica directed the other two men outside to load up as many tools, tillers, chainsaws, and other equipment as they could manage. After many hours, all of their vehicles were brimming over, and they decided that one last trip was needed to gather the final bits of supplies. Jimmy added half of a 5-gallon container of fuel to his Suburban from the workshop, before saying, "Julie, you're with me again." Exhausted, they all piled into their vehicles and decided to take the long way back, using country roads until they were forced to get on the highway for the last few miles before the park. Jimmy tried to talk to her, but Julie refused on the way home. He was quietly thankful. They entered the park and traveled back to the cabins, each 2 minutes apart. The next few hours were spent unloading into their various cabins. Given the choice, Ben took cabin 2 in the front right of the road. He would be their first line of defense from potential intruders. They used a few other cabins for storage. Brad and Julie would remain in their designated cabins for the next few nights. All weapons were stashed in either Jimmy or Zack's cabins for the time being. Some deer jerky was all that they ate because no one felt like cooking. They all went to bed just after the sun went down and slept until well after the sun came up. Jimmy and Zack were forced to spend the next few days recovering, despite wanting to get the rest of their supplies. "We're going back in. Zack, grab your truck and let's get the rest of it," Jimmy said sharply as everyone else was gathered around picnic tables between the Wood and Wolf cabins. "Brad, you too," Zack said, motioning for him to follow. "What?" Jimmy asked angrily. "He's coming with us." "Why would you think that's a good idea?" "Because he has a truck. We need the room." Jimmy glared at Zack and then glanced at Brad. "Fine. Ben, you're staying back to make sure nothing goes wrong." "No problem, Rusty," Ben said. "Just stay inside and help the ladies organize. Whatever they need. We don't need a lurker running into our camp and catching you off guard," Jimmy continued. "And one more thing, Ben. You're doing great." "Thanks, Rusty," Ben said. "I'll make sure everyone stays safe." Giving a thumbs up and a smile, Jimmy walked to his Suburban and watched as Zack and Brad loaded up into their trucks. A quick radio message. 2-minute stagger. Brad first. Wiper, In the rear, just the way you like it, Cupcake. Over. And Jimmy drove off. Jimmy drove smoothly along country roads, staying off the highway and cutting onto dirt roads when he needed to. Walnut Ridge Road, on the far side of State Road 219 from Jimmy's house, was still unpaved. As Jimmy began to cross the highway, he was struck with an odd sensation in his chest and throat. The kind that tells you something is wrong while your brain tries to rationalize that everything is fine. As he drove the nearly mile and a half toward his home, he reached for his water bottle, hoping that a strong swig would settle him. The smell of smoke hit his nostrils as he drew closer, and the creeping dread came smashing down on him. He stopped in the middle of the road, called it out on the radio, and waited for Brad and Zack. Chapter 10. As Jimmy rolled slowly past the Burke's place, he saw that it was engulfed in flames. The two vehicles that had been left in the driveway were now gone. Jimmy breathed a sigh of relief that it wasn't his own home. From deep down the driveway, he could see the yellow and orange flames giving off heavy black plumes of smoke through the partially leaved trees. Jimmy drove another eighth of a mile before his heart settled into his colon. He could no longer see his home, or the workshop where he and Zack had spent so much time trying to carve out plans and survive. "Wiper, we've got a problem. They burnt everything down." "I can see that. Keep going and turn around as soon as you can, Rusty. We've got to get back." "I can't do that. I've got to get closer." "Over," Jimmy said, fighting back tears of anger and loss. He sped up, pulled into the driveway, and jumped out of the truck. Charred remnants of what had once been his home were all that remained. The place where he had brought his youngest child into the world. Where he had lived, worked, and raised his family. Now it was gone. Sadness was now being overrun by anger. The forest was still smoking in spots, the April sogginess the only thing that had kept the entire forest around him from burning down, acre by acre. He felt massive hands pull him back as he started to walk toward the remains. "There's nothing we can do now, brother. We've got to get out of here before we are found or followed," Zack said as he pulled Jimmy back to reality. "I'm sorry, but there is nothing left for us. Get in your SUV. Let's get back home." Jimmy peered through the smoke and trees as he noticed that Bill's house and barn were gone as well. "Let's go," he shouted as he jumped back into his vehicle and sped down the driveway. They traveled back to the state park in a single-file line, no longer worried about a staggered caravan. As they drew closer to the cabins, Jimmy heard a loud boom. He hit the accelerator and rushed into the cabin area. His wheels screamed as he slammed the brakes, calling out, "Shots fired! Over!" He grabbed his tactical rifle, slung it around his neck, and jumped out, searching for targets. Jimmy saw 3 lurkers off to his left, stumbling toward the wolf's cabin, one of them leaking blood profusely from its chest. He took a knee, steadying his breath, and fired 2 shots, dropping the 2 in the rear, as another unsuppressed rifle shot dismantled the skull of the lead one. Jimmy rose to his feet and yelled, "Hold your fire!" He walked cautiously toward the pile of lurkers, keeping his rifle shouldered and eyes just above his sight, scanning the area. He heard more gargling in the distance, but didn't see anything. Behind him, he heard growling and paws crunching the leaves. Max trotted up beside him and he said, "With me." They continued to walk slowly as Emily came up beside him. "We're with you, Jimmy," she said, shouldering her tactical rifle. "Who is we?" Jimmy asked, refusing to divert his eyes from what was in front of him. "I'm here too," he heard Jessica say from off to his right and behind him. "Good. Stay calm. Be ready. I hear them, but I don't see them. Yet." Max began growling more loudly, and Jimmy threw up a fist as he stopped. Both women continued to move, and Jimmy whispered, "Hold up." They held up a few feet in front of him as the dog switched from a growl to a bark. Jimmy moved forward to get even with them and took a knee. The tops of 2 heads wandered toward them as the dog trotted slightly ahead of them. He commanded Max to sit and then lay. He repeated the command a second time before the puppy listened. The humanoid heads bobbed up and down, reaching the top of the hill. "What's going on up there, Rusty?" Zack crackled over the radio. "We've got at least 2 more. I have our wives with me, and we're holding until they expose themselves for a good shot. Over." He directed his attention toward Emily and Jessica and said, "You two take the one on the left. Aim for the skull. 3, 2, 1. Their rifles fired nearly in unison, echoing off of the trees loudly as Jimmy's suppressed round did the same with slightly less noise. The beings dropped as Jimmy held up his fist. "Rusty to Wiper. 2 more down. We'll wait here to make sure there are no more. Over." "Roger that. All good here," Zack replied. They waited for another 2 minutes before he said, "We're clear. Let's head back." Once they returned, Zack hobbled over to join him, followed closely by Brad. "Took down at least 5. I think that was the last of them. But we need to keep eyes peeled in every direction. We had them coming in before you guys showed up. We put down 6 others," Jessica said. "They came in 2 at a time," Emily added. "Well, you did good," Jimmy said. "We've got to get rid of the bodies." "Where do we put them?" Zack asked. "We'll have to figure it out. For now, let's gather them up, load them into a truck, and move them out of sight." Brad said, "We can use my truck. I'll grab Ben and we'll get started." "Get gloves on. Don't touch any of the blood, and wash your clothes afterward," Emily demanded. "Yes, ma'am," Brad said as they got to work. They loaded 11 lurkers into the back. Jimmy stopped them and said, "Have you guys explored the park much?" "Not really," Brad said. "It's a big place. We'll find something. For now, just get them out of here. Thanks, guys." Brad and Ben drove off as Jimmy and Zack watched. "Let's take a walk, brother," Zack said as he started down the asphalt road and away from their families. Once they were a safe distance away, Zack said, "Sorry, brother. I know you're crushed, but that's the game we're playing now. We lay low, heal up completely, stay on guard, and hit this bastard with everything we have when the time is right. End it once and for all." "You're right. He tried to kill us. Burnt down our base. This guy, man." "That's not even the worst of it," Zack said in a low voice. "I didn't even consider that. What he's doing to women and children, he'll pay. For all of it," Jimmy said, his anger slowly melting into motivation. They stayed on guard, but everything remained quiet. After a short time, they broke the news as softly as they could. Jessica was distraught and Emily was nearly as heartbroken. Fortunately, most of their supplies had already been brought with them, and very little was actually lost. 2 ATVs, some generic camping gear, and the family's most precious memories were among the most painful items left behind. Survival guides, military manuals, and other books were losses Jimmy couldn't shake, reading he had meant to get to someday, but never did. Now, the chance was gone. Chapter 11. As April drew to a close, the rainy season was just underway. The rain had stuck around for a few days when Jimmy approached Zack. "We've got this giant lake, but we need some fishing poles," Jimmy said. "And a boat. Bro, we can get a pontoon and take everyone out on the lake. It's gonna be epic," Zack said with a big smile on his face. "Really? And where exactly are we going to find gas for this boat?" "I don't know." "Me either, genius. I was thinking of canoes or something simple," Jimmy said. "Canoes would work, I suppose, but a speedboat would be a lot cooler," Zack said as Jimmy rolled his eyes. "I'll grab Brad," Zack called out. "You're serious? I don't trust that used maxi pad even a little." "Come on, man. How's he gonna earn it if we don't give him a chance?" Zack asked, his tone serious. "I don't have a calm answer for that right now." "I'm grabbing him. Live with it," Zack said as he walked away. "Fine," Jimmy conceded. "Get him and we'll see what we can find." "There's got to be some sort of place on this lake that rents boats," Jimmy said as he walked away. Minutes later, he met Zack at his truck. Brad was standing nervously with his hands in his pockets, staring at the ground. "You're in the back, Chief," Jimmy said as he snickered to Zack. "You're an idiot. It's comfortable back there. I don't care what you say, Rusty. Jimmy gave him the OK fingers with a wink as they loaded up and drove out of the park. Let's take a right, Jimmy told him as they reached the gatehouse. After a couple of miles, there was a sign that said Tony's Bait Shop, heading north and toward the far side of the reservoir. What you did, Brad. I'm torn. Wiper is in your corner for some reason. If he says you're straight, then I put a lot of weight into that. But there are no buts, Rusty. She doesn't like Wiper, but she hates you. Tried to convince me that if we took you out, Wiper would be on our side. I've done a lot of stupid shit in the last few years. Since I started seeing her, you know. But that was by far the dumbest. I can't believe I even considered it. I could tell by the look in Wiper's eyes that there was no coming back. Something about you, Wiper. Like you had a better chance of finding a mint-condition Snickers instead of coyote shit in the woods before you could raise it to your shoulder? Zack asked as he looked in the rear view. I guess so. What the hell does that even mean exactly? All Zack could do was laugh as Brad grumbled and said, "It was like a voice in my head was telling me that Rusty was off limits." What was it you were going to say before she cut you off? Jimmy asked as he turned around to glare at Brad. He sat for a moment in thought before he said, "I don't even remember." "Of course you do, Brad." "Spill it," Zack said. "I'm being honest. Look, I can't apologize enough with words. Give me one last chance. If I screw it up, you have my permission to put a bullet in the back of my head." "I don't need permission," Jimmy said coldly, "but he's gonna let you earn it. Aren't you, princess?" Zack put in, slapping Jimmy across the chest. They traveled another couple of miles before the lake came into view. Zack tried to lighten the mood by telling jokes, but Jimmy remained with his arms crossed, staring out the window. "You remember what happened when you met my wife?" Zack asked Jimmy. "Of course. You were so in love," Zack said with a cackle. Jimmy turned and said, "What in the absolute crap are you talking about? You came over trying to borrow some sugar. Classic move for a neighbor in love. Then you pissed your pants when I opened the door. No, absolutely not. You can't remember to take the toilet paper with you when you take a dump, let alone what happened that long ago. I don't think so. I opened the door and you're the one who took the dump. Not even close. I moved down by myself while Jessica and the kids stayed back so she could work for one more week. I got there and started unloading stuff out of the truck. I walk in and boom, you're standing in the empty living room. Nah, bro. Yeah, bro. A descendant of Goliath, just standing in my empty living room. It was getting dark and you scared the living heck out of me. I scared you too. Please tell me you remember this." "Fucking concussions, bro," Zack laughed softly before continuing. "I just remember you needed sugar." "Yeah, I did. But that's not how it went down. You were in the house, hiding from your wife. I was dying of thirst and wanted to make some sweet tea. Asked if you wanted some too, but I didn't have any sugar. You were like, 'We'll just drink regular tea,' and we did. And it sucked," Zack said, laughing. "It's all coming back to you now, isn't it?" "Yeah, of course it is. But what happened next?" Jimmy laughed and shook his head. "Unbelievable. You made me go and ask your wife for that sugar while you stayed in my house. She asked me if I'd seen you, but I lied. We enjoyed our sweet tea and talked about nothing in particular before you said, 'Thanks for the drink. Next time, offer me something stronger.' You left. Showed up at 6 a.m. the next morning asking if I needed help unpacking. Nah, that doesn't sound like something I'd do. Does it, Brad?" They followed another sign and found the bait shop 2 miles ahead on an uneven rural road. "There she is," Zack said as he slowed and pulled into the gravel driveway. The glass double doors were secured by a thick chain and heavy-duty padlock. A sign taped to the inside of the door read, "Closed until lockdown lifted." "Let's see what we've got," Zack said, reaching into a toolbox in the back of his truck. He pulled out a hefty pair of bolt cutters and began working to cut the lock with Brad. "You go by Brad all the time? Or do you have a nickname?" Zack asked as he began sizing up the chain and lock. "You can call me what you want," Brad said as a sly grin crossed his face. "But don't call me late for dinner." He tapped his bulging belly and let out a hearty laugh. Jimmy shook his head as Zack cackled along with and wandered around to the back of the building. A flimsy, flush door hung on rusty hinges and a hasp. The padlock was old and rusty. Jimmy slammed the butt of his rifle down onto it. The mechanism snapped free, and the door creaked open a couple of inches. "Wiper," Jimmy hollered as he opened the door wide. "Ugh, that's ripe," Jimmy muttered as the fishy smell of dead bait lingered strongly before he could even step inside. Zack came around the side of the building and said, "Damn it, man, change your underwear," with a cackle. Brad followed shortly afterward and said, "Man, Rusty, what did you eat for breakfast?" "Funny, guys. Very funny. Let's get what we need and get out," Jimmy shot back with a grimace. He entered first into the untouched bait shop. "Let's see what we've got here," Jimmy said, rubbing his hands together. "What do you guys know about fishing anyways?" Brad asked. "You two are acting like you're seasoned pros." "Actually, Brad, the county I grew up in has over 100 lakes. So, I may not be Kevin Van Dam, but I know a little," Jimmy said confidently. "I'm from Minnesota, bro. Been fishing all my life. So just sit there, and we'll pick out a reel for you," Zack said. "Get him a spin cast. The newbies love those. As for me, I'm finding a bait caster," Jimmy put in with a grin. "Bait caster? Those are damn good, but I always preferred the spinning reels myself. Brad, just find some tackle boxes and get us some lures." "Which ones?" Brad asked inquisitively. "All of them. We're looting this place for everything it's got," Jimmy said as he flexed the rods, practiced fake casts, and dialed in what he wanted and needed. After 30 minutes, they had cleaned the store until it was nearly empty. Zack's truck bed was packed full of rods, reels, and supplies. "That was fruitful," Jimmy said as they got into the truck. "Where to next, Rusty?" "Hopefully a marina or canoe rental place, if we can find it." A snap and fizzing came from the back seat. As they turned around, Brad was chugging a Coca-Cola. "Where'd you get that from?" "Ah," Brad said as he smacked his lips. "Huh? Oh, from the cooler in there. It's not ice cold, but still refreshing." "We're turning around," Zack said with a grin. "If you bring back a Dr. Pepper, I'm wearing earplugs tonight. Because your wife..." He finished with a rapid rise and fall of his eyebrows. They returned and looted the cooler. 8 20-ounce bottles of Dr. Pepper, 4 Cokes, 6 Cherry Cokes, and 10 Sprites were ransacked as they once again hit the road. "What's your favorite?" Zack asked. "Coke," Brad said as he guzzled down the rest of his drink. "Cherry Coke. I used to smash 4 or 5 of these puppies a day at work. And then I'd come home and drink 5 or 6 cans of either Coke, Cherry Coke, or Dr. Pepper at night," Jimmy said as he opened a Cherry Coke and took a big gulp. He cranked his head back and then shook it.
That burns so good. Woo, is that sweet?
"I like Dr. Pepper, but your wife would kill me," Zack said. "There are secrets that they keep from us. We can keep one from them. Pop one open, Wiper," Jimmy said with a devious smile. "Fair enough," Zack said as he twisted the lid and drank. "Oh yeah, that's the good stuff, buddy." They continued driving north until they saw a roadside sign that read, "Karst Marina and Boat Rental." They followed it east until they came upon a small marina that sat directly on the water. The view of rolling southern Indiana hills was breathtaking. The drizzle created a slight haze and fog lingered on top of the largest slopes in the area. "This way," Zack said as he walked slowly, rifle in hand. The parking lot and building sat on a gravel pad. Several docks jutted into the water, some covered, most not. No boats sat in the slips, but several John boats rested behind the building in the gravel. Beside them were a few covered, winterized pontoons, a couple of 20-horsepower speedboats, and one houseboat parked nearby. Near the shoreline, a rack held several canoes. Another held a few kayaks. The paddles were bolted to a rack on the side of the building. Jimmy unstrapped the canoes. He and Brad grabbed one and hauled it toward the truck as Zack grabbed another by himself. They placed them in the bed and propped them on top of the cab. They found bungee straps and strapped them down as best as they could, interweaving their new rods to make room. "Let's grab a few kayaks too, if they'll fit," Brad said. They were able to get 2 before returning to the cabins. On the way back, Jimmy said, "Brad, I may regret saying this, but I think it's time you move back into your cabin. With Julie." Brad stumbled on his words and said, "You sure?" Zack broke in and said, "He's sure. Just don't mess this one up. You're all out of chances." When they arrived, they carried the boats one by one down to the water and tied them to trees. Jessica, above everyone else, was overjoyed to be able to enjoy a small comfort that had become lost in the new world. The next few days were wet, but when the rain parted, Jimmy determined that it was time to move on and fortify their new home as both families continued to grieve for their old one. "Now that things have settled, we've got to lower the risks around here," Jimmy told Zack as they sat by the fire late that night. "Sounds like a good plan, brother." "You'll figure it out," Zack said as he slapped his knees and started to stand up.
"Sit! Now!"
Jimmy said with an intensity in his voice that Zack had seldom heard. "Excuse me?" Zack shot back defensively. "I don't know if it's your hearing, or maybe I've developed a sudden stutter. Whatever it is, sit." Zack stood over Jimmy, pointing down at him, saying, "I don't know who you think you are, or what you think you've become. But I'm not going to sit around and listen to your bullshit." Jimmy cut him off and stood. "You're going to sit down and listen to all of this, because I'm done coddling you. I let you down. Your injury is on me. You take point. I watch our 6. In that moment, I didn't have your 6. And you paid a heavy price because of me. When I got stabbed, that was my fault, not yours. You were down and I didn't protect myself. I got too cocky, let both of us down."
And then I panicked.
"I messed up, not you!"
Zack grumbled as he fell back into his seat. "That's not how I see it." "Well then, you better get some glasses because you're not seeing it plainly. You're only looking at what you didn't do instead of how it went. What happened to me is on me. What happened to you is on me. And I relive those moments every day. In the quiet times, lying in bed, up before dawn, alone at the fire. It's all I can think about. But we've got a family to look out for. You can't let this consume you. I won't allow it to eat you up anymore. You're wrong about this, Jimmy. Dead wrong. No, Zack. You're wrong. No matter how much you train, how much you know, things don't go perfectly. They won a battle. But we cannot let them win the war. Your family needs you. So does mine. But I need you too." Zack sighed loudly but didn't speak as Jimmy continued. "We are going to clear the inn tomorrow. Think about how." Jimmy walked to his cabin and entered the front door before Zack could chase him down. He walked into the kitchen and threw his fist onto the countertop in the dark. Plates shook and glasses rattled. Jimmy laid in bed for a long while before drifting into a restless sleep. When he awoke the next morning, he looked out the window and saw Zack sitting by himself, the smoke drifting lazily upward from a strong, burning fire. "Morning," Jimmy said softly as Zack watched him approach. "Morning, dickhead," Zack replied coldly. "You ready to do this today?" Zack glared with hard eyes momentarily before saying, "Remember how we handled the lumber yard? That's how we clear the parking lot. And then we move on to the inn, room by room, floor by floor," Zack said as they sat around their makeshift outdoor kitchen, sipping his coffee disguised as pure black motor oil. "I agree. What about Brad and Ben?" Jimmy asked. "We work alone, brother. At least on this mission. Too many untrusted guns can bring too much unwanted attention. They don't have suppressors. And Ben has no training. Brad is not trustworthy enough. Yet. But this isn't the time and place to find out. Don't know if he will ever get there," Jimmy said with some trepidation in his voice. "We'll get him squared away. But clearing a parking lot isn't the place for him to start, Zack said confidently. I might regret saying this, but I think it would be good for him. We can send him in another vehicle. He can sit in a corner and pull security. Help us out if we need it, Jimmy argued. Wait a minute. You go from almost getting shot by him to giving him a scoped rifle? You've lost it. I'd be more out of my mind if we got turned into lurkers because we were being stubborn, Jimmy shot back. Fair point. But don't say I didn't warn you, Zack said as he slapped the table lightly, gulped down the last of his coffee, smacked his lips, and let out a satisfied "ah" as he went to gear up. Jimmy departed to do the same. While Jimmy preferred Spartan Rift Ridge Break, an early fall pattern, they both dressed in Spartan Rift Night Stalker, Zack's preferred pattern. Zack's current kit was sewn back together in several spots on both his pants and his sweatshirt, but it still served its purpose well enough. Zack slung his marksman's rifle behind his back and carried his tactical rifle while Jimmy brought his bolt-action rifle and tactical rifle. They brought their backpacks, holstered their pistols, and sheathed their fixed-blade knives. Zack and Jimmy traveled together, with Brad driving his Ranger separately. Do not fire unless it is absolutely necessary. We cannot afford to draw the attention of a group of lurkers, Zack directed. Understood. No problem. I will just be there to watch your backs. Nothing else, Brad promised. With a load of spare magazines, Jimmy and Zack got into the Tacoma. Damn. We're down to about a quarter of a tank, Zack said as he examined the dashboard. We still know where a bit of gas is, Jimmy said, while he gripped his rifle tightly. They drove the mile or so in relative silence to the inn. As they entered the parking lot, the number of lurkers had seemingly doubled since the last time that Jimmy had noticed them. He rolled down his window, stuck out a fist, and waited until Brad pulled up beside them. Change of plans, Chief. Pull up near us. We'll give you a tac rifle. We're going to need some help. Zack entered the overflow lot, which sat about 200 yards from the entrance. Both men exited as Brad pulled up about 30 feet away. Jimmy walked his tactical rifle gingerly to Brad, who grabbed it and jumped into the back of his truck while Zack rolled up his tonneau cover. Jimmy slung his Remington R700, rifled in .270, and climbed into the back. He steadied his bipod on the roof of the truck, looked at Zack and said, I'm not counting. Bullshit, Rusty. Everyone counts. Jimmy pulled back the bolt deliberately, watching his round enter the chamber before pushing the bolt forward and locking it in position. Steadying his aim and his breath, Jimmy put light pressure on the trigger until a suppressed pop echoed against the trees. Pink mist floated into the air 100 yards away. You see that, Brad? One shot, one kill. Tommy Beringer over here is putting in some work, Zack shouted sarcastically as he began to engage. As Jimmy and Zack continued plinking their targets, Brad called out through the radio, Got two coming in hard. Then take care of the problem, Zack shouted. I can't from here, Brad screamed and jumped from his truck, landing hard on the pavement with a sharp grunt. At the same time, Zack spun, found two lurkers 20 feet away, bearing down, and dropped both in rapid succession. Rusty, grab my tac rifle, watch our flank. I'll take out the rest of them. What? Why don't you watch our flanks? I need the practice more than you. We don't have time for you to plink targets one by one, Zack said as he spun to glare at Jimmy. All right, Fancy Nancy, take it easy, Jimmy said as he grabbed Zack's tac rifle. Shifting his attention to their left, Jimmy held guard as Zack's suppressed shots began to ring out in rapid succession. Zack looked around. Clear, he said confidently as he removed his magazine and reloaded with clinical efficiency. Clear, Brad called out. You clear, bro? Zack asked. Jimmy did not answer as he strained his eyes toward the tree line. Zack slapped his back as he continued to stare into the void and said, Rusty, you good? No, he replied, his voice cold and distant. Gargling sounds began to emanate from the tree line. Jimmy squeezed the trigger once. Suddenly, a chorus of strange calls filled the air. It wasn't shrill and loud, but still sent a shiver down their spines. Hisses followed the calls as a horde of lurkers sprinted from the tree line. Jimmy fired the tactical rifle, dropping two lurkers near the front. They continued to fire as the horde closed in fast. Gotta go, Rusty. I'll cover you. Get to Brad. No chance, you go. There's no time to argue. Zack tried to shove him, but Jimmy stayed firm. I guess we die together then, shit for brains, Zack shouted. They continued to fire at point-blank range as the beings began to climb into the bed of the truck. Get out of there, Brad shouted as he climbed into the cab of his pickup. Zack whipped his rifle to his back and pulled his pistol as he began driving his boot into Lurker skulls. His unsuppressed pistol drowned out all other noise as Jimmy's ears started ringing. He stood and continued to fire furiously. To his left, a lurker had placed a foot on the tailgate and was coming into the bed as another pistol round tore through its skull, flinging the body backward and onto a mess of lurkers. Time to go, Zack shouted. I'll cover you, Jimmy insisted as he continued to fire. One last shot rumbled through Jimmy's ears as he felt bear paws grasp his collar. The force of the pull was overwhelming and threw him off balance. Get the fuck out of there! Now! Zack's voice seemed distant as he turned and saw him jump out of the back. Zack grunted deeply as he landed and hobbled toward the truck. Chapter 12. Pain coursed through Jimmy's veins as he made his leap and hit the pavement. Sprinting for all he was worth, he stuck a boot in the wheel well and dove into the bed of Brad's pickup truck. The engine revved, drowning out the guttural rattling sounds as the truck sped away. The back window came sliding down and Zack yelled, "You ready to mow the rest of these bastards down?" Looking up, Jimmy regained his composure and said, "You serious?" Brad drove and turned around as Jimmy gripped Zack's rifle. He engaged the magnifier on the red dot sight and began to fire slowly and succinctly as the group of lurkers stormed toward their new position. Zack climbed out, popped the tailgate, and roared as he stepped up and joined Jimmy. He was breathing hard as he settled himself into position and quickly began taking controlled shots. They act like they're tired. Ever seen this before? Jimmy asked. No. They're slowing down quite a bit. Something is off. That makes it easier, Jimmy said as he fired off a shot. We've thinned them out pretty good. Pop, pop. Only a couple more left. As the men finished them off, Brad jumped out, rifle shouldered. He walked tactically behind them, toward the front of the inn. Get back in the... Zack started as Brad fired 7 shots in quick succession. Jimmy turned around and saw 2 lurker bodies had fallen, but 2 others were charging at full speed. Brad squeezed off another round, but it flew wide of its target. Jimmy sprinted off the end of the tailgate, landing sharply but gracefully as Brad tried to wrestle them off. He threw his arms around the neck of one, spun, and threw it to the ground. Dropping his knees into the being's shoulder blades, he stabbed the back of its head with his blade. Brad made a heaving push, sending the lurker off balance and directly at Jimmy. He drove his blade into the top of the head of a shorter lurker, watching it crumple backwards and into his lap. Jimmy retrieved his knife from the skull, spun, and looked in every direction as Brad stood motionless. As Jimmy moved in, Brad still hadn't blinked. Get in the back with Wiper, he said, pushing him in that direction lightly as he jumped into the cab, threw the shifter into drive, and wandered the parking lot, looking for somewhere safe to recover. Rusty, pull it over. I think we're clear for now, Zack shouted through the window. Jimmy found a spot in the middle of the lot and put the Ranger into park. He jumped out quickly and slammed the door. When he got to the tailgate, he saw that Zack had removed Brad's button-up shirt, exposing his large belly and upper body. What's the news, brother? Jimmy asked hesitantly. Brad was shouting frantically, I'm good! I'm good! While Zack calmly scanned him. Just cool it, Brad. Let him look you over, Jimmy said. The thrashing paused momentarily as Zack looked at Jimmy. I think he's good. If he'd stop flopping around like a Magikarp, I could give you a better answer. A what? A Magikarp, Zack repeated as Jimmy stared at him blankly. From Pokemon. Poke your mom? What is that?
Jacob's into it. Oh, hell, never mind. He's flopping like a fish, numbnuts. I'm good. I'm good. I promise.
Brad broke in, breathing heavily, rushing to put his shirt back on. You sure? You don't look very good, Chief, Jimmy said, smiling slyly at Zack. I promise. They didn't get me, man. I promise, Brad said, his eyes still darting and chest heaving. All right, settle down. We'll get you examined when we get back. We got any other company? Zack looked around, said, No, shortly, and continued to scan the parking lot area. Let's gather the bodies. We'll get the ones from the other day, and then we can go dump them in the lake or something. The lake? You've lost your marbles, Chief. That's our drinking water, fishing spot, and a lifeline. We can't do that. We've got to find a sinkhole. Toss them in there and burn the bodies. Burn the bodies? You're crazy. You want to smell that? Zack asked. It'll smell better than you, Jimmy said with a grin. Rusty, Zack said, pinching his fingers together. You're this close. You see, Brad, this is the kind of foreplay I've been talking about. Now hold my beer while I mess this crippled Sasquatch up. You're gonna mess your pants, right before I slaughter you. Guys, you think we should maybe just get out of here? You know, instead of arguing in the middle of an infested parking lot, Brad cut in. Settle down, Brad. Wiper's just fooling around. He'd miss my purty face too much to slaughter me. Wouldn't you, Cupcake? Jimmy said, his grin widening. I'll just keep your head on a spike in my living room to remind me of how purty you really are, Rusty. That's morbid, but I like it. A lot. There's something seriously wrong with you two, Brad said, seemingly sickened by their banter. No, really. There is. Jimmy and Zack smiled at each other, and then turned and smiled together at Brad. He shook his head and began buttoning his shirt back up as Jimmy said to Zack, You ready to clear this place? You two aren't serious, are you? Brad asked, nearly distraught. Staring into Brad's eyes, Jimmy said, Would you mind dropping us at the door? I think we need to get back home. I almost died 5 minutes ago. Feels awesome, right? Jimmy asked, again cracking a smile as he glanced at Zack. Zack broke in saying, Hey, that's my line. Not today, sweetheart. Why you always stealing my lines? Because it's fun, Jimmy said with a laugh. Holy shit, you're both sick. We're going back home, Brad complained. Fine then, poopy pants. We'll just do everything your way, Jimmy said flatly. Drop us back off at the truck and we'll be back home shortly. Brad crawled behind the steering wheel and accelerated slowly. The two men in the back scanned the area with their rifles as they drove. Once they reached the Tacoma, they jumped in quickly and followed Brad back to the cabins. He's clean, Emily concluded before asking, What happened exactly? Why did I need to check him out? Brad started to explain but was quickly interrupted by Zack. He'd left out most of the major details but said, He had a little wrestling match with a lurker. I knew he was fine but just wanted you to double-check him. No big deal. Zack's overgrown beard parted, showing his pearly whites. No big deal, huh? You almost got him killed. Brad, you're not allowed to go with these fucking idiots ever again, Julie screamed. When did you start giving a damn? Zack shot back. What's that supposed to mean? I felt like it was pretty straightforward, Jimmy said, his eyebrows angled down. You two assholes don't know anything about us, Julie said as angry tears streamed down her cheeks. That's your choice, not ours. We've tried to include you and make you feel comfortable, but you just turn away every chance you get, Jimmy said angrily. That's why you're lucky that we let you use a fork, if you're so unhappy. Just go in the cabin, Jules. Everyone is tired of this act, including me. She tried to argue with Brad, but he cut her off before things could escalate, saying, Go! We'll talk about it later, damn it! She glared at him momentarily before stomping off. They continued their conversation as they heard the screen door slam, followed shortly by the front door. Brad apologized all over himself before Jimmy stated, It's fine. We'll get it figured out. Tell me again, what happened? Emily said. Don't worry about it, honey. It wasn't even a big deal, Zack said as he grinned slyly at Jimmy. You're lying again, aren't you? Emily shot back. Zack looked around and pointed to himself. Who? Me? His forehead wrinkled as he continued. I would never. Not to change the subject, but what's for breakfast? You're on your own, bud, Emily said, shaking her head as she walked away. Maybe we can catch up later, Em, if you know what I mean. I don't, and we won't, she said, not breaking stride. He sighed loudly, looked at Jimmy and said, I think that went well. Definitely sounded like a maybe to me, Chief. Chapter 13. A few days later, Jimmy awoke and dressed in a pair of tan work pants, his favorite Jack Hughes Team USA t-shirt and zip-up hoodie. He woke Logan and said, Come on, bud. You and me are going on a hike. Do I have to? The 8-year-old argued. Yes. Get some clothes on and meet me outside. Logan grumbled, but eventually slid out of bed. He put on a worn pair of jeans and a long-sleeve shirt before meeting Jimmy on the front porch. You ready, partner? Logan simply nodded, and Jimmy led him to the Suburban with both dogs. They drove from the family cabins through the park until they found a parking lot on an offshoot road in the far eastern part of the park. A brown wooden sign said, Trail 9, in yellow paint. How long is this trail? Logan asked cautiously. Great question. I don't have a map. Most state park trails don't go much more than a mile, though. Do you have to bring that gun? Yes, I do. It's for our protection. You never know what we may run into around here. Let's walk. They walked along the well-worn trail, nearly 10 feet wide. The dogs took turns ranging ahead, falling back, and weaving around them. The ground started out flat, then rolled unevenly until a massive sinkhole appeared just off the trail to their right. That's the place, Jimmy muttered. They picked up the pace as the trail bent ahead. Sheer rock walls rose to their left, limestone bluffs climbing nearly 80 feet into the sky. A fast-moving shallow creek ran at the base while the trail climbed 20 feet above it to the right. After a couple hundred yards, the bluffs disappeared and the creek split away as the trail continued on. Holy smokes, Logan. Did you know this was here? No, but this is awesome. It is, bud. Let's keep going. See where it takes us. Can we bring Uncle Zack and Jacob sometime soon? Sure. Why not? Jimmy said with a smile. They continued as the trail circled around. They walked through old-growth forest, where some of the biggest and healthiest maples, oaks, sycamores, and other hardwoods had been standing watch over the wonders of nature for decades. The ground continued to rise and fall. After around 1¼ miles, it returned them back to the parking lot. You want to find another one? Jimmy asked excitedly. Only if it's a short one. Deal, Jimmy said. He put his Suburban into reverse, backed out of the parking space, and drove his way steadily from the east side of the park to the northwest side. They found another small pull-off with parking spots. How's this look? I'm sure there's something here. Looks cool. He grabbed his rifle and waited as the dogs made their way out of the van, followed by Logan. Jimmy looked around before he located another brown sign. It's engraved. Yellow lettering indicated Trail 3. Connected by hooks, another sign hung below it, saying, Camp Behmo Say. Look here, pal. There's the trail. Let's do this, Jimmy said as they wandered down a similar trail. They followed trail markers for 1/4 mile until they came upon a placard. Jimmy read aloud, Camp Bimos, pronounced Behmo Say. Oh, my bad, Logan. To keep going. Just beyond are 2 historic mounds. These earthworks date to the late Woodland and Mississippian periods, AD 500 to 1650, when they were used for burial and ceremonial purposes. The Miami tribe ask on behalf of their ancestors that you help preserve these sites and treat them with respect. Wow, that's pretty cool. I would have had no clue. It just looks like a hill. But now that I know, I can see them. Kinda makes you wonder how many of these hills in the area are mounds versus how many are natural, doesn't it? I guess so, but I don't understand it. Important people, mostly. They'd bury them there and sometimes add more over time. Build the mound up as they went. Part of it was burial, part of it was ceremonial. Probably other reasons nobody fully understands anymore. But it meant something to them. It was how they honored people. How they kept them from being forgotten. Logan looked at Jimmy with an indifferent expression as he continued. They'd come back to these places too. Gatherings, ceremonies, that sort of thing. Different way of doing it than what we do nowadays. But it meant something more important to them. Interesting, right? I suppose so. But I'm not going to find what I'm looking for here. It just wouldn't be right. This place is sacred. The last place too beautiful. Let's keep looking, Jimmy said in a quiet voice, showing reverence for the land and the mounds. Do we have to? My legs are starting to get tired. One more. You've got that in you, don't you? Logan grunted and said, I guess so. But only one more, and it better be short. No problem. Let's go back instead of continuing down the trail. As they turned to walk back to the vehicle, Jimmy heard a familiar noise. Raspy breathing and gargling carried lightly through the woods. Logan, stay with me. Max, Charlie, with me. Let's go. Jimmy quickly swung his rifle around to his front, grasping it tightly. Walk in front, Logan. I'll be right behind you. Both dogs began growling as Jimmy commanded them to follow. Faster, Jimmy whispered, checking behind him constantly. I'm scared, Dad. What do I do? Logan asked as his breathing accelerated and his heart hammered through his chest. Keep walking. This is why we bring guns. Calling came from their left as Jimmy said, Run! Sprint for the car! Logan began running as lurkers started to appear through the woods to their left and right. As the parking lot came into sight, Jimmy yelled, Keep going! We're almost there! He could hear lurker noises behind them as they reached the Suburban. Logan flung the door open and dove in. Get in! Let's go! Come on! Get in! He yelled as Jimmy stood guard, rifle shouldered, scanning the area. Logan pounded on the glass while Jimmy waited. You forgot the dogs, Jimmy shouted as he opened his door, forcing both dogs in as they barked. He jumped in, pushing Max to the back and Charlie into the passenger seat as they barked wildly through the glass. Let's go home. That was way too close, Logan said. No, bud. I've got to find something. One more trail. Logan sighed but gave in. Jimmy drove to the southern part of the park and found another parking lot. The nature center and a swimming pool sat at the back of the lot. A small patch of grass in the forest sat beyond. Let's take a look. They walked around to the backside and found a paved trail. Following it, it opened up into a wide field. A swing set and playground sat in the middle, and a covered pavilion with several picnic tables and a couple of makeshift grills sat 100 yards to the west. Pretty cool. Might have to bring everyone over for a little picnic. And you kids can play. Sound like fun? I'm tired, Dad. I just want to go back home. But sure. Sounds great. Alrighty then. Let's get this done and then you can relax. Jimmy led the way as the dogs wrestled playfully. As they left the field, hardwoods flanked the trail on either side, but the ground remained flat. As the trail turned, the pavement ended, giving way to dirt, although the width did not change. As the ground rose and fell slightly, Jimmy noticed that a wooden fence had been erected up in the distance. As they closed the gap, Jimmy saw why. This is the place, pal. Exactly what I have been looking for. Thank goodness, Logan responded. The fence, apparently erected to block someone from falling in, protected a large sinkhole. Around 100 feet across, it dropped 30 feet in a funnel-like shape. Let's get back, buddy. You need me to carry you? Jimmy asked with a smile. Yeah, that would be good, Logan said, the seriousness on his face making Jimmy break down laughing. I'm not carrying your butt. Let's go. They returned to the vehicle and then drove slowly through the park and back to the cabins. Later that evening, as Jimmy and Zack prepared dinner for the group, they started laying the groundwork for a supply run. The chickens had not produced many eggs since the move, putting a strain on their food supply. The 200-plus pounds of rice that they had started with had dwindled down to their final 50-pound bag, which they had opened that night. There were only remnants of jerky remaining from Jimmy's deer harvest. All of the smoked beef was long gone, although they still had a few canned roasts, some canned turkey and chicken that the Wood family preserved in quieter times. After everyone faked enjoyment with the meal, Jimmy pulled Zack aside. "How's your leg?" he asked with concern. "It's as good as it's gonna get, brother." "How about yours?" Zack said. "It's probably worse than the diarrhea after eating gas station sushi. At least it's still attached, though." "Why are we friends again?" Zack said, suppressing a grin. "I've never really figured out why we became friends in the first place. But we're friends now because I'm better than talking to trees. And your wife." "Unfortunately, that's true." They both laughed for a minute before Zack changed the subject, saying, "Tomorrow. We clear the inn. You and me, no one else." "You sure? No Brad?" He froze, multiple times. "Can't have that when we're clearing indoors. No Brad, no Ben, just old Rusty and Wiper, like the good old days." "Hard to argue," Jimmy said as he slapped Zack on the back and headed toward his cabin to spend a little time with his wife and 4 children before the sun went down and forced them to go to bed, ready or not. He stopped in his tracks and yelled, "Hey! By the way, I found somewhere to drop the bodies." "Great, bud. Tell me about it tomorrow." "There's nothing else to say. That's it. Found a sinkhole by the nature center. It's paved most of the way." Zack gave a thumbs up and they parted ways. Chapter 14. In the morning, Jimmy awoke just before dawn. He dressed, strapping his blade and holster to his belt. He limped slightly as he went outside to prepare the fire for the day. He had always wondered how he would fare without the trappings of modern life. When younger, he daydreamed of being a pilgrim. As a young adult, he considered what life may be like if government failed and the power went out. In the few years before the collapse, he got first-hand experience in how hard life was trying to grow and raise even a small amount of your own food, poultry, and heating a home with wood alone. But it was easy compared to what Jimmy was experiencing now. Without electric light, relying on candles had faded from reality quickly. Modern candles were designed for scent output, not light output. And they were all burned a few weeks after the collapse. Jimmy had a handful of oil lamps, but the fuel was nearly gone. Late nights lit by lamplight were no longer an everyday option. The fuel was too precious to waste. Cooking over an open fire, which at first felt like a novelty, lost its luster quickly. Even with Jimmy's decent collection of cast iron pans, every meal took more time and effort than it ever had before. They still had matches, but starting a fire without modern conveniences, such as lighters, fire starters, fat wood, and other manufactured aids was never as simple as he had imagined. As Jimmy gathered tinder and small sticks in the woods, he heard twigs snapping in the distance. He waited and listened while the leaves rustled up ahead. He dropped his materials quietly, drew his pistol, and walked in a crouch slowly and steadily. Stopping momentarily to scan the area, he waited again. A twig snapped. Hidden behind a group of brambles, Jimmy extended his neck. After seeing nothing, he stood slowly and took one step. Sticks cracked underfoot, and he saw 3 white tails pop up and run off deep into the woods. Smiling and shaking his head, he looked quickly around and then went back to gathering his tinder. As he returned to the campfire area, Ben was sitting at the picnic table, rubbing his eyes. "Morning, Ben. How are you doing today?" Ben moaned, wiping his nose with his sleeve, and said, "Not great, Rusty." "Oh, that's too bad. What's bothering you?" Ben sneezed aggressively 3 times in a row, and after Jimmy blessed him, he said, "Allergies. They're real bad right now, Rusty. Real bad. I'm really missing my pills. We've got those little pink ones if you need them. They knock me out." "That's all right," Jimmy said. He scanned the area, looking around with exaggeration, and said, "It's not like we've got a lot going on. Get a bite to eat, take some pills, and go back to bed. We'll survive while you recover." Sneezing again, he said, "I've got to carry my weight." That's what Brad always says, at least. I understand what he meant, but allergies can be devastating. My mother had them, so I get it. "I wish I knew something about my mother," Ben said in a nasally tone, still rubbing an eye. "What do you mean?" Jimmy asked curiously. "My mom just never cared about me. She dropped me off with my grandma one day when I was 7 or 8, and I only saw her on holidays for a while. But I haven't seen her in years, Ben said, the sadness in his voice apparent. If she wasn't already dead, she has to be now. I'm sorry to hear that, Ben. You seem like a great guy. Your grandparents did a great job with you. But that's tough, Jimmy responded, trying to be delicate. You said that your mom called you an idiot. What did that mean? Ben asked, sniffling and breathing heavily. Did I say that? Jimmy laughed. You sure did. The day we met. I remember that you said it was a conversation for a different day. Is that day today? Well, Ben, it probably shouldn't be today. But why not? I was more of a screw-off than I should have been as a teenager. And she thought I was just wasting talents that she was convinced I had. Nothing more than that, Jimmy told him, reflecting for a moment on the wasted opportunities in his younger life. He was snapped back to reality as Ben said, At least she was there for you, Rusty. At least she cared. At least she wasn't doing drugs and coming home with new boyfriends who would beat the crap out of me and sometimes her too. It happened most nights until she decided to kick me out. I stood up for her and Silas didn't like it. That was a bad night, Rusty. You're right, Ben. Compared to that, my mother was an absolute saint. It's easy to think about how bad and horrible your life is and how many struggles you think you're going through until you hear a story like yours. And it makes you think, my stuff is easy. It's nothing compared to real struggles. Maybe I should have been more thankful for what I had instead of worrying about what I didn't have. Which wasn't much, come to think of it. Jimmy again trailed off, getting caught up in another daydream. It's okay, Rusty. My grandparents gave me a good life. Grandpa taught me enough that I'm still alive, which is more than I can say about some of my old friends. Haven't seen or heard from anyone I used to know since the power went out and Grandpa got sick with that flu. He was in bad shape for a few days, before he got better for a few hours. But then he turned on my grandma and me about 4 days after he first got sick. I had to put him down, Rusty. Stabbed him in the back a bunch while he attacked her, but he wouldn't stay down. It was bad business. Grandma was the same way, got sicker and sicker, and then suddenly she turned into a monster. She tried to get me, but I fought her off. Left the house and wandered into the state park. Wow, that's rough, Ben. I suppose so. But either way, Brad says that there's no room for laziness. So, I'll find a way to push through. The truth is, Ben, a day or two lounging around and resting up isn't going to hurt our feelings. We're going to need you in a few days. But if you're suffering, then we can't use you. Take a couple of those pills and take a few naps. You'll be better by then, and we all win. Ben trailed off as the Wolf family came out of their cabin together, laughing. Morning, dickhead, Zack shouted at Jimmy as he let out a long sigh and reached for the sky, stretching. Jimmy peered through the smoke and said, Cupcake, you ready to have a good day? Emily said, No, he needs his rest, and you egging him on isn't going to fly today, Jimmy. Jimmy? Ben exclaimed. I thought your name was Rusty. It's our secret, Ben. Remember? I'm James Bond, Jimmy said with a wink as he put his finger across his lips. Oh, okay, Rusty. You got it, Ben said, smiling back. With the water boiling, Jimmy found a group of plastic bowls, retrieved some oatmeal, and began preparing everyone's breakfast. Using just a dab of maple syrup and a slight pinch of salt, he filled the bowls and waited on the instant oats to cook. As he sat across from Zack, who was shoveling his breakfast down his gullet, he asked, Was she being serious? Yeah, bro. But that doesn't mean that I'm going to listen. We can create a diversion and just disappear. Jimmy lifted his eyebrows, smiled, and shook his head. After breakfast, they made their move. As Zack held Jessica and Emily's attention, Jimmy snuck off and grabbed his tactical rifle, stacked 2 spare magazines into the cargo pocket of his pants, and waited for Zack near his truck. What do you think you're doing, mister? Jimmy spun, heart in his throat as he came face to face with Jessica and Emily. Huh. What? You talking to me? Jimmy asked, his heart refusing to sink back out of his throat. Jessica looked around quickly and said, I don't see anyone else around here, Jimmy. So yeah, I'm talking to you. What are you doing? Jimmy stuttered. I was just checking the brakes, struts, and tires on this thing. I thought I heard it squeaking yesterday. He kicked the tire for emphasis. They're looking all right. Must have been something else. Jessica laughed a little, saying, You know as much about tires as a shark knows about dry land, Jimmy. Emily stared angrily and said, You two are trying to sneak off, aren't you? Just then, Zack came walking up, laughing and saying, Let's get out of here, bro. I've got them on a wild goose chase. Jimmy turned wide-eyed and slashed at his throat. Zack continued, Are you having a stroke? Hurry up and get in. They're distracted inside somewhere. Jimmy continued slashing at his throat, shaking his head and tilting it toward the ladies as they stepped over into Zack's view. Emily said, Distracted, huh? Nice try, bud. Oh, shit. There you are. I've been looking all over for you. Damn, you look great today. You do something new with your hair? Jimmy closed his eyes, hung his head, and shook it slowly, waiting for the explosion. Yeah, I actually did, she said as she spun it in her middle finger before letting go and showing him the bird. Just go, jackass. Emily stomped off as Jessica followed closely behind. Smooth move there, butt wiper. Living up to your name, Jimmy said. Shut up and get in the damn vehicle, Rusty. Roger that, Jimmy said as he jumped into the truck. You'd better get your rubber boots. 'Cause we're in deep shit, Zack said, both laughing hysterically. Zack pulled into the main parking lot as both men scanned the area. Lone lurkers drifted up and down the rows of the parking lot, but there was no sign of groups. Zack drove slowly down the lane, put the vehicle in park, and they both got out. They took care of the 7 lurkers with ease. They piled back into the vehicle and Zack parked in the first space near the entrance, marked Handicapped Only. I hope they'll forgive me, Zack said with a snicker. Both men slung their rifles around their necks and walked up to the large glass-encased doors. They peered in, but saw no movement. You ready, Princess? Zack asked. Nodding his head, Jimmy opened the first set of double doors. Following, Zack opened the next set. Jimmy shouldered his rifle, engaged his flashlight, and floated left into the large lobby. The smell slapped Jimmy's nose with authority. The air was stale, musty, and hinted at something putrid nearby. Zack immediately threw up a fist and took a knee, Jimmy copying his movement. He pointed 2 fingers to his eyes and pointed off to his right. He drew his all-black Montana Knife Company Sear 25 blade, raised 1 finger, and pointed to himself as he crept off. Jimmy repositioned himself slightly forward to try to keep eyes on Zack. He saw him creep slowly behind a lone figure. When close, he stood, kicked the back of the knee and dropped the lurker, then drove his blade into the top of the head. With a grunt, he removed the blade, wiped it on the shredded rags that covered the lurker's body, and placed his knife back into its sheath on his belt. He walked slowly back to Jimmy, shining a grin, before he dropped to 1 knee again. As they prepared to move, they suddenly heard loud engines revving in the distance. Looking at each other, Zack said, Those are motorcycles, and they're in the park. That's a problem. Chapter 15. The motors grew louder as the 2 men stood frozen. Run or fight, Jimmy. We hide. See what's going on without interfering. We're out of time. Get out of sight now, Zack exclaimed. A group of 6 motorcycles entered the lot. 6 men and 2 women, looking slightly ragged in their worn leather, got off of their bikes. They stretched, looked around, and a few men drew pistols from their belt lines. Shit, Zack whispered as Jimmy watched the men walk toward the door. Here they come. Follow my lead. Zack, no, Jimmy whispered, but it was too late. Dag nabbit, he mumbled as he followed Zack through the door. Can I help you, gentlemen? Zack shouted as he blasted the door open and stood confidently at the top of the steps, rifle held firm and steady at his waist. Startled, they pointed their pistols at Zack. The presumed leader said, Holy shit. You scared the hell out of us, man. Pausing, he looked at his friends and back at Zack before continuing. You got any food in there? Zack stared blankly before replying simply, No. Not even a little bit? No. Hey man, we're just looking for a little snack. You've got to have something that you can share, he said as he took a few steps closer. That's far enough, shitbird. Take your friends and get out of here while I'm still willing to let you. Zack's reply was calm, measured, and fully controlled. Meanwhile, Jimmy's pulse was pounding through his eyes. The top of his head was numb and he was trying his best to stand firm as his legs slowly turned to jelly. You're outnumbered here, partner. Now either give us some food. You're barking up the wrong tree, Chief, Jimmy said after he had regathered himself. No one asked you. Now either give us what you've got or I'm gonna stick this gun up your ass and watch your shit splatter that wall. Zack flew down the steps without a word, disarmed the man, brought him quickly to his knees, and had his pistol pointed against his temple before Jimmy could get his rifle shouldered and aimed. The others in the group aimed their pistols at Zack as they started shouting, Shut up, you pussies. All of you drop your guns and back away or you're going to learn what the inside of a skull looks like. Waiting a moment, he yelled, Do it! Now! Urged by their leader, they all complied, as Zack said, Go pick those up, Rusty. I've got these rabid penguins covered. Jimmy grabbed the pistols off the ground, stacked them in front of the door, and returned to stand guard. Jimmy shouted, I tried to warn you. That's enough, Rusty. These morons have some explaining to do before they leave. Turning his attention to the group, he asked the man to stand up as he backed out of arm's reach. What's the meaning of this visit anyways? The leader, still clearly shaken, stuttered nearly uncontrollably for a moment before spitting out, Just looking for food and supplies, man. We could have sorted that out pretty easily without all the hubbub. We don't have any extra food. We don't have any extra supplies. That's why we're here. Had you gentlemen come in here and been more sociable, we probably would have been willing to help you out. Instead, you acted like douchebags. Now we're in a pickle. Zack walked over to the gun pile and clinically removed magazines, slides, and ammo from each of the pistols. He shoved the mags into his cargo pocket and hoodie pocket, and then tossed the firearms one by one into the back of his truck as he said, Here's what I'm going to do for you. We were going to clear this place out and look for some supplies of our own. But since you came in here raising hell, you must be pretty desperate. The leader said, Yeah, man. We've been on the run. Haven't ate much more than a few bites of beans each in the last 2 days. But you're going to give us our guns back, aren't you? You have 2 options. Either we keep your guns and you leave, or you go in there. When you're done, they'll be waiting for you on your bikes. But we aren't handing them back to you. You can't do that, one of them shouted. I can execute you, one at a time instead. Or we can tie you to trees and leave you for lurker bait, if that's your preference. Otherwise, take our gift, get what you need, and move on down the road. Hopefully with full bellies and some new clothes. If you're lucky, Zack said coldly. No, this is a fine exchange given the circumstances, the leader said, turning to his group and urging them to be calm. Zack and Jimmy stepped aside, keeping their rifles ready as he led them up the steps. They slowly entered, some glaring as they passed. A few drew knives, and one removed a flashlight from his belt. Zack set about putting the pistols back together, handing Jimmy a magazine each time he started. Remove the rounds. We'll put them on the ground in front of the lead bike. After they were finished, Zack said, Let's skedaddle. We'll keep eyes on until they leave. They disappeared into the wood line and waited. After a short while, they heard screams before the door slammed open. One of the men who had remained silent during the whole encounter was followed by the youngest woman in the group. She was screaming hysterically as he helped her out into the parking lot. Moments later, the leader came limping and grunting out of the doors. Breathing heavily, he began shouting, You fucked us over. Where were you two at? His eyes were angry and intense as they watched from 75 yards away. We got out of there to save our own lives, Tony. Well, fuck you, Rick. They bit me. Where's Brandon? And Rhonda? Rhonda? Where is she? Tony yelled. She didn't make it out. They got Wes, too, Rick said, backing away, bringing the woman with him. 3 more men came hobbling out, coughing, panting, and carrying on loudly. Brandon, Tony shouted, walking over to him. As he passed his motorcycle, he noticed the gun sitting on the seats. Picking one up, he turned to aim at Rick and the woman. She started screaming and yelling, backing behind Rick. Rick put his arms out behind him to try to shield her as Tony yelled, "Get on your knees, bitch!" He followed it shortly with, "Out of the way, Rick!" "Don't do it, dickhead," Zack whispered, flipping the magnifier on his red dot sight. Tony punched Rick with the butt of the pistol and demanded the lady get down on her knees. As she pled for her life, Rick attacked Tony, but Tony beat him until he collapsed to the ground. The others were still trying to recover as Tony aimed his pistol and fired at Rick, who begged for his life. The click was audible. Kicking Rick in the ribs, Tony racked the weapon again as he returned back to the woman. "I've seen enough of this shit," Zack said, crawling to his feet and walking tactically toward the group, rifle shouldered. "You should have stuck with me, but now you die," they heard Tony scream as Zack exited the wood line, Jimmy scrambling to his feet to follow. Zack shouted, "You're a real piece of shit." He fired 2 suppressed shots as Tony's chest exploded. He stumbled backwards briefly before his head jerked back, exploding bone and brain matter out of the back of his skull as his forehead trickled blood. He collapsed quickly, the pistol clanking loudly on the asphalt. Zack was shouting, "Who else is bit?" The other 3 men began yelling, trying to grab for the guns that lay on the seats of their bikes. Rick said with a quiet and nasally voice, "All of them are bit. We got attacked, man. Me and Brooke are the only ones who got out clean." Zack sent the lead one flying backwards with the same precision as Jimmy fired at the second man. His throat and collarbone started draining blood quickly. Zack finished off the third in similar fashion to the first before they turned their attention to Rick and Brooke. Rick was breathing hard, his face battered. Brooke was still on her knees, bawling uncontrollably. "Watch the front door, Rusty. I'll examine these 2. Jimmy set up 25 feet from the door, lying in the prone position. Zack helped Brooke to her feet, leading her to the bed of the truck. He comforted her as Rick came over and sat beside her and put his arm around her waist. He examined both of them as they swore up and down that they had not been attacked. There was no blood on the woman, and the man had only cuts on his head from the strikes he took. "Let's get in there and clear it out," Zack said. "What about these 2?" Jimmy asked. "What about them? I don't care what happens. We're going in." "Come on, man. That's not what we're about, and you know it." "Damn it, man. You're right, but if we go back, we'll have to stay," Zack said, the disappointment heavy in his voice. "Considering what just happened, it may not be the worst thing in the world. 6 out of the 8 people that went in aren't walking away, Wiper. We've got to get back." "Fine. But before we do, let's prop open these doors. See if we can lure more of them out. It will make cleanup easier." "I can get down with that idea," Jimmy said. "I'll get the truck ready. You go open the doors," Zack demanded. "Wait. Why do I have to open the doors?" "As much as it pains me to say it, I can't run as fast as you right now, Rusty. Plus, if the lurkers kill you, I don't have to," he said with a giant grin. Jimmy grunted his disgust but agreed. He found a few large rocks and carried them to the door. He propped open both of the exterior double doors. As he was picking up the final rock, a noise shook him back to reality. Looking up, he saw a group of lurkers banging on the interior doors. "I've probably made worse decisions, but here goes nothing." He opened the door slowly. Arms began to grasp at air. Jimmy slammed the door on the arms, hoping to back them off momentarily, moved the rock into position, and flung the door open just wide enough. He kicked the rock, stubbed his toe, yelped, and ran like a bat out of hell. He sprinted towards the back of the truck, lurkers in pursuit. Zack gunned the accelerator before Jimmy could reach it. Sprinting for all he was worth on his hobbled leg, Zack slammed the brakes 20 feet in front of him. As he closed in, Zack again punched the gas. "Knock it off, you idiot." He could hear Zack's signature cackle over the whir of the engine as he once again hit the accelerator, but stopped quickly after going a few yards. Pointing, Jimmy yelled, "Don't!" He reached the tailgate. Throwing caution to the wind, he threw his rifle into the back and leapt into the bed of the pickup with a rib-rattling crash. He rolled onto his back, staring at the sky and breathing as heavily as he had in a while. His heart hammered in his chest as he tried to recover. The clouds disappeared behind the canopy as they drove through the park and back to the cabins. Chapter 16. Hey everyone, this is Rick, and that's Brooke. We, found them at the inn. I'm not sure what's going to happen, but they are going to be staying with us for a little while, Jimmy said after they had returned to the cabins. Rick stood around 5'8", maybe 170 pounds in his current state. His clothes suggested something else, hanging loose where they once fit. Dark eyes sat under a tangle of thinning hair, and 3 or 4 days of stubble sat on his jaw. Emily and Jessica came over and greeted Brooke kindly, offering her food, water, and a shoulder to cry on. Brooke looked to be in her late 20s to early 30s, and like Rick, she'd lost noticeable weight. Dark roots showed several inches above her dyed blonde hair, which hung down her back nearly to her waist. She stood around 5'2", slight and tired. Without makeup, she looked different than she might have once, but her features were still gentle and her green eyes were striking. Emily broke away, coming over and helping Zack with Rick's wounds. He had some minor lacerations on his forehead, and he was bleeding profusely from a smashed nose. "Sit down on the bench and lean forward," Emily said, already reaching for gauze. She pinched the soft part of his nose and held steady pressure beneath the nostrils. When he tried to lean back, she snapped, "Sit up straight. You swallow that blood. You're asking for trouble." She waited a full 10 minutes, then eased the pressure and rinsed the area with clean water. She split 2 tongue depressors and taped them into a simple splint across the bridge. "Don't tilt your head back. Don't blow it. Don't touch it. Keep your head elevated when you sleep." Zack glanced over. "If you're lucky, you'll live, Ricky Bobby." Rick's eyes widened. "Really?" "He's being an idiot," Emily said, not looking up. "You'll be fine if you listen. To me." She cleaned the cut on his forehead, rinsing out dirt and grit, then pulled the skin together with 2 butterfly bandages. Finally, she handed him a couple of pain pills. "That's as good as it gets with what we've got." Turning her attention to Jimmy and Zack, she said, "That's all taken care of. Now what in the hell happened? We heard loud engines a while ago. There were definitely more than 2. After Zack started, Jimmy filled in the finer details as best he could without giving away the secrets that only he and Zack shared. Brooke spoke up saying, "You sent us in there to die. Used us for bait." She was crying and sobbing audibly as Zack spoke up. "We were trying to do you guys a solid and send you on your merry way. Rusty over there doesn't like it when I shoot first and ask questions later. So we let you off the hook. If you and your compadres hadn't acted like complete ass-hats, I wouldn't have had to handle the situation the way I did." "No! You took their guns away. You knew they would die," Brooke shouted back. "That's not what happened. At all. We were inside when you pulled up. 1 dead lurker. Nothing more than that," Jimmy added angrily. Rick's overly nasally voice spoke up, saying, "He's right, Brooke. They were inside when we pulled up. I don't think they knew what was going to happen. So now you're on their side? It's not like that, Brooke. But I don't think they set us up to die like dogs." "I wouldn't be so sure," Julie said as her face contorted into a wicked smile. Jimmy shot her a death stare as Brad grabbed her around the waist and said, "Let's go, Julie. We've got stuff to do." "Like what?" she argued as he dragged her away, whispering angrily at her. "He's right," Jimmy continued as he turned his attention back to their previous conversation. "We had no idea you would all come piling out, bitten up. And plus, that guy tried to kill both of you. If we hadn't removed all of the bullets from the magazines, you'd be dead right now. And then we saved you by killing everyone who made it out alive," Jimmy said, his anger still boiling over. If you don't see that, then you can leave. Let's just settle down, everyone, Jessica cut in. I know my husband. He wouldn't set anyone up, even if they deserved it. He wouldn't do something like that. Brooke looked untrustingly at the rest of the group, but acknowledged that she may be wrong about them. Jimmy spoke up saying, I know you're angry, but I won't apologize for anything that happened. If you want, we can drop you off at your motorcycles and you can be on your way. Otherwise, we're offering you a place to stay, at least for the time being. The choice is yours. We'll stay. There is no problem here. Won't we, Brooke? Rick cut in. She sighed hesitantly. Yeah, I'm sorry. It's been a long day. We'll stay, for now. See how things go. Let's get you to a cabin set up. Brooke, you can keep a close eye on him. Emily will give you instructions if you need them, Jimmy said. She hesitated, looking at Rick with disgust, and said, I guess that will work for now. Jimmy led the way. Cabin 9. It's down this way, and closest to Emily and Wiper. Just in case. Zack shook his head and said, Just in case? Never heard of him, causing Jimmy to point and cock his head to one side as he smiled. After a simple dinner and an exhausting day, most everyone retreated back to their cabins for the night. Zack and Jimmy sat on the covered front porch of Deer Run Cabin and decided to finalize their plans for a supply run the next day. There was a place right beside my work, Valley Distribution or something like that. So, Zack said in a daze, yeah, doesn't sound like much, I know. I'm not sure why it never occurred to me before, but I asked someone about it one day. They were a food distribution center. They supplied food to local restaurants. Meats, cheeses, and best of all, dry goods. Maybe I'm wrong, but we may hit the jackpot. With all of these extra mouths to feed, we're going to need it, Zack proclaimed. Damn it, man. For as much dumb shit that flows out of that stupid mouth of yours, it's about time you said something smart. It's kind of what I do, Jimmy said with a grin. We should take the new guy. Find out how trustworthy he is. Speaking of stupid shit, that's about as stupid as you can get. Why would we want to bring him along? I just told you, Zack. Let's see what he can do. At worst, he sits in the truck and serves as a lookout. Zack shook his head in disappointment before saying, It's stupid, but why not? Jimmy slapped him on the shoulder and said, It's been a long day. Good night, sweetheart. Zack returned the gesture and moseyed his way back to his cabin. Chapter 17. In the morning, they grabbed Rick an extra tactical rifle and radio. After a brief discussion with their unhappy wives, they piled into Zack's Tacoma and hit the road. They followed State Road 219 south until it met up with State Road 146, the highway that Jimmy had traveled so many times throughout the past few years. As they approached Karst Valley, they stopped at the old farmhouse once again to see how much gas was remaining in the old gravity-fed fuel tank. They were able to once again fill up Zack's truck. There can't be much left in there, Zack said, climbing back in. They continued to travel east, passing the Welcome to Karst Valley limestone sign. Someone had crossed out the bottom words with black spray paint and added to it. It now read, Welcome to Karst Valley, Gateway to Death. They looked at each other as they continued to drive. Rick was breathing heavily through his mouth, wincing slightly with every bump in the road. He thought he was being secretive, but they could tell that he was fighting through the pain. Jimmy turned and said, Tell me, Rick, where you from? I'm from everywhere, he said, every word a struggle. Okay, Rick, tell me more, Jimmy urged. I'm not from anywhere in particular. Grew up an Army brat, lived in North Carolina, Kentucky, Texas, Georgia, Kansas. Graduated high school in Washington. Didn't have anything better to do, so I joined the Army too. I was all gung-ho, gonna be a ranger. Found out real quick that I wasn't cut from that cloth. So I sunk into turning wrenches, driving trucks, and whatever else they told me to do as far away from combat as you could ever get. He sniffled and then winced sharply as he trailed off. In my book, you still went for it. You did more than I ever did. And for that, I thank you very much for your service." Jimmy stuck out his hand, and Rick grasped it with a sideways smile, the pride beaming from his bruised face like it probably hadn't in several years. "Wiper was in the service too, weren't you, buddy?" "I was. Didn't do much either. Just rode around in boats instead of on land," Zack said, shooting a disgusted glance Jimmy's way as they crept to the edge of town. "Navy, then? How long?" Rick asked. "Not very. I did my time and got out like most other guys. Now, enough of the war stories, Rusty. Where are we going?" "It's just a couple of miles into town, right off 146, Jimmy said. They cruised deeper into Karst Valley, where cars began blocking parts of the roadway. There was very little movement. Scattered lurkers occupied sidewalks, front yards, and roadways. Burned-out cars were few and far between. They finally found their way, Jimmy saying, "Turn left. It's way back down this drive." A once white sign, now yellowed by sun and time, read Valley Distribution Supply, LL. The last L was half gone, the C completely missing, its brighter white outline still visible. The gravel driveway was lined with cedar trees, masking visibility. As they pulled up, an industrial warehouse that had once sat proud was now faded and weathered. The parking lot was completely empty. Valley Distribution Supply was painted in white letters across blue industrial siding. "You sure about this?" Zack asked. "See that building over there?" Jimmy asked, pointing southeastward. "That's where I used to work. There was a guy who used to work here that I worked with. Jared. Can't recall his last name, but I wonder what he's up to nowadays." "He's probably dead, bro." Jimmy acknowledged with a shake of his head. "Yeah, probably. He told me about this place once. Let's get inside and see what we've got. Rick, why don't you just chill in here? You've got a radio. Let us know if you see anything. Don't try to take care of it yourself. We'll be back as soon as we can." "No, I'm coming in with you. I can guard the door much better from the inside than I can sitting in here," Rick argued. "No, you're staying here," Zack said. "Come on, man. Let me prove my worth," Rick said, trying to convince them. "He's right. Let him watch our backs and make sure everything is secure," Jimmy urged. Zack breathed deeply and said, "Fine. Whatever. Let's get in, get this done, and get back home." They exited the vehicle, Zack reaching into the bed of the pickup for something. "Front door's a no-go for now. Let's find a side door." They skirted the far side of the building, passing several loading docks. Zack climbed a short set of stairs and tried a metal door. Locked. The back of the building was a solid wall, no doors. On the near side, they found a single steel door with no exterior handle. "Perfect," Zack said, pulling a flat pry bar from his pack. He slid the thin end between the steel door and the frame near the latch and hammered it in with the heel of his hand. Metal scraped. The frame groaned. He shifted the bar higher and leaned into it, jaw clenched. For a moment, nothing. Then the latch tore loose from the strike with a heavy snap. The door flexed and pushed outward a few inches. Zack let out a breath and laughed. "Son of a bitch. I didn't think that thing would ever give. Kinda like your wife is with you, Rusty." Jimmy shook his head. "Don't get cute. That was too loud. Next time, we're quieter." They filed into a giant warehouse space. The stench in the air was ripe, the remnants of meat that had turned from spoiled to rotten to putrid to decomposing. Zack's beard parted as he struggled to contain his laughter. "Damn! That smells better than your wife's." "Don't say it," Jimmy yelled as he tried to suppress a grin. "Let's keep it down and see what we can find. Rick, you're with us. We need to clear before we do anything else. Hang back, eyes and ears open." "Lead the way, Wiper," Jimmy said softly as his words echoed off the walls. They skirted along the outside wall until it came to a 90-degree corner. Walking to the center of the wall, they found a door. "Offices," Zack whispered. Engaging the push handle, Zack opened it. Jimmy entered, turning left and engaging his flashlight in the dark, busy room. He walked along the wall until he came to a corner. Continuing, he cleared his portion of the room, peeking into cubicles and along walkways. Zack followed and did the same. Zack called clear first, with Jimmy responding within seconds. There were 6 doors in the room. They cleared the first 5 together without issue. 3 offices and a bathroom for each of the 2 genders. They stacked onto the final door. Jimmy opened it and Zack entered first, flowing to the right. The natural light floated into the darkened office, temporarily blinding Jimmy as he exited. The reception area held a small waiting room with chairs, a desk, and various reading materials. Clear. Let's check the warehouse now. They made their way back into the warehouse, clearing the outside walls. Once they had finished the route, they headed into the center of the building. Holy shit, Rusty. We just hit the mother lode. Rick, go get the truck. Back it up to the last loading dock and let's get as much as we can. Numerous bags of bulk dried goods littered the shelves, all wrapped on pallets. Should we unload everything off the pallets or keep them to haul the supplies back? Jimmy asked. Only one would fit, Zack said. But we could throw them on top of our stuff. Bring them back like that. Not a good idea, Rick put in. It will rip the bags. Good call, Chief. We don't need them anyways. Jimmy drew his knife and began scoring the plastic on a pallet of 50-pound bags of rice. Zack did the same for flour as Rick left the building. They began carrying them toward the loading dock slowly but steadily. Several types of beans, rice, flour, cornmeal, and pastas were discovered and readied for loading. When Rick returned, he reported that the truck was ready and in position. Zack walked over to the door and tried to heave it upwards. It didn't budge. He looked up, examining the wheel and tracks. He found a chain suspended in the air. Jumping, he grabbed it and stood on his tippy toes, trying to bring it down. He leapt once more. The wheels whined momentarily before they screamed loudly, grinding, metal against metal as Jimmy tried to scream, "No!" The wheels stopped after only about a foot of movement. Zack continued trying to yank on the chain as Jimmy yelled, "No! No!" again. Looking over, Zack finally responded, "What? What's your problem?" "You've got to stop that. We'll carry it the hard way," Jimmy said. "Oh, hell no. I can get it open. It's not that loud." Yeah, it is. Isn't it, Rick? I'm not one to get in the middle of an argument between friends, but it's loud. Really loud. I'm sorry, Rick said, backing away from the situation. Not only can we not afford the sound, but this place is a gold mine. We can't afford to leave this door open. And now, we've got to move quickly. We just rang the dinner bell. For lurkers and people, Jimmy argued. Zack exhaled a grunt and said, "Damn it, man. You're probably right. Let's get loaded up and get out of here." Zack worked to get the door closed, stomping, hopping, and otherwise causing a ruckus. But the door never budged. "You guys start carrying. I'm going to find the maintenance room." "Yeah, you would bail on us, wouldn't you?" Jimmy mocked. Zack pointed at him in disgust and disappeared into the shadows. "Rick, go move the truck to this side door and we'll get started." Jimmy began the laborious task of carrying the 50-pound bags across the warehouse floor. Zack reappeared with chains, locks, and a sledgehammer and began slamming the sledge onto the lip of the door. "Dude, what are you doing?" "Getting this thing down." "Why?" Zack asked between swings and grunts. "You want to get some flashing lights and a disco ball too? Maybe we can run downtown to Cindy's Party Supplies and get some invitations printed up. Because we're going to have a dinner party if you keep this up." Zack swung one more time and the door crashed down with a loud bang. "There, I got it," he proclaimed proudly. "Just stop your worrying, Rusty. We're good." "Great work. Now help me out with this stuff and let's get out of here." "I've still got to secure this place. I'll help when I'm done." Rick reappeared and began helping to load up the back of the truck. When Zack finally returned, he said, "This place is locked up tighter than a frog's ass. I chained up all of the entry doors except this one. Now, what have we got going on?" "We're almost done," Jimmy said, grabbing large cans of peaches. "What's that? Why are we getting those? They're useless. No calories." "We need that way more," Zack said, pointing at 5-gallon containers of peanut oil. My wife loves peach cobbler. She's been talking about it since everything took a crap months ago. I'm getting as many of these as I can, Jimmy said. Hell no. We're not accommodating one person for the entire group. I'm sorry, it's just not happening. Yes, it is. Zack looked around angrily and said, Don't push it, Jimmy. Oil keeps us alive. It lets us cook. Provides fat, which we all need. Peaches are a luxury, and we don't have room for luxury right now. We can get it if we come back. Fine. I'll keep it up front with me, but I'm bringing some jars. Everyone could use some luxury right now. Fine, but only what you're willing to let ride up front with you. Good. Good, jackass, Zack yelled as he stomped off and disappeared around a corner. Jimmy stuck 3 large cans on the floorboard and returned inside. Zack was walking up proudly, with cans of tomato products in his arms. What's that? What are you doing? Jimmy asked angrily. Tomato products. We're going to need this. With all of that pasta. You're kidding me, right? You're telling me we can't afford to make room for peaches, but we can make room for tomatoes? Jimmy said. What do you mean? We need these tomatoes. We don't need peaches, Zack shot back. Say it with me. Tomatoes. Now you try, little buddy. Shut up. They're tomatoes. End of story. Sometimes I wonder how you're still alive. Just then they heard the calls of lurkers. Time to go! Get in the truck, Ricky Bobby! Zack shouted as loud banging came from the other side of the building. They jumped in, Zack driving off wildly. Stop! We forgot to shut that door, Jimmy said as he flung open the truck door. Zack slammed the brakes and Jimmy jumped out. He sprinted toward the door, noticing a group of 6 lurkers coming around the corner of the building. They moved slowly at first, but a sharp hissing sound pierced the air and they began moving more and more quickly. Jimmy hit the door and slammed it closed. The door bounced off the metal frame and propped itself back open. The lurkers were closing in, 50 yards away. He slammed it shut again, but it bounced back. This time he eased it shut, guiding the latch into place. He took a long first stride and accelerated with the lurkers hot on his trail. His breathing was drowned out by the grunts, growls, and gurgles that escaped the infected lungs of his pursuers. Jimmy stuck his Salomon boot onto the bumper step and flopped on top of the tonneau cover as he motioned for Zack to drive. Halfway down the lane, Zack slammed the brakes again, stopping abruptly. Jimmy slid on his belly toward the back window, hearing Zack cackle. Friggin' idiot, he screamed as he rolled off and climbed into the cab. How was your ride, princess? Zack asked, laughing uncontrollably. Just drive, you prick, Jimmy said, suppressing a smile. Oh, you know you would have done the same thing. Jimmy cocked his head to one side, slowly transitioning to a nod as he began to laugh with Zack. You guys are wild, man. I don't know if I'm cut out to be riding with you two, Rick put in from the back. How's your face doing after all of that excitement, Rick? It's all right. Hurts to talk. Hurts to walk. Hurts to do everything, actually. But I made it out alive. That's the only thing that counts nowadays, Zack said as they pulled out onto the highway, heading back home. They drove in silence, driving past the old farmhouse. As they crested a steep hill, a large Ram truck sped past them toward the valley. That's not good. Get to Walnut Ridge. Fast. It's less than 2 miles away. Zack stomped the accelerator and they reached their road quickly, no sign of being followed. He sped down the winding road until they reached Jimmy's old driveway. He went just far enough to keep the truck hidden behind the quickly budding foliage, and both men retreated into the trees on either side of the drive, tactical rifles in hand. Rick stayed in the truck, head down. They waited and listened for more than 10 minutes. Zack moved back to the truck, saying, They probably never followed us, brother. I think we're good. Let's chill here for another 5 minutes and then we'll head out. Jimmy gave a thumbs up and they waited. We're good. They've probably been waiting for us on a side road, too. Probably, Jimmy acknowledged. Let's get back before anything else happens, Zack said as he tapped the accelerator and drove them safely back to the cabins without incident, using back roads for extra safety. Everyone was grateful and helped unload everything into Cabin 4, their designated storage cabin. Jimmy grabbed Jessica and brought her to the passenger door of the truck. Reaching in, he said, "I know it's not Mother's Day yet, but I got you a gift." He spun quickly, displaying the 32-ounce can of peach halves. "Oh my, Jimmy. Trying to get lucky tonight? Thank you. Thank you." Jimmy shrugged his shoulders and smiled. "Maybe. I got 3 cans. Just for you. Because I love you so much, I fought Zack for them and won. What we found, Jess, we're gonna have to go back because there's a lot more where this came from. And no one had touched it." "That's great, Jimmy. Thanks again. I love you," she said, wrapping her arms around his neck as they shared a prolonged kiss. "Oh, one more thing, Jess. Did you check your calendar?" No," she said, her beautiful smile bending awkwardly. "Okay. Well, there's a meeting scheduled for later tonight. Between your lips and mine," Jimmy said, smiling widely. She laughed and said, "We'll see if I can make time for it. So you'll have a headache and be exhausted mysteriously after the sun goes down?" He winked at her, and they wandered off to find Zack. "What now, brother?" Jimmy asked Zack as they met up. "We've got to go back to the inn. Clean it up." "Clean it up?" Jimmy asked curiously. "They'll wander into our camp eventually. We need to get them before they get us." "I suppose you're probably right," Jimmy said. Zack crinkled his eyes and said, "I'm always right." "Why are you always questioning me, Rusty? My decisions are immaculate. Just like your enunciations?" "I'm gonna enunciate your death," Zack returned with confidence. "You're pretty proud of yourself for that, aren't you?" "Unfortunately, I don't think that means what you think it means," Jimmy said with a laugh. Zack took a half step towards him and then pulled up, smiling. "You ready then?" "Sure, let's do it." "I don't think so, mister. You do not seriously think that's a good idea." "Do you?" Jessica cut in, her tone serious and her face showing both concern and anger. "I've certainly had better ideas." "Like what?" she demanded. Thinking momentarily, a wry smile formed on Jimmy's face as he said, "Marrying you, sweetheart." "Oh, you're so full of shit," she said, setting off laughter and nods. "Whether that be true or not, we have to clear out the parking lot again." "We'll be back shortly," Jimmy said. "We're coming with you then, aren't we, Em?" Jessica said. "Absolutely not. Out of the question," Zack said sharply. "Stop us. The bus leaves in 5, boys," Emily said. "What about the kids?" Jimmy asked. "Julie, Brad, you've got them, don't you? They'll just be locked inside the cabin together anyway," Jessica said confidently. Julie looked at Jimmy with hatred in her eyes. Then she turned to Jessica. "Yeah, we'll keep them safe." She smiled, and Jimmy felt his stomach tighten. "You know what?" he said, already backing off. "I'll stay behind. We can't ask them to do that." Noticing the same thing, Emily said, "You're right, Jimmy. You go. I'll stay behind." "You sure?" "Positive. Jess can go. We will just stay in our cabin and out of everyone's hair." Jimmy pointed at Ben, motioned with his finger to come here, and walked away slowly with him. "How you feeling, Ben?" "A little bit better, Rusty." "Good. Walk with me and keep your voice down, okay? I need you to stay with Emily and the kids." "You got the strength to do that?" Jimmy asked quietly. "Yeah, I can do that." "Why?" "Something just feels off. And I need you to stick with Emily while we're gone." "Sure, Rusty. No problem. You're the best, Ben. I'm probably overreacting, but I want to be safe." Slapping him on the back lightly, Jimmy met Jessica and Zack at his truck. He climbed into the back with Zack, tapped the roof, and said, "Let's roll." Chapter 18. As they arrived at the inn, they noticed a group of lurkers gathered around the bikes. They were on their knees, feasting on the corpses that had been left there. The truck cruised to a slow stop 75 yards away. "Let's make this quick before they catch on to us," Zack whispered. He wasted no time, aiming and firing with his tactical rifle. Jimmy settled in, resting his foregrip on the roof of the cab and situated the butt of the rifle deeply into his shoulder. He fired 3 times, dropping 2. Zack handled the other 5. "What now?" Jimmy asked. "We go in," Zack said, turning his head and smiling. "What about her?" Jimmy asked, pointing down into the cab. "What about her?" "We can't just leave her out here, and she's not coming in with us," Jimmy said sternly. "Why not?" Zack asked inquisitively. "You cannot be serious." Jimmy glared in Zack's direction, but he didn't seem to notice or care. "Would you let your wife go in there? Especially after what we saw." "Yeah, she's with me. So there's nothing to worry about." "It's a no for me, Zack." Seemingly ignoring him, Zack climbed gingerly out of the back, went up to the window and said something to Jessica as Jimmy climbed down off of the other side. "This is an awful idea," Jimmy said, shaking his head. "Quit worrying so much. We've done this kind of stuff so many times, it should be second nature." "Not with my wife." "Yeah, Jimmy, don't worry about it." "I'm ready," Jessica said, her gaze intense. "You couldn't follow the plan the last time." "Why should I trust you this time?" Jimmy shouted, throwing his hands up in dismay. "Because this time, all I'm doing is waiting for you guys. Zack told me to wait here. Windows up. Radio if there is trouble." "I know you think I screw everything up, but how can I screw that up?" Jessica shouted, her anger nearly turning to tears as her voice broke. "Oh, I'm sorry, Jess. I didn't mean—" Jimmy stammered, shaking his head. "Smooth move, Rusty," Zack said, snickering under his breath. "Shut up, you jerk-off," Jimmy said, walking toward Zack. Zack smiled and said, "You breach, I clear. Slow is smooth, and smooth is fast. Yeah, I've got it. Let's just get this done." They again entered the lobby, Jimmy stopping to prop the interior door wider in case they needed to make a quick escape. Directly in front of them sat a long registration desk. To the far left, a flight of stairs led down into the inn's restaurant. To the right, a large sitting area led into a long hallway. Zack whispered and pointed. "Right." Jimmy followed closely behind. As they crested the cased opening into the sitting room, Zack said, "Clear," without breaking stride. On the left side, a small opening led to a naturally lit gift shop. The rest of the shades were drawn in the large room, forcing Zack and Jimmy both to engage their attached flashlights. Zack motioned for Jimmy to check the gift shop as he held overwatch. Jimmy tucked the rifle into a low ready under his armpit, took a breath, then shouldered it as he entered the doorway. "Clear," Jimmy said. He looked around, noticing everything from candy bars and drinks to park-themed clothing, brochures and children's toys. He made a mental note to come back before exiting out of the other door. Zack raised a fist, then curled his fingers twice toward his chest. Jimmy fell in behind him, tapping his shoulder as they moved toward the narrow hallway. Zack paused at the archway and pressed himself against the wall. Jimmy stacked behind him and tapped his shoulder. Zack took a deep breath and crested the corner, Jimmy following a beat later. A white and red exit sign sat at the far end of the hall above a windowed door that allowed the sunlight to bleed in. Zack took point, moving methodically, eyes on each door. They were all closed until the second-to-last door on the right, marked 131, was held open a couple of inches by the swing bar. Zack pointed and motioned for Jimmy to stack. "Breach." Jimmy went to the opposite side, grabbed the handle, and flung it open. Zack entered and moved past the bathroom as Jimmy followed, flowing into the open sink and closet area, with the bathroom door standing open beyond. Moments later, he said, "Clear," and poked his head back out. "Zack, you clear? Zack?" Jimmy stepped back out into the room and saw him on a knee. "Hey, what's wrong?" "I'm in the middle of something," Zack said. "What is going on, brother?" Jimmy asked with concern as he scanned the room carefully. "I'm birthday shopping." "Birthday shopping? What are you talking about?" Jimmy asked as he noticed open suitcases on the floor where Zack was. "Her birthday is coming up at the end of the month. Unfortunately, I don't think she'd enjoy a big old grandma's undershorts, Zack said as he held up an extra-large pair, his initial look of disgust dissipating into a smile as he flicked them to the side with a single finger. I'd like to ask if you're serious, but I know you are. We're kind of in the middle of something. Maybe we could wait until later, if you don't mind, Jimmy said. Hey, beggars can't be choosers, bro, Zack said as he exited the room, looking back at Jimmy with a smile. Jimmy started to say something, but a pair of arms surged forward and knocked Zack off balance. Falling backwards and out of view, he yelped, "Oh, shit!" Jimmy started to run for the door, but pulled up short as a rapid burst of semi-automatic fire rang through the hallway. Blood spurted toward Zack as a loud thud echoed off the walls. Jimmy saw blood leaking out of a couple of holes in the neck, but the lurker's eyes were still blinking as the back heaved heavily. Deep and guttural gargling sounds escaped its lungs as Jimmy aimed and destroyed the bone and tissue on the top of the skull. Zack called out, "More inbound," as Jimmy heard rustling from both sides of the door. He rushed to it, leaned out, and saw a group of beings come waddling down the hallway. He aimed and fired at the lead lurker, dropping it in its tracks as Zack crawled back into the room. He was breathing heavily as Jimmy fired, collapsing the nasal cavity of the closest one. "Drop to a knee," he heard Zack say as he felt a firm hand push him down. He began firing again, both him and Zack taking turns dropping them until there were no more. "Holy crap, that could have gotten uglier than your sister on prom night," Jimmy stammered. "My sister looked wonderful on prom night," Zack shot back. "I do remember you telling me how great your prom date was." "I didn't take my sister to the prom, you jackwagon," Zack growled. "Whoa, settle down, Chief. Small town, stuff happens. No need to get defensive," Jimmy said with a snicker. "You go first. That way I can give you a new asshole," Zack said angrily. "Geez, you sure are sensitive," Jimmy said as Zack shoved him out into the hallway. "Just lead the way. We'll settle this later," Zack said as he followed Jimmy out into the hall. "You still want a birthday present for your wife?" Jimmy asked, pointing. "If so, you should stop by that gift shop." "Gift shop? Why didn't you tell me about a gift shop?" "There's a giant sign. It says, 'Gift Shop.'" "Thought that might have given it away," Jimmy said sarcastically. "What are you talking about?" Zack asked as they made their way back into the sitting room. Jimmy pointed it out and Zack said, "Oh, no kidding? I thought that was a bathroom or something." Jimmy shook his head as they continued into the lobby. "Down the stairs," Zack called softly. As they descended the stairs, Jimmy saw the dining room coming into view. When they reached the bottom, there were no lurkers in sight. In the middle of the floor, they saw two annihilated bodies. Cautiously, Jimmy swung left. "Clear," he said, somewhat confused. "Clear," Zack called out, still walking with his eyes downrange. Jimmy looked around, finding a swinging door. "Kitchen, stack on me," he said. The restaurant was built into the side of a hill, so the natural light flowed in from several windows, a view of the lake its defining trait. Zack flung the door open into darkness. Jimmy stepped inside, snapped on his flashlight, and swept the beam across the kitchen as he moved. Griddles and fryers lined the far wall, and prep tables stood between them and Jimmy. Zack drifted right and settled between the fryers and tables. Feet shuffled across the tile floor, and Zack squeezed off 2 rounds, sending 2 more souls to the afterlife. "Clear," Zack said as Jimmy stalked toward the walk-in fridge. Large plastic strips hid what was behind. "I'm going in," Jimmy said after he heard deep, raspy breathing. "Let them come to us." "Back out," Zack whispered. "I've got this," Jimmy said, still moving forward. "Bad idea, Rusty. Get out of there now." Jimmy backed away reluctantly, and they escaped into the dining room. "Aw, shit," he heard Zack say as he looked up the staircase. A group of 10 lurkers were making their way cautiously down the stairs. "Hold that door," Zack shouted as he dropped to a knee and began to fire up the stairs. Jimmy posted up on a dining table and waited as Zack continued to fire. "They're coming in fast. Need some help," Zack shouted. Jimmy turned his attention as the lurkers picked up their pace as they reached the final few steps. Jimmy fired a shot, hitting center mass on the rear lurker. It tumbled down the stairs, becoming a bowling ball and knocking over 3 of the 6 remaining lurkers. Jimmy fired again, dropping one of the 2 that were still standing. Zack shouted, "Door!" and Jimmy swung around. 3 more came stumbling out of the swinging door. Jimmy hit the first one directly in the jaw, removing the lower right side of the face. It dropped to the floor, unmoving. Jimmy fired 2 shots and another lurker fell in the stairway. He returned his focus to the other 2 wobbling 20 feet in front of him. They had stopped near their fallen companion, giving Jimmy the opening he needed. He looked down the sight, settled the red dot high, and fired 2 methodical shots, dropping them both. Zack was finishing the remaining lurkers as Jimmy said, "I'm clear," and stood up from his position bent over the table. He started back toward Zack, whose attention was still fixed on the stairway. As Jimmy walked, something slammed into his back, sending him sprawling to the floor. He flipped over as a lurker with half of a face collapsed on top of him. Jimmy grunted and drew his knees to his chest. Trying to create space, the lurker clawed at him and tried to bite down, blood dripping onto his neck as its jaws came within inches of his throat. Instinctively, he shoved his forearm up under the chin and turned his head as the lurker continued to claw and snap awkwardly. He planted a foot into the well-worn hardwood flooring, twisted his hips, and bucked with every ounce of strength he had left. The lurker lurched forward, giving Jimmy the opening he needed. He wrapped an arm around its neck and rolled, dragging it off balance as they tumbled across the floor. The lurker thrashed as Jimmy grabbed a handful of thinning hair and began to drive its face into the unforgiving floor. Legs kicked, hands clawed at the floor. Its movements grew frantic, then weak. He shoved the body away, drew his knife and drove it just above the ear, into the skull. After the chaos was over, he rolled onto his back and lay there, staring up, taking a moment to breathe. "Dude, that was awesome." Through heavy breaths, Jimmy gasped. "That was exciting. You ready?" "Let's go," Zack said as he helped Jimmy to his feet, motioning for him to lead the way. As they reached the top of the stairs, Jimmy continued back down the hallway. As he passed the front desk, Zack whispered from behind, "Where are you going?" "This way, dummy." "Thought you wanted a birthday present for your wife." "Maybe some other time." "No chance. We're here, so we get it now," Jimmy said sternly. Zack shrugged and said, "Suit yourself," as he followed Jimmy. They entered and started stuffing their pockets full of candy and warm drinks. Jimmy grabbed a Dr. Pepper and said, "Wish me luck. Maybe it'll make up for the setup you put on me earlier." Zack stopped eating a candy bar and said with a full mouth, "Good luck with that one." They both grabbed all of the t-shirts and sweatshirts in the gift shop and headed toward the exit. "Rose, this is Nighthawk. We're coming out. Over," Jimmy said as he fumbled with the radio. "All clear here. I'll pick you up at the door, Rusty," Jessica said, the smile inflected in her voice. Loading up into the bed of the truck, Jimmy sat exhausted with his eyes closed as they rode back. Opening his eyes and smiling uncontrollably, Jimmy slapped Zack on the chest and said, "About your sister." Chapter 19. When they returned, the air was tense. Rick was lying in the dirt with his head propped up on a sleeping bag. Brooke was sitting dejected at a picnic table. Brad stood around with a stunned look on his face. Emily marched out of the cabin and straight up to Zack. Ben escaped the cabin shortly afterward with his head down. He parked himself across the table from Brooke. "What's going on?" Jimmy asked, concerned. Julie blew a gasket, first on Brooke, then on Brad. We could hear her from inside. "She's wicked pissed," Emily said to the returning party. "What's got her hot and bothered?" Zack asked. "Let's just go inside," she said, grabbing Zack's arm and leading him away. Jimmy grabbed Jessica's hand and they followed Emily into the Wolf's cabin, nodding and smiling at everyone as he walked by. Jimmy took a seat on the couch. He unloaded his rifle, ejected the round in the chamber, and reloaded it into his nearly empty magazine as Emily started. "Something needs to be done about her. She cussed Brooke up and down for some reason. Made her cry and said something about her needing to grow up. That you two are dictators. Zack sighed and stroked his beard as she continued. Then Brad tried to calm her down, but she went in on him. Called him a spineless coward, said that he needed to put a bullet in your heads. He defended you guys, but she's out of control right now. Maybe she just needs to borrow some pads from Jimmy, Zack said, looking at him with a wide grin. This is your department, brother. I'm just the muscle. Jimmy inhaled deeply. I noticed how angry she looked when Jess asked her to watch the kids, like she was going to kill all of them. You noticed that too? Emily asked. Yeah, that's why I offered to stay back. I appreciate you doing it instead, Em. Look, she's been pretty upset since the day we met, and instead of getting better, it's been getting worse. Zack, why don't you see what info you can gather from Brad, Jessica, or Emily? Talk to Ben. See what he has to say. I'll talk to her. We'll fix it if we can. If not, then we deal with whatever comes next. Sound good? You're gonna talk to her? Jessica asked, the surprise evident in her voice. You don't talk to women, and when you do, you ruin everything. Jimmy lifted his eyebrows in defeat but said, I know, but would you rather have Zack do it instead? Zack pointed at Jimmy and said, First of all, the ladies love me. Yeah, right, Jimmy said. Zack continued, but you've got a point. Maybe I'm a little less forgiving, shall we say. Just let me handle it. I know how to call in reinforcements if they're needed. Jimmy left, returned his rifle to his cabin, and walked out into the breezy but warm evening air. The smell of spring hit his nostrils as he located Julie. She was pacing up and down the road. Jimmy rushed to catch up to her and called out, Hey, Julie, do you want some company? I don't, she snapped. I figured as much. Keep walking. They stayed on the pavement, walking away from the cabin area. How's everything going? Jimmy asked tepidly. What do you care? She responded coldly. Well, if you want to know the truth, I don't. But we've been thrust into a life together. If we'd known each other when life was normal, we probably wouldn't have gotten along. And we wouldn't be having this conversation. But it's not the old world anymore. Pretending otherwise is what gets people hurt. Why are you doing this? She asked cautiously. Doing what? Holding us hostage. Jimmy looked at her inquisitively and said, I'm not following here. No one is holding anyone hostage. You don't have full autonomy because you haven't proven that you're trustworthy. Brad is making his way to being on equal footing again. But you're not. You've done nothing to prove yourself. Not because you haven't been given opportunities, but because you refuse to acquiesce, to assimilate with the rest of the group. So, you can't have a gun. You can't have a knife. You can't be trusted to be left alone with our family. That's a load of shit. This is why I left Brad in the first place. He's a pushover. He's letting you call all of the shots. Just doing whatever you tell him to do without questioning every move you make. You're not as smart as you think you are. And you and your friend are full of shit. You're running everyone's lives to serve yourselves. Not the group, she said, her words seething with anger. Jimmy responded calmly. You're free to leave. Always have been. But if you stay, you don't get to tear this place apart because things aren't going your way. You're not being controlled. Brad isn't being controlled. He's choosing stability over chaos. That doesn't make him weak. That makes him responsible. And smart. Seems to me that you don't give him enough credit for that. No, she snapped defensively. Jimmy stopped walking and turned on her, getting close. Here are the rules. You don't threaten people in this group. Directly. Or indirectly. You don't verbally attack someone who's already scared and expect that to slide. And you certainly don't talk about killing people who are responsible for keeping everyone alive. Especially within the earshot of their children. When that gets addressed, don't act surprised. The last thing we need is immaturity. And that's the only thing you are contributing to this group right now. Julie had tears in her eyes as she stammered, Okay. Asshole. You made your point. I'm not sure if I have. This can't keep happening. Period. You want to be part of this group? If not, you'll leave. We won't harm you. Won't make a scene of it. We will just give you supplies and you'll be gone. Because a group that can't trust itself isn't a group at all. It's a gaggle of people about to die. My responsibility. Zack's responsibility. It's our family first. Anyone who puts that at risk becomes a problem. And we don't ignore problems. You're right. I was just frustrated. I shouldn't have acted the way I did. And for that, I'm sorry, she said as she wiped her face but didn't quite meet his eyes. Jimmy could tell that she wasn't being 100% truthful in her apology, but he accepted it anyways. You can stay and contribute, but you cannot keep doing things the way you have been. That's as clear as I can make it. You ready to head back? Not waiting for an answer, he shuffled his feet across the blacktop, fighting against the pain in his leg. Refusing to grimace, he walked with his head held high as Julie fought to catch up and keep his pace. As the edge of the first cabin was coming into view, Jimmy saw Max sprinting across the road before barking followed. Max, quiet. The barking intensified. Calling his name a few more times, Jimmy picked up his pace until he caught up to where he had last seen the black Belgian Malinois. He took a few steps off of the pavement until he saw Max on his haunches, ready to strike. But Jimmy couldn't see anything. That's when he heard it. Deep, raspy breaths and faint gargling, as if fluids were about to rupture the lungs of something. The barks turned into deep growls as Jimmy shouted at Julie, "Get inside!" She let out a scream, and Jimmy spun his head in her direction. A lurker was 6 feet away from her, waddling slowly, rather than the sprinting that they had become accustomed to. Its arms swung freely, rather than pumping. Jimmy sprang back onto the blacktop, running with all of his might as Julie stumbled backward, still screaming. He hurdled her, lowering his shoulder and landing it directly into the sternum of the being. Commotion from behind did not distract him as he began driving his boot into the nose of the lurker. He stomped until there was no more life. Turning around, he refocused his attention behind him. Julie had scrambled off and was sprinting down the road, Zack and Brad sprinting toward him. Max was still going ballistic as lurkers were stumbling slowly toward the road. Jimmy drew his pistol. A shot came from the rear of the cabins, halting Zack. "Rusty, take care of this! I've got to get back!" he screamed. "Brad, let's go!" As they left, Jimmy braced his elbows, peered down the red dot of his pistol, and fired. The first being crumpled to the ground. Jimmy swung his body, keeping his feet planted firmly, and fired again. The round thunked deeply into the skull of another, dropping it quickly. The final lurker stopped. Drowsily, it turned its head, looking at its fallen brethren. As Jimmy prepared to fire, he held his gaze on the new behavior from the being. It slowly looked back at him with a hint of sadness in its eyes. Suddenly, a fire seemed to ignite in it. The shoulders tightened, the neck extended upward, and the eyes held an anger Jimmy had never known. It let out a harsh, wet gurgle from its throat and took 2 quick steps before Jimmy dropped it. As the skull thunked harshly off the pavement, he began to make his way to the cabins. Both suppressed and unsuppressed shots rang out. He called for the dog, who did not immediately follow. Jimmy called again as he rushed up the road, keeping his head on a swivel. As he finally approached the end of the turnaround, he heard and saw his 3-year-old daughter, Macy, screaming and running toward him. Hot on her trail was a short lurker. Before the collapse, he could tell that the being had been very obese. The gray and very wrinkled skin now hung loosely from the underarms and chin area. Its breathing was labored, loud, and wet. Macy screamed, looking back and pumping her legs for everything she was worth. Jimmy sprinted as the lurker closed ground. He holstered his pistol as he drew closer. Max sprinted past him and leapt, grabbing the lurker by the arm and swinging his head wildly as the lurker stumbled off balance. Jimmy swooped her into his arms. Spinning, he dropped his daughter behind him and spun back to face the lurker. "Max, release," Jimmy commanded, though the dog still bit down. "Max, release," Jimmy said more sternly. The Belgian Malinois finally released, backing off a few steps. "Max, stay," Jimmy commanded as the dog dropped down and laid on the ground, panting hard and growling low. Waiting for the lurker to recover, he drew his blade. Walking calmly to the still wobbling lurker, he threw an uppercut that landed behind the chin. He withdrew the knife as bone crunched and let the lurker collapse uncontrollably to the ground. He spun back, grabbed his daughter, and made a beeline for his cabin as he commanded Max, "With me." He opened the door and set her down in a rush. "Upstairs, baby. Upstairs now. Go into a room and close the door, sweetheart. I promise I'll be back as soon as I can." She stood frozen, crying. He asked her again, firmer this time, but she stayed rooted in place. Jimmy scooped her back up, kissed her forehead, and carried her upstairs with Max tight to his hip. Holding her tight and murmuring reassurances, he set her inside a room, promised that he would be right back, and closed the door with her and the dog inside as her cries rose from behind it. "Max will protect you, pumpkin." He descended the stairs in a rush. At the bottom, he grabbed the rifle he had left just inside the door. Jimmy flung the front door open, swapped magazines, and called out loudly into the radio. "Wiper! What's going on? Where is everyone? Over." No answer came as he glanced in all directions. No shots had been fired in a couple of minutes, and no one could be seen. He called out on the radio again. No answer. He yelled loudly, "Where in the crap is everyone at?" He heard a muffled moan come from the woods behind the cabins. Searching frantically, Jimmy found a man lying face down in the dirt and leaves. "Rick? Rick? Is that you?" The man didn't move as Jimmy reached him. Taking a knee, he rolled him over. Rick's nose was bleeding profusely and the cut above his forehead had been opened up. His button-up shirt had been thrust open and the t-shirt underneath was tattered and torn. Scratches and blood had turned the faded white into a crimson red. "Oh no, Rick. No!" "What happened?" Jimmy asked frantically. Rick only moaned again as Jimmy threw his hat off and ran his hands through his hair. "Wiper, I need you. Emily, Jessica, anyone, help me," Jimmy shouted. Unsure of what to do, he stood up, whipped his rifle from behind his back to his front, and began stomping through the woods. Rusty to Wiper. "Where are you, brother? Over." "Rusty, where in the hell have you been? Where are you at? I need your help. Over." Jimmy screamed into the receiver. "We've got a giant problem, brother. You may want to come back to our cabin. I've got a giant problem and need your help. Over. Whatever it is, it can wait. You need to get in here," Zack said, the seriousness of his tone catching Jimmy off guard. "I can't do that. I need your help, and I need it now. Rusty, I'm serious. You need to get in here right now. No more questions," Zack said sternly. Groaning and exhaling, Jimmy jogged back to Rick, saying, "Hang in there, Ricky Bobby. I'll be right back with some help." Rick only moaned loudly and gave a half-hearted thumbs up. Taking back off into a jog, Jimmy reached the side of the cabin as he saw Zack, arm around a frantic and crying Jessica, as Emily tried to comfort her. Jimmy stopped in his tracks, breathing heavily as Zack caught him out of the corner of his eye. He let go of Jessica and walked toward Jimmy as he said, "Brother, He stopped, the emotions caught in his throat. "What? What's so important that you couldn't help me? Tell me! Now!" Zack cleared his throat as Jessica dropped to her knees on the porch, unable to speak. "We can't find Macy," he blurted. "We looked everywhere for her. We were just rechecking the cabin and—" Jimmy interrupted him and said, "She's in our cabin, upstairs. I'll tell you about it later, but I need your help." Jessica jumped up and sprinted toward their cabin, no regard for anyone. She burst through the front door and began screaming, "Macy!" Jimmy shouted. She was upstairs, locked in the bedroom with Max. Turning his attention back to Zack, he said, "It's Ricky, Bobby. He's out in the woods back there. He's torn up, in bad shape. He needs our help. Is everyone else safe?" "I don't know. Brad scrambled after Julie and they disappeared. Didn't see anyone else. I've been worried sick, looking all over. Didn't have my earpiece in so I could listen for Macy. I can't believe you had her. Thank God. I didn't know how I was going to face you. I came running up and she was out in the middle of the road getting chased. She was scared to death, man. But I got her just in the nick of time, wasted the lurker, and then threw her upstairs in our cabin with the dog. He saved her life. I didn't know what happened to everyone else. I started calling for anyone and everyone. No response. So I wandered out into the woods and stumbled upon Rick. He's messed up bad. We've got to go get him, Jimmy said, motioning for Zack to follow. If he's bitten or scratched up, there's nothing much we can do for him. No, we can save him. Emily's a nurse. She'll know what to do. She can clean the wounds. We can do it, Zack. Grabbing Jimmy's arm, Zack said, "No, we can't. We need to do what's right." "No, saving him is what's right. Come on," Jimmy said, urging him forward. Zack reluctantly followed. As Jimmy led the way, Zack said, "Slow down, princess. It's been a long day and I can't move that quickly." Slowing down, they finally came upon Rick in the forest. "Grab his legs. I'll get his arms and we'll walk sideways," Zack said. They picked him up and moved with unease at first, but quickly got the rhythm and timing of their steps down. They struggled up and down a few minor gullies until they got to the blacktop. Entering cabin 7, they laid him on the couch. "Relax, Rick. We'll be right back," Zack said, as he nodded his head toward the door for Jimmy to follow. Once they got outside, Zack said, "He's beyond our care. We've got to load him up and get him out of here." "No, we can save him," Jimmy urged. "No, we've got to at least try. Come on, man. Go get Emily and let's see what we can do." Jimmy was almost begging at this point. "Bad call, James, but I'll get her." Pointing at him, he said, "Just for you, princess." As he waited, Jimmy went back inside. Rick was holding his nose with one hand, while the other was rubbing the wounds on his stomach. Jimmy tried to provide comfort, but Rick knew. Through muttered grunts, he said, "They got me, man. They got me good." "You can hack it, Rick. You're gonna be all right." "You think so? I've never really seen what happens, man. We've been on the run for weeks, just cruising around trying to outrun this thing until we found some peace," Rick said through moans and grunts. His breathing was becoming more and more labored. "You've lost a lot of blood today, Rick. Just try to relax. Our nurse will be here soon." Waiting another few minutes, Zack and Emily returned with her medical backpack. Taking a quick look at him, she asked, "How's your nose?" Rick only grunted in pain. As she looked him over, she said, "You're in rough shape. Take these and clean your wounds," she said, handing him some pre-packaged alcohol swabs. "Zack, stay here. Help him out if he needs it. Jimmy, your wife wants to talk to you for a minute." She grabbed his arm and said, "She's right over there," before guiding him outside. "What does she want?" he asked curiously. Emily whispered, "She doesn't want anything, knucklehead." They continued walking, putting distance between themselves and the cabin. Finally, she turned him gently and said, "He's capital F screwed. There's nothing I can do for him. And we're not touching him, no matter what. Before Zack refused to let me go to work, I dealt with a few of these people in the hospital. Came in with scratches. We thought we were treating animal scratches at first. Like cat scratch fever? Something like that, smartass. But a couple of coworkers got sick just from coming into contact with their blood." "You're kidding?" Jimmy muttered, changing to a serious tone. "Any open scratch, even from a paper cut, allowed the infection. Our cheap nitrile gloves didn't seem to make a difference. He's got maybe a few hours. Then comes the fever. Coughing, runny nose, redness in the face, nose, ears. That's when they turn crazy, Jimmy. In 5 days or less, he's gonna turn on us. No one believes that they're sick until they're too far gone. I didn't make it that long. but my friend, Tina. I talked to her. They started attacking. Our other friend, Janet. She went into a room and the son of a bitch was hiding behind the door. Attacked her from behind. But we never understood it. He didn't rip her throat out. It was like the guy knew that his job was to spread the disease but made sure that it would live on through her. Dear Lord, that sounds awful. I thought maybe we could save him. But the risk isn't worth the reward. If it was Zack, I'd do everything I could. But we just met this guy. What's the move? Jimmy asked, disappointment flowing heavier with every word. What little experience I have says that when the fever hits, there will be waves of exhaustion followed by restlessness. Our best option right now is to give him enough Benadryl to knock him out and something for the fever. Once he's asleep, we set him free. Set him free? Just dump him off in the middle of a field and hope he doesn't come back? Emily looked at Jimmy as he paused for a moment before she saw it click. Or set up a meeting with St. Peter at the pearly gates. Pearly gates, Jimmy. I'm sorry. I know you wanted to try, but you're on your own with that. We don't have enough supplies to make it worth even cleaning him up. Jimmy sighed, hung his head, and said, Thanks, Em. She cut him off. You're doing fine. He shook his head. Doesn't feel like it. It never does. You're trying to carry all of it, but you don't have to. We're wobbling. I feel like I've got to steady it. Show them all that we fight for everyone. Even the new guy. That matters. But this one's out of our hands. Jimmy stared into the trees for a long moment and then back at her. I'll do what's right, popular or not. I know you will. Jimmy sighed and said, Thanks. I thought we had a really tough decision to make, but you've made it easier. I don't like that we have to do it, but it's what's best for all of us. Emily bit her lower lip and smiled. I'll get the meds and some water. Chapter 20. When Jimmy entered, Rick sat up, arrow straight on the couch. Geez, everything all right, Rick? He mumbled incoherently, and Jimmy could see that Rick's ears, cheeks, and nose were already turning various shades of pink. Jimmy retrieved a chair, put his lamp down, and said, Rick, I'd like to read you something, if you don't mind. After Rick mumbled, Jimmy continued, I'll take that as a yes. Opening his Bible, Jimmy skimmed in the faint light until he found the Gospel of John. Skipping ahead a few pages, he began sharing the message of Jesus Christ, starting with one of the most famous verses in the entire New Testament. He began, John 3:16. Jesus is talking to Nicodemus when he said, and continued from there. He then skipped around, briefly quoting from Scripture many of the passages that he had learned over the prior 8 months. He read for over an hour as Rick slipped in and out of consciousness. He would go through spells of hot and cold, removing blankets and clothing, and then throwing them back on. He would sit up, seemingly concentrating on what Jimmy was saying 1 minute, and then slipping into deep sleep, but only for a short amount of time. Jimmy checked his watch. 1:45 a.m. Just relax, Rick. The only way to get better is by getting some sleep. I'm hopeful that when you wake up, you'll be a brand new man. Reluctantly, Jimmy continued to read as Rick finally settled deeply into the couch, breathing very heavily. Jimmy flipped to John 14:1-3. Jesus told them not to be afraid and not to let their hearts give in to fear. He said that just as they trusted God, they could trust him. He spoke of his Father's house as a real place, with room enough, and said he was going ahead to prepare a place for them. And if he went to do that, he promised he would return and bring them with him, so they could be where he was. Thumbing over to Luke, he summarized chapter 23, 42-43. One of the men, dying beside Jesus, asked him to remember him when Jesus came into his kingdom. Jesus answered that he wouldn't have to wait. That very day, he would be with him in paradise. Rick, Today is that day for you, if you believe. For whosoever believes in him shall have everlasting life. I believe. I'm ready, Rick sputtered deliriously. Jimmy closed his Bible, took the lamp, and went to retrieve Zack. When he opened the door, Zack was snoring loudly. Jimmy whispered his name a few times before impatiently tapping his arm. Get up, Cupcake. Huh? What? Oh, Jimmy, you ready? He reluctantly affirmed that he was. Zack returned with his truck, the pair picking up a sleeping Rick and placing him gently into the bed of the pickup. He did not struggle or come out of his slumber. They drove in silence out of the park until they found a dirt road and followed it for a few miles. Zack pointed his truck in the direction of an open bean field. They carried him together into the field and laid him gently in the dirt. And Jimmy prayed the Lord's Prayer aloud the best he could. Our Father, whose art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come. Thy will be done, on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. Lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from the evil one. For thine is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory, forever. They both said, Amen, before Zack stepped forward and carried out the deed. Chapter 21. Jimmy awoke the next morning well after sunrise. The rainy season had arrived in the valley. The gray skies refused to part, even when the rain wasn't around. He snuck out of the bedroom as quietly as he could and dressed in the living room. Lacing up his boots, he stood and stretched before heading to the fire pit. Zack sat there alone, sipping his motor oil and staring at the ground. Jimmy shut the screen door silently and sat next to him. Whoa, Jimmy, you caught me off guard, Zack said, glancing at him as he returned his gaze to the ground. How'd you let that happen? Everything all right? Just thinking. About what? Jimmy asked cautiously. Everything, brother. Zack sighed loudly, beginning to speak before he trailed off into uncomfortable silence. Jimmy broke it, saying, You good? You're not the thinking type, normally. Just go with the flow. Attack problems as they come instead of anticipating. That's my job. I've been thinking about your job, Zack said, lifting his head and staring off into the woods. I don't really have a job. I'm just living, trying to protect our families, Jimmy said cautiously. No, Jimmy, you've crowned yourself king around here. You're barking orders all of the time, telling people what they should be doing. This was a partnership until we got hurt. Since then, you've taken over. And I'm not sure that I like it, Zack said as he shifted his eyes to Jimmy's. Jimmy shook his head and said, I don't really see it that way. But I wasn't trying to take anything from you. I just kept going. If that put me too far out in front, then I'll ease up. Then ease up, damn it. All right, Zack, I'll ease up. You were down, in bad shape. You had a bad attitude for a long time, and I had to do what was best for our family. Not because I didn't think you couldn't handle it, but because I didn't think you wanted to handle it. Good gravy. Why'd you let it get this far if you were so upset? Because you did good, bro. And now people look to you. Not to us. To you. My wife. Oh boy, here we go, Jimmy said, shaking his head. Don't interrupt me, Jimmy. My wife, she actually likes you. She talks nicely about you. She never did that before. She never liked you. Even after everything fell apart and we moved in together. She just thought you were an idiot. And now she's saying stuff like, Jimmy did this. It made me happy. Jimmy's decision to do that was really good. Jimmy this. Jimmy that. I don't know what to do with it. Zack, come on. What's this really about? You're not actually upset with me because of that, are you? Yeah, it makes me uncomfortable. People don't respect me the way they used to. My leg is 95% of what it used to be. I'm ready to get after it again. Prove my worth to all of the people in our group, Zack said, holding his eye contact firmly. Jimmy sighed loudly, thinking hard. He looked at the ground and then back at Zack. You don't have to prove anything to anyone. My wife, she's always adored you more than I liked. It's not that it bothered me. I just never understood why. My kids, they all love you. Sometimes it feels like they love you more than me. But that's good. That's what we need. You are independent. You don't need approval to get the things we need done. Cleanly, quickly, and right. I'm glad that Emily thinks that I'm doing such a good job. But I'm just trying to do what's right for everyone. Zack rocked forward and stood, stretching and groaning as he said, I know. But this isn't how it was supposed to go. I've led men in battle. You weren't even a supervisor in your job. You haven't led anything. But now you're doing it. And it's not... He trailed off as Jimmy scoffed, but nodded his head. You're right. I never thought you would even show up at my door. And when you did, I conceded to you. Not because I didn't want the responsibility, but because you're you. But I found my niche, and here we are. Here we are, Zack said. Changing the direction of the conversation, he said, Looks like we aren't going to be doing much for a while. Those clouds look ominous. We'll find plenty to do, brother. Trust me. The rain refused to leave for over a week. It wasn't constant, but it was a daily problem. It gave them the time that they needed to complete some much-needed projects and find solutions to some logistical problems that had been plaguing them since their move. A chicken coop and run were first among them. Jimmy found a notebook and sat down to once again use the real-world drafting and design skills that had served to feed his family in simpler times. A basic A-frame shelter was designed. Zack and Jimmy felled a couple dozen small-diameter trees, while Brad and Ben helped to load them into the back of trucks and drive them back to the location of the coop. It took a few full days, with minimal breaks, but by the time they were finished, they had a fully functional, 8-foot-tall by 12-foot-long structure that would be able to house many more chickens than the current flock. They inserted roosting bars throughout, which gave them the ability to maximize both the vertical and horizontal spaces. The next focus was on creating a stockade-like fence around the area, giving them something of a run. The walls were 8 foot tall to keep them from flying out, and they created a door using old phone charging cords that had mysteriously found their way into a box from Jimmy and Jessica's home. The cords acted as hinges. It won't hold up forever, but if we can find some sort of baling wire or something else soon, it should hold for a while, Jimmy proclaimed with pride. Zack required mandatory high fives from everyone as they stood in the rain, admiring their creation. The new chicks had hatched between 22 and 24 days after they were laid. They were able to get 16 new chicks. With black backs and soft yellow underbellies, they stumbled around following a few hens. The women had begun to stake out a large garden. They wrote down their plans and prepared to till everything up as soon as the weather broke for long enough to dry the ground up. Emily had wanted to get started, but Jimmy reminded her that the dirt would clump when wet, causing more problems than it was worth. You don't need to plant most things until after Mother's Day anyways. Planting too early in the rainy season can drown all of your seeds before they have a chance to sprout. They started some seeds indoors with the limited amount of plastic food bins that they had, but were convinced to be patient for the majority of their crops. Another task was to set up a watch schedule. Between the 8 adults, they always had someone along the park's main road watching. Most worked in 2-hour shifts each day. Ben and Brooke insisted on working the nights, each pulling 6-hour shifts. Jimmy argued, but they were younger and more bored than the rest of them. Most days they stationed themselves at the inn, although Ben especially liked to be at the front gate. Someone would drive a vehicle to the location, and the person leaving would drive it back. Most everyone was getting along well enough, with very few incidents. Everyone but Julie. She had removed herself from the group in nearly every way. She treated all of them like they were an inconvenience. She was short, didn't wave when she passed by, and refused to engage in anything other than surface-level conversation. Zack and Jimmy pulled Brad aside after nearly 2 weeks. We've got to do something about Julie. What's her deal? Jimmy asked. I don't know. What do you mean you don't know? Zack asked. You're with her the most. She won't talk to me either. I'm not sure why. I'll try again. Thanks. Let us know how it goes. Or if we can do anything, Jimmy said. Thanks, guys. I will. And Brad. One more thing. We're taking Ben to town with us. You're next, if that's all right, Jimmy said. Yeah, fellas, no problem. I want to go, but I'll get my chance. I know that. Take Ben. He needs the experience. I never took him anywhere with us. You guys are better equipped to show him the ropes than I am. You sure? Jimmy asked. Brad sighed and said, It's no problem. I can wait. Probably gonna have you take an extra vehicle so we can stock up again in the next day or two. So be ready, Jimmy said, pointing to Brad as they began to walk off to find Ben. They loaded up and made their way back to the food supply. This time, lurkers lingered scarcely throughout the parking lot. Ben, hang in here. When we radio, pull the truck up to the left over there and find the door. Back it up and we'll start loading. Let's make this snappy. We've got more places to go today. No problem, Rusty, Ben replied confidently. The duo exited the vehicle and began surgically extinguishing the lurkers one by one. After they had removed all of the visible ones, they radioed to Ben. Zack popped open the door once again. As Ben backed the truck up, Jimmy and Zack entered. The once pristine warehouse was now almost completely empty. What the hell? Zack shouted. There were tire tracks out in the yard back here, but I assumed that they were ours, Jimmy noted. Same. Someone's been here and cleared most of this place out. Picked it almost clean, Zack said in disgust. Oh, look. Still got peaches, and a couple of cases of pasta left over. And yes, there are a few cans of tomato sauce. He paused and glared at Zack, repeating, Tomato sauce. Who could have done this? Zack asked. Jimmy rubbed his chin and said coldly, Martians. Why couldn't they have come a few months ago and whisked you away? Because this rectum is wound tighter than a guitar string and unprobable. That's not even a word, dumbass. Oh, I'm glad the grammar police finally decided to make an appearance. Shut up. Let's get this stuff and get out of here before someone else shows up. I'll agree to that, Jimmy said. Ben had parked, and they stacked the remainder of the food that they could find in their immediate area into the back of the truck. They jumped into the cab and headed on toward the farm supply store. Hey, look, it's Magnolia Street, Zack said with a snicker as they raced down city streets toward their next stop. Very funny, Jimmy said, giving a quick glare and half grin. You want to see if your girlfriend's still around? Zack said with a cackle. She thinks my tractor's sexy. Really? Girlfriend? What about Jessica, Rusty? Ben asked with deep concern from the back seat. Zack couldn't contain his laughter as he slapped the steering wheel repeatedly and hunched over in the seat. Jimmy turned and said, It's kinda a long story, Ben, but I don't really have a girlfriend. You can count on that. Ben looked questioningly at Jimmy before saying, Okay, Mr. Bond, I hope you're telling the truth. He is. Trust me, Ben. He gets really defensive when you ask him about the strippers he hired for my birthday, though. Really? Ben asked. No, Ben, Jimmy said sharply. See what I mean? Zack laughed. There's a lot you don't know about this guy. So, you do have a girlfriend then? Dang it, Wiper. No. That stripper story is fake. And he cut himself off. You know what? We're almost there. Let's focus and I'll tell you all about it on the way back home. All right? Okay, Rusty. Focusing, Ben said as he raised 2 fingers and touched his temples. Chapter 22. As they drove into the parking lot, they noticed nothing unusual. Lurkers were scattered sparingly, taking no notice as they drove past. Abandoned cars sprinkled the lot, all covered in a dirty film. No movement, no humans, no out-of-place vehicles. They drove to the back docks and parked underneath a dock that had been propped open. Ben, your job is to watch our backs. Carry what we ask you to carry. Don't fire your weapon unless it's life or death. You got it, bud? Jimmy asked. Yeah, I got it, Rusty. They jumped out of the truck and used the bumper step to enter into the abandoned store. "Take point," Zack said quietly. The stockroom had been picked clean. Shelves had toppled over. Birds had taken over. Nests filled the rafters and their droppings covered most of the floor. "Geez, this place, man," Zack said while he followed closely behind Jimmy and Ben. They entered the sales floor quietly as Jimmy peeked around corners slowly. The stale air had improved very little since their last visit. They skirted down the center aisle for several feet until they came to another wide aisle, turning left and heading for the fencing supplies. As Jimmy walked slowly, he turned his head left to peer down a lonely aisle when he was suddenly impacted by a strong blow that sent him flying to the ground. Punches rained down from above, hitting his neck, chest, back, and forearms as he tried to protect his head. The pressure of the blows suddenly stopped and he heard items crashing onto the ground. Looking up, stunned, he saw Zack clashing with a man of similar height but slighter build. Ben was holding Zack's rifle and helped Jimmy to his feet. "You fucked up," Zack yelled as he connected with a right hook. He followed with a left, but the man dodged and caught Zack with a glancing blow to the cheek. Zack drove the man into a shelf, sending it toppling. He wasted no time rushing in, but the man used the leverage of the falling shelf to kick into Zack's midsection, forcing him back a step. Zack charged again and they grappled briefly before Zack hip-tossed him and used his superior weight to bring him to the ground. They wrestled for position. The man worked himself into side control, tucking his elbows tight and keeping his knees in as two men who were clearly more than capable in hand-to-hand combat fought for advantage. Every move Zack attempted was countered cleanly as they continued to maneuver. "Damn, you're good," Zack said through clenched teeth. "You're not too bad yourself," the man replied between breaths. "And you're a big bastard." Zack shifted his hips, trying to advance, but the man slipped into half guard. "Aw, hell," Zack muttered. "Nice move. That usually works every time." Zack bucked hard, forcing the man back into full guard, then reared up and drove a forearm under his neck. The air rushed from the man's lungs, but he stayed calm, hands working to control Zack's wrists as they stalled again. Finally, Zack said, "What are we doing here?" "I don't know," the man said, breathing hard. "I rounded the corner and saw a guy with a rifle. Didn't see anyone else." As they laid on the ground, unmoving, Jimmy stepped up, rifle leveled. "You two done?" "Get back, Rusty," Zack said. "I've got this." "No, you don't," Jimmy said evenly. "You've got three choices. You can keep wasting energy until one of you breaks. I can shoot him, or you can separate and we talk like civilized gentlemen." Zack freed a wrist as the man struggled beneath the pressure of his forearm. "I think you should choose option 3. "I think you're right," the man said. Zack disengaged. The man released him and rolled away, arms over his head dragging in air. Zack rose slowly, offering a hand. The man took it and they hauled each other to their feet. "Damn," Zack said, grinning. "Where'd you learn to fight like that?" "I was about to ask you the same thing." "In the Navy. Retired a few years back." "You?" "Marines. I left after 8 years last summer," he said, trying to remember as he started to nod his head. "No shit? Semper Fi." "Ooh-rah," Brock responded exuberantly. "That's awesome, man. Been a while since I got into a tussle like that. It was fun. But why'd you have to attack my friend like that?" "I don't know. Man with a rifle. I'm unarmed. Thought he was solo and I did what I thought I had to. If I'd known I was outnumbered, I probably would have rethought my plan." "What are you doing here? And unarmed? You're a Marine." "It's a long story." "Well, shit. There were some rocking chairs back there. Let's pop a squat and talk about it, brother." "We don't have time for that, Wiper. We've got to get our things and get out," Jimmy said in frustration. "No, Rusty. We do have time for it. It's not every day that you get to enjoy the company of a devil dog. Let's go, bud. I could use a rest. If you don't like it, you can go get what we came here for while I talk to him." Jimmy sighed and said, "I guess we'll wait." Come on, Ben. Let's go find some seats. Not like there's a Lurker apocalypse going on or anything. What's the hurry, Rusty? What's the harm in talking? Oh, I don't know, Wiper. I suppose I better come with you and make sure that you don't start cheating on your wife with this guy, Jimmy said with a laugh. After they found some seats, Zack grunted and rubbed his cheek. That was a nice shot. And the kick. It caught me off guard. Your jiu-jitsu was the best I've ever went against. Thanks, but I used to get my ass whooped in the teams every other day. Didn't really get as good as I wanted to. Same. The teams, huh? I thought you were a little too big and polished to be some sort of ship's mate. But then again, what would a dude like that be doing walking around the valley, you know? You from here? No, bud. My wife is, though. After I got out, we moved back here from San Diego so she could be closer to her family. What's your name? Brock. Brock? Zack nodded his head as he diverted his eyes for a moment. Returning to meet Brock, he said, "Tell me what a former Marine is doing walking around a mostly empty store like this without his weapon." Brock sighed loudly, looking at the floor. "It's too embarrassing. Come on, man. Civilization is gone. Shit happens. I'm not here to judge." Brock laughed nervously as if there was nothing funny about what he was about to say. He took a few deep breaths before beginning. Got out in July. Struggled to find work for a few months. Blew all my money at the bars and on stupid shit. Had to sell the house. Didn't make a dime after we paid for everything that goes with it. So I sold my rifles. Sold a lot that I didn't want to part with. Kept a pistol and that was it. Had 17 in the mag, 1 in the chamber and 2 boxes of 20 rounds each. That was it. But I had a small son to feed, so I got a job here, of all places. Stocking shelves, helping old ladies load up their items. Moved into a 1-bedroom apartment when I got this job. But it kept us off the streets, man. Okay, then what happened? A tear came to Brock's eye as he said, "Then, whatever happened, happened. People started getting sick in the complex. I left one day to find food. When I came back, my wife and son, Brock broke down. Zack and Jimmy let him grieve as they stayed silent. After a few moments, he continued, My wife. She left a note. She said, he lost control of his emotions again as Zack rubbed his beard and said, I'm sorry, Brock. Take your time. Take as much time as you need. She left the weirdest note on the kitchen table, said she couldn't stand to be around me anymore. The stress she was under was too much to take. That she was taking our son, my son, taking him and leaving. It was so final, and there was nothing I could do. She said she'd rather the two of them die out there than spend another minute with me. Brock paused for a moment. Damn, that's rough, Zack said quietly as he shook his head. And it was out of the blue, so I just left. Don't even think I shut the door. There was no one who could help. I didn't want any help. I don't even know what I'm doing anymore, man. I live in a tent in the woods a couple of miles that way, he said, pointing south past the back of the store. I just walk around most days, scrounging for anything I can eat. Fighting those stalkers. I ran out of ammo. I don't even know what day it is, but it's been a while ago. Haven't found anything but scraps of food. No guns. No supplies. But I don't look hard. Every day I'm convinced it's my last day on Earth. I just want to see my wife and son again. I've tried making spears to hunt with, but I'm not good with that shit. I grew up in Karst Valley. Montgomery Street, man. Didn't grow up in the woods. I don't know what I'm doing. I'm just waiting to die. Damn it, man. That's awful. Why don't you come live with us? We could use a man with your skills, Zack said sincerely. Wiper? A word? Nah, we're good, Rusty. There's nothing you can say to change my mind. We're taking him in. Brock spoke up, saying, I don't know, man. We just met. You don't need someone like me. Yeah, we do. The way you fight. If Wiper is dead set on something, then it must be for a reason. Plus, we could use another warfighter amongst our ranks, Jimmy broke in. I don't know. I'll tell you what. We've got food. You got something to cook with? Zack asked. Yeah, I got a pot. Awesome. Come with us. We'll set you up with some food. Get your belly full for tonight. You'll sleep better. I promise. Then we'll meet you somewhere out on the highway tomorrow and see if you've come to your senses. Rusty, what's the name of the place where you worked at? Zack said. It's called Keystone Machine and Tool. Sits just off 146 on the edge of town. There's a big sign. You know where that's at? Jimmy asked. State Road 146. I know the area. Pretty sure I've seen it. Just a few miles past the welcome sign, right? You got it. Big green and white building. You can't miss it, especially if you're walking. I don't know, man. Zack pointed at him and said, You do know. You obviously want to live bad enough that you've made it this far. I think you can make it another day. Join us while we get what we need. What do you need? We're looking for baling wire and fencing, plus fencing tools, Jimmy said. Right this way, gentlemen. They followed Brock and he led them to where they needed to go. They found rolls of chicken wire, hardware cloth, T-posts, and the driver, deck staples, and most of what they had hoped to find. They also found a couple of dusty backpacks. As they carried it out to the truck, Jimmy filled the backpacks and Zack handed them to Brock. One on the front, one on the back. He struggled with the awkwardness, but thanked them. Keystone, right? Out on 146 over here? He asked, pointing in the right direction. You've got it. Tomorrow. Be there in the morning. You got a watch? Zack asked. No. I set it down one night and never found it again. That's all right. Just try to be there around noon. That's the easiest to identify with the sun, so that will work for us and for you. And Brock? Yeah, he said, raising his eyes from the ground. Bring everything you can carry. Because I'm being gentle today, but I won't be so nice tomorrow. If you're there, you're coming with us. Otherwise, don't show up at all, Zack demanded. You want us to drop you off at your camp? Doesn't look like you have much room, and I could use the walk. It helps me think. You sure? Zack pried. I'm sure. What was your name again? Zack pointed to himself. Wiper. That's Rusty. And that's Ben. We'll probably have someone other than Ben with us, but don't worry. He'll be solid. How many of you are there? Zack counted quickly in his head before saying, 14 of us now. 14? Damn. You guys have a community. I suppose we do. And we'd love to make it 15. Zack pointed to his forehead and said, Think about it. But make sure you're serious if you're gonna show up. All right. Wiper. What a goofy name. Where'd you get it from? Brock asked inquisitively. Show up and I'll tell you all about it. Brock smiled, nodded his head, thanked them, and began walking off. Zack watched him for a long while before he cranked the engine and drove off, heading home. The group ate a cobbled-together rice dish consisting of mixed vegetables and old deer jerky. Not glamorous, but it filled bellies and provided enough nutrition to keep everyone complaining but above ground. After dinner, everyone departed early for their cabins. When Jimmy awoke, all was quiet. He got out of bed as quietly as he could and dressed for the day in the living room. Trying not to disturb anyone, he wore an old pair of jeans, a quarter-zip navy hoodie, and laced up his Salomon boots. He ran his military-grade webbing belt through his knife sheath and holstered his pistol before slinging his tactical rifle around his neck and pushed it behind him to rest on his back. When he stepped out onto the screened-in porch, the air was crisp and cooler than expected. He tilted his head back, lifted his arms, and stretched. A couple of pops relieved his temporary discomfort as he swung his neck from side to side. He opened the door and stepped out, hearing a psst sound. He looked to his right in the dawn's early light and noticed Zack on his screened porch. As he walked over, he noticed that Zack's marksman's rifle was resting against the wall with a gleaming shine to it. His tactical rifle was currently in pieces. A jug of peanut oil sat on the ground to his side, and a saturated towel sat on the table. "What have we got going on over here?" Jimmy asked curiously. "Gotta keep these things clean somehow." With peanut oil? Sometimes you've just got to use what you've got, Jimmy. Isn't that bad for your rifles? It's not ideal and you have to be extra careful, but it can be used in a pinch, and we're in a pinch. I'd goof something up trying to put it back together for sure, Jimmy said, sure of himself. Give me that pistol, Zack said, gesturing to Jimmy's side. Jimmy pulled it from its holster. He checked the safety first before turning away from Zack and pointing it to the ground. He left his finger flat across the body, away from the trigger and trigger guard, as he pressed the magazine release button. The magazine slid slowly out of the bottom as he grabbed it with his free hand. He grabbed the slide and locked it as a 9mm round ejected onto the floor. He visually inspected the weapon to confirm that there was no longer a round in the chamber before he turned back to Zack and handed it to him. Now do the same with your rifle, he directed. Jimmy repeated the process, faster this time. He was more familiar with the rifle than the pistol. When he turned back to Zack, his pistol lay completely dismantled and Zack held the towel. Clean it. Lube it. Let's go. Can I go do this in private? Or do you really want to watch? The pistol, not your micro-penis, idiot. Oh, Jimmy said with a sly grin. They spent the next few hours caring for their firearms. Zack walked Jimmy through every step in the disassembly, cleaning and reassembly process. They returned to the common kitchen area to grab a bite to eat. Julie sat by herself at the end of the table. Jimmy tried to say hello and ask her how she was doing, but she just waved and didn't respond as she stared into the woods, her back to them. Jimmy looked back at Zack and raised his eyebrows. I've watched a couple of videos and cleaned the barrel a few times before, but I've never done all of this. Thanks for showing me. Do it every day, and you'll never need instruction again, Zack said seriously. I've got you around. Why would I need to? Jimmy asked with a smile. That may not last forever. We both know that, Zack responded sternly. Every time I think we're making progress, you come back with something grim. Ease up, bro. Reality is a bitch. You go live in la-la land. I'll live in the real world. Speaking of real world, Jimmy checked his watch, saying, We've got to go get your new love buddy here in a few. Julie snapped her head and said, What? We met someone yesterday, and he's coming into the group, Jimmy said indifferently. You cannot be serious. Yeah, Zack said, nodding his head. We've got too many people here as it is. Your kids are eating up all of our food way too fast. We're running out of space. This is bullshit, she screamed as she smashed her open hand onto the table. What's your problem? Jimmy glared back. You don't think this should be a group decision? Why wasn't I asked about this? Hey, Julie. With your permission, we'd like to bring in a young man who was an 8-year Marine. His wife disappeared and now she's dead. He's got combat experience overseas, is trained in jiu-jitsu, and is one hell of a war fighter. I hate both of you, she said as she stormed off. They could hear incoherent yelling coming shortly afterwards from inside. Good luck, Brad, Jimmy said softly. You ready? Meet me at the truck in 5. They drove into Karst Valley and parked at Jimmy's old machine shop. You go around that way, I'll go this way, because I don't see him anywhere. Jimmy got out and held his freshly cleaned rifle loosely around his chest, one hand on the pistol grip while the other was loosely around his vertical foregrip. Brock, he said slightly above his normal voice. He found him lounging in the grass behind the building. Hey man, how's your head and stuff? Brock asked genuinely. I'm fine. Thanks for asking. Yeah, sorry about that. Where's the big guy? Right here, bro, Zack said as he converged on them. Brock whipped his head behind him and said, Oh, hey, Wiper, isn't it? Yeah, I'm glad you showed up. You ready to go? Yeah, Brock said as he turned to grab his gear. Need help carrying anything? Jimmy asked. Nah, this is basically all that I have, Brock answered as he grabbed 2 backpacks and a tent. Jimmy grabbed the tent and pack from him and led him back to the truck. They tossed everything into the bed as Zack climbed in and said, Time to go. Lurker's coming in. They jumped in and pulled out as a small group stumbled out from the trees behind them. They made it back to the park without incident and settled Brock into cabin 2. Welcome home, Brock. Put your stuff in there and we'll introduce you to the group, Zack instructed. When Brock came back out of the cabin, they made introductions with everyone. Everyone but Julie, who refused to show her face. Later that evening, after they had enjoyed a spaghetti feast with homemade garlic bread, Jimmy and Zack sat on the covered porch of Deer Run cabin, shooting the breeze, mainly discussing Brock and his addition, while a few of their children chatted softly in a corner. Suddenly, they heard raised voices from across the way, coming from Brad and Julie's cabin. Metal clanked against metal. Loud banging followed. "You think we should check it?" Zack asked with worry in his face. "I don't know. I think we should stay out of it. At least for now," Jimmy said, turning his head to look in that direction. The shouting continued. Soon Julie came out, looking distraught and disheveled. She walked toward them, head down, oblivious to their presence. She lifted her head, looked in their direction, and shouted, "What the hell are you guys looking at?" as she kept her brisk pace. "Nothing at all. Have a good evening," Jimmy said, faking a smile. "Oh, fuck you," she replied, showing her middle finger. Jimmy stood but was pushed back into his seat by Zack. "Let it go, brother. We'll deal with it in the morning, once she's cooled off. Only God knows what set her off." Exhaling loudly, Jimmy said, "This has gone on for too long. Wait till morning, brother. Going after her now isn't going to do anything productive." "That's probably fair." At dark, Zack returned with his daughter to his cabin. Shortly after, Jessica returned with Ethan and Macy. They went to bed soon afterwards. Sleeping well, Jimmy awoke just after dawn. He shuffled toward the fire pit and cooking area. Looking up, he noticed that Ben's car was missing. It's not time for a shift change. Where did he wander off to? Jimmy pondered. Shortly afterward, Brad came out, looking distraught. "Top of the morning to you, Brad," Jimmy said with a smile. "I've got a problem, Rusty. A big freaking problem." "I kinda heard it last night, Brad." Yeah. Sorry about that commotion," Brad said sincerely. "Arguments happen. We're playing a high-pressure, high-stakes game. This isn't Mayberry anymore. No need to apologize. I did want to speak with Julie, though. No rush, just whenever she wakes up." "Yeah, about that," Brad started. Jimmy looked at him inquisitively. "She's gone." He fumbled through his pocket, handing Jimmy a folded note. "What's this?" he asked, his head tilted down trying to unfold the paper as he looked up at Brad. "Read it." Jimmy cleared his throat before reading aloud. "Brad, you're not the man you used to be. You've lost your spine. I can't do this anymore. I never loved you anyway. If you want to stick around and deal with those assholes, that's on you. Don't try to come find me. But if you stay there, you will die. Julie." "Well, fiddlesticks," Jimmy said. "Fiddlesticks? How about holy shit?" "Brad, no turd is that holy. It's not who I am anymore." "Oh, sorry about that," he said, rubbing the back of his neck. "When it's just the boys, you can drop F-bombs like a B-52 pilot. I don't care, but don't use it in front of my wife and kids," Jimmy said. "I don't understand. I thought, come to think of it, I've never heard you." Brad stumbled over his words before finishing. "I'll keep that in mind." "Never mind that. What is she saying here?" "She's going to John." "John? Am I supposed to know who that is?" "The sheriff, Rusty. She's running to him. That's her ex-husband." "I'm about to crown a holy turd. Are you serious?" Brad rubbed his goatee and said, "I'm afraid so. I didn't want to tell you. I was trying to protect her, hoping she would come around sooner or later." "That seems like it would be pretty pertinent information, don't you think?" Brad shook his head a few times as he inhaled sharply and began nodding. "I never thought that it would come to this. In fact, I protected her a lot, before everything went to hell, and after you guys moved in." Brad began shaking as he said, "I'm sorry, Rusty. That's what I was going to tell you, when I almost shot you. And I lied when we got the boats. She was just out of control." He slammed his fist on the table suddenly, causing Jimmy to jump. "Stupid!" he screamed to himself. Dylan was her idea. I didn't want to bring him over, but she forced me to. I wasn't sure that he was working for the sheriff, but I should have known. I swear I didn't set you up on purpose. But at the same time, I had a feeling. Should have stopped you. But that damn woman. He looked up at Jimmy and said, "Be thankful for what you've got. You've got a hell of a woman, Rusty. Not a moody, cheating whore like I did." Jimmy raised his eyebrows, made a shoo noise, and said, "You just sit down, buddy. I know this must be hard for you. I'm gonna go get Wiper and Ben. We'll figure this out. Together." Waking Ben first, he told him to get dressed in all black and meet them outside. Next, he went and got Zack, handing him the letter as they walked together toward the other two men. Holy shit. This puts a big wrench in our plans. That's pretty much what Brad said, too. "What's the meaning of this shit, Brad?" Zack asked, slapping the note on the table. "We got into a fight last night. Zack cut him off, saying, "A fight? Last night was the main event. I couldn't hear what was being said, but someone was chucking shit across the room and you two were screaming at each other. Well, to say it didn't go well is an understatement, but we disagree about everything. Have been, since before you guys even got here. Sure, it was more intense than usual, but I didn't expect anything like this," Brad said, becoming more dejected with each passing word. "We can't wait any longer. This needs to be taken care of. Now. This instant," Zack said excitedly. "Let's slow it down for a second," Jimmy started. But Zack interrupted, saying, "No, we don't have time for your let's take a minute bullshit. We need to act decisively. I understand where you're coming from, brother, but we can't just march out of here like it's Pearl Harbor. We're gonna be gone, and we don't know how long it's going to take. At least an entire day. You want to ask the ladies to just stay in the cabins like sitting ducks? We got to get them moved somewhere safe in case he sends people our way." "All right, I see what you mean. But we hit first. We have to be the hammer on this one. It's going to take her some time to explain, but not forever. For all we know, there could already be people on their way," Zack said, his excitedness growing rapidly into determination. "Which is exactly why we need to get them to the inn. They'll be safe there. They can hide out in rooms, facing the parking lot. They will never find them," Brad said. Jimmy turned to Brad. "Not a bad idea. We've got one room cleared already. If we find a couple more, especially on the third floor, they're not getting through a locked door with a shotgun waiting on the other side." Zack added, "He'd be stupid not to expect us to be coming, which means he's keeping his people close." "What about the new guy?" Jimmy asked. "He stays here. It's his first full day. We can't trust him on this mission," Zack said with authority. "Then he stays on the first floor, with a rifle and a radio. He's the first line of defense." "I can live with that," Zack said. "Brad, you got any camo in that cabin?" Chapter 23. Jimmy dressed in his Spartan Rift timberbrake gear. His beanie, balaclava, quarter zip, tactical cargo pants, and gloves all matching the pattern. He laced up his coyote brown Salomon boots tightly and loaded 4 magazines. 2 went into the cargo pocket of his pants, 1 into his backpack, and the other inserted into his rifle. He brought along his pistol and blade. Zack prepared his Daniel Defense DD-5V4 semi-automatic marksman's rifle, along with his custom-built M4-style civilian legal tactical rifle. Zack handed his tac rifle to Brad and said, "That's my baby. Pet it gently. Handle it with affection, or I will kill you." Jimmy also grabbed the Colt CR-6920 EPR. It was an AR-style 16-inch carbine that he had found in the back of a police cruiser, and gave it, along with 2 spare magazines, to Ben. "You ever used one of these, Ben?" "No, Rusty. Pretty easy. You see that safety? Switch it to fire. See the trigger? Pull it. It goes boom," Zack said sarcastically. "Don't aim it at anything unless you're willing to kill it. And Ben, you're the backup. You only shoot if it's life or death. That thing barks like a mad dog. Brad looked his loaned rifle over and said, "You think I should just bring my own? Hell no. It's in much better shape than yours. That thing looks like it could jam at any time. When's the last time you cleaned it?" "Never." Zack was taken aback, shocked by what he had just heard. "Boy, howdy. You civilians do shit a bit different than I used to." "What does that mean?" Brad asked inquisitively. Jimmy pointed his head nonchalantly at Zack and said, "I guess you probably don't know, but Sasquatch over here used to be a big, bad nothing." He pushed Jimmy aside and said, "Now's not the time. The only thing you two need to know is that Jimmy may be the one leading things around the house. But out there," he pointed aimlessly away from the cabins and continued, "I'm in charge. I give the damn orders. It's true. He's not a social butterfly. He doesn't handle people well, at all. But the pecking order is simple outside of our little homestead. Whatever he says goes. No questions asked. He's the war chief. I'm the housewife." Brad looked stunned, just nodding his head as they talked. After they had finished, he said, "Okay, I think I can handle that." "Good. Now let's get everyone loaded up. We clear out the inn once and for all. I'll talk to Brock. We leave directly from there. My truck only. One vehicle is better than two." He went over basic hand signals once. Quickly, he detailed their planned entry on foot. How to stack on a door with a 15-second soliloquy. He spent 2 minutes on gun safety. And then he left, gathering his wife and children. Jimmy did the same. Ben radioed to Brooke and went to find his car. As Jimmy came out with Jessica and the kids, Ben was frantic. "My car is gone, Rusty. I don't know what happened to it." Jimmy explained the situation, and although Ben was upset that it had been stolen, Jimmy calmed him and got him refocused on the mission. Zack took Brad and Brock and tore down the road in his truck. Jessica and Emily took one van with the kids. Jimmy and Ben followed in the other. They picked up Brooke on the way. On the way back to the inn, Jimmy asked, "Did you see someone leave last night, Brooke?" "No." "You didn't? Well, how about that? Maybe she drove through the woods." "What do you mean, Rusty?" she asked inquisitively. "You were sleeping last night instead of watching, weren't you?" "Maybe. We'll discuss this later. For now, just hang back with the other ladies. We've got something to take care of." Pulling into the inn, Jimmy drove to the overflow lot, parking next to Zack and Jessica. The 4 men exited the vehicles and scanned the empty parking lot. Once they were sure that it was clear, they made their way into the inn. Just inside the entrance, they removed the rocks that had left the doors propped open for the past few weeks. Entering quietly, Zack twirled his finger once, and they cleared each portion of the first floor and dining room basement area. Zack took point, Jimmy behind to his left, Brad on the right, Ben watching their backs. The air was tense. Jimmy's heart rate accelerating with each passing second. Every area was called out as clear by Zack. Returning from the basement, they found a stairwell and skipped the second floor as they made their way to the top level of the 3-story structure. "Stack," Zack whispered. Pointing at Ben, he said, "Breach." Ben delayed momentarily. "Breach," Zack shouted. Waiting a half second, he said, disgusted, "Open the damn door." Ben nodded nervously and then pressed the handle and flung open the door. It whined loudly as he quickly stepped aside. Zack entered first, turning right. Jimmy followed, flowing left. In front of him, unaware lurkers lingered in the dimly lit hallway. "Contact right." Zack's marksman's rifle popped loudly a few times as Jimmy engaged his flashlight, said, "Contact left," softly, and began controlling his fire as he dropped every last being that stood in his way. "Clear," Zack said first, followed shortly by Jimmy repeating the same line. Jimmy turned around and saw Zack signaling to stack on another long hallway. Jimmy and Ben stacked up on the left, Zack and Brad on the right. "Switch me," Zack whispered to Brad as he took his tactical rifle from him. Zack engaged his flashlight, peeked the corner, and entered into the final hall. Jimmy followed, reaching his left side. Brad and Ben followed in the same formation as before. Halfway down the hall, Zack said, "Clear." He turned to face the group and said, "Now we need to find an open room. Split up. This floor only. Call it out over the radio if you find one." They scattered, and before long, Jimmy called out, "I've got something." "Over." "Hold up, Rusty. We'll be over after we're done." Ben soon called out, "I've got a door propped open too." "You forgot to say over, Ben. Over." "My bad, Rusty." "Over." "Aw, hell no. Don't give in, Ben." "That's an order," Zack shouted. "Yes, sir. Sorry about that." "Over," Ben said. "Son of a... You see what you've done to these people, Rusty? Just get over here, Wiper. Let's clear these rooms and get them in here. Over." "I'm with Rusty. You two take care of the other." "What's your room number?" "Roger that. It's 307. Over," Brad said. Zack came around the corner, pointing his finger at Jimmy as he said, "You did this shit." Jimmy grinned from ear to ear, and they stacked on room 331. Zack nodded, and Jimmy thrust the door open with his hand. Zack entered, rifle shouldered as he pushed into the main room. Jimmy entered behind, clearing the bathroom area. Both men called clear, and they began to regroup as a loud shot rang out from down the hall. "What the hell is happening?" Zack asked into the radio as they both began sprinting down the hall. No immediate answer came as Jimmy passed Zack, who was still unstable and favoring his right side while sprinting. He heard shouting as he reached an open door. "I'm coming in," Jimmy said as he crested the corner. "Holy shit, Ben. You saved my life." A solo lurker laid on the floor next to Brad, who was trying to scramble to his feet as he recovered from the shock of the moment. "Everything all right?" Jimmy asked as Zack came in, shoving his way past Ben and Jimmy. He grabbed Brad's wrist, helped him up, and brushed off his shoulders as he looked him over. "You good here?" Pointing to Ben, he said, "Put the safety back on." "What happened?" Brad began. "We came in. I walked past that wall and something jumped on my back." "Always clear your corners," Zack said with an unsettling seriousness. "You're right, but it knocked me down. As it was getting ready to drop on me when Ben, he saved my life, man. Thank you. I can't believe you saved me." Brad walked over and swallowed Ben in his arms. "You're welcome," Ben grunted. "Can you let me go now?" "Yeah, sorry about that," Brad sputtered, slapping Ben on the back repeatedly. "Great job, Ben. Way to go, buddy," Jimmy said enthusiastically. "Let's stop celebrating someone doing his job and get everyone in here," Zack said, killing the mood. He turned to Jimmy. "Help me get this thing out of here." They carried the carcasses out of the inn and dumped it around the corner from the entrance outside. "Brad," Zack called as they moved, "hold this floor. See what you can do about the blood. Clean it if you can. Cover it if you can't. Ben, help him. Then you're holding the stairs." He looked at Jimmy. "Once we're done here, you hold the lobby. I'll go get everyone." Zack returned shortly with the women and children, Jimmy taking up the rear. He spoke quickly, but calmly. Only one of the older boys in the lurker room, and only with one of the women. Everyone else stays together with at least one adult and the dogs. He gestured toward the windows. Curtains mostly drawn, just enough to see out. The lurker room watches the parking lot. The other room has eyes on the park road. Use radios. Once you're settled, no one leaves the rooms. Jessica took Zack's semi-auto shotgun. Emily carried one of the spare rifles. "I don't know when we'll be back," Zack continued. "Your first option is staying hidden. Do not engage unless you have no other choice. Keep the safety latches locked. Do not answer the door for anyone, even if you know it's us, to avoid a setup." He rapped his knuckles against the wall. 1, 1, 2, 1. That's the knock. He turned to leave. "Zack." Jessica stared deeply into his eyes. She hesitated, then said quietly, "Please, just take care of him. You know how I feel. About both of you." Zack nodded. "I know, Jess. I will." I won't fail you this time." She smiled and nodded before turning away, trying to hide the tears. "I'll get Brock settled. Say your goodbyes and let's roll," Zack said as he walked away. Jimmy hugged his wife and children, holding them longer than usual. This would be the fight of his life, but in his heart, he knew he wouldn't be coming home. Chapter 24. They had piled into Zack's truck and began traveling down State Road 219. When they came to Old Plank Road, Jimmy directed him to turn. Coming to the four-way stop, Zack continued, parking behind the sky-blue house that Jimmy had passed by weeks before. "We walk from here," Jimmy said as they embarked on their journey. "We've got a few-mile walk, so everyone stay on guard, but relax." They entered the wood line, staying within eyeshot of the road. The first mile or so went smoothly and steadily as Jimmy checked his watch. 11:47. The ground was squishy, but masked their footfall. Zack threw up a fist, turned, and then twirled his finger. They formed a tight circle, and Zack spoke in a hushed voice. "I'm gonna skirt around the outside, get to a good spot, and hunker down. You three spread out but stay together. Ben, you stay outside, no matter what. If you have to run, you run. We need someone to get back home. Keys are in the visor. You understand?" Ben swallowed hard before nodding. "Good," Zack said. "Earpieces in. Voices low. Let's execute this shit." As Zack turned away, Jimmy spoke up. "No, we stay together. You're not going out on your own." Zack stopped suddenly mid-step. "Yes, I am. We need eyes on target. Multiple angles. Once I've got it, I'll link back up with you. We go in together. Basic Overwatch principles, Rusty." "I don't like it." "I don't care," Zack said, intensity in his eyes. Jimmy looked down and shook his head once. When he looked back up, he nodded slowly and let out a long, nervous breath. They began moving again. After a half-mile, Zack threw up his fist. He put out 3 fingers, then pointed off to the right. Pointing at himself, he then curled his arm to the left. Giving a mock salute, he began to creep off in his specified direction. Jimmy turned to the others, signaled them to move forward, and began to creep slowly toward the sheriff's house. Minutes later, they reached the familiar berm that Jimmy had used for cover. He stopped them with a raised fist. "Fan out. Keep eyes on the man next to you, but no closer," he said quietly. "I'm center. Ben, left. Stay back enough that you can break away if you need to." He looked at Brad. "When we reach the edge of the houses, get eyes on the tan one. We wait there for Wiper." Both nodded. Brad tightened his grip on his rifle. Jimmy caught the quickened rise and fall of his chest. "Easy," Jimmy said. "Wiper knows what he's doing." He looked hard at Brad. "Trust me, trust him, trust yourself. We execute his plan one step at a time. For now, we wait. Stay silent, stay hidden." Moving in a tactical crouch, they made their way slowly through the woods. Jimmy threw up another fist at the first sign of a house. Brambles sat directly in front of him, and he nestled himself underneath as far as he could, able to get a view of the vast majority of the left side of the gigantic home. "This is Rusty. I'm in position. Over." "Ditto," Brad said. "In position, Rusty," Ben said. A short pause was followed by, "Over." "Still on the move. I've got to get to a spot where I can shoot you for getting these guys to say over, Rusty. Just get set, get eyes on whatever you need to, and get back to us. Everyone else hunker down. Over." "Roger that," Zack responded. Jimmy kept a close eye on every window he could see, slowly scanning his surroundings. His heart took turns beating through his chest, climbing into his throat, and dropping down into his colon as he waited impatiently for news from Zack. Finally,
"I'm in position. Everything looks calm and—" "Oh, shit!"
a loud thud sputtered through Jimmy's earpiece, followed by silence. "Wiper, what was that?" "Over." No answer. Jimmy tried to keep his voice low and collected as he called out, "Wiper? Wiper?" He waited impatiently before trying again. After a minute, he said, "Hold your positions. We do not panic. I'm sure his batteries died or something. We can do nothing but wait. Over." "Solid copy, Rusty." "You've got it, Rusty." Jimmy waited, controlling his breathing. The urge to move was almost unbearable. The anxiety had nestled itself firmly behind his Adam's apple. Time passed slowly, and after a 5-minute eternity, Jimmy saw movement to the left and behind the house. 2 men were walking slowly and laboriously from the tree line toward a side door. At first, he couldn't make out what they were doing, but he soon managed to see a set of legs dragging behind them. He blinked several times, trying to focus his eyes. When that didn't work, he squeezed them forcibly until it almost hurt. After the stars had passed, they were gone. "What did I just see?" he asked himself hesitantly. "Wiper, do you copy?" He tried one more time. No answer came. "Boys, we are up a creek. No more radio. Turn them off. Ben, you retreat to the truck. Stay hidden. If you haven't seen us by dark, get back where you belong. Be careful. Do you copy? Over." "I copy, Rusty." "Over." "Brad, you're with me. Over." Moving. Jimmy waited in position until Brad finally came crawling up. Jimmy crawled to him until they were nearly face to face. Jimmy leaned past and whispered into Brad's ear, "They've got him. I saw it. You want to go with Ben. Now's the time. But I'm going in. I'm ending this, one way or another. I'm with you, Rusty. But before we die, I have one question. What's your real name?" "The name's Bond. James Bond." Brad whipped his head back and looked at Jimmy, who forced a smile. "It's actually James Dean Wood." "James Dean?" "Yeah, right. James Bond is more believable." Jimmy's lips parted before he shook his head and said, "Here's the plan. We cannot make front entry. We circle around to the side that Wiper was on. Find a side door and get in there. Clear room by room, floor by floor, until we find him. Good to go." "Good to go," Brad said, his voice shaky and uncertain. Jimmy rolled to a knee, retreated deeper into the woods in a tactical crouch, and began taking a wide route behind the neighbors' houses. Jimmy moved slowly and cautiously, every footfall calculated and deliberate. He stopped often, dropping to a knee to read the area, as his pant leg became more and more waterlogged with each halt. Slight indentations and disturbances in the wet leaves caught his eye. He began to follow them as he scanned the area. They came to a large tree and found Zack's backpack and rifle. A few dark flecks of blood marked the ground a few feet away. "That's not good, Rusty." Jimmy shook his head, quickly slung the rifle behind his back and began looking through the backpack with urgency. 2 white tubes, 2 spare .308 magazines, 4 spare .556 magazines, flex cuffs, and a piece of rope. Jimmy grabbed the tubes and flex cuffs. He handed off the .556 magazines to Brad and pocketed the .308 magazines. The duo moved back into the shadows to wait. Jimmy checked his watch. Again. 12:58. Cloud cover had moved in, the skies dark gray. After waiting for a couple of minutes, Jimmy began advancing again. The house came into view. 2 men were walking back into the woods, presumably to Zack's last known position. Jimmy turned and whispered to Brad, "I need you to grab one. Choke him out, but don't let him die. Can you do that?" He shook his head. "No." "All right. Then you're gonna have to kill the other one. Blade right into the side of the neck. And then pull it forward as hard as you can." "Good?" Brad again shook his head. "No." "Don't wuss out on me now, Brad. I need you." "Which one?" "I don't have a blade." Jimmy slowly unsheathed his knife and handed it over to Brad as they waited, 30 feet away. The men were walking and talking, unconcerned with their surroundings. "Did you see that swing? Right to the back of his noggin. Can't believe it knocked him out. He said that Brad guy was killed by those shufflers this morning. They got hammered hard or something. That Julie lady must have riled them up when she left. Yeah, man. When he woke up, I heard him say that Rusty guy stayed back. Must think we're a real bunch of... Brad plunged his knife into the neck of the talking man and pulled forward with a heavy grunt. He paused before he grabbed at his throat, confused by what had just happened. The realization that he had seconds to live took over his actions. He began choking as he tried to run into the woods, but tipped over quickly without making much sound. Meanwhile, Jimmy took the other man's back, sinking his arm underneath the man's chin and squeezing for everything he was worth. Jimmy pulled, falling to his back as the man fell on top of him. He wrapped his leg around the man's midsection and locked his foot with his free leg. The combatant's legs flailed wildly, and his arms were pulling frantically at Jimmy's. But he held his grip as the fight began to escape from the man's body. He held on until there was no more resistance. Quickly, we've got no more than a few seconds. Put that knife to his throat. I'll do the talking. The man was snoring softly for a short burst before he was jolted back to life. He struggled momentarily until he felt the cold steel against his throat. Jimmy smiled and said, "Good morning, sunshine. My name is Rusty. I think you were talking about me before you fell asleep. What do you want, man? What happened? Wait. Who are you? We can chat later. Right now, I need information." The man laughed and said, "Fuck you, man. I ain't telling you a damn thing. This isn't Burger King, Chief. You don't get to have it your way. You talk, quietly. Or I get to live out my dream of being an Aztec priest while I cut out your still-beating heart." "You wouldn't." "Knife," Jimmy said as Brad tossed it over. "Hold him down." As Jimmy lifted the knife with both hands, he said, "This is gonna be awesome," with a giggle. "No," the man repeated as Jimmy looked up to the sky, spoke gibberish with confidence, and prepared to bring it down just below the sternum. "I'll talk. What do you want to know, man?" Jimmy looked down, disappointed, and said, "I'm kind of in the middle of something, Chief. If you've got something to say, I suggest you lower your voice and say it. I cannot recite this prayer while you're groveling in your own piss. What do you want to know, huh? Why you're interrupting this ritual with your sniffling and drooling? Why you're talking so loudly? Why you aren't giving me the details that I need?" "What details?" "I'm trying to answer you, but you haven't asked anything. How many men are in there?" "How many men?" he repeated a few times, bewildered. "You're exhausting." He sighed loudly, pointed at Brad and said, "This guy is something else, isn't he? I need you to tell me how many men are in that house. And I need to know where Wiper is. Not just downstairs. I need to know his exact location and how to get there. Or you die." "All right, man, I understand." He paused for a moment and asked again, "How many men?" Jimmy threw his head back in disgust as the man finished. 14 of us." 14? You're kidding me, aren't you? 14 freaking guys are waiting for us? Man, that's impressive. Is there a birthday cake at this party? A what? I never thought of it. But hearing aids are the first things to go in the apocalypse, aren't they, Brad? Jimmy slapped the guy's face softly a few times before saying, "I asked if there was a birthday cake. You know what? Forget about it. 14 guys, huh? And where is my friend?" "I can't tell you that, man. They'll kill me. I'm literally sitting on top of you with a knife. I'll kill you first." "No, you're right." He laughed awkwardly, saying, "You're absolutely right. You're nervous, right? I know. You peed your pants. And I'm a little nervous, too, that it might have soaked into my pants a little. I hope not, but weird things happen when you party naked, Chief. Now tell me. Where is he?" "In the basement. He's in the basement. Chained up. They're not treating him very well, either. Jack was warming him up for John. When John gets a hold of him, it's over. He'll make him squeal, and then he's gonna torture him. And after that, he's gonna kill him. But you better believe he's gonna pay for what you guys have done to us first." Jimmy sighed again, inhaled deeply, and began to speak. "For what we did to you, huh? You cannot be serious right now, for what we did to you." Jimmy laid out exactly what the sheriff and his men had done to them, each point sharper than the last, until there was nothing left to misunderstand, before finishing, "Stand up, you inflamed dingo carcass. Brad, hold him." Jimmy fought to screw off the wrenched-down suppressor as he walked 100 yards toward the back of the house. He fired 3 shots into the ground and ran back to Brad. "Let him go." He kicked the man in the backside and whispered, "Now move, to the side door." He poked the barrel into the man's back and followed him, as Brad fell in line. As they got closer, Jimmy said, "Stop." He switched to Zack's rifle, aiming at the door. A head peeked through the glass. "Get on the ground now." "Hold him, Brad," Jimmy commanded quietly. He sprinted in a crouch to the nearest tree, found his anchor and waited. The head appeared again through the long-range scope, and then the door opened. 2 men filed out, rifles in hand. They tried to walk like they knew what they were doing, but Jimmy could tell they were uncomfortable. At the top of his breath, Jimmy landed his first shot center mass on the man to the right. Shifting quickly, he refocused, and he fired another suppressed shot that hit just below the man's nipple. He gasped, grabbed at his chest, and his knees buckled as he flopped to the ground. Jimmy repositioned for a better view of the upstairs windows. He quickly scanned the 3 windows, waiting for a movement of any kind. Finally, he saw a head peek out from the far left window. Steadying his aim, he waited. The head peeked out again and paused for a moment. Jimmy fired. The glass shattered, and he waited. Screaming followed. "They shot me in the face. Is it bad? Is it bad?" Another silhouette appeared, its back to Jimmy. "Oh no, Tim. That's not good. Half of your face is gone." Jimmy fired again, hitting his foe directly in the back of the neck. The body crumpled out of view quickly. "Get off me, man. What the hell? I can't see. What just happened?" Incoherent screaming followed. Jimmy waited for another few minutes before he said, "Let's move," as he waited for the man to continue walking past him, eyes fixed on the door. Not seeing any movement, he filed in behind their hostage, switching back to his tactical rifle. "Where does that door lead?" "A small hallway and into a sitting room. Living room, kitchen to the left. Entryway to the right. Stairs leading up. Where are the basement stairs?" "Oh shit, I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die. Do I want to die out here or in there? I'm gonna fucking die, man. You're gonna kill me, aren't you?" "Jeez, oh Pete, you're a nervous one, aren't you? Where's the basement?" "There's a door underneath the staircase. One side goes up, the other goes down." "Good," Jimmy said as they angled out of the tree line and into the yard. They made a beeline toward the door, Jimmy pushing the man in front of him, while Brad hurriedly stacked on the other side, moving particularly quickly across the door opening. A few shots rang out, and they heard more yelling coming from inside. Brad squeezed himself tight against the outside wall, covering his head with his arm. "Just follow my lead and we'll regroup once we get inside. You may want to cover your ears here in a sec," Jimmy said. He turned and fetched a white tube out of his backpack. Taking a gigantic, deep breath, he pulled the top off of the white tube and threw it left-handed into the doorway from around the corner with all of his might. He then pushed the man into the door opening, positioned himself behind him, and Spartan kicked him in the back before spinning back into cover. Gunfire erupted, followed moments later by a mighty blast. Jimmy rushed in, firing his rifle at a man hunched over and stunned several feet in front of him. He stepped over the top of their informant's lifeless body and repositioned. Before cresting the corner, he saw a massive landing with one man standing in a slight daze. He tried to lift his rifle, but Jimmy plunked him directly in the center of his clavicle. Another man was upstairs and fired wildly as Jimmy slid left and fired 3 rounds, each landing in the upper body. He exited his cover, turning left, and fired off 4 rounds at another assailant, dropping him where he stood. He swept his rifle from side to side, quickly and deliberately, searching for targets. Brad had made his way into the home and followed Jimmy as he made his way down the hall. "Watch my six," Jimmy said, as the chaos fell quiet. Guttural moans could be heard from upstairs, followed by the sounds of someone drowning in their own blood. Jimmy peeked the corner but saw nothing. A door creaked behind him, followed by several shots from Brad's borrowed rifle. "One down," he called out. I would hope so, Jimmy thought, keeping it to himself. They were stuck along a wall of 4 or 5 rooms, the line interrupted where the kitchen opened through an archway. Shots suddenly blasted from the kitchen and cut through the wall feet away from Jimmy. He and Brad both took a knee quickly, ducking their heads to keep low. Jimmy tapped Brad's shoulder as more shots rang out, this time moving farther away. "Get in there and bury that snake," Jimmy yelled. Brad crested the corner of the archway, firing 8 to 9 times. "Clear," he called out. "That's 12, 2 more, and we know where both of them are. But we've got to clear this place. 1 room at a time. You breach, I clear. You ready?" My nerves are frayed, man. We've only got 2 left. Why do we need to clear every room? Because we don't need someone crawling up our backs and wiping us out. I don't trust these guys. We start at the end of this hallway. Let's execute. Jimmy performed a tactical reload, slipping the nearly spent mag into his front pocket. He made Brad do the same. Jimmy took 2 deep breaths and slipped into the hallway. Brad followed reluctantly as they began. "Clear," Jimmy called out until all rooms in that wing of the house had been secured. Moving back into the kitchen, Jimmy paused a beat to compose himself. His focus was razor sharp, heart rate high but steady, breathing controlled. There's one more somewhere. I can feel it. As they exited the kitchen area, they found themselves staring down another hallway. 2 doors on the left were split with 1 door on the right. Upstairs. We clear these last. "You sure?" Brad asked. "Let's execute." Jimmy led the way upstairs slowly and smoothly. They saw the bodies of the 2 men who had been dropped. One was stone dead, while the other still gurgled and convulsed. Jimmy pulled his pistol, looked deep into the man's eyes, and pulled the trigger. He walked over to the other man and planted a security round into his forehead. Reholstering his weapon, he got a firm grasp on his tack rifle, slid up against the wall, and then leaned out, quickly shouldering it. 3 doors on the left, 2 on the right. Jimmy took the last door on the left first. Brad opened it quickly, and Jimmy rocketed inside. "Hey, man, did we get 'em? They're dead, right?" A lifeless body laid next to a man who had propped himself up against the wall. The nose had been exploded, and the entire right side of the face was either swollen and blood-covered or gone. "Yeah, we got 'em," Jimmy said. "Who is that? I can't see anything anymore, man. The blood was getting in my eye, so I had to sit up. But everything is blurry. I don't recognize your voice. Is that you, Danny? Listen, Chief, you can call me anything you want, but don't call me late for dinner. Isn't that right, Brad?" Brad had turned his back, unable to look, and was hunched over, trying not to heave his breakfast onto the white carpet. "Brad? Hey, Brad. You all right, pal?" Between gags, he confirmed that he was good. "Hey, Chief. How many of us were there? We're missing a couple, I think. Want to make sure everyone is safe." "I don't remember, man. Everything is so blurry. I can't see. 14, right?" "That sounds right, man. Don't forget about that lady that showed up this morning. There were 15. Oh shit, this hurts. I'm gonna live though, aren't I? You think I'm gonna make it?" "Yeah, about that," Jimmy said as he pulled his pistol again. He shook his head, squeezed his lips together, and said, "Unless you've got a Kevlar plate hidden under that skull of yours, it's probably gonna be the end for you." "What's that mean?" the man asked as Jimmy squeezed off 1 round. "That means you're dead, Chief." Jimmy flipped the lifeless body of the other man over. The eyes blinked repeatedly. "This one's still kicking. You want to put him down, Brad?" Jimmy looked up just in time to see Brad expel the contents of his stomach before he coughed and said, "No, you do it," before he yacked up whatever remained into the corner again. "You're a despicable piece of filth. As your last deed on Earth, you should thank me for being in a hurry, you piece of trash. But don't worry, The rest of the vermin in this house are saving a seat on the devil's school bus for your miserable carcass." The eyes blinked rapidly with a fright that Jimmy had never seen as he pulled the trigger. He holstered his pistol and gripped his BCM Recce 16 tactical rifle. "Let's go, Brad." They methodically swept through the upstairs, the rest of the expansive top floor clean and clear. They made their way back down the stairs, Jimmy sweeping his rifle as he looked over the railing. When they reached the bottom, Jimmy put up 3 fingers, saying, "3 more. 14 men, 1 woman. Put security rounds in everyone down here and we head to the basement. Can you handle this, or are you going to fall apart? I've made it this far. Let's finish this." Jimmy nodded his approval as they entered the hallway once more. Each of the last 2 main-level rooms were clear as they stacked on the doorway underneath the stairs. Jimmy took a deep breath, watched Brad open the door, and inserted his body into the doorway. Faint, natural light could be seen as Jimmy crouched down, trying to get a good view of what awaited them underground. As he began to move cautiously down the stairs, bullets began flying and he retreated hurriedly, backing into Brad. "Come on down here, motherfucker," a man's voice, deep and raspy, called. "I'd rather not, but here goes nothing," Jimmy thought as he leaped down the 6 stairs. He landed hard and rolled, lifting his rifle and finding his target's midsection. He fired 6 rounds as automatic fire blasted the drywall behind him. The man fell, grunting in pain, as Jimmy fired 4 more rounds in rapid succession at the man's neck and head. The squirming stopped quickly and Jimmy checked himself over. A bullet hole in his pant leg caught his eye, but he could only shake his head and breathe a sigh of relief. As he peered around the room, a large bar sat against the far left wall while couches, a TV, pool table, and game room sat to the right in the giant finished basement. Small windows at the top of the wall allowed the dull gray daylight to illuminate the room slightly. A few doors populated the outside walls in front of him and behind the game room. As Jimmy walked up to put a security round in the downed man, he felt a violent push as Brad screamed, "Get down!" 2 shots echoed in the enclosed space. A disgusting thunk swam around Jimmy's ears as he spun and found his target quickly. Julie's abdomen leaked blood as she fell to the ground, screaming and crying. The giant mirror behind the bar shattered into a million pieces as Jimmy moved quickly and secured her pistol. He noticed a spent casing stovepiped in the ejection port as he threw it off to the side. Standing over her, he said, "You stupid woman. Look what you've done." He grabbed her by the arms and dragged her over to Brad's lifeless body. He had been hit directly in the heart as blood streamed from the wound. A tear came to Jimmy's eye momentarily. He wiped it away with his glove as Julie writhed on the floor. "Look at him. Look into his eyes, Julie. You killed him. He loved you more than a woman like you deserves. And this is how you repaid it." Jimmy licked his lips and ran a finger across them, trying to contain his emotions. He dragged her by the arms, propped her against the bar, and dropped down to a knee. "You're gonna die. I can make it painless, or I can let you sit in your own feces." "Where is he?" "Oh, fuck you, Rusty. Where is he? How do I get to him?" Julie laughed through the pain, saying, "What does it matter? Wiper's all but dead by now. He'll kill him before you get into that room anyways. You'd be best to just walk out. Tell his little bitch of a wife that you did your best. You either tell me where he is or I'm gonna keep you alive long enough to suffer the most awful death you could ever dream of. Takes what? A few days? Adrenaline is a heck of a drug. I've heard." "You wouldn't," she said. "Wouldn't I? I think we've known each other long enough that you know that I mean what I say and say what I mean. Last chance." "No." Jimmy thrusted a gloved finger into one of her wounds and hooked it. She screamed in agony and tried to rip his hand away, but made the pain worse. "You change your mind yet, Julie? Or should we continue this?" Through the pain, she cried, "Okay, Rusty. You see that bookshelf over there?" she asked, pointing toward the far wall. "No, but keep talking. There's a book. Second shelf from the top. The Old Man and the Sea. Move it away and you'll find a handle. He'll be waiting. Good. Save a seat in hell for him, Julie, Jimmy said as he centered his pistol between her eyes. I'm sorry, Brad. I wish you had a better ending than this, Jimmy said inaudibly as he walked by. Chapter 25. He scanned the shelves until he found the book. After he removed it, he found the handle. He turned it. A mechanism engaged, and a door creaked open. A short, dark hallway led into a well-lit room. Zack was seated in a metal chair, his arms behind him. He was dressed down to only his underwear, legs tied up. Blood was splattered lightly across the walls and floor. From a beam overhead hung a short chain, its loop still rocking gently. At Zack's side stood a clean-shaven man in his mid-50s, a Sig Sauer pressed to Zack's temple. His deep blue eyes held a steady, unsettling intensity.
Rusty, I presume. I've become well acquainted with your friend here. He wouldn't tell me, so maybe you will. How'd he earn his cute little nickname?
Jimmy gripped his rifle tightly as the man continued in his familiar, deep voice.
Wiper. I'm curious.
Jimmy inhaled, trying to control his faculties as his heart raced and his lips refused to move for a moment. Finally, he spoke. It's not that interesting, Sheriff.
Well, I want to know.
I've got some questions for you, too. You answer one of mine, and in good faith, I'll answer yours. Deal? The sheriff nodded, so Jimmy continued. How exactly do you reckon this is going to end for you?
Well, I've given this a lot of thought, Rusty. I suppose this ends one of two ways. Either all of us walk out, or the last man standing gets all the glory.
At least two of us are walking out of this house. He cocked his head to one side, stuck out his lips and said,
I don't think that's possible. Your friend here is going to die. And the way I figure it, the fastest to the draw will be the only one left standing. Or you two can join me, and we all walk out alive.
Jimmy forced a half smile and said, Okay, let me think about that for a minute. Jimmy exhaled loudly before saying, But I'm a man of my word. He's Wiper, but Wiper. He wanted to be Viper, but... The sheriff laughed as Jimmy trailed off, his lungs crackling from a lifetime of cigarettes.
Butt wiper? Boy, that was my last guess.
He laughed again, throwing him into a fit of coughs. He moved back behind Zack, keeping the gun aimed at his head as he hunched over. Until that point, Zack's head had hung freely on his chest. He lifted it slightly and suddenly, not quickly enough for the sheriff to notice. He made eye contact with Jimmy and nodded. Before Jimmy could blink, Zack thrust himself backward, knocking the pistol from his hand and trapping his legs against the back wall. The sheriff grunted and tried to bend over to retrieve his firearm. He laid his forearm across Zack's face as Zack clamped down on it. Jimmy sprinted, slid across a small table, and swung the butt of the rifle across the sheriff's chin. He flipped it quickly and began thrusting it violently into the sheriff's nose until there was no fight left in the man. Jimmy retrieved the pistol as Zack continuously rocked his chair back and forth, driving the back of his head into the man's stomach repeatedly as Jimmy continued swinging. Once he had secured the pistol, Jimmy tackled him to the ground, landing hammer fists until the man was motionless. Moving quickly, he cut the rope from Zack's ankles. Holy hello, Dolly. Where is your pinky toenail, brother? Your feet are disgusting. He pulled it off, you jackass. If you weren't busy screwing around, you might have saved it, Zack grunted. Get these cuffs off my hand, numb nuts. Pulled them off? Holy shiitake mushrooms. That's gotta hurt. You think? Get these cuffs off so we can secure him. Secure him? That's a pretty good idea. I think I'll do that first. Jimmy reached to his side, pulling a pair of flex cuffs and securing the sheriff's hands and feet as he lay on the floor, groaning intensely. Jimmy went to the table, sorting through bloody pliers, a hammer, and other tools until he found a set of keys. Are these what we're looking for? What do you think, stupid ass?
Get me out of these things! Now, Rusty!
Roger that, Jimmy said as he went back behind him. He put the key in, shook it a few times, and said, "They don't fit." "What do you mean they don't fit?" "Just kidding, bro. You're uptight today. What's gotten into you? I'm gonna give you some grace since you saved my ass. But remember this when I finally put you down." As Jimmy released him, he grasped at his wrists, rubbing them excessively. Wiping blood from his lip, he continued, "This piece of shit, man. Gimme your knife." "No. We need him alive. He's got a lot of explaining to do." "Nah. I'm gonna cut out his tongue and then watch him die slowly of infection. Pus will be oozing out of every orifice when I'm done with this son of a bitch." "I get it, but we need to get out of here. Who knows who might show up?" "Get out of here? Rusty, I'm not leaving here until I've had my satisfaction. We can satisfy your appetite for revenge later." "We will satisfy it right now," Zack said as he took a half-step toward the sheriff. Jimmy stepped in front of him, as scared for his own safety as he was for their new prisoner. Zack paused for a moment, breathing heavily, and said, "Where's Brad? And Ben?" Jimmy dropped his head, rubbed his forehead, and avoided eye contact as he said, "Ben is safe. Brad, he saved my life, came through in the clutch. Otherwise, I wouldn't be standing here right now." "Awesome. I told you in the beginning that he would. But where is he?" "He didn't make it. He stepped in front of a bullet for me. From Julie." "This motherfucker!" Zack slipped by Jimmy and kicked the sheriff in the ribs but screamed, grabbing his foot and jumping on one leg. "Damn it, man! That hurt!" He kicked him again, wincing and limping away, staying on his heels. Jimmy watched, torn between a laugh and sympathy. "Let's just find your clothes, haul his butt out of here, and get back to the truck. He's not leaving here alive, Rusty. He is. That's final. Get your clothes on." Jimmy paused, hesitated for a moment, and said, "And one more thing, Wiper." Zack turned to look at him as he pointed. "Nice undies, Cupcake. You get those from a homeless shelter?" Zack couldn't contain his laughter. Jimmy grinned back and raised his eyebrows rapidly a couple of times. As Zack turned to walk away, Jimmy noticed open wounds across his back, blood seeping from several of them. He cringed, but said nothing. "Remember your friend Dylan? The guy whose chest I remodeled at no extra cost?" The sheriff grunted and moaned, squirming on the floor, and said,
"Yeah. What about him?"
"Where's his SUV at? You still got it around here? Because it was kind of sharp. Made me wish I'd traded my truck for one of those instead of my old beat-up Suburban."
"It's in my side driveway."
"Side driveway? Damn rich people. Who has two driveways?" Zack asked as he hobbled away. "This douche pickle does, apparently. Where are the keys?"
"Just kill me now, son. Make it easier on everyone."
"Easier? I don't think so. Nothing comes easy in this life anymore, Sheriff. Especially after what you've done. Remember that," Jimmy said as he grabbed his knife and bent down behind him to cut the cuffs from his feet. He helped him up and said, "Let's take a walk." Zack moved gingerly in his bare feet, afraid to even try putting on socks or shoes. "Brad?" Zack asked, pointing behind them. "Damn it, man!" Jimmy felt a jolt as Zack connected his fist with John's kidney, toppling him to the ground and nearly pulling Jimmy down with him. "There's your ex-wife. Any parting words?" Zack asked as he drove his good foot downwards and into his ribs. "Don't look away from her, you son of a bitch!" Jimmy shot Zack a look, motioning that he had done enough for now. "Nah," Zack said, shaking his head. "This is just the beginning." "Yeah, I know. But we've got to get out of here now. Come on, Wiper." After a few moments of immense pain, the sheriff finally recovered enough to be led upstairs. After they reached the main level, Jimmy said, "Hold him here. And just don't." Jimmy ran to the nearest bedroom and grabbed a pillowcase. When he returned, Zack was hunched over slightly, wincing in pain. "Bro, you stacked bodies. This is impressive. You did awesome. Let's go, buddy. You're in rough shape and upset, but I can't have you complimenting me now. It's unsettling." They both grinned as Jimmy said, "All right, Sheriff. Where are they?" John directed them to the keys. Jimmy grabbed them and led the way to the gold Toyota 4Runner and placed him in the back seat. Zack placed the blindfold over his head from the front seat, turning back to make sure there was no movement, pistol at the ready. Jimmy navigated from Lily Street to the Blue House, calling out to Ben on the radio as they drove. When they reached Zack's truck, Jimmy hopped out. "Where's Brad?" Ben asked cautiously. Jimmy inhaled deeply and said, "I'm afraid that he didn't make it, Ben." Tears came to his eyes as he said, "Didn't make it, Rusty. No, that's not possible. He fought hard, Ben, but sometimes life isn't fair. Julie got him. I don't have the words right now. He isn't coming home." Jimmy struggled to keep his emotions in check. "I'm sorry. I know it hurts, but I need you to drive this truck home. Come with me." "What about his body? We have to bury him. Do it proper. We can't just leave him there." Jimmy sighed and said, "In simpler times, you'd be right. But we can't. I know it hurts." "No, Rusty. We are taking him home with us and burying him. I don't care what you say. We're doing it." "You're right, Ben. I'm sorry. Follow me and we'll go get him." As he piled back into the 4Runner, he said, "We're going back for a minute." "Like hell we are," Zack shouted. "Just sit back and relax." As Zack argued, Jimmy went back to the house. He and Ben entered the home quickly and started down the stairs. As they creaked, Jimmy asked, "Did you hear that?" "Hear what?" "Never mind. Must have been my imagination," Jimmy said as he reached the bottom. But he heard it again. He cocked his head to one side and heard it again. "What is that, Ben?" "I don't know, but I heard it too, Rusty," Ben said as he reached the bottom of the stairs. "It sounds like a person, doesn't it?" Ben ignored him, becoming audibly choked up. "Oh, Brad, he's dead, isn't he? Oh no, and that's Julie. What happened here, Rusty?" "I'm sorry, Ben. She shot him, and Jimmy paused long, swallowing loudly before continuing. "I gave her what she deserved. It was the best." He was interrupted by another muffled cry. Looking at Ben, he said, "Follow me. That's a person. Keep quiet and stay behind me, Ben. I promise we'll get him and bury him properly. But we've got to find out what, or who, this is." Jimmy swung his rifle to his front and gripped it tightly. He walked to the open bookcase and turned the corner sharply, rifle shouldered. He took a few steps in and looked around. "Hello?" he shouted sharply as he continued to look. He noticed a door that he had not seen before. "Hello?" he called again. Another muffled voice seemed to answer the call. Jimmy turned to Ben and asked, "You got your gun?" Ben searched his pockets and tapped at his waist. Sorry, Rusty. Think I left it back at the house." Jimmy went and grabbed Zack's rifle from near Brad's body, handed it to Ben and said, "I need you to stand around the corner and wait for me. If anything happens, you run. Don't try to play the hero. Shooting is your last resort. Get over by the stairs for me. Please. You understand?" Ben nodded solemnly and backed away. Jimmy moved to the door, grabbed the handle and twisted it slowly, trying not to make a sound. He fiercely threw the door open and shouldered his rifle simultaneously. He cleared the far corner and swung his barrel to his left, the flashlight quickly illuminating sections of the room. He groaned as he looked and saw empty cages. As his flashlight settled on the back wall, he could hear sniffling coming from the right corner. He walked hesitantly toward the sound, scanning the area as he worked at his own pace. As he rounded the corner of the third cage, he caught movement out of the corner of his left eye. He swung his rifle quickly and illuminated a woman who shielded her face. She turned her head away from the light, and began sobbing, saying, "Please," repeatedly. Her face was gaunt, and her stringy brown hair hung just below her shoulders. "It's okay. I'm here to help. I promise," Jimmy said sadly. He turned and found 3 children locked up across the row. "No," she said. "Those are my children. Don't hurt them. Please, don't hurt them." Jimmy turned and said, "I won't, ma'am." The kids began crying audibly. The oldest one, who was a pre to early teen, said, "Please don't hurt us again, mister. I don't want to take those pills ever again." "I'll be right back," Jimmy said as he backed out of the room. Jimmy walked out of the door and said to Ben, "We need to find some keys. They would be to open padlocks." "Like those?" Ben asked, pointing to a key rack next to the door. "Yes, Ben, like those. Good eye, bud. Wait here." "What's happening in there, Rusty?" "You don't want to know. I need you to go get Brad ready and carry him out if you can, please. You do not need to see this." Jimmy fumbled with the keys and removed his gloves for a better grip. He walked back into the room and returned to the woman. Hollering came from further into the room as Jimmy walked past her. He saw another woman, who sat on a cot, head in her hands, sobbing. Looking across the hall, he saw another girl in her pre-teens, who stared back with hatred at him. He took another few steps and noticed another mother in her mid to late 30s to the left, with an adolescent son in the cage across from her. As he walked to the back wall, he saw a woman with a very small son that were huddled together, sitting on their cot. Jimmy grabbed all of the keys and fiddled with them until he found the right one. After he swung the gate open, he extended his hand and reached for the woman. She was shaking and crying, holding on for dear life to her son. "Ma'am, I promise that I'm here to help. Please take my hand," Jimmy pled. She refused. "Ma'am, I don't want to force you to do anything that you don't want to do. But the men that hurt you are all dead. All but one of them. And that son of a bum missile is in custody. If you'll please come with me, I want to get all of you to safety as soon as possible." She finally acknowledged him, reached out her hand, and Jimmy helped her delicately to her feet. "Ma'am, I need to let everyone else out." Jimmy guided her out of the dungeon and into the unfinished room that Zack had been tortured in. "Please wait here for a minute." Jimmy unlocked all of the cages and gathered everyone together. He took in a deep breath and stared at the floor for a moment before gaining the composure to speak. "I wish this wasn't happening. I want all of you to follow me. Mothers, please cover your children's eyes and divert yours if possible. There are a lot of bad people that no longer exist in this house. I have a few friends with me, so please do not be afraid of them. Follow me." As he led the way into the finished portion of the basement, he said, "This is one of my friends. He's gonna follow you upstairs." Ben turned around, stunned. "Rusty, who are these people?" "No time. Let's just get them out of the house, please. You bring up the rear," he stuttered. "Okay." "Thank you," Jimmy said as he guided the group up the stairs and out the front door. As he led them down the sidewalk, Zack jumped out of the SUV. "Oh no, damn it, man. I'm gonna," he growled and spun to inflict maximum damage. "Not yet. Justice is coming. But we need patience right now. Maybe you should just ride with him." "You be patient, ass knuckle. I don't have any left." "Kind of like your toenail, bud. Now please, not in front of them." "Damn it!" "The kids," Jimmy said, gesturing with his head. "You're right. I'm sorry." He limped, staying on the heels of his feet as he walked to the truck in his sweatshirt and boxer briefs. "Where are your pants at, bro?" "It hurts to put them on. Deal with it." "This is my other friend," Jimmy said, introducing Zack. "I'd say he's normally more pleasant, but he's not. He does normally wear pants, though. You'll have to excuse him." One woman finally spoke, saying, "Is that the man that was screaming in the house?" "Yes, ma'am. He has not had the best day." "What was happening to him?" "It sounded awful." Jimmy breathed deeply and shook his head as he said, "To be honest, I don't know." What I do know is that we are going to make sure that we get you to a safe place as quickly as we can. I need you to take me home now. I understand, ma'am. But first, we need to figure some things out. I need to go home. I want to see my husband, another one said. We will get you all home. I'm sure your husbands are worried sick, but we cannot accommodate you right this moment. Please, take a seat and we will get you to him as soon as we can. Tears formed in her eyes once more as she begged, please. Jimmy shuddered and said, just give me 1 minute. Unfortunately, we've seen this before. So we understand what you have gone through. You must be terrified. And I'm sorry. Turning his attention to Ben, he said, please stay here with them. I need to talk to him. Jimmy took a step toward Ben and whispered in his ear, no names. Understand? Ben nodded solemnly as Jimmy patted him on the back, trying to force a quick and reassuring smile. He made his way over to where Zack stood and said, this is different. These women still have husbands. What are we going to do about this? We can't take them back with us. It's out of the question. That's what I was thinking too. It's way too risky. Zack walked gingerly toward the group, asking, is there anyone here not from the valley? They all shook their heads no, and Zack said, can we take you back home tonight then? Everyone agreed that they wanted to go home as quickly as possible. That settles it. Thank you. He nodded and stepped back away from the group as he and Jimmy continued their quiet conversation. I'll drive them all in the truck. I can drop them off. You shouldn't be driving, brother. You're missing a toenail and your back is shredded. I'll be fine. Get that rotting sack of ferret meat out of here. I can get back in a few hours. There is literally a 0% chance that I'm letting that happen. You just got captured trying to do things on your own. I'll follow you, Jimmy said. We can't be drawing that much attention to ourselves. It has to be a single vehicle, Zack shot back, sure of himself. And what are we going to do with Ben and our cargo? I don't know. But we can't drive a caravan through town, Zack said. I understand what you're saying. That doesn't change the problem, though. We have 3 vehicles, because we need them. Jimmy sighed loudly as they stared at each other for a moment before diverting their eyes and staring blankly in opposite directions. Finally, Jimmy said, how about we? Oh, never mind. That won't work. Zack pondered for a few seconds before spouting, if we just... No, that's not gonna work either. Here's what we do. Ben drives the sheriff and Brad back to the inn. Then he waits in the parking lot. He can fill the wives in on what's going on using his radio. But he doesn't leave the car. We deliver these women home. Stick together. We haven't really been into the heart of Karst Valley since the collapse. I have no idea what we're walking into, but we've got to make it quick. No, we ride together. Can't risk it. Ben brings the car back. Cover Brad with a sheet. Sheriff rides in the trunk, Zack said. I want that 4Runner, bro. Then we pick it up on the way back. Or we come back for it, Zack said. Jimmy agreed reluctantly. Hold tight. I'm gonna help Ben. Nothing stupid. You hear me? Zack scowled. No promises, princess, but I'll do my best. That's all I ask, Jimmy said as he motioned for Ben to follow him. They entered through the front door and quickly made their way to the basement. So much death, Rusty. And for what? Ben asked as he fought off tears. Now isn't the time, Ben. Remind me and I'll fill you in on the whole story sometime soon. Just know that it was warranted. Warranted? Brad's death was warranted, Rusty? No, sir. I'm sorry, but these people should not be dead. As they made their way down the stairs, Jimmy said, You're right, Ben. His death was not warranted. I misspoke. Every last one of these other jerk-offs, though. He trailed off as he helped Ben bring the body solemnly up the stairs. They laid him gently in the hallway. Hold tight. I'm gonna get something to cover him up. Jimmy found the nearest bedroom and ripped the flat sheet off the bed. They put it over him and carried him outside. With a struggle, they placed Brad's body in the back seat of Ben's recovered car. They retrieved the sheriff, and Ben looked questioningly at Jimmy as they stuffed him in the trunk. Ben, I know today's been rough, but I need you to listen carefully and do exactly what we tell you. Can you do that? For the group? Geez, oh Pete, Rusty. My only friend just died. Well, you and Wiper are my friends too, but Brad, he became like a father figure to me. And he still was. Now he's gone. And you need me to do something else? I know it's a big ask, Ben. I'm sorry for your loss. It's a loss for all of us. Just tell me what you need, Ben interrupted, his tone unexpectedly rebellious. I need you to drive this man back home. Wait in the parking lot at the inn. Tell everyone through the radio what is going on, that we will be back as soon as we can. But do not leave the vehicle. Stay there until we get back, no matter what. Is that doable? Ben sighed in defeat and said, You're serious, aren't you? Yes, I am. Dead serious, Jimmy said with a cold tone. It has to happen. We don't see any other choice right now, Ben. Fine. What am I supposed to tell them? That you just pulled a bunch of women and children out of a hat and now you're taking them somewhere mysterious? Jimmy inhaled deeply and said, You can leave out the mysterious part and say we're taking them home. But otherwise, I think that just about covers it. Jimmy handed him his car keys and said, At least you get your car back. Keep an eye on your rearview mirror. Make sure you aren't followed. If you are, Ben, do not go home. You drive until you get away. Got it? Yeah, I guess so. Whatever, man. I'll see you guys later, Ben said as he stomped the accelerator and skidded off toward home. Jimmy avoided getting angry, thinking to himself, You'd act like that too if you were in his shoes as he returned to Zack's truck. He helped the remainder of the new group up into the bed of the pickup. Once everyone was secure, Jimmy climbed into the cab, put the shifter into drive, and said, Ma'am, I don't know the valley that well. I'm gonna need some directions. I've already got it handled. Drive, Zack said defiantly. Jimmy looked over with angled eyebrows and shook his head as he hurried out of the housing addition and navigated his way along the northern outskirts of Karst Valley before turning onto Rosella Street. He slowed to a stop in front of a bland yellow house. Here we are, ma'am. Welcome home. May the Lord be with you, Jimmy said. She's the last stop. Everyone in the back is getting dropped off first, Zack said. Oh, Jimmy shot back as he quickly grabbed his rifle and hopped out. A woman and her young daughter were running toward the house as Jimmy scanned the area carefully. She shouted, Thank you, as a man opened the front door and sprinted to meet them in the front yard. Once they embraced, Jimmy yelled, Stay safe, and God bless you all, as he kept his eyes busy, scanning for threats. He jumped into the truck and said, Where to next? Jimmy received instructions and navigated deeper into the residential areas of Karst Valley. He turned west onto Cross Street and they traveled 4 blocks until being directed to stop in front of a gray, vinyl-sided 2-story home with concrete steps leading up to a covered porch. He again jumped out and held guard as a woman and her pre-teen son hopped out. The son sprinted up the steps. He flung open the door and began yelling for his father. Jimmy could hear a man's raspy voice yell as the mother approached Jimmy. She hugged him as she cried and asked, How can I ever repay you? We don't have much food, but you must let me pay you for saving us. Take care of your son. Make sure you all stay safe and alive. That's payment enough for us, Jimmy said with a sincere smile. He raised his eyes and noticed a lurker a couple of blocks away, wandering aimlessly down the sidewalk. Ma'am, it's time to get inside. The lurkers are coming. You at least have to tell me your name, she proclaimed. Jimmy shook his head and said, We move in the shadows, ma'am. Names are for the light. Please, she begged. Jimmy sighed and pushed her gently away, saying, Go be with your family. He walked away as her and her husband thanked him profusely. He waved, climbed into the truck, and sped off down the road. The next 2 are on the south side, Zack said sternly. You doing all right, bud? Jimmy asked with care. Mission focus, brother. Jimmy nodded and continued down Cross Street for several blocks. Both people and lurkers scattered along the route. Some blocks were burned to the ground. The only remains of once proud neighborhoods were now nothing more than rubble and ash. Playgrounds and parks that had once held children's dreams now sat empty and abandoned. The grass had become overgrown. Swings now rusted and creaked in the wind. Some houses were boarded up. Others had makeshift fencing erected. A roadblock forced them to take a detour, but they were able to again head south. Jimmy navigated to Maple Street, where a ranch-style home with a large front yard sat. He jumped out as the mother and her 3 children made their way off the tailgate. He rushed to help the children down, keeping his eyes glued to their surroundings. A small group of lurkers stood motionless across the street as Jimmy backpedaled, keeping his sights trained on them. A knocking from inside the truck caught his attention. The window rolled down slightly as Zack said, "Contact! Left!" Jimmy swung his body and noticed that 3 lurkers were converging on the mother, still 50 feet away from the neighbor's front yard. A child screamed as soon as Jimmy fired his first round. The lurker's throat began to leak blood as Jimmy adjusted his aim and fired again, removing the foul being from existence. His 2 compatriots stopped and glanced down at the body as Jimmy fired another shot at the top of his breath. The next lurker dropped as a shotgun blast pierced the air, sending the final threat into sputtering, muffled screams as it collapsed. The body thrashed around momentarily on the ground before all movement ceased. Jimmy spun toward the front door as a man yelled, "Who are you? And why didn't you return my family when you were supposed to, you son of a bitch?" "Nathan! He saved us!" the woman screamed as she jumped in front of Jimmy. The man immediately lowered his weapon. His eyes watered as he dropped the firearm and ran, wrapping his arms around his wife and lifting her off the ground with a kiss. Zack rapped on the window again and shouted, "6 o'clock!" Jimmy spun, noticing that the group from across the street was now less than 20 feet from the truck. He fired once, making contact with the forehead as the body dropped. Jimmy turned his head and shouted, "Get inside! Quickly, please!" Lurkers had appeared in surrounding yards, forcing Jimmy to sprint for the truck door. Once inside, he locked the safety and handed the rifle to Zack. He crept by, getting out of the reach of the lurkers as he watched the reunited family make their way hastily indoors. "That was too close, bro. Why you always screwing around?" "Screwing around?" Jimmy asked before conceding. "Forget it. You're right. I know. It's kind of what I do," Zack said, smiling through the pain. "You're the last one. Where can we drop you and your son off, ma'am?" The lady spoke up, saying, "Quarry Ridge Apartments." She directed them to Sharon Street, and Jimmy followed a long road toward the back of the complex. A brick lower level was flanked by pale green wooden siding on the top floor. Jimmy retrieved his rifle from Zack, slung it around his neck, and opened the back door. He looked the area over before motioning for the mother and child to follow. Once they got behind him, he said, "I'll lead. You follow, and tell me where we're going." She pointed him to a covered stairwell. The metal-framed concrete steps were faded and withering. The concrete had chipped and cracked in several places as Jimmy made his way up cautiously. They reached a landing before the steps took a 180-degree turn. "Wait here. I'm gonna make sure that the coast is clear. Holler if there is any trouble," Jimmy whispered as he ascended the final leg of the staircase. He cleared the area, then whispered for them to come up with him. She led the way as Jimmy followed. The apartment sat to the left and a faded and weather-worn wooden railing sat on the right. The gray paint was chipping, exposing rotting wood. As they came up to the third door, labeled 784, Jimmy noticed that it stood open. "Hello," she called softly, before going inside. Jimmy waited, scanning over the railing with his rifle. He heard muffled calling from inside while he kept watch. She returned a few minutes later, sobbing softly. Jimmy turned and asked, "Is everything all right, ma'am?" "My husband. He's not here." "And I found this," she said, handing Jimmy a handwritten letter. "What's this?" he asked as he glanced down and read. "If you want to see your wife and kid again, you will deliver the following to the rear dumpster of Stein's hardware store within 5 days. 20 pounds of rice, 10 pounds of flour, 8 pounds of sugar, 16 AA batteries, 1 set of tools. Any kind will do. Your family will be returned after you make the drop. The more you bring, the sooner they come back. Do nothing, and you will never see them again." Jimmy looked up from the weathered page and said, "Ma'am, when was the last time you saw your husband?" Through tears and a choked voice, she said, "I don't remember. But they took us away from him. 3 weeks ago, maybe. He's dead, isn't he?" Jimmy looked down and shook his head. "You don't know that for sure." He locked eyes with her. She continued to weep as he said, "I don't want to intrude. But if you need a place to stay, you are more than welcome to come live with us." She shook her head a few times before beginning to nod. "Are you sure?" "I'm sure. I cannot just leave you and your son for the wolves. We have plenty of room. We're all good people. And unfortunately, you aren't the first people we've met who have had to deal with this awful situation. Why don't you go pack a few bags and come with us?" She nodded again and hurried inside with her son. "Rusty to wiper. Over." Jimmy waited a few seconds before repeating his transmission. He stepped to the overhang and looked down at the truck. He tapped his ear at Zack, who threw his arms out, motioning that he didn't have his radio. Jimmy slapped his forehead and held out 5 fingers. Zack returned with a thumbs up as Jimmy scanned the parking lot. 3 scraggly men were walking with bad intentions toward the truck, still a couple 100 yards away. Jimmy quickly pointed toward his eyes and then toward the men, holding up 3 fingers. "That's close enough," he shouted with authority. "What are you gonna do about it?" the one in front said. "That's up to you," Jimmy returned. "You ain't gonna do nothing," he said. The woman came out and asked, "Who are you yelling at?" "Oh, what do you want, Zane?" "You know him?" Jimmy asked quietly. "Yeah, they're a bunch of worthless slugs. Just ignore them. Come on, let's go." "You got everything?" Jimmy asked, refusing to divert his eyes as the men slowed but continued to walk. "Hey, who's that piece of shit with you, Angie?" "Let's go. Ignore them," she said as she led the way quickly down the stairs and to the truck. "Haven't seen your bum husband for a while. Where have you two been?" Zane screamed as Jimmy secured them in the back seat and jumped into the driver's seat. He punched the accelerator just as the group ran toward them, slapping the tailgate. "What's happening?" Zack asked. "Her husband isn't there. She's coming back with us." Zack leaned over and whispered, "Don't you think you should have consulted with me first?" Jimmy glared and said, "Oh, just like you did with the new guy?" Zack sighed and said, "Fair enough." He groaned and arched his back as he returned to his normal position. "Just relax, brother. We'll be home soon." "How soon?" Angie asked from the back seat. "Probably 30 minutes. Is everything all right?" "Yes. I'm just uncomfortable with this whole situation." Zack tried to giggle through the pain as he said, "Understandable. Keep your eye on this guy, but everyone else is solid." Jimmy shook his head slowly with a straight face, but his lips soon parted to reveal a sly smile as he navigated toward the highway and onward. The drive was mostly silent, only broken by sighs and groans as Zack struggled to find comfort. As they entered the park, Angie asked, "Is this it?" "Yes, ma'am. I need to make one stop, and then we'll get you back to our base. I'm not really in the mood to meet anyone tonight, if that's all right." "That's perfectly fine. I'll let everyone know that we have a new guest, but I won't mention anything else about you or your son. I just need to let them know that everything is okay, and then we'll get you tucked away for the night. We can start fresh tomorrow. Does that work for you?" "Yes. Thanks," Angie said softly. Jimmy rolled up to the inn parking lot, calling out on the radio, "We're back, and everything is fine. I'm coming up. Over." He pulled up next to Ben's car, hopped out, ran up to him and said, "Hang out for one more minute. We'll all go back together. Everything go all right for you, bud?" Ben looked at him with misery in his eyes and said, "Yeah, that's fine, Rusty." Jimmy waved at him and returned to the truck. He drove and then parked in front of the entrance and said, "You want to drive her home and get her settled?" "No, I don't think I can move right now," Zack sputtered. "No problem, brother. I'll make it fast. I'm gonna have the new guy stick around here and hold watch over the road if that's all right with you." "Good," was all that Zack could conjure. Chapter 26. Jimmy ran into the building and hurriedly made his way to Brock on the first floor. He knocked. 1121. Brock answered the door and looked Jimmy over carefully. "You hear the news from Ben?" "Yeah, I heard. Where's the big guy?" "He's in the truck, in rough shape, but he'll be fine in due time." "Good. What now?" "I need someone to stand watch here for a few hours. There could be retaliation. Would you be willing to do it?" Brock looked around and said, "I don't have anything better to do, Rusty." "Why not?" "We owe you big time. I've got to get the rest of the group and get them back home." "Someone will be here to spell you in a few hours," Jimmy said as he left him. He climbed the stairs quickly and knocked in the pattern once more. Jessica opened the door and hugged Jimmy. "How did it go?" she asked, concerned. Jimmy just shook his head solemnly as Natalie came to the door and asked, "Is my daddy okay?" "No, he's not okay," Jimmy said as tears welled up in her eyes. She straightened up and said, "Is he going to die, Uncle Jimmy?" "No, sweetheart. He's in bad shape, but he's better than he was the last time." Turning his attention to Jessica, he said, "I'll go get Emily. You get everyone around and wait for me at the stairs." He approached room 331 and knocked in the same pattern. Emily opened the door. "Jimmy, you made it back," she shouted, noticing the defeated look on his face. "What the hell happened?" "Emily," Jimmy said, diverting his eyes. "What is it? What's wrong, Jimmy?" "It's Zack. What about him?" she interrupted. "What happened?" "He's alive. But they got him. I don't know what happened, but they whipped him and pulled a toenail at the very least." "Come again?" she asked, bewildered. "I'll tell you all about it later. But he was captured and tortured. And his pinky toenail is gone." "Oh. Well, they were disgusting to begin with. So, who tortured who exactly?" she asked, bringing a smile to Jimmy's face. "Grab the boys and meet me at the stairway, please. I'll fill you all in at the same time." Jimmy walked quickly to the stairway, hugging Jessica and his children. After everyone had gathered around, he said, "Zack is hurt. Pretty badly. Emily is the nurse, but I think he'll be fine. Ben, no injuries. Brad." Jimmy paused and sighed. "Brad didn't make it out. He jumped in front of a bullet for me. A bullet from Julie. We have his body. And we'll bury him when we get the chance. As for the sheriff, he's in the parking lot, alive and well. Unfortunately, we returned 3 families back home. But we have a new guest and her young son. They don't want to be bothered tonight, so we will respect that. Brock is going to stay here on watch for a while. Brooke, you can spell him at your normal time. When we get back, I need everyone to go straight to their cabins. No ifs, ands, or buts about it." "Any other questions will have to wait," Jimmy said as he headed down the stairs into the parking lot. Rifle in hand, he kept watch while everyone loaded up, then moved with purpose back to the truck. They drove back to the cabins, and everyone unloaded quickly. "Everyone inside, please," Jimmy shouted. "You don't need to be witnesses to what is about to happen." They all scurried to their cabins as Jimmy returned to the truck. He took Angie's hand and helped her and her son down onto the ground. He grabbed her 2 duffel bags and led them both to cabin 8. He quickly went and retrieved crackers, peanut butter, and a couple of packages of cheese crackers from their stash. He returned and said, "Ma'am, since you don't want to be bothered tonight, this is the best I can do. But you have 2 beds with unused sheets. Sleep in as long as you want. We'll see you in the morning and have a real meal. Sound good?" "Thank you," she said, hugging Jimmy tightly. "You're welcome, ma'am." Jimmy backed away awkwardly, not leaving until he heard the click of the lock. He then jogged back to the truck, opened the door, and helped Zack out. He winced and put his arm around Jimmy, hopping on a bare foot on the gravel. They struggled until they were inside of his cabin, where he flung himself onto a downstairs bed. Jimmy worked to catch his breath, saying with a snicker, "Gosh darn, bud. You need to go on a diet." Zack grabbed him by the collar and said, "First of all, I'm big-boned, not flabby. Second, it hurts my feelings when you make fun of my weight, Rusty. And third, save Jimmy Johnson's ass for me." He let go, with a grimace and a half-smile. "I'm kind of impressed you knew that. Lou Holtz, 1988. Notre Dame, Miami. They got into a fight pre-game and, no one cares, Jimmy. Just save his ass for me. We've got to get you taken care of before we worry about anything else. Emily, what do you need?" "Soap and water to start. I'll get the triple antibiotic ointment. There isn't much else we can do with our supplies. Tylenol and ibuprofen can dull the pain a little bit, but without morphine he's going to be sore. And aggravated for a while." "Sore and aggravated for a while? Tell me, how's that any different from the usual?" Zack spoke up. "That's actually pretty fair." Everyone nodded in amusement before Jimmy asked, "What about his toe? It looks like one of those Lil Wieners." "My Lil Wiener will be just fine," Zack said with a pain-filled grin. Jimmy inhaled deeply and smiled. "That's not what she said." He backed out of arm's reach as Zack lunged for him. He retrieved water from their clean water supply and found a bar of soap. He returned and said, "Do you two have this for a minute? I've got to go take care of something. Be back in 10 minutes or less." Jimmy tapped Zack on the back of the head, offered a few words of encouragement, and left. Reaching into the truck bed, he grabbed Zack's backpack and dug through it until he found a few pairs of flex cuffs. The sun had slipped behind the tree line, the air cooling as Jimmy pulled the sheriff from the trunk of Ben's car and walked him into cabin 4. He set him in a chair and secured each arm. When he bent to secure the legs, one kicked out, just missing him. "Oh, it's like that, huh?" Jimmy said, driving his palm into the sheriff's throat. The sheriff gasped as Jimmy finished locking down each leg to the chair. Jimmy pulled up another chair and remained silent as the man's breathing steadied. He cleared his throat and began, "Have anything you want to say before we get started?" Silence hung thick in the air until he continued. "Listen, Chief, I'm a married man. If you think the silent treatment is going to work on me, you're sorely mistaken. I've seen it all, and none of it works. I'm more of an observer than a talker, so this isn't going to bother me. Let's start with this. What's your name?" Jimmy let the room breathe as he said, "It's John, isn't it?" The head nodded slowly as Jimmy said, "Thank God I can hear your head rattling. But it's a start. I'd ask your last name, but it's pretty irrelevant. Listen close, John. I'm not going to kill you. I'm going to keep you alive for as long as it takes. Get comfortable. I'll be back when I'm ready." Jimmy got up, scooted the chair slowly and deliberately across the floor, and then walked toward the door with an exaggeratingly heavy footfall. He stopped at the front door and said, "You're a coward. Expect to be treated like one." Jimmy exited loudly, making sure the door creaked as much as possible. He found Ben and said, "Did Brad have extra keys hanging around?" "Yeah, I think they were in his cabin, Rusty. Would you mind going to find them? I know it's a lot to ask, but I need you to lock that door and then stand guard until I can make it back." "No problem, Rusty. I'll get them." "You're the best, Ben. I know it's been a rough day. Probably the worst you've had in months, but the job isn't finished yet. You're the only one I trust. This is the last thing I'm going to ask you to do today. I promise." Ben nodded as he took off towards Brad's cabin. Jimmy departed as well, heading back to check on Zack. When he entered the home, he heard Zack carrying on in the bedroom. "Damn it! That burns!" When he walked in, Emily held rags in one hand and a dusty bottle of Jack Daniels in another. Jimmy winced and said, "How bad is it?" Emily looked up solemnly and shook her head. "It's gonna sting for a week or so. Scars. But he'll recover, as long as he doesn't get an infection." How's that lil wiener? Jimmy asked. Well, it doesn't work like it did when he was 25, but it's still serviceable. 70% of the time, Emily said, grinning widely at Jimmy. You're being a little generous, no? Jimmy put in before Zack could get a word in. That's a crock of shit. You know that's not true, damn it, he yelled, turning his head and trying to push himself up. All right, sweet cheeks. We were just joking. Settle down before you hurt yourself, Jimmy said. Well, it's not very damn funny, Zack complained. You're the only one not laughing, Jimmy choked out in between chuckles. That's enough, you two. I should have known what would happen if I said that, Emily said, still smiling out of Zack's view. Jimmy sat with Zack, Emily, Jessica, and all of the children. He cut an old t-shirt of his into strips. He then helped to apply ointment and cover the wounds lightly. Anyone ever tell you that you're hairier than a woolly mammoth? Zack groaned and said, Shut up and get this over with. As Jimmy laughed, Emily instructed, Don't press down, Jimmy. They'll stick to the wounds as they heal and pull them up. After they had finished, Zack said, Everyone out. I can't take any more of this stuff. As everyone began to file out of the room, he said, Jimmy, you stay. Jimmy looked at Emily and Jessica and nodded, then closed the door. He turned around, sighed loudly with his hands on his hips, and asked, What is it, brother? I'm coming with you. We're doing this shit together. I really think you should get some rest. You need to recover. How long have we known each other, Jimmy? Jimmy stroked the chin hairs that had grown out over the last few weeks and said, Oh, I don't know. 5, maybe 6 years by now. Long enough to know that shit ain't happening. If you think I'm gonna let you have all of the glory for yourself, then we aren't as close as I thought. You think this is gonna stop me? No, I don't. And I'm not looking for glory. I'm looking out for you. If you can get past your wife and mine, then you're free to join me. Zack laughed and said, What's she gonna do to stop me? Pull out your other toenails. They are disgusting, by the way. My great-grandma's 95-year-old feet looked better than yours. And that's saying something. She talked about her corn so much that I can't touch the stuff anymore. Jimmy faked a gag as Zack smiled and said, You're dumber than hell, Jim. Chapter 27. After tough negotiating, Jimmy helped Zack across the way to cabin 4. Carrying a couple of lamps and their second-to-last gallon bottle of lamp fuel, they reached the cabin as the last light of the day faded. We've got it from here, Ben. Why don't you go home? Get some rest. No thanks, Rusty. I'm gonna go get a shovel. Start digging. That can wait until morning, Ben, Zack said. No, sir, it cannot. It will not. Go. Ask Jessica for a lamp. It's not smart to be out after dark by yourself. There's no shame in waiting, but I understand it, Ben. No, it's a great way to get yourself killed, kid. Let him go, Zack. He's got to do what he's got to do, Jimmy said softly. It's stupid, bro. You'd do it for me. I'd do it for you. Let him do it for Brad. Zack sighed heavily and let his lips flutter loudly. Fine. Whatever. Let's do this. They entered, exaggerating the creaking door again. Jimmy stomped, grabbed 2 chairs, and set them up in front of their prisoner. He motioned for Zack to sit down in front of the man. Lighting a match, he lit up the lamps to illuminate the room. Zack leaned in close and nodded for Jimmy to pull the hood. Jimmy yanked and the sheriff blinked and then shot his head back as Zack smiled and said, Hi there. Remember me? Because I remember you. Real well. He grunted, but did not speak. Zack sat back delicately in his seat as Jimmy said, There's one thing that you have in your favor, Chief.
What's that?
He finally asked. Time.
What's that supposed to mean?
You have something we want, and we can't do much of anything until we get it.
I suppose you're right.
He is, Zack put in. But that doesn't mean we have to make it easy. The sheriff stared blankly at them for a long while. Zack finally continued. You don't want to talk? That's fine. He stood up, put his hands on his hips, and looked the man directly in the eye, holding his gaze as he stepped forward. Zack grabbed the bottom of the seat and flipped it up, sending him backward. His head thumped off the wood floor and he groaned loudly. Water, pillowcase, towel, rope. Now, Rusty. What followed made even Jimmy cringe. Spurts, sputters, and gurgling were the nicest sounds that echoed off of the walls. Zack grunted and winced as he brought the chair back up violently. He ripped the pillowcase off of John's head and asked, "How was your swim?" No answer came as he gasped for breath, lungs rattling deeply. "Feel free to start whenever you're ready, John," Jimmy said. Still gasping, he said,
Fuck you!
"No one has any creativity anymore, do they? Absolutely mediocre wiper." "No, Rusty, they don't. You should have heard some of the doozies I had for him." "I can only imagine," Jimmy replied. Still gasping for air, John said,
What do you want? You really think I'm gonna talk?
"Considering you didn't have any limit to the carnage you've been causing, expect the same in return, you bastard," Zack shouted. Jimmy took a deep breath in before he started in an eerily soft tone. "Something you've got to remember, Sheriff. We don't have to be at work by 7 a.m. on Monday morning anymore. We have the time to wait you out. Do whatever is necessary to end all of this crap that you've been doing."
My guys are coming. They know where I'm at. And these guys, they're pros.
Jimmy let out a stifled laugh. "You're full of it. Try again."
What's that supposed to mean?
"I mean your threats are hollow. You've tried it all, and you're out of guys, Chief," Jimmy said.
That's what you think.
"That's what we know. There's no one left. You let a nerd wipe out your army," Zack said, pacing painfully. "We've got people all up and down these roads. No one is getting in or out without getting annihilated. Now, do you want to talk or not?"
What is it you think you're going to get out of me? I'm the fucking sheriff of Karst County. I know all the tricks, boys. You really think I'll talk?
"Fuck around and find out." John stared blankly at him. Zack flipped the chair and repeated the routine. After another 5 minutes, Zack cut the flex cuffs off. "Help me tie up this mouse turd taco, Rusty." "I've always wondered. You have a recipe for those?" Jimmy asked with a sly grin. "I'll share it with you later," Zack said as Jimmy tied his hands together tightly with the rope before tying him to a vertical column. Zack walked gingerly to the table and pulled something out of his pack. Walking back over, he said, "Does this look familiar, John?" He breathed hard as Zack dragged it along the ground, letting the metal bits of the whip scratch deliberately across the floor. John looked back and groaned. Zack slapped the beam just above his head, letting the sound reverberate off of the walls. "You want to talk yet?" His breaths now rasping, he whispered,
Yes!
"Get him back into that chair, Rusty." Jimmy brought him to his feet callously and threw him into the chair. "Who else knows about us?"
What do you mean?
"Pretty simple. Who else knows about us?" Jimmy repeated.
Just one other guy.
"Who?"
A guy I work with.
John replied slowly. "And how much does he know?" Jimmy asked.
Not much. I told him I had a problem. He didn't ask questions. He just told me to deal with it. I lied to him. Told him you weren't an issue anymore.
Zack and Jimmy made eye contact before Zack said, "What's his name? Where can we find him?"
You can't seriously think that I'm telling you that.
John said hesitantly. "The old cat o' nine tails. I'd always heard about these things but never got to use one. Seems like today is my lucky day. I gotta experience the bad end. Now, I'm on the good end," he said, slapping it on the ground a few times, trying to hide his grimace.
Okay, you got me. Paul was supposed to come by the day after tomorrow to pick up some products. He was expecting your wives and kids to be part of the package. There, I have told you what you wanted. Please, don't. I'm cooperating.
As fun as it would be, we'll hold off, Jimmy said. Damn it, man. He used this thing on me. Turnabout is fair play, Zack said angrily. Jimmy nodded solemnly. When?
2 days.
What time does he normally show up? 6 a.m., noon, evenings?
In the morning, around 9 or 10.
Just him? Or does he bring others? Zack broke in.
He brings others, but they stay in the van.
How many?
I don't know. I've never asked. But at least a couple.
Well, that complicates things a little bit, Jimmy said. I don't believe a word of this, Rusty.
Why would I lie?
They glanced at each other, and Jimmy said, because you have no reason to tell the truth. Yet.
I am telling the truth.
You just said that you have guys on the way. So which is it? Do you have guys on the way? Or are you all out of friends and we saved you from your boss? So now you're just giving him up to our hands free of charge?
I guess you'll just have to wait and find out,
John said. While we wait, why don't we just throw everything out in the open? You're demented, evil in its purest form. You ordered your little minion, Greg, to steal our family. And here's what I know, Sheriff. You found an abandoned police car shortly after the collapse. That was mine. How far did you chase me into the woods?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Of course you don't. I recognize your voice, just like I recognized Greg's. And I know you two were out hunting for new victims. I also know that when he let my wife's uncle die because he drove right past him, he wasn't going to meet a mistress. He was going to do the unspeakable, and you knew everything about what he was doing. You may have been forced to fire him from the force, but he just kept doing what you hired him to do in the first place. After John refused to make eye contact, he said, and when he met his demise, that really fired you up. Tell me something. How did it feel to find him? You know you missed us by no more than 2 minutes, don't you? Zack stepped in. You did everything you could to kill us. It would be almost admirable if you weren't such a giant piece of shit. You tried to get us on the road, and at the same time you went to our house, tried to kill our wives and take our kids. That didn't work, and you didn't have another move to make, did you? John shifted uncomfortably in his seat, lifting his shoulders to try to find some relief. Then, Dylan shows up at your front door. Like a dipshit, I might add. He had the golden ticket, Rusty, with Brad and your ex-wife, Julie. You probably just told him to bring him in without getting any information, didn't you? And when he died, you lost everything. Bet you regretted that for a hot minute. You thought you had me, didn't you? You were probably pretty confident. But when I got away, you blew a fuse. Sent out 4 more guys who never came home. So you thought you would just smoke us out. Probably at night. Like a freaking coward, right? Burned down my house. My neighbors' houses. Jimmy shook his head in disgust. As for Julie, you were with her the whole time she was dating Brad too, weren't you? I'd wager a guess that she showed up right after the collapse, and that's when you turned her away for good. Showed what kind of guy you really were. Which is why she waited so long before she tried again. You bought us exactly the time we needed. And for that, I'd almost thank you. The sheriff nodded once in defeat before Jimmy continued. She got really desperate the last few days, though. Finally showed up sometime this morning. She wanted to tell you everything, but you blew her off. We show up a few hours later, and here we are.
She was spouting off, hysterical. I told her to shut up and hid. But then she mentioned your names 15 minutes before we got you. I knew you'd be coming, but you hit us before I was able to even react.
He needs more, Zack said. We cannot let him off this easily.
No! I gave you what you wanted. You got your answers. You can't do this. You cannot do this. Do you know who I am?
Do you know who I work for?
He's got armies, trained soldiers. He'll do what I couldn't.
I simply don't care! If I came face to face with the devil himself, I wouldn't be more disgusted. You know we're going to take all of your stuff, right?
What stuff?
What stuff? Well, you're the sheriff. You've got more guns, ammo, and supplies than one man needs. Don't you? He just grunted as Jimmy said, I need to know your codes, where everything is.
No.
No? Well, Wiper, you may as well stand him up and give him some more, because you're giving us what we want. Gladly, Zack said as he stood him up quickly. It's finally my turn with this thing, bitch.
I'm not saying another word.
Zack retied his hands to the beam as John tried to fall to his knees. He cut open his shirt, saying, You sure you don't want to talk?
Go to hell.
After the first swing, Zack checked back in. 2 swings later, John was gasping for air. You want to talk yet? No? Rusty, the salt. Gladly, Jimmy said as he pulled it out of the pack. Get him on the ground. I want to make sure he enjoys this. Jimmy said, No, I've waited a long time to punish this piece of filth, as he poured salt onto John's back. John writhed on the ground, screaming, crying, and turning over to try to remove it. Jimmy poured the remainder of the salt into a jug of water and shook it. After several minutes, John stopped writhing on the ground and breathed hard as he laid on his stomach. You thought that was bad? Jimmy asked as he poured the brine onto the wounds. John's eyes opened wide as he screamed.
The keys! The keys are in my underwear drawer. The one in the basement. That's the one you guys will want. Fuck you both! Damn you two to hell!
Jimmy looked at him for a long moment. He wasn't enjoying the agony, but he felt no sympathy either. You ever read the Bible? He asked. He didn't wait for an answer. Luke 17, verse 2. It'd be better for you to be thrown into the sea with a millstone around your neck than to make a child stumble. Jimmy took 3 steps toward the door, then paused. Should have found yourself a millstone, John. Where are you going? Zack asked. We've got what we need. Not yet, Zack growled. Come on, brother. We aren't barbarians. No, we're red-blooded Americans. And we're dealing with this cocksucker the American way. If you don't want to watch, then go get the ranger, Zack said as he drew his knife. Jimmy stood firmly. The screams were enough to make even a seasoned veteran queasy. But Jimmy didn't blink. After it was over, he fetched the truck and drove it to the front of the cabin. Zack dragged the sheriff out shortly afterward, only his hands tied in front of him. Zack threw him into the bed of the pickup, limped into the cab, and said, Drive this shit pickle to the inn. They rode in silence to the parking lot. A few lurkers still populated the far reaches. Go unload him. I can't walk anymore. After Jimmy popped the door handle, Zack spoke up again, his voice tense with pain. Should have kept going. This son of a bitch. He didn't get what he deserved. But fuck it. He's lurker bait now. Blood attracts. Jimmy grabbed him by a bloody leg and unloaded him face down in the parking lot. He hopped back into the truck and put the shifter into drive, but Zack said, We wait until it's over. Chapter 28. Jimmy laid in bed for a long time that night. He struggled to feel the relief that he craved, even though the goal had been accomplished. He tossed and turned for what felt like hours until he finally drifted into an uneasy sleep. He woke up drowsily shortly after first light and staggered onto the porch with his Bible. I'm not sure I'm worthy of touching this book right now, he thought to himself as he plopped down onto the wicker rocker. He opened to Psalms, looking for guidance. He flipped through and randomly stopped on Psalm 92. He read, prayed, especially for Zack, and felt an overwhelming peace in the moment. As he rocked in silence, Brock stepped out of his cabin stretching and yawning, wearing jeans and a worn, plain army green hoodie with a tan baseball hat flipped backwards. His light brown hair curled over his ears. He rubbed his dark stubble as he wandered aimlessly over to the picnic table. Jimmy got up and walked over to join him. "Good morning," he said, taking a seat across from him. "And thanks for taking the extra shift. I know you just got here, but that meant a lot to this group. Now that you're part of the team, you ought to know how we operate." "Lay it on me, Rusty," Brock said with a smile. "First off, we don't have many hard rules. The Golden Rule and the 10 Commandments cover most of it. I think I can live with that. Anything else?" "We handle things as they come," Jimmy said. "If you stick to those principles, we shouldn't have many problems. Wiper was in rough shape last night, but he was up and moving. He'll be sore today, but if we can keep infection away, he should bounce back." "What happened to him?" "I'm not 100% certain. Haven't really been able to get the full story, but I know that he was beaten, whipped, and they removed a toenail." "Holy shit," Jimmy winced and said. "Yeah, he took it like a trooper, but the adrenaline has worn off, so we'll see how it goes today. Also, we have a new guest. She didn't want us to say anything last night, but I told her I would introduce her and her son to everyone this morning." "Okay, cool. Is that a warning?" "Absolutely not. We believe in being upfront and honest. Keep everyone in the loop on as much as possible. Be a respectful adult. The rest will take care of itself." "Got it," Brock responded solemnly. "I'll keep my distance. I'm not really in the right frame of mind right now." "I understand. I'm sorry about what happened to your wife. I can't imagine what you're going through." Brock looked down, playing with a blade of grass as he sniffled. After a short while, he wiped his eye and stammered, "It's tough, man." Jimmy held eye contact and smiled softly. "Maybe in a few days we can go look. Go back to your apartment and see what we can see. Look for clues. You never know what we may find." Brock shook his head. "She's dead, Rusty. I know it. My son, gone. My family, gone. I've lost everything, and quite frankly, I'm ready to move on. I lost a lot of buddies in the war. Got out so that I could rebuild my life with the one thing I had left. And I fucked that up too." Jimmy stared off into the woods for a moment before he said, "No, Brock. You didn't mess anything up. You don't know anything about me. You're right. But you're here now. You made it this far. And maybe you can't have everything that you had before the collapse. But we've got a bigger purpose. Stick with us and we'll fill you in once Wiper gets up today." Brock just nodded as Jessica and the kids came out. Jimmy excused himself and arose to greet them. He hugged his children and kissed his wife. "Go sit down, kids," she said. "We'll be over in a second." Once they had wandered off, she turned back to him. "We could hear what was happening last night, Jimmy. You know what he did. He got off easier than he deserved. It didn't sound like it. Next time, we'll choose a better venue," Jimmy said, the seriousness in his voice alarming Jessica. They walked together hand in hand and sat down across from Brock. They chit-chatted with him and with their children for a few minutes until Jimmy noticed some movement from Angie's cabin. She peeked her head out of the door and motioned for Jimmy to come over to her. He excused himself as Brock and Jessica continued their conversation. Once he reached the cabin, she propped the door open with her foot and said, "I'm not sure I'm ready for this." Jimmy looked at the ground and kicked a pebble. "I understand. But will you at least come meet everyone?" "I'm not sure that I want to." "Come on. It will take 5 minutes and then you can go back inside. We'll leave you alone, I promise. But everyone is excited to get to know you." She sighed loudly before Jimmy said, "I'll be back. I'm gonna go get everyone else and then I'll come back and get you. How's that sound?" She hesitantly agreed and Jimmy left to fetch Ben and Brooke. By the time he walked back, Emily and her kids were at the picnic table. Jimmy wandered back to Angie's and knocked on the door. She had changed into a white tank top with a white, pink, and gold flannel over the top of it. Her jeans were dark wash, and her shoulder-length dark brown hair was pushed up into a ponytail as she reluctantly stepped outside with her son. "I don't think I ever got your son's name," Jimmy said. "It's Colton." "Colton? I like that." "Thanks," Jimmy said with a warm smile. As they approached the picnic table, Jimmy said, "Hey, everyone. These are our newest additions." He went down the line, introducing Ben and Brooke, Emily and her children, his wife and children, and finally Brock, who simply lifted his hand without turning around. "Brock?" she asked. "Yes. He just got here the day before last." "Oh," she said. Jimmy nodded and said, "This is Angie, and her son, Colton." Brock's head jerked toward them as he said, "Angie, Angie, is that you?" He jumped from the table and wrapped his arms around her. He lifted her in the air, calling her name and breaking down into tears. They shared a long kiss and embrace as Jimmy backed up, looking at the rest of the group. Brock put her down gently and picked up Colton, crying audibly. They hugged as a group while Jimmy stood, bewildered. He said, "I take it you know each other." "Holy shit, man. Is this a sick joke? What did you do?" Brock stormed toward Jimmy angrily as Angie grabbed his arm. "Brock, he saved us. He had nothing to do with anything other than that. Come on, baby." Jimmy stood firm as he watched Brock come to the realization. "Rusty, I'm sorry, man. I just can't believe you found my wife and son. How can I ever repay you and Wiper?" "You can start by promising not to beat the snot out of me again," Jimmy said with a sideways grin. "Deal, man. We're gonna go. Catch up if you guys don't mind," Brock said excitedly. "You want us to come get you when breakfast is ready?" Jimmy asked. "That would be great. Thanks again. And Rusty, my bad. Go be with your family, Chief." He returned to the table and asked Emily, "How is he?" "He was in pain most of the night, so he's still sleeping. I haven't taken a look at his wounds yet this morning." Jimmy nodded his head solemnly and began to start a fire. After they had eaten breakfast, Emily called Jimmy over and they checked on Zack. Jimmy heard Zack groaning in pain while he waited in the living room. Emily poked her head out and motioned for him to come in. Zack was lying on his stomach. He was shirtless, revealing deep red and purple lash marks risen from the skin. Some had a yellow crust, others still dark with dried blood. "How are you feeling, buddy?" Jimmy asked with care. "Like a can of smashed assholes." "Pleasant. Your back looks uncomfortable." "It burns a little bit, but I can feel my heartbeat in my toe." "Cut it off," Zack complained. "Wait a minute. You want me to cut off your lil wiener?" "I don't care right now, bro. Just chop the little bastard off." Jimmy helped Emily apply more ointment as Zack winced with every movement. "Get some rest, brother. You're gonna need it," Jimmy said as he left him and returned to his cabin. He spent the day down at the lake with his family and Zack's children. Ben and Brooke joined them for a while. He taught Ben, Logan, Chloe, Natalie, and Jacob some fishing techniques while his younger children splashed in the shallow waters near the shore with Jessica and Brooke. Jimmy was unable to get more than a few casts for himself. He was too busy untangling lines, baiting hooks, and removing fish. The group was able to land a few crappie, a couple of largemouth and one smallmouth bass, along with about a dozen bluegill that the kids caught using a bobber and some worms that they had dug up. Returning to the cabins, they created a dredge using flour, cornmeal, and spices. They breaded their fish and fried it in peanut oil. Jessica made a seasoned rice, and everyone, including Zack, came and shared an early dinner with them before they all retreated to their cabins to spend time with their families. Jimmy awoke the next morning and exited the bedroom as quietly as he could. He dressed in his Spartan Rift Night Stalker gear and laced up his boots. Jessica whispered from somewhere in the dark, "Why are you getting dressed like that?" Startled, Jimmy said, "Because there's someone else. And we've got one shot to get him." "Don't you think you've done enough?" "He can't hurt us anymore," Jessica asked. "You're right, Jess. He can't hurt us. But he was only part of the problem. He wasn't pulling the strings, just acquiring for others," Jimmy said, voice calm and level. "Jimmy, Please, don't go. I have to. This isn't about me. The old world is gone. This is my new purpose. I cannot stand idly by when kids and mothers are suffering. Jimmy threw his fist against the table. No police. Someone has to do something to stop this. His eyes darted from side to side. If I have to walk to the ends of the earth, I will not stop. I will not apologize for trying to protect and save others from this. The world. It was bad enough hearing about this stuff on the news, on social media, everywhere. But now, there's nothing to stop this from happening to anyone. Heck, Jess, we were 5 minutes away from it happening to all of you. And now you want me to stop? Please, you can't. Jimmy turned to face her fully, saying, I'm sorry. Jimmy, I'm late. He squinted his eyes and said, What? You're late? Late for what? We have nowhere to be. Nothing to do. I'm late, James. I've missed my period. No, you're overthinking it. That's just not possible, Jess. No, I'm over a week late. You have other things to think about now. Jimmy diverted his eyes and said, Oh, snap. He arose and wrapped his arms around her waist. Are you sure? With tears in her eyes, she nodded. I'm scared, Jimmy. Really scared. Emily said. He pushed her to arm's length gently and asked, Emily knows? You told her first? She's a nurse. I didn't know what to do. I didn't know who to turn to. How about your husband, Jessica? What about turning to me? Jimmy interrupted. You're too focused on everything else, Jimmy. You just said it yourself. You won't stop. Even if it means leaving your pregnant wife, she said with a raised voice. You didn't even know that Ethan was saying Dada. He's turning 1 next week. Bet you didn't remember that, did you? You haven't spent any time with Macy since she almost died. She has nightmares and you haven't woken up once. Your oldest son, he just wants to play catch, but he's afraid to ask. Chloe, she's worried sick about you and you haven't taken the time to even talk to her. We just went fishing yesterday, Jess. But you're right, I haven't. That's on me. I will make this right. But I've got to go. I love you. He leaned forward to kiss her forehead, but she jerked away. Just go. I'll take care of the kids. Alone. Again. Jimmy sighed and began to speak, but pulled back. Finally, he said, It will be fine. We'll deal with this. Everything will be okay. I promise. I love you, Jessica. He gathered his rifle and backpack and hurried out the front door. Zack was waiting for him on the front porch. Morning, dumbass. I got you a present, Zack said as he tossed him a box of spaghetti. What's this? I figured you could pair it with your favorite sauce, Prego. Jimmy stood, stern-faced, and said, Screw you, you idiot. Oh, I'm the idiot? Zack clapped back. I've been telling you for years to get snipped. Now look what you did. You just made life a hell of a lot harder for everyone in this group. Enough, Jimmy said. I'm leaving in 5. You can complain later. This isn't over by a long shot. Go get Brock and I'll meet you out there. Brock? But we just met him. Yeah, and he beat the socks off of me once and was ready to do it again another time. I'd rather have him with us than walking around here like an untamed Wookiee. That's fair. He's a Marine. What's the worst that can happen? He could get us killed because he's a wild card. But other than that, nothing, I suppose, Zack said as he stomped away. Jimmy paused, put his hand to his forehead, and rubbed his temples. His internal monologue was disrupted when Zack said, Clock's ticking, Cinderella. You want to be late for the ball? Jimmy looked up and saw Zack's pearly whites peeking through his beard. He shook his head in disgust and walked slowly to the truck. He fired up the engine and they left the security of the cabins and ventured back out toward Karst Valley. They made a pit stop at the Blue House, exchanging the truck for the 4Runner. When they arrived at John's, Jimmy tried to park it as close to perfectly as it had been the day before. The plan was simple. He and Brock would stack the bodies in the garage as quickly and quietly as possible. Then, Zack and Brock would allow the big man to enter the house and ambush his guards while Jimmy took care of the inside. What if he knocks? Jimmy asked. Answer the door in your birthday suit, Zack said deadpan. Brock jerked his head back and scrunched his eyes as Jimmy said, Wish I would have thought of that. Good call. Brock said, There's something wrong with you two. They looked at each other and smiled. Let's go get in position. Remember, Brock, listen to my commands. Roger. Jimmy waited and waited. Finally, around 2 p.m., Zack crackled over the radio. Vehicle approaching. You forgot to say over again. Over. Not now, dipshit. I'm trying to find my happy place before this gets wild, Zack said, a twinge of a smile in his voice. Quit thinking about my wife and get ready to execute. Over. Moron. Jimmy smiled for half a second, then refocused. The door sat recessed, and he hugged the corner, out of sight of the front window. 2 men. Damn, this is too easy. They're getting out and standing guard like a bunch of Muppets. Rusty, get ready. He's coming in 3, 2, 1. Jimmy heard boots clacking off the tile flooring. As the door swung shut slowly and silently, he heard it latch. John? That bastard's probably downstairs. He's sick. Jimmy peeked around the corner and said quietly, You move and I'll introduce your nutsack to hot lead and cold steel. Keep your hands up. A short man with a fedora, dress pants, and a silver rain jacket slowly raised his hands as Jimmy circled around to his front, rifle shouldered and ready to fire. Oh no! Jimmy gasped. Chapter 29. Zack was nestled into the landscaping across the street from the house. Brock had found a spot behind a column on the next-door neighbor's porch. 2 men exited a silver Mercedes-Benz Sprinter van and took positions on each side. Zack said, On target. He waited a moment for a response as he looked down his magnified sight. When nothing came, he said, Be ready. I'm sending it. He put gentle pressure on the trigger until his suppressed shot echoed off of the houses lightly. He watched as the man on the left side of the van collapsed. 1 down. You take the other one. I don't have a clean shot from here, Zack whispered as the other man spun and sprayed automatic fire in Zack's general direction. The bullets ripped through the house more than 40 feet off to Zack's right and at the upstairs windows. Send it, Zack shouted. The man sent another burst into the upstairs as Zack snapped his rifle to the man. As he prepared to fire, the man ate 3 rounds from Brock's unsuppressed rifle. Brock had leaned out from behind cover and took a few steps toward the van. Another man squirted out, sending automatic fire in Brock's direction. Zack watched as he hit the dirt with his hand over his head. Zack immediately locked on his target and fired a single, suppressed round directly above the ear of the assailant. Brock scrambled back to his feet and stalked toward the van as Zack held his position. 3 down, Brock reported as he glanced inside the van. Inside the house, Jimmy stood angrily over the man he had just found. Jimmy Wood? What are you doing here? Pete Mercer, Jimmy growled. You cannot be serious. You know John. What's with the gun, Jimmy? Jimmy tried to control his rage as he said, John? Yeah, I knew him. What's that supposed to mean? What are you doing here? Automatic fire rang outside as Jimmy tried to keep his focus on his former boss. Semi-automatic fire was returned. Another spray of automatic fire. 1 suppressed shot followed, and then the firing stopped. Pete reached for his pocket, but Jimmy was faster, driving the rifle into his chin and knocking him backward. Face down! Now! Pete hit the ground and Jimmy stepped in, snapping a pair of flex cuffs around his wrists. We're coming in. Roger. Over. Jimmy, I can explain. I don't know what's going on here, but I think this is some sort of misunderstanding. You didn't have to hit me. I was just reaching for a cigarette. You don't smoke. I used to. And then I started back up. You know, after the collapse. After Jimmy cuffed him, he patted him down as Pete laid on his stomach. He found a holstered pistol underneath his jacket and removed it. Cigarettes, huh, Pete? I know you never thought highly of me, but you must think I'm a complete moron. Zack entered the house, Brock following, and said, You got everything under control? I'm gonna go check on those leads. Who's that? Pete asked. Wiper, this is Pete. Pete. Wiper. Wiper? And you're Rusty? Something like that, Jimmy said, disgruntled. You know this premium-grade shit stain, Rusty? Yeah, this is my former boss. The one that you told to suck buttermilk right off of your dick tip? That's not quite how it went, but yeah, this is him. Holy shit, Rusty. He's all yours. Just promise to save me a seat in the front row. I think I'll let you two catch up. Brock, you're with me. No, I don't want to be around this vermin. Jimmy trailed off as his ears rang and he became lightheaded. Fine then, Princess. Just come with me. Brock, secure the prisoner. No problem, Wiper. They left to find the gun safes and stashes that they had been told about. Once they were out of earshot, Zack said, Damn, bro. You all right? You're looking a little green behind the gills, buddy. Zack, that was my boss. He was a giant prick, but I worked for the man. I didn't think this was possible. He'll get what's coming to him. They scavenged the entire house thoroughly, finding all kinds of weapons and weapon accessories, ammo and medical supplies. Clothing, household items, and anything they could scrounge quickly were gathered. A Daniel Defense RIS 3M4A1 rifle was the biggest prize. This is mine, Jimmy said as he examined the rifle. What about your BCM? Zack asked. I don't care about that beat-up piece of steel anymore. Zack laughed and shook his head as he said, All right, bro, but it's gonna be uncomfortable for a long time until you get used to it. Why is that? Jimmy asked with curiosity. Just trust me. I'd stick with the BCM if I were you, Zack said. It's fully automatic, though. This isn't Call of Duty. Automatic weapons look awesome in video games, or when you're surrounded. But in the real world, it's just a waste of ammo in almost every situation. Really? Would I lie to you? Jimmy wrapped his hand around his chin and scrunched his eyebrows as he said, You're right. Like when you told me you were being chased by a lurker in a parking lot. Or how about the time when we were neighbors and you told me to come outside and then tased me? It was a blank cartridge, Zack said with a smile. How was I supposed to know that? Princess, you know I wouldn't lie when it comes to firearms. But it looks like an awesome gun, Jimmy complained. Don't get me wrong, it is, but so is yours. And you're familiar with the one you've got. Do what you want, but I'd recommend sticking with what you have. Give that one to Brock, or someone else, or keep it in a vehicle as a backup, Zack insisted. Well, I suppose I ought to trust your judgment, or maybe you just want it for yourself. Zack slapped his rifle and said, This beauty has been a lot of places with me, seen a lot of action, and I'm loyal to her. She's loyal to me. Good grief, it's a gun, not a stripper. Once they had finished loading the Forerunner in Pete's van, they escorted Pete to the vehicle. They dropped Zack off with the truck and fled Karst Valley. When they returned to the park, they went straight to the inn. Taking him to room 331, they used rope to tie him securely to a chair. Jimmy left the room with Zack and said, Go tell everyone we're here. I'll deal with this cockroach until you get back. You sure about that? Don't get started without me. As Jimmy re-entered the room, Pete said, Why am I here, Jimmy? Come on, Pete. I don't like you. You don't like me. So let's save the chit-chat. Why do you think you're here? I liked you, Jimmy. What are you talking about? You were one of my best employees, Pete said. Answer the question. I honestly have no idea what I'm doing here. I don't know why you hit me. I know you're mad that I fired you, but don't you think this is a little extreme? Pete asked, trying his best to portray bewilderment. Fired me? Jimmy shook his head and laughed before refocusing on the point of the conversation. What were you doing in that house? I was just visiting a friend, and then I got assaulted. You're damn lucky that the police aren't around anymore. I'd have you thrown in jail and you'd rot away for the rest of your life. Just visiting a friend? I'm sure you were, in a 15-passenger van with 3 armed guards. I don't know what you're talking about, Pete said, turning his head away from Jimmy as if he were pouting. Jimmy pushed himself off the wall that he had been leaning on and walked until he was standing over the man. How could you be doing this, Pete? What do you care what I do in my personal life? Let me go this instant, Jimmy. You can't kill me, and you can't stop what's coming. Jimmy calmed himself and reflected before saying, You're wrong, Pete. I can kill you. He drew his blade and examined it before reconnecting with his eyes. But I'm not going to, and I will let you go when I'm ready. You have to let me go right now. You don't know who I work for. You don't know what he's capable of. Let me go, damn it. Pete began coming unhinged, thrashing around in the chair. I'm going to give you a minute to settle down, Chief. I'll be back. Jimmy, Pete screamed as he walked out, putting his knife back in its sheath. He stood in the hallway and waited until Zack returned. Has he said anything? Zack asked. Just empty threats. Nothing important yet. Good. I brought some goodies for him. He's ready to squeal, Jimmy said. I'm not even mad about that. Let's go find out how much fun we need to have, Jimmy said just above a whisper, leading the way back into the room. Pete, just tell us what we want to know. And if I don't? Pete asked defiantly. Then what? Jimmy shook his head and said, I know you. I worked for you. I know you're a weak, pathetic, no-talent wannabe actor. Just answer the questions. Fuck you, Jimmy Wood. You're a no-good-for-nothing piece of shit. Jimmy leaned his head back and stared at the ceiling for a second, exhaling sharply. All right, towel, pillowcase, water. No. What are you doing? Hey, you can't do that. It's against the law. I am the law, Jimmy growled as he reached for the towel. No, I'll talk. This is your only chance. Tell me what I want to know, or I'll make what happened to your friend look like a picnic. Okay, Jimmy. What do you want to know? John, he was working for you? You're the mastermind behind all of this? No, I just do the transport. I was compromised. They caught me cheating on my wife. They blackmailed me. I've got 2 daughters in college. I couldn't lose my job, and they paid me too well. It's Mr. Roberts. Mr. Roberts. Andrew Roberts. This can't be real. Who? The owner of the company that you worked for? Zack asked. Yeah, Andrew. He's the one running this operation. It's nationwide. He's the kingpin in this part of the state, Pete said with conviction. No, you're lying, Jimmy said, nearly stumbling back as his world turned. I'm telling you the truth. Andrew Roberts, the man who convinced me to come work for him, is the one who is running a multi-state sex trafficking ring? Please tell me this isn't true, Jimmy said, putting a hand on the wall to steady himself. Would you have believed everything else that's happened? It's lining up. Rich guy buys the sheriff. Sheriff does the dirty work, Zack said as he stroked his beard. Exactly, blurted Pete. Maybe you're right. But why? Jimmy said, looking at Zack with disgust. Greed, lust, misguided people, Zack replied coldly. Movies, documentaries, articles, trying to make people believe that this stuff is okay. They've been trying to normalize this disgusting stuff for the last 15 or more years. Where do we find him? You don't want to do that, Jimmy. He's got a compound, an army of private security, and he knows about you. You've got to let me go. If I don't come back, he'll come looking for you. I was supposed to check in with him by 8 p.m. tonight. If I don't, he doesn't know who I am, where I am. I'm not worried about it. He will leave no stone unturned. And when he finds you, Jimmy, I shudder to think what he'll do to you. We're willing to take our chances. Keep talking, Zack said. Pete swallowed hard before continuing. I didn't want to have anything to do with this, but I had no choice. I'm just the transportation. Greg and his crew would go out and wrangle up people. Jimmy interrupted, saying, Wrangle? You're really gonna say it like that? How about murder innocent fathers and steal their families? However you want to phrase it, Jimmy, it doesn't make a difference. He and his crew would work in the bigger cities in the area, take them back to his house, to break their spirits. And he would take in shipments from across the region. Once they were broken, He would move them to John's house, where they would wait. Every other Thursday, I would pick them up and drive them to their next destination. Where was that? St. Louis, Detroit, Minneapolis, Nashville. Depends where they were being distributed. There are hubs all over the country. Florida is a big place for... That's enough. Where do I find Mr. Roberts? That's not a good idea, Jimmy. I don't care about your opinion, Pete. Tell me where he is. Cromwell Road, right off the downtown. He lives in one of those historic neighborhoods. He should be easy to find. Never heard of it. That's because you're lazy. You wanted to work from home so that you never had to leave your house. Okay, Chief. What's the house number? 6176. You're not going to kill me, Jimmy, are you? I've told you everything. No, Pete. I'm not going to kill you, Jimmy said calmly. Pete exhaled sharply and said, Then let me go. Right now. Untie me. As Jimmy held his position, Pete shifted uncomfortably in his seat. Do it. Since you know I didn't do anything wrong, you have to untie me. I was just the transport. I never touched anyone. Why aren't you moving? Never touched anyone? You weren't cheating with some lonely housewife, were you, Pete? Well, Jimmy, it's complicated. Don't start with us, you sick bastard, Zack intervened. I didn't know. She looked older. Shut up, Jimmy screamed as Pete broke down in tears. You can't kill me. What I did was wrong, but I'm just a man. I have needs too, damn it. Jimmy glared right through his soul as Pete lowered his voice and began to whimper while hanging his head. I just can't help myself. I don't know how to explain it, but... Jimmy scowled at him and growled, Then don't. You're not gonna kill me, are you, Jimmy? Jimmy rocked on his back foot and walked behind Pete. He tipped the chair onto one leg and spun it so that Pete could see out into the parking lot. I'm not going to kill you, Pete. But I'm not gonna stop them, Jimmy said, pointing to the small number of lurkers out in the parking lot. You can't do that. I've told you everything. You promised me, Jimmy. I didn't promise anything. I want this to be the last thing that you see before you're judged by God. You destroyed families. For what? Jimmy asked. Greed? Lust? Help me out, Wiper. No, Zack said. What do you mean? This chomo gets justice before we grant him death. Zack withdrew his knife. No, Jimmy said coldly. I'll do it. They dragged him into the parking lot, retreating quickly to the vehicle as lurkers converged. Zack and Jimmy watched as Pete disappeared behind the group. After all doubt of his fate had vanished, Zack said harshly, Drive. Chapter 30. As dusk set in, the songs of crickets and the smell of smoke filled the air. It's over. We can breathe, Jimmy said. Zack's silence hung thickly for a while before Jimmy continued. You know what the worst part is? He finally said. I liked Mr. Roberts, trusted him, followed him. He shook his head slowly. And the whole time. This isn't over by a long shot, Jimmy. You know what we need to do. You're right, but it's over for now. No one is chasing us. That may be true, but we don't know for sure. Enough worrying about that. What the hell were you thinking? Zack asked mockingly. About what? What do you mean? Your wife, bro. Your pull-out game is weaker than a screen door in a Texas tornado. Jimmy sighed, shook his head, and put it into his waiting hands. I don't know, he muttered. Looking up, he said, She's only a week late. Is that supposed to impress me? Late is late, bud. Do you know what this means? We have a tough enough time with your toddlers right now. How are we going to find enough diapers, wipes, clothing? Jimmy stood and paced as he said, What do you want me to do about it now? Pull the hell out. You're right. My bad. There. Anything else you want me to say so that we can move on from this? Nah. Just wanted to remind you that you're a dumbass. Good night, princess. Good night, Cupcake. Jimmy went inside. He rummaged around the mostly dark kitchen, looking for nothing in particular. Jimmy. Startled, he blurted, Yeah? What is it? As he looked around, trying to locate her. I'm scared, Jimmy. We can't afford this. I can't handle it. He walked over and greeted Jessica with a hug, holding her for a long while as she cried softly in his arms. I know it doesn't feel like it right now, but we will make it work. We will find a way. I don't know how. I can't believe this is happening to me, she said as she broke down again. Let's just go lie down. Relax. We can worry about it in the morning, Jimmy said. No, Jimmy. I want to talk about this right here. Right now, Jessica said as she pushed him away. Okay, if that's what you want. Let's sit down at least. Let's just go to bed, Jimmy, she said as she disappeared into the doorway. They talked for a long while, Jimmy trying his best, yet failing, to comfort her. The next morning, Jimmy awoke and wandered outside. Zack was sitting alone, stoking a small fire. He walked up and took a seat next to him. What's up, Buttercup? We're sharing the news with everyone. No secrets. It's the only way. No, not yet, at least. You can't hide this for very long, Jimmy. It's our decision, not anyone else's. Don't be a prick, Zack. Just saying. People are gonna be really pissed. They'll be even more pissed if you don't tell them until she's halfway through it. Jimmy looked around for a long while, letting the silence hang thickly before he said, Maybe. But the only people that need to know right now do. That's good enough for me. It should be good enough for you, too. Zack made oatmeal while Jimmy fried up eggs and toasted bread for the group. After breakfast, Jimmy arose and addressed everyone. We are going to hold a memorial service for Brad. If you'd like to join, that would be nice. If not, that's okay. Ben led the way several hundred feet into the forest behind the cabins. Jimmy spoke for a few minutes and read from Ecclesiastes 3:1-8. A time to be born and a time to die, he said quietly. A time to love and a time to hate. A time of war and a time of peace. He closed the Bible and looked at the small group gathered there. A man isn't measured by how long he lives, Jimmy said, but by how he stands when it counts. Brad stood tall. Jimmy bowed his head. I ask that our Heavenly Father would show his favor upon Brad's soul. Our Father, whose art in heaven. He finished the Lord's Prayer, then added quietly, In Jesus' name I ask for your guidance and mercy on all of us. Amen. A chorus of amen followed, and the group slowly made their way back toward the cabins. Jimmy walked beside Ben with an arm around his shoulders, offering soft words of encouragement. I didn't know that you were a preacher man, Rusty, Brock said, smiling. Turning his head, he returned the smile and said, I'm not. Don't let him fool you, Brock. He's delivering the message of the good book more and more every day. I don't know if he is happy with what has happened. I think he is. The way we handled our foes didn't do enough justice for what they deserved. Jimmy nodded his head, questioning in his own mind if what Zack said was the truth, or just his version of it. Zack caught up with him and said, What's next? What's next is we fortify, and we get this garden going. There's plenty of things that we can take care of around here. So, you're basically telling me that we're doing housewife stuff. No, I'm telling you that we're planting the seeds for survival, literally and figuratively. Damn it, man, Zack groaned. God forbid we actually stick around. Be with our families, grow food, strengthen our defenses, strengthen our group, and ready ourselves for whatever comes next. Zack trudged along as Jimmy picked up his pace and caught up with Jessica. Hey, Jess, you doing all right? Jimmy asked with concern. I don't know. I'm starting to get stomach cramps. Oh, that doesn't sound good. I hope they go away soon. Me too. I'm gonna stop in the bathroom for a minute. Okay, let me know if you need anything. Jimmy escorted his children on the fine spring morning. Natalie and Chloe chatted in front of him. He walked slowly with Ethan while Jacob and Logan passed him by. The rain had parted for the moment, and the temperature was stable in the lower to mid-70s. About 20 minutes later, Jessica came inside. Jimmy was mid-conversation with Logan as she slammed the door. Everything okay? Yes and no, Jimmy. Things are great. And terrible. Jimmy hesitated for a long moment. Okay. What can I do to help? Jimmy, She paused, shaking her head as a tear came to her eye. She continued. I started. It must have been a false alarm. Jimmy exhaled, lifted his head and his finger to speak, but remained in bewildered silence as Jessica said, Isn't this great? I was so nervous. I couldn't believe it. Aren't you relieved, Jimmy? Yeah, Jess, he said blandly. That's great. He smiled, trying to hide his disappointment. Logan, go play. Let me talk to your daddy for a minute, please. She led him by the hand into the bedroom, closed the door softly, and said, Aren't you happy? I don't know how to feel right now, to tell you the truth. I don't know. Part of me was looking forward to it. I love being a father. Teaching them, guiding them. Holding a baby is indescribable. It's one of the best feelings in the world. He had drifted into Never Never Land, staring into the void. He looked up, refocused his eyes on Jessica's, and continued. I was shocked at first, but over the last few days, I became excited. He shook the cobwebs and said, It's probably for the best. There is no future for kids, for babies. This world is way too tough. Oh, Jimmy, you're just so you. And that's why I love you. But I can't believe you were excited. You haven't acted excited at all with any of our other kids. And with everything that's going on, I figured you would be ecstatic. Part of what makes our marriage fun most of the time is that you're always surprising me. I'm sorry, Jessica said as she pulled Jimmy tightly to her chest. She pushed his head back lovingly to look into his eyes and said, Don't think this means that we're trying, though. No, ma'am. You're right. It just can't be in the cards. It's a message from the Almighty. He's telling us to be careful. Yeah, exactly what I was thinking, she said mockingly. Jimmy smiled, nodded, and hugged her for a while. A knock came at his door. Jimmy grunted as he stood to answer it. When he opened the door, Zack was standing there glancing around nervously. Jimmy, we might have a problem, he said, rubbing his neck. Jimmy closed the door and stepped out onto the porch. What's going on? Walk with me, Zack said as he opened the porch door and strode out onto the asphalt. Jimmy followed worriedly. Zack pointed to the sky and said, That doesn't look good. Jimmy looked up and noticed that the gray skies held a tint of green as he scanned it. Thunder clapped in the distance. I've seen this before, bro. That sky looks gnarly. Right? What should we do? Go gather up our family. I'll grab everyone else. We've got to get to the inn. They departed and Jimmy sprinted to Brock's cabin first. He knocked, and again, before Brock came to the door. I need you to get your family and come with us right now. We just got back together. What the hell is this about? Brock asked before thunder rattled the windows. Jimmy pointed to the sky as raindrops began to pelt his head. Oh, okay. We'll be there just as soon as we can. Lightning struck nearby, the thunder following 5 seconds later as Jimmy sprinted towards Ben's cabin. The rain grew steadily heavier as Jimmy knocked frantically. Ben! Ben! Brooke! He yelled as he continued knocking. He glanced behind him and noticed that their families were beginning to gather into the vans. Jimmy turned and knocked again as Ben came to the door, shirtless with a pair of shorts. What's so important, Rusty? We've got to get to the inn. Storm's coming fast. Ben peeked his head out the door and said, All right, Rusty. Just give me a couple of minutes. We don't have a couple of minutes, Ben. It's now or never. We're leaving in 30 seconds. Drop what you're doing, grab a shirt, and let's go. Jimmy sprinted back to the van as the rain's intensity grew. Trees were swaying overhead as lightning again struck, this time closer by. The thunder followed less than 2 seconds later as Jimmy reached the van and climbed in the back. Zack was driving, Emily riding shotgun. His family, Zack's family, and Brock's family were already in there. Chloe twiddled her fingers nervously. A tree had fallen over and narrowly missed their house just a few months after they had moved in. Since that time, she had been deathly afraid of storms, and Jimmy could tell by the look on her face that this time, her anxiety was more intense than usual. "Drive," Jimmy shouted as pea-sized hail began to smash the roof of the vehicle. "Go pick them up at their door and let's get out of here." Zack pulled down on the shifter and backed out of the parking spot. He turned around quickly and sped toward Ben's cabin. Jimmy slid open the back door as Ben and Brooke came crashing in at a full run. "Let's giddy up." Zack drove as the wind began creating a whip-like motion on the treetops. The hail increased in size and intensity as Zack sped down the black road. When they arrived, he parked directly in front of the doors. Jimmy slung the sliding door open and ran inside, his pistol drawn. He quickly cleared the visible indoor area and peeked his head back through the exterior double doors, motioning for them to join him. Everyone streamed into the lobby. The stench was harsh, but they were all glad to be out of the weather and indoors. "Everyone into that bathroom," Zack said, motioning to a ladies' room that sat down a hallway near the front desk. Zack ran to the door, opened it, and then said, "We'll be right back. We've got to make sure that everything is clear. Rusty, you're with me." As he stood there with the door open, everyone took a few steps in his direction. Gargling was followed by grunting. Zack quickly shut the door and said, "That's a no-go. For now." Then the knocking started. Zack glanced at Jimmy with worried eyes as Jimmy shouted, "Take point! To the basement!" Zack led the way, his pistol drawn until they reached the top of the stairs. The smell emanating from below threw him off balance. He descended the stairs anyways, leading the group. When they reached the bottom, Zack scanned the area, eyes just over the top of his pistol's sight. He swung his arms in a controlled fashion from side to side, in search of targets. "Clear!" he yelled. Lurker bodies were in the basement, covered in various shades of yellows, greens, pinks, reds, and oranges. The molded bread appearance disgusted both those who had seen it several times and the majority, who had never seen it before. They could see through the large windows that the wind, rain, and hail had intensified further. As he walked toward the windows, he said, "Father, be with us. Everyone into the kitchen." He turned and noticed that no one was moving. "Now!" Jimmy looked out across the reservoir and noticed a tornado ripping through the hills on the other side. He watched in horror as treetops whipped around the inn. The hail slapped the ground just outside in baseball-sized pieces. Rain thudded against the window. He ignored the commotion behind him as he stood, stunned by what he was witnessing. Zack had cleared the area, but bodies thudded at the landing of the stairs as 3 lurkers had stumbled and fallen down the staircase. The women and children screamed as Zack pushed them into the kitchen, peeking the corner of the door. He fired 2 rounds into the first fallen lurker. The gunshot echoed mightily off of the walls of the enclosed space, jerking Jimmy out of his mesmerized state. He turned around, pointed his pistol, and fired 5 rounds at the far left lurker while Zack placed 2 more perfectly aimed shots into the back of the skull of the middle one. "Clear!" Jimmy shouted as he walked tactically toward the stairs. "Where were you on that one, dickhead?" Zack asked. "Tell Brock to get out here and hold the staircase. You've got to come see this. Now isn't the time, Rusty. Just do it. There's a tornado ripping across the water." Zack called Brock and Ben and they stood guard as he walked slowly toward Jimmy. "This better be worth it. We're playing with our children's safety." As he reached Jimmy, he looked and saw the storm system ripping right across Karst Reservoir toward their cabins. Holy shit. "It's bad, right?" In the middle of the reservoir, the tornado took an unexpected turn back to the north. Lightning struck somewhere in the woods just in front of them, followed immediately by a thunderous clap that shook the windows in the inn's restaurant. Jimmy and Zack both jumped as more lightning and thunder boomed repeatedly. They watched from afar as the tornado disappeared into nothingness while the storm continued. Jessica yelled from the dark kitchen, "You guys have to get away from the windows. It's too dangerous." They've been lying about that for years. These windows are solid, Jimmy said as he banged on the weak window in front of him. Zack looked over and cringed, then smiled. They stood in front of the windows, watching for another 15 minutes until it was suddenly perfectly calm. "I think we're good," Jimmy shouted as everyone filed back into the main sitting area. "Can we get out of here? It stinks really bad," Emily said as she came out and met the two men. "Stairs clear?" Zack asked as Brock affirmed that there was no more movement. "Take point on this one," he said as he stood behind the group. Jimmy ascended the stairs cautiously, swinging his pistol nervously but with control. "Clear up here," he shouted down as everyone began to climb the stairs. He kept his pistol drawn and aimed down range as the group made their way back outside and slipped into the van. After everyone was settled, he joined them. Zack drove back toward the cabins. About an eighth of a mile before their turn, Zack came around a bend and slammed the brakes. "We've got a problem here, Rusty." From the back of the van, he tilted his head until he got a view of a downed tree in the middle of the road. "Brock, here's my pistol. You stand guard while Wiper and I go try to clear this." He and Zack jumped out and tried to move the 16-inch diameter tree out of the road. "This son of a bitch isn't gonna budge. We need chainsaws." "If we take the saw to it, it's gonna be pretty clear that someone is living here. Can we go around through there?" Jimmy asked, pointing. "Not in this behemoth. We're gonna need to cut it and clean up the mess completely." "And how do you figure we're gonna get that tree to fall back into its former spot, all while making it look like nothing ever happened?" Zack asked. "If we drive through there, we're liable to get stuck." "That's a great question. I have no idea. We'll just have to do the best that we can, and to hell with the consequences." They walked rapidly back to the cabins. When each man returned with a chainsaw, they got to work clearing the debris and downed tree with Ben's help. "We'll come back tomorrow or the next day and clean everything up better," Jimmy said. "Sunlight is dying quickly, and all this noise is an attractant for lurkers and people alike." "Deal," Zack said with a satisfied smile. Chapter 31. "What are we doing today, Jimmy?" Zack asked when they got together shortly after sunrise, as they did most days. "We need to get more medical supplies. Brock held his own the other day, didn't he?" "He did all right. There was hesitation at first, but once I yelled at him, he woke up and did well." "What do you mean?" "All I heard was that you were pinned down," Jimmy asked. Zack recounted the story as Jimmy asked. "So, Brock did what he needed to do?" "After a little motivation, yeah. I suppose so," Zack said. "Then we'll take him with us," Jimmy declared. "We need to get a couple of messes cleaned up before we go." "You're right about that," Jimmy said. "We're gonna need him again sooner or later, Zack. It's the right decision for the group." "I don't know about that. But before we worry about anything else, we need to go take care of the tree. And the mess at the inn. Ben and Brock can both help." Zack arose from his seat and said, "I'll go tell them." Jimmy grabbed the chainsaws and loaded them up into the Ranger. They jumped in the truck and drove the roughly 2 minutes to the downed tree. They tailored everything to make it look as natural as possible. They cut the trunk 3 feet deep into the wood line. Jimmy cut it at a backwards angle so that it rested on the ground. The cut took several minutes as Jimmy continuously got his saw blade caught as the weight of the tree pinched it time and time again. After the cuts were finally completed, they stomped all of the sawdust into the earth, taking great care not to miss any large piles that would take time to either blow away or decompose quickly. With the face cuts that were left, they smeared mud into them to take away the sharp contrast and make it look like it had been there for quite some time. After they were finished hauling all of the wood that they could manage back to camp, Jimmy said, "Now for the fun job. I suppose it's about time." Zack sighed and stood slowly, cranking his neck until the satisfying pops emanated from his spine. Jimmy went and got Ben, and they drove to the inn. "These things are gross, Rusty. What's with these bodies?" Ben asked as he approached a decaying lurker. "It's shocking, but I've seen it before. It must have something to do with the disease." "It looks like those strawberries that you leave in the fridge for too long," Ben said as he grimaced. "That's one way to think of it. Just be careful and let's get this done." They loaded several bodies into the back of both trucks. When they finished, Jimmy led the way to the nature center. He drove onto the grass, through the field, and got onto the paved trail. Jimmy drove slowly as he bounced the truck onto the dirt. When they reached the fence, Jimmy stopped. He and Ben jumped out. Jimmy grabbed the first lurker by the ankles and flopped it onto the ground. "Help me out, Ben." They grabbed the being by the ankles and wrists and counted off. 3, 2, 1, Jimmy said as they released the swinging body. It landed on the leaves with a thud and rolled down toward the bottom of the hole. As it reached the bottom of the funnel, leaves and twigs gave way as the body disappeared, leaving a 4-foot hole in the center. "Where did it go?" Ben asked worriedly. "I think there may be a cave down there or something." "A cave?" "Well, it didn't get up and walk away. It just disappeared. Obviously, that sinkhole goes somewhere." "Huh," was all Ben could muster as Zack and Brock came walking up. "Where did it go?" Zack asked as Jimmy repeated his thoughts. "Guess we aren't burning the bodies then." Jimmy looked at him and shook his head. "Guess not." They took their time dropping bodies in a tight rotation until all of them were gone. Zack backed his truck down the trail first, followed by Jimmy. They returned to the cabins. Emily met them and said, "Everyone washes their clothes. Take them off. You wear gloves?" "Yes, ma'am," Zack said as he started to strip in the middle of the road. "Inside, butthead." "Oh, right," Zack said with a smile. As he turned to walk to the cabin, Jimmy noticed that his back was healing, but still looked to be in rough shape. They departed each other to get cleaned up before the 3 men ventured back into Karst Valley. They met back up at Zack's truck 15 minutes later. "Where are we going?" Zack asked as they exited the park. "I think we hit Valley South." "The high school that Emily went to?" Zack asked. "Yeah, nurse's office, cafeteria. We can get books too. These kids need schooling." "And books to read," Jimmy said. "Sounds stupid. What do you think, Brock?" "That actually seems like a solid idea to me," he said from the back seat. "I guess I'm overruled then," Zack said, dejected. "And where do you think we should go?" Jimmy asked. "Hospital." "Hospital? That place has to be stripped clean by now. Need med supplies? Go to the hospital. It's too easy," Jimmy shot back. "Fine, I may be wrong, but I doubt it." "Just drive," Jimmy said. Valley South High sat on the southern edge of Karst Valley, just inside the city limits. It was on State Road 77, the main north-south state highway that led directly into the downtown. Jimmy directed Zack down back roads until they were nearly there. As the original solo high school in Karst Valley, it sat on a flat piece of ground, surrounded by woods to the west and open fields to the south. The other 2 sides had been built up over the years, where shopping centers and small businesses surrounded the north and east sides. About a half-mile away from the campus, urged by Jimmy, Zack pulled off near a wooded area. They exited the vehicle quietly and began trekking through the woods. When they reached the tree line, they settled in. Zack pulled out a pair of binoculars and began scanning the grounds. Jimmy glanced over. "What are those?" Zack looked back at him and said, "Exactly what they look like." "You mean to tell me you've had these this whole time? How did you procreate more than once?" Zack didn't look away. "You've seen me shirtless before, which is why I call you Sasquatch. You're like Ernest Borgnine, only with more hair." "You mean manly?" "No, I mean when you open the dictionary to fur-bearing mammal, your goofy mug is sitting proudly on the page of every encyclopedia in the free world. I just can't believe you have had these the entire time and it never crossed your mind to mention it." Zack shrugged. "Found them a couple days ago. Forgot they were in my gear." Jimmy exhaled through his nose. "Unbelievable." "Relax," Zack muttered. "We've got them now." He kept scanning. "Sightlines aren't great from here, but it looks quiet. I'm moving up to the football field. You 2 stay put." "How'd that work for you last time, champ?" Jimmy asked immediately. Brock leaned in slightly. "He's right. We moved together." Zack held Jimmy's gaze for a moment, then nodded once. "Fine. They shifted north a few hundred feet and settled back in. "Here," Zack said, handing the binoculars over. "Take a look." Jimmy raised them slowly, scanning the buildings. His expression changed almost immediately. "That's a lot of guys," he said quietly. "Armed." He handed them to Brock. "We need to go," Jimmy continued. "They've got someone moving this way. Quarter mile, maybe less." Zack frowned. "We're grabbing him. Getting some answers." "No," Jimmy said. "If he doesn't come back, they'll know something's wrong. And we're not ready for that." Brock lowered the binoculars. "He's right. Again." Jimmy didn't take his eyes off the man. "We move. Now." Zack tried to argue, but Jimmy and Brock were already 5 steps away and heading back. After he caught up, they made their way hurriedly back to the truck. Zack sped away down a country road. "Well, that was a bust," he said as they continued along the outskirts of the valley. As they drove, Jimmy said, "Turn right, here." "I know how to get back home, Jimmy." "We aren't going home. I had a backup plan in case this happened. Now turn." Zack jerked the wheel just in time as Jimmy flung himself into Zack's lap in exaggeration. "Get off me," Zack said as he flung his arm into Jimmy's shoulder. "Just tell me how to get there." Jimmy helped as they navigated to the edge of town, instructing him to stop in a shopping center. "There it is. Valley Urgent Care." "What is this place?" Brock asked. "Never been here. But by the name, I'd say it's an urgent care center." "We're breaking in." "Park in the back," Jimmy said. Zack pulled around back and exited the truck. He reached into the bed and pulled out his pry bar. He popped open the door with ease. They entered into a short hallway. A door in front of them said, "Waiting Area." Jimmy opened the door and noticed that the front glass doors and most of the windows had been smashed out. Peeking his head over the top of Jimmy, Zack said disappointedly, "Looks like this place has been hit." "We're still looking around. Who knows what we might find," Jimmy shot back. They scanned the building and found scattered tubes of triple antibiotic ointment, gauze, and nitrile gloves among other small scores. "Saline. Nice," Zack said as he grabbed the last few bottles and placed them into his backpack. "Well, that sucked," Brock said as they began to exit out of the back door. After they loaded up, Zack put the truck into reverse as Jimmy said, "Go forward. I think there's more up here. I'm not wasting my time, Rusty." "Got better things to do? Like go back home and get rejected by your wife?" "Good point. Let's go see what we've got," Zack said as he drove forward. "There it is. Valley Dentistry. We're going in." "A dentist's office? Seems like a waste of time," Brock said. "Hopefully it's not. There's got to be something in here. And if we're lucky, no one has hit this place. Not somewhere a lot of people would look first," Jimmy said. Zack parked and worked on the door. "This one's a bit more stubborn," he said through gritted teeth. "That's a good sign," Jimmy retorted. After a couple of minutes, he was able to pop open the door and they entered. Flashlights engaged. They walked into an exam room. It appeared to be untouched as Jimmy walked over to a cabinet and opened a drawer. "Gauze. Nice score." Zack called out, "Split up. Grab everything you can. We need meds, gauze, anything and everything you can find." After about 15 minutes, they reconverged near the door, discussing what they had found. "I got some dentist's tools. Pick, mirror, everything I could find," Jimmy said. "That's a waste of time. Throw them out and make room for something better, dumbass." "No chance. These are going to come in handy sometime down the road," Jimmy replied. "Whatever you say, but you're wasting space that we don't have." "You guys ready to get out of here?" Brock asked nervously. "Lead the way then," Jimmy said. As Brock reached for the door, there was an odd sound that no one could quite place. He paused momentarily, shrugged his shoulders, and opened the door. "Oh shit," he said as he slammed it closed. "What's the matter, sweetheart?" Zack asked. "Those stalkers are out there." "Let's go out the front." As they made their way into the lobby, they noticed that the parking lot was full of lurkers in every direction. "Can't go that way. What's the move, Wiper?" "We fight our way out. There is no other choice." "How many were out back?" I saw 3 of them. Don't know how many, though, because I didn't get a good look. Zack said, "Blades, gentlemen," as he drew his out and readied himself by the door. "I don't have a blade," Brock responded with worry in his voice. "Then wait here for a sec," Jimmy said with a smile. "If you can knock the tar out of me, you can certainly fight your way 30 feet to the truck. Just do us a favor. Don't get bit, Brock. You ready?" "Hell no, I'm not ready. You guys are crazy. We could, in theory, maybe take a minute." "Let them pass," Brock said. "Brock, if there's one thing I've learned in life, it's this. You can't be a cowboy and a pussy." Zack slapped open the door with authority and stabbed at the forehead of the first lurker. Jimmy followed quickly, saying, "Run," to Brock as he found the next lurker. He saw Chapter 32. A few days later, Jimmy awoke a little later than usual. Everyone in his cabin was still sleeping. He crept out the front door in his pajamas, slipped on his cold boots, and saw Zack stirring a small fire. "Morning." "Hey, Jimmy, I never thanked you for rescuing me. How in the holy hell did you even do it, man?" Jimmy recounted the story for him. "I just did what you taught me to do. There was some improvising, for sure. But either both of us were walking out, or neither of us." "How'd you get caught?" "I don't want to talk about it," Zack said, shaking his head. "What's that supposed to mean?" He shook his head again, staring into the dirt as he started. "I wasn't paying attention. I wasn't thinking clearly. I figured as much. I couldn't have been more surprised to see you getting drug into the house. Sometimes you just misjudge things," he said. "I got careless. Didn't see any movement as I passed the neighbor's house. Thought I was golden. Walked right into 2 guys on watch. 1 second, I was upright. The next, the lights went out. When I came to, I was tied to a chair. After that, things went sideways. Hey, man, we all make mistakes, even the best of us. No, it was careless, stupid. I'm better than that, and we both know it," Zack said. About that time, Emily, Natalie, and Jacob came out of their cabin. Jessica and the kids soon followed. Jessica said, "Did you tell him yet?" "Tell me what?" "He's just been sitting out here flapping his gums about how awesome he is for the last 20 minutes. Jimmy jerked his head to look at Zack and asked, "Really?" Returning his focus to Jessica, he said, "No, not yet." "You want to?" she asked. "Nah. Let him sweat it out for a few more days," Jimmy said with a smile. "Oh, now you're definitely telling me. What is it?" Jimmy drew a deep breath in and exaggerated the exhale. "She started." "Started what?" "I didn't know she was doing anything new." "That's pretty much the same thing Jimmy said," Jessica shouted with a laugh. "She's not pregnant, bro. Just late." Zack cocked a half grin as he nodded and said, "I suspect you're looking for an apology then." He turned, put a finger into Jimmy's chest playfully, and said, "You're not getting one." "Fair enough. I didn't expect one. Which is why I didn't ask for one," Jimmy said with a smile. "We should celebrate. Let's grab a rifle and do some hunting. Just Rusty and Wiper, like the good old days," Zack said. "There are whitetail roaming all around these woods. I see them most mornings. I think we could use some fresh meat." "I want to come," Logan said. "Not today, buddy. Just me and Zack this time. We don't have tree stands. Maybe we can go get some and set them up sometime in the next few days." "I think that would be a great idea," Zack said. "But for now, go get dressed and let's go." They entered the woods and walked very slowly toward the lake. "Let's stop here," Zack said. They waited for about 20 minutes at the top of a draw when 3 does stepped out into a small clearing. Zack whispered, "Here we go. Which one do you want?" "I'm taking the one in the front. The second one looks nice too." "I'll take that one then." "Good. I'll count down from 3. You ready?" Jimmy steadied his breath and his heart rate before whispering, "Ready. 3, 2, pop." Jimmy fired a second later. The first doe dropped after less than 50 yards. The other 2 ran off. "Bro, how'd you miss?" "How did I miss?" "What do you mean, how did I miss?" Zack turned his head and stared seriously at Jimmy, saying, "You know exactly what I mean. How the hell did you miss that shot?" "Because you don't know how to follow the count. The others bolted before I could get a round off. You shot on one." "Yeah, that's how you do it." "No, it's 3, 2, 1, shoot." "No, it's 3, 2, shoot on one." "In what world?" Jimmy asked, frustration in his voice. "In my world, bitch. You always shoot on one." "No, you don't. When you're a kid jumping into a pool, it's 3, 2, 1, jump. Running a race. 3, 2, 1, go. That's why I'm a winner and you're a loser, Jimmy. Get that head start," Zack said, his beard parting to show his pearly whites. Jimmy just shook his head and said, "Let's go get your deer. Nice shot, even if you can't count correctly." "Thank you, good sir." "It wasn't a compliment," Jimmy replied in frustration. They arose to their feet and walked confidently toward Zack's kill. "We can't leave the guts just sitting around. We could use them for fishing bait, but we need to throw them in the lake." "Agreed," Zack said as he began to gut the deer. "That's pretty good technique, buddy," Jimmy said. Zack looked up and said with a smile, "I learned it from some scrub." Jimmy laughed and replied, "I'll bet you did. You want me to carry that for you, Cupcake?" "Not really, but you probably should. My back is scabbed over and still healing. It still hurts enough. We don't need those to open back up. I've got it." After he was finished, Jimmy hoisted the deer over his shoulders with a struggle, and they began to walk back to the cabin. He took a few breaks but never put the deer down. Zack ran to get some rope and they hoisted the carcass up on a thick tree branch. "Let's let it hang there for a bit," Zack said with great pride. "We can't let this thing hang another minute. We've got to skin it now, and then we've got 2 options. Put it in the lake to keep it cool for a bit, or, since we don't have anything to do, we process it all now and start to smoke it today." "We've got a smoker. We just got to go get it," Zack said with a grin and a wink. "Take Ben, or Brock. I'll start processing." "No, just you and me. We'll be back in less than an hour." "I say no. We need to process and cut this down. We don't have an hour to waste, unless we quarter it and go put it down in the lake." "Well then, let's get it done, son," Zack said enthusiastically. They spent the next 30 to 40 minutes skinning and quartering the carcass. They enlisted the help of Logan and Jacob for the front quarters, while Ben and Jimmy carried the back quarters. Zack carried the rib section, and they trekked the mile or so to the water. Once they returned to the cabins, Jimmy began to dole out instructions to everyone. Zack jumped into his Tacoma and Jimmy took the Ranger, leaving about 2 minutes after. When he arrived, Zack was already moving bricks into the bed. He climbed out of the truck and examined the remnants of what used to be his home before Zack said, "Come on, bro. Let's get this done." "You're right," Jimmy acknowledged and began helping Zack with the bricks and pipe. "You ready for this behemoth?" "Don't throw out your back, old man," Zack said as he squatted and demonstrated to Jimmy. "Lift with your knees, not your back." "Wow, such thoughtful instruction," Jimmy laughed. Each man grabbed an edge and lifted. They adjusted their grips and hoisted it with relative ease into the bed of the Tacoma. "You ready to head back?" Zack asked. Jimmy stared at him blankly and said, "Why do you think we drove separately?" Seriously? We're here to get the tree stands and bring the splitter back with us, too." "Fucking concussions, bro," Zack said with a smile. They found the splitter, still in the woods where they had left it months ago. Zack pulled as Jimmy pushed until they were finally able to attach it to the hitch on Zack's truck. They also retrieved the 2-man tree stand and one of their hang-on stands. Jimmy did the carrying until the last one was heaved into the back of the Ranger. Zack said, "Let's drive over to Bill's. I don't want to lug those other 2 all the way through the woods if I don't have to." Jimmy pointed at his temple and said, "Smart man. And thank God. I don't know if I could have made it that far." They jumped into the trucks and drove over. Parking behind the remnants of the house, they exited their vehicles. "You remember where they are? It's been a while since you've been over here." Zack shook his head slowly, looked at Jimmy blankly, and then stuck a finger in the air. "That's right. It's back there," he said, pointing. "Let's go," Jimmy exclaimed as they began to make their way back into the forest. As they walked, they chatted about the direction of the group. "Ben and Brooke, they're a thing now, huh?" Zack asked with a half-smile. "I suppose they are. Not a fan, but not their parents either. We've got to do something. Can't be allowing things like that, bud," Zack said as his tone switched to seriousness. "It was going to be bad enough to have another kid running around for a father of 4. But having brand new parents in this world, it can't happen. It's the cycle of life, Zack. There's nothing we can do about it, other than encourage them to be smart. But we're not about to start pushing them around and stopping them from, well, you know," Jimmy replied confidently. "I hear your point, but this can be fatal. For everyone." After a couple of minutes, they reached the first tree stand. "I'll climb it," Jimmy said. After he reached the top, he unstrapped the stand from the tree. The stand started to sway. Looking down, he saw Zack staring off into the woods. "Hey, Zack! What the crap? Grab the ladder so I don't fall over." Zack threw up a fist and put his finger to his lips. "Shut the hell up," he snapped from below. "I'm swaying up here," Jimmy shot back. Zack simply raised his finger to his lips again as he gripped his rifle. Jimmy sprinted down the ladder, and when he reached the bottom, he said, "Where? What is it?" Zack whispered back, 10 o'clock. "Haven't seen anything, but I swore I heard it." They both took a knee and waited. After a few minutes, Jimmy said, "I'm not seeing anything. Haven't heard anything either." "Must be paranoid," Zack said. "Not a bad thing. But I think we're good. Help me out over here," Jimmy said. They unstrapped the ladder and gently lowered the stand to the ground. Disassembling it, Jimmy took the seat and small portion of the ladder while Zack took the lighter, but longer ladder portion. They walked it toward the truck, heaving and struggling. They threw the stand into the back and headed out for the other when they heard calls out in the woods. "The dinosaurs are back. Time to go," Jimmy said. "Let's check it out," Zack said with a grin. "We can come back some other time to get the last one. It's a hang-on stand with climbing spikes. We've got these other 3. We're good," Jimmy shot back with seriousness. "You're no fun anymore." "I know. But we don't have any reason to risk life and limb for something that no one will use." Zack sighed loudly and said, "Suit yourself. Let's go, brother." They loaded up in the trucks and drove a circuitous route back to the park. After unloading everything, they sat the tree stands off to the side and rebuilt the smokehouse behind their cabins. After an hour of reassembly, they made their way to the lake, grabbing the meat quickly. Returning down the path that led through the woods, each of them were engaged in their own quiet conversations. When they returned, they began cutting the majority of the meat into thin slices to be smoked. Jessica and Emily seasoned the meat, not taking the time to cure it the normal 12+ hours so that it didn't go rancid in the late spring heat. Jimmy and Zack kept the back straps out, preparing for a feast that night. They put together flour, yeast, sugar, salt, and water, and allowed that to rise. After nearly everyone pitched in, they started the 24+ hour smoke. Oak was everywhere in the park. They'd found a red oak down and had more than enough stacked. With nothing but whole rounds to work with, they ran a few through the splitter before feeding the smoker. The oak burned hot and left the meat with a clean, steady flavor. After everything was in motion, everyone walked back down to the lake. The weather was in the upper 70s. The sun gleamed off of the lake and there was a pleasant breeze that kept them cool without blowing everything off the tables. They did some fishing while the kids swam in the lake. For dinner, they prepared the venison steaks over a wood fire to medium rare. They used instant potatoes to make mashed potatoes. Using their dough, they grilled up flatbread for everyone. And using a Dutch oven, they created the best version of peach cobbler that they could without fresh dairy products. Everyone went to bed full and happy. Chapter 33. Over the next few days, they spent time clearing an area behind the luxury cabins for a garden plot. Brock and Ben took turns on the tiller as Zack and Jimmy cleared trees for maximum sunshine, being sure not to clear-cut the entire woods behind them. The women took watch duty during the day, with the men splitting time throughout the evenings and nights. They hollowed out as many stumps as they could and planted directly inside. For tougher ones, they dug a trench around the stumps and planted beans, squash, and cucumbers, using branches and scrap wood to create trellis-like structures. It wasn't always picture-perfect, but the food needed to begin growing. Their main focus was on loosening the soil as much as possible for their root crops, but they held off, knowing that fresh forest soil would need to be worked more than previously tilled land. Instead, they started with summer squashes, lettuces, radishes, and other greens. They also cleared and planted a larger area of alfalfa in hopes of growing greens for their chickens. Tomato and pepper seeds had been started, and after a few nights of hardening, they were inserted into the ground. Jimmy, though, was adamant that they only use 25% or less of their seeds. "We never know when we may have to abandon this place, so let's not throw everything we have into this single location. Worse comes to worse, we come back at the end of the season and harvest whatever we can. We may have food now, but that doesn't mean we have food come next winter." After nearly a week solid of hard labor, Jimmy and Zack sat on the covered porch of Red Oak Cabin, enjoying a cool evening breeze. "It's time," Zack said sharply. "Yeah, you're right. What's the move?" "We enter the valley. Park somewhere inconspicuous off the downtown. I'm sure this guy has defenses and eyes everywhere, so we're gonna have to sneak our way to a good recon spot." "What about Lurker presence? I would think the area would be crawling with them. But if Drew is who we know he is, they would have taken care of the problem," Jimmy said. "That's probably a good guess. But we won't know until we get there. We play it by ear. There won't be room to shoot unless it's an emergency," Zack said. "We leave in the morning," Jimmy said. "No, we leave in the early afternoon. It gives us more options," Zack replied confidently. "We can hit at last light or wait until first light in the morning." "I like that idea better than mine," Jimmy said. As he lay in bed, Jimmy contemplated any and all scenarios that he could until he fell into an uneasy and restless sleep. He spent the next morning fishing with Zack and Ben. The children came and joined them for a while. After a few hours, Jimmy yawned and said, "Might be a long night. I'm gonna go lay down for a bit." When he awoke, Jessica was already stirring. He sat up and she came into the room. "Hey," he said wearily. "Hi, Jimmy. Do you have to?" she asked. "Yes, we have to. Ben and Brock will be here for protection." "Protection, Jimmy? We don't need protection. We need our husbands. The kids need their fathers. This is suicide." Jimmy nodded in acknowledgement before saying, "Do you want it fast or do you want it slow? If we go now, we have the element of surprise. We've waited just long enough to hope that it isn't at the top of the mind anymore. And if we never go, then we are waiting for them to find us." "I'm sorry, Jessica," he said, shaking his head, "but I would rather catch them off guard than the other way around." "But Jimmy, what about me? What about our kids?" she pleaded. "We're doing this for our wives, for our children, and for the children that don't have the chance or the choice to save themselves. If there were another way, we'd find it. There isn't." She sighed loudly and shook her head as she hurried out of the room before he could see her crying. But he knew. He knew she didn't understand. That she might never understand. He couldn't formulate the words to describe how everything he had seen in the last 6 months had affected him. The killing had hardened him until he grew numb to the outcomes. He felt that the punishment he had doled out was well-deserved, but he couldn't even begin to shake off the anger, despair, and desperation that captured women and children had created in his mind. "One last step until we put an end to all of this," he thought as he stormed out of the cabin and toward Zack's. Chapter 34. They both loaded extra magazines into their packs. Zack brought his marksman's rifle and tactical rifle. Jimmy brought his backpack and tactical rifle. Both men had their pistols and knives strapped to their belts. They loaded up in the Tacoma and began the trek along the northern outskirts of Karst Valley. As they entered into the city limits, things were beginning to deteriorate more and more with each visit. Cars were gathering dirt and dust. The smell of putrid trash mingled unpleasantly with the smell of death. A permanent stink upon the land. Roads that had not been patched as they used to be after a long winter contained bumps, crevices, and some large potholes. Buildings were unfathomably dirty. Lurkers were spread out far and wide, but they did not huddle in many places. Most moved very little, if at all. But there were also a handful that looked to be searching for something, moving with purpose. As they entered the downtown area, all was quiet. They found a parking garage, and Zack drove straight through the plastic arm that stood guard over the entrance. The lot was mostly empty, and he decided to park on the ground level of the 4-story complex. "Let's get up to the top, see what we can see," Zack said sharply. They found an enclosed staircase and entered cautiously. As they climbed the stairs, they heard raspy breathing and deep gargling coming from near the top. Zack drew his knife as they continued to move tactically. Rounding each corner, he tried to peek upwards, but saw nothing. Seeing a giant 3 painted in white on the concrete wall, Zack turned slowly, put up a fist, and moved out of Jimmy's sight. The sound of death was followed shortly by clear. Jimmy met up with him on the 4th and final floor. When they stepped outside, the wind was stiff enough that it took his breath away for an instant. Once he assimilated, they crept along the edge of the wall, trying to stay hidden below it. A single blue car was the only vehicle on the level, parked in the northeast corner. "Where is Cromwell Street?" Zack asked. "Didn't you look at the map? It wasn't real clear, but I thought it was east of the downtown. That's why I brought you along, bro. I can't read maps. You know this. If you told me to meet you at the North Pole, I'd walk into the Pacific somewhere in Mexico." "Fair enough. You're right. It's east. Let's head over that way," Zack said, pointing. Once they reached the eastern wall, Zack shouldered his marksman's rifle, looking down the sight. Jimmy watched their backs, waiting for Zack to finish up. "I think I see it. There's a big house 3 blocks that way and a couple of blocks south of the courthouse. Looks like there are some guys standing watch with some makeshift fencing all around. I think if we just—" "Lead the way," Jimmy interrupted. "Fine then. Follow me," Zack said in disgust. Jimmy laughed to himself and shook his head. They made their way back down the stairs and began heading in an easterly direction as they crept through backyards, one street over until they were able to get eyes on the place. Lurker presence was thin, but they were around. Zack scanned, finally locating a ladder as Jimmy checked his watch. 4:47. Zack placed it up against the eaves and began to climb, while Jimmy stayed on the ground, tucking himself into a hedge of yews as best he could. "In position," Zack said sharply into Jimmy's earpiece. Minutes passed before Zack said, "4 guys. I can zip them up right here, right now, quietly, and then we can make entry. I don't have a good view right now. I'm coming up. Over." He crept out of the row of bushes and back behind the house. As he stepped off of the ladder and onto the asphalt shingles, his legs cobbled slightly and an unease crept into his throat. Swallowing hard, he cleared his head and slipped up beside Zack. Zack looked over at him cautiously and whispered, "What's wrong with you? You look like shit." "I'm good, but we're pretty high up here. You're afraid of heights, aren't you?" Jimmy shook his head and replied, "Not normally. But once I got up here, it hit me. I've got to figure out how to get down at some point." "Sack up. Now's not the time for this, Rusty." "You're right. Nice view at least. What have we got?" Zack pointed and nodded smoothly with minimal movement and said, "Take a look for yourself," as he handed the binos to Jimmy. Jimmy snickered softly and said, "Nice. Those are yours, bro." "What do you mean?" "I found my extra pair. Keep them in your pack." "You're joking, right? You had 2 pairs? They should build you a special wing." Shut up before I throw your ass right off this roof. As Jimmy looked through the optics, he saw that the fence was chain link around the front of the acre and a half property. A large privacy fence had been fortified with vertical and horizontal 2x4s around the back. Jimmy saw 3 men in the front yard. 2 had taken seats up against the house, less for concealment than comfort, while 1 paced slowly back and forth across the yard. There was also another that he could see in the backyard, standing and looking extremely bored. He concentrated on the pacing man and said, "Wait a minute. I think I know that guy. It can't be. No, it is. That's Steve. He was a supervisor at work." "Aw, crap. Him too?" Jimmy said, nearly distraught. He focused on one of the men sitting in the front yard. "Oh, no. I know that guy too." "You recognize these guys? You sure you're not in on this too?" Zack asked with a half laugh. Jimmy looked at him with disgust and said blandly, "Yeah, I'm pretty sure. That's Tyrone. There's no way. No way. Dude was an awesome machinist. He could program any machine in that building, make anything we needed him to. He ran the Swiss machines, mostly. Old, rickety, and effective. The black dude? Yeah, but there's no way he's in on this. No way." "That's what you said about that other guy. Pete?" "True. But, wow, I tried talking guns with these guys and both of them looked at me like I had a flamingo penis on my forehead." "What? Who would—" "Never mind," Zack said, shaking his head and staring as Jimmy continued to look. "Something's up, Zack. This isn't a private army. I know all of these guys. I'm gonna talk to them." "What? No. We put these shits down and then go in. Stick to the plan," Zack said, trying to keep his voice low despite his anger. "No, we're deviating. You stay here. Watch my back. But this could be an easy in for us. Watch for my signal. 1 means kill, 2 means come to me, 3 means I'm heading back." "So you want me to just stare at your ass the whole time?" Jimmy gave a wobble of his head, smiled, and said, "Just enjoy the scenery, Cupcake. Won't see anything better today. I can guarantee it." "You're an idiot," Jimmy heard as he began cautiously scooting on his rear end toward the ladder. Taking a deep breath, he pushed himself into a squat and reached out. Shaking nervously, he kept one hand hooked over the top rung as he stepped down with 1 foot. Another breath. Then he committed, turning his body and placing his other foot beside it. The ladder rocked slightly left to right as Jimmy dropped his head and closed his eyes. The world spun for a moment, until he opened them and refocused. With each step downward, his confidence grew. At the bottom, he exhaled deeply and bent over, hands on his knees, catching his breath. He kept a tight grip on his rifle as he moved toward Cromwell Street. Near the house, he swung it onto his back as someone shouted, "That's close enough. Keep moving." "Steve?" Jimmy asked. "Who's asking? I'm only going to tell you one more time, pal." "Steve, it's Jimmy." "I don't know it, Jimmy," he said as he raised his rifle. Jimmy removed his hat and said, "It's Jimmy. Wood." "Jimmy, what are you doing here?" "What are you doing here, Steve?" "Oh, Drew? Well, he feeds me. It's not what I wanted, but things have changed. I've got to protect myself and my family." Disappointed, Jimmy said, "I understand, Steve." Tyrone came over shouting, "What's this about, Steve? Who is this?" Looking over, he said, "Jimmy? Jimbo, what are you doing here?" "I don't really know anymore, to be honest." "Is Drew home?" "Yeah, of course he is," Steve said. "Can I talk to him?" "I'll check," Tyrone said, patting Steve on the back. Shortly afterwards, another man came walking up and said, "Jimmy Wood, is that you?" He looked closer as Jimmy nodded. The man said, "Jimmy, it's great to see you. I can't believe you're alive." "That's great. I've been praying for you and your family. Are they, still alive?" he asked. "Yeah, they're alive. Everyone is doing fine." "You doing all right, Jimmy? You look beat." "Yeah, Brian, I'm doing fine. It's not an easy life anymore, but we're making it as well as we can. Tyrone came out and said, "What do you want, Jimmy? Why are you here?" Jimmy shook his head and said, "My friend and I are struggling. We need some help, and I have no one else to turn to. Wasn't expecting whatever this is. I just want to talk," Jimmy said as he held up 2 fingers behind his back, pretending to scratch at it. "Okay, come on, I'll take you to him." "We have to wait for my friend. He's on his way over," Jimmy said nervously. "Friend? What friend? You didn't say anything about a friend." "It's nothing. Just a guy that's living with me. He's cleaner than a whistle. Trust me, Ty. I'm going to have to clear it with Drew first." "No problem. He was hanging back while I found out what exactly was going on. He'll be here in a second," Jimmy said, trying to keep a straight face while his heart raced out of control. As Zack finally approached, he started to walk straight through the gate. Jimmy put his hand out to stop him as Zack said, "I thought we were going in. What are we waiting for?" "Permission," Jimmy said sharply. "This is Steve. That's Brian. Tyrone is inside talking to Drew." "Permission? You're shitting me," Zack asked aggressively. "Give it a minute. And relax." Zack shuffled angrily as Tyrone came out. "He says to come on in. Follow me," Tyrone said straight-faced. As they followed him through the gate and into the front door, Tyrone turned and said, "Leave your guns outside." Zack sighed loudly as Jimmy said, "Just do what he asks. We need the help. We're just asking for it." "Damn it, man. Fine." Tyrone smiled and pitched his head behind him as he said, "Follow me." They passed by a solid wooden staircase with an ornate railing and walked down a long hallway until they turned right into a large office. Leaning against a solid oak desk stood a man, 5'8", 180 pounds. His salt and pepper side part was placed more or less perfectly. He wore jeans, and a faded white t-shirt was covered by a baby blue sweater vest. His brown penny loafers were worn but still stylish. "Jimmy Wood, what can I do for you?" he asked as his baritone voice bellowed off the walls. "Mr. Roberts, it's nice to see you," Jimmy said with a false smile. He nodded at Jimmy as a scuffle ensued behind him. Jimmy drew his pistol and pointed it at Drew. "Hold tight right there," Jimmy said as he grabbed a chair and propped it against the handle of the wooden door while keeping his eyes and pistol focused on him. "Go easy on him, Zack. He's a good dude. Do not hurt him." "He's disarmed, that's all," Zack said. "What's the meaning of this bullshit, Jimmy? You come into my house and hurt my guys? You're gonna regret ever coming here, damn it," Drew shouted. "Lower your voice. Take a seat. Let's talk." "No, I'll stand." "This isn't a negotiation, Mr. Roberts. Either take a seat or you'll be picking slivers of your nutsack off the wall." Jimmy waited and motioned toward the 2 chairs that sat in front of the desk. Drew looked at him with disgust, but finally moved and took a seat out in the open. "Tyrone, I'm sorry, but it was necessary." "This is necessary too," Jimmy said, reaching into his cargo pocket and tossing a pair of flex cuffs, duct tape, and a pillowcase behind his back. "Go easy on him, please. He's not the target." "Target?" Drew asked. "Yes, Mr. Roberts. The target. That would be you," Jimmy said, motioning with his pistol. "You're working for him? That's just despicable, Jimmy. You make me sick." "I work for no one, Mr. Roberts. In fact, I talked to someone who works for you recently. Pete. Don't worry. He told me everything." "Pete? What did he tell you, Jimmy?" "Come on, shitbird. You know exactly what he said," Zack shot back. "No, I don't," Drew said with a bemused look on his face. "Drew, may I call you that?" He nodded once, angrily. "Drew, you've got a great poker face. I'll give you that. But Pete told us everything. So here's what's gonna happen next. You're gonna tell your men to stand down, and you're gonna come with us, peacefully. Or we can have a gunfight at the OK Corral. Either way, this ends today. Justice has come knocking. Justice? What kind of justice? Let me hear what Pete told you. I'm genuinely curious, he said, accenting the name. Jimmy sighed loudly before saying, Pete told us everything. He told us that you are the kingpin in this state. Whoa, he repeated several times. Kingpin of what? I'm not following here. Pete said that? The same Pete who I reported to the police? The same Pete that I fired when I overheard him firing you? If this is what that's about, Jimmy, I was going to call you the next day. But that's when everything shut down. I figured it didn't matter, and I didn't have your number. Come on, Drew. You expect me to believe this? May I? He asked, motioning toward his desk. No, you may not, Jimmy said. Fine then. Top right drawer of my desk. Manila folder. Jimmy looked skeptically at him, then at Zack. Watch him, Jimmy said as he skirted around the desk and opened the drawer. On top of a stack of papers sat a folder labeled Pete Mercer. Jimmy grabbed it and glanced at Zack in confusion. He glanced around the desk and noticed a picture. He picked it up, swallowed hard, and said, What is this, Mr. Roberts? It's a folder with all of the information I have on Pete. No, Drew. This picture, Jimmy said as he walked it over to Zack. What the hell? Zack said, shifting his gaze up to meet Drew's eyes. He grabbed the picture and shoved it into Drew's face. How do you know her? Drew jerked his head back quickly and adjusted his eyes. Her? That's my wife. The other one, Drew, Jimmy shouted. Oh, Hannah, that's my sister-in-law, my little brother's wife. Holy shit, Jimmy, Zack said, removing his hat and rubbing his forehead. There's no way this guy is who we thought he was. Jimmy's ears were ringing, the world spinning. He rubbed his eyes and shook the cobwebs loose as he said, This changes everything. What are you guys talking about? What's wrong with you two? Drew asked, bewildered. Mr. Roberts, Jimmy shook his head slowly and exhaled before continuing. I don't know how to tell you this, but your brother, he didn't make it. No, that cannot be true, Drew shouted as tears came to his eyes. You don't get to come into my house and start spraying bullshit all over the place, damn you. Damn you both. I know it's difficult to believe. These men, they came to our house, tried to steal our families, but we caught them in the act. They tried to play it off and act like they were the new law in town. We followed them, found out where they lived. I don't give a rat's ass about your cutesy little story, Jimmy. Get to the point. We killed these men and found 2 women and 4 children tied up in their basement. Jimmy paused and exhaled an uncomfortable sound from his throat as he said, Hannah was down there with Caleb and Eva. We got them out and brought them home to live with us. Drew gasped and put his hand over his mouth. Then she's with you, Jimmy? You have her? And my niece and nephew too? Jimmy popped his lips and said, I wish that we did. Had I known this information, things would be different. The other woman, Hope, she was pregnant, with one of those scumbags' babies. It was the most awful thing I've ever heard. Their stories were grotesque. I will spare you the details, but she got scared. Zack cut in saying, they went back to Hope's hometown in Michigan. Hannah said she had nothing left in the valley, and we believed her. They insisted that they were leaving. After all they had been through, our wives were convinced it was best to let them do what they wanted. We tried to stop them, tried to argue. At the end of the day, their minds weren't going to be changed. Drew put his head in his hands and wept. The silence hung uncomfortably in the air for a few minutes. Finally, he wiped his eyes with his thumbs and asked, What happened to my brother? I think it would be best if we just left it where it sat before, Jimmy said. No, he was my brother, damn it. I deserve to know the truth. Zack blurted, They shot him in the head, executed him right in front of his wife and kids, and then stole them, kept them in a dungeon, took advantage of them in the most horrifying ways that wouldn't creep into the darkest corners of a sane person's mind. Chains. Zack, come on, man. We tried to warn him, but he insisted. Besides, he has the right to know, Zack shot back. Thank you. It brings closure. I knew in my heart that he was dead. I just didn't want to admit it. I can't believe this, Jimmy said. Not exactly on my bingo card either. I suppose that means I don't get to kill anyone today, do I, Jimmy? Zack asked with a half grin. I suppose not. At least not right now. Pete, Drew said in a low voice, I'm gonna find him. And I'm gonna kill him. All of that information in that folder was enough. But now with this. He slammed his hand down on the arm of the chair and screamed, That motherfucker! My brother! He knew my brother, knew where he lived. He had him murdered and my niece, nephew, and sister-in-law. He took them for his sick, twisted, I'm gonna vomit, Drew said as he hunched over, holding his stomach. He breathed hard for a moment until he sat up. Pardon me. I'm sorry, he growled. That son of a bitch hollowed out all of my cash. He ran my business into the ground. Not because we didn't make a profit, but because he had skimmed every last cent off the top and lied about it. And I was involved in other business ventures. I trusted him. Too much, damn it. I built that business from nothing, grew it to the point where I became a rich man, and stopped caring. Had Pete take it over because he was in dire straits. But I just let it go. Until the cash flow started drying up. Until it was too late. Jimmy sat in stunned silence as Drew lowered his voice. I hired a PI once I figured out something was fishy. What he found was disgusting, unfathomable. There aren't enough adjectives to describe it. I made copies of everything. That's what is in your hands right now. Just before the collapse, I handed all of the information over to the sheriff. He told me quickly that there wasn't enough evidence. Told me his investigators found no reason to pursue it. Too quickly, come to think of it. I couldn't believe it. He was caught red-handed. That was a Monday. By Wednesday, he had done what he did to you, and the entire state was shut down. No one was picking up their phones. City police, sheriff's office, even the state police. They all disappeared. So, you knew what Pete was doing? I learned what he was doing. But Pete wasn't just running my business. That son of a bitch used to be one of my best friends. I couldn't just pull the trigger without undeniable proof. Okay, Chief. Seems like you know a little bit. But, Jimmy said, look in the folder, Jimmy. He opened it hesitantly. There were maps, pictures, and information that showed Pete had told more truths than lies. He was way deeper in this than he let on. Jimmy stumbled on his words for a moment. He got castrated for good reason, Zack said coldly as Jimmy nodded and then turned his attention back to the folder. A picture of a man with jet black dyed hair, a dyed beard, sunglasses, and a perfectly tailored suit. Across the page was scrawled, "Who is Mr. X?" in red marker. Who is Mr. X, Drew? That's the thing. I don't know yet. I know every wealthy man from Louisville to Indianapolis and everywhere in between. But Mr. X eludes me. I'm sure you've racked your brain, Zack said mockingly. Here's what I have learned. The pattern was simple before the collapse and even a few months in. Kill the father, frame the mother, and then steal her and the kids. Which is what sounds like happened to Timmy, too. If the mother was unbreakable, they were killed, too. And once their usefulness was up, dead. Of course, after the collapse, there was no need for theatrics. Just take them. No one could call the police. Sorry that you had to find out this way, Zack said, walking up and taking a look at the information. He sat Tyrone's rifle on the table as he skimmed the pages. Drew continued. Now, they're much more brash. I've heard quite a few stories. Even happened to Steve out there. Father goes out looking for food and supplies. Comes back and finds a note. It's the same story every time. I can't stand to be around you. I'd rather take our children and die out in the streets than be near you ever again." A couple of days later, a note appears at the door. "If you want to see your family again, go to this spot and leave these supplies. They will be returned to your front door. And if those individuals come through, the family is returned. Sometimes. They're always drugged, broken, but never the same." "You're shitting me right now, aren't you?" Zack asked, looking at Jimmy. "I wish I were," Drew said as a sudden knock came at the door. "Mr. Roberts, is everything okay in there?" "Everything is fine, Steve. Thanks for checking. Go back and stand guard." "You sure? I heard some yelling earlier." "I'm positive. Jimmy and I are just catching up, talking and laughing about the good old days." "Okay, sir." "Thanks for checking in, Steve." Drew's gaze drifted back to Jimmy. His jaw was tight. "Jimmy, there's something else you need to understand. People in the valley. This Mr. X is actively trying to fill the government's void. And he rules with an iron fist. They are in the process of setting up patrols. Armed men who cruise these streets. They threaten. They demand tribute. That's why I hired the guys in the yard. Basically, to deal with them. We've found a lot of food, so we offer them a bag of flour, maybe a few pounds of rice instead, and they leave us alone." Jimmy removed his hat and scratched at his head. "Valley distribution?" Drew leaned forward in his chair and interlocked his fingers as he spun his thumbs. "How'd you know that?" "Lucky guess." "What else is happening here in Karst Valley?" Jimmy said as he glanced at Zack. "If someone steps out of line, they disappear. Whole groups of survivors are living in fear of one man." "But Pete, he said—" Jimmy trailed off, shaking his head. "Pete knew that I knew. I told him over the phone the night I fired him. He called to beg, but I told him that I had turned him in. He wanted me dead. He told you lies. Probably thought he was giving up information, albeit untrue, in exchange for his life. That exchange didn't go over so well. Pete is dead, Drew, and you were next on the list," Jimmy said. "There's more, isn't there, Jimmy?" Jimmy held his gaze for a moment and said, "I don't know who or what to believe anymore. That's the point, Jimmy. Truth is dangerous because it collapses systems. Everything we called stable was held together by agreement, not reality. But the common man never agreed to it. The average American is content to wait in line for 25 minutes and be sold a 35-cent coffee at $5. You pay $2 more for the word organic on the label. Meanwhile, the farmer down the road who never touched a pesticide in his life can't afford the government certification. So, you're not buying cleaner food. You're buying a sticker. You have 35 fast food restaurants in town that all get their burgers and chicken from the same place, and they still charge you $10 to $15 for food that costs them $1 to make. By the time crude oil gets refined, shipped, taxed 3 different ways, and handed to some guy, he has to mark it up another 15 cents just to keep his lights on. You're paying $3, $4 or more a gallon for something that came out of the ground for pennies. That's the American way. We've got freedom to choose, Zack said. Actually, what you have, it's just an illusion of choice. Governments lie and call it protection. Corporations lie and call it stability. The press spreads the lie as if it were gospel, and then they institutionalize it. And we, the people, live our entire lives inside that structure without ever touching the walls. He leaned back in his seat and sighed heavily. This didn't begin with COVID. The plandemic was the pressure. It stripped the paint off the world and exposed the framing underneath. And once you see the frame, you can't pretend the house is sound. Plandemic? Jimmy asked. Are you speaking from knowledge, or are you guessing like the rest of us? I mean, we all know. Even if it's never been officially confirmed. You know it's true because it is. Guys like me, we played our part. I had some money. And with that money, Once you reach a certain threshold, you get to meet people. After a couple of cocktails, you get the right rich guy talking at some fancy dinner party, and the next thing you know, they're spilling the beans. Rarely, they actually know a guy, but they all know a guy who knows a guy. There's a plan to everything you see in this world, Jimmy. Wars, sicknesses, and pandemics, political events. They don't happen by accident. How could you have known and said nothing? Just play your part in their plan? I'd like to pretend I'm innocent, but I'm not. Just a small-town business owner who made it big. Of course I played my part. You hear rumors that they're trying to bring the world down. Call it what you want. New World Order. One world government. Illuminati. But it's all the same. There's a small group at the top. The richest bastards in the world. People with so much money you couldn't fathom it. Literally. They make the Rockefellers and Rothschilds look like peasants. Zack grumbled. This is all a bunch of bullshit. Come on, man. Jimmy looked at him and said, No, it's not. You're just a conspiracy theorist. You two are way too deep into the weeds, and I don't believe a word of this. Zack shot back with intensity in his voice and his eyes. I'm nowhere near that kind of powerful, but it all drifts downhill. A select few planet. And it falls down to the next level, and then the next. It's my job as a mid-sized business owner to enforce what they want. Jimmy looked at the ceiling for a moment. So you knew from the beginning that this was happening? Yes, and no. I was told 4 months before COVID that something was going to happen. Told to listen to the media, listen for the signals and follow them to a T. So we did what they wanted us to do. Masks, vaccines. 2 weeks to stop the spread. 6 feet apart. Mandates. But in places like Indiana, the Midwest, Texas, and Florida, it couldn't be done. Did a hell of a job convincing the rest of the world. Except America. Americans are a different breed. And after they couldn't force the mandates here, they had no choice but to escalate. Escalate? Jimmy asked hesitantly. Their goal. Their mission. It's world domination. But there are still too many Americans that have no stomach for any of it. These guys want a one-world communist dictatorship. They've invaded our schools, our universities, our corporations. But they couldn't change the hearts and minds of the people. Still too many freedom-loving patriots in this country. And they woke up some throughout the rest of the Western world. Since they couldn't get you to conform peacefully, they decided on the nuclear option. You knew about COVID through the grapevine, if you say so. But you mean to tell me that you knew what they were doing before the Lurkers showed up? Before they collapsed everything on top of us? Again, Jimmy, I party with some of these guys, but they aren't drawing a map for me. You know how I found out about Pete? Drew asked as he leaned back in his chair. Jimmy held firm and intense eye contact. Tell me. Because I got a heads up. Something big is coming. Get your affairs in order. Make sure you've got supplies for 6 months. Because what's coming is gonna rock the world. Get your investments out and start buying gold. Bargaining and bartering chips. So did I know the entire society was gonna fall into shambles? Hell no. These beings stumbling around, infecting others with little more than a sneeze? No chance. Did I get a fair warning that something was coming? Sure. But is there bullshit floating down the river? Of course. I used to get warnings all the time. Cry wolf one too many times. But this warning, it was different. Came from someone too big. I just can't buy any of this, Zack said sternly. And why is that? Drew asked, intrigued. I served this country, and I will not listen to this. We took out real bad guys. Top secret information about the worst people in the world. Trust me. If there were people doing this kind of stuff, our government wouldn't stand for it. This is America, the land of the free, home of the brave. When it comes to our military members, you're right. Most all of them are fighting for the right reason, for the idea of America. But who's giving those orders? Master Chief. And he answers to one person, the President of the United States of America, the Commander-in-Chief. Andrew looked at him sideways. Who are you? It doesn't matter anymore. That life is gone. Okay. You care to expound on that? Andrew poked. No. My work will never see the light of day. Unlike some other guys, I'm a silent professional. What I did it for guys like Jimmy, Billy Bob the farmer down in Mississippi, Earl in Iowa, not for scumbags like you. And it will go to my grave with me. Not because I'm entitled, but for the guys I lost. Buddies whose names never touched the New York Times or the Washington Post. For the professional warfighters whose families were never allowed to know the truth. For the ones who walked amongst us. You'd never know most of them, even if you were pumping gas next to them. Nothing is ever as simple as it appears. There are decision-makers, and they funnel down to the ridiculously wealthy owners of corporations, to top-level government officials, the unelected. That slides on down to extremely wealthy multi-millionaires. Then it slides down to guys like me, who have some assets. A lot of people work in monster corporations, but the majority of people work for mid-sized and small businesses, at least in this country. So we have the ability to enforce things like mask mandates, vaccine mandates, point our people to the local and national news that we see fit to promote. There aren't a lot of people, no matter how rich or poor they are, that cannot be bought. And the ones that can't, well, there's a method to deal with them too. Jimmy tipped his head toward the ceiling as he put his hat back on his head loosely. I understand everything you're saying. He does too, even if he doesn't want to admit it. So what you're saying is that you're given a choice. Comply or die. It's not that smooth and simple. But you meet a guy, scratch his back, and he scratches yours. Suddenly you're getting contracts that you never thought were possible. A lot of wealthy people make their money honestly. A lot of us also took the opportunity to take a couple of favors too. We didn't do anything wrong, but it wasn't on the up and up either. Enough of this. What's next? Zack asked angrily. We fight together. We fight this tyranny and this Mr. X who is doing horrible things to families, to children. You've made it clear that you have at least a vague idea of what is going on, and that it doesn't sit right with you. Our only choice now is to forge an alliance. An alliance? Zack asked hesitantly. We have to defeat this man, Drew said. You just admitted that you were part of this, Zack said. No, not part of it. Just played my part in it. It's the cost of doing business. You want to make money in this country, in this world, you play their game. Those who do can become successful. If not, you better be brilliant. We have no reason to trust you, Zack snapped. You're right, Drew said, shaking his head. But there's a big difference between what I was doing and being involved in what Pete was doing. I'll give you that. But we have no way of communicating with you. It's too dangerous to just come into town for a meeting every Tuesday at 2 p.m., Jimmy said. Drew pointed and said, You're right. We cannot pattern our meetings. Zack looked up from the floor and said, We don't have a steady supply of gas. We'll be back. It may be a week, maybe a month. We'll sniff around and see what we can find. Do you think you guys could let Tyrone go, now that you know we're not a threat anymore? Oh yeah, Jimmy said. He walked over and removed the pillowcase from Tyrone's head. He drew his knife and cut the cuffs, dusting Tyrone off. I'm really sorry, Ty. This wasn't how anything was supposed to go. Tyrone stared at him blankly before he lifted his eyebrows and said, I'm not sure what the hell just happened. But I understand, Jimmy. This is beyond messed up, and I wish I hadn't heard any of it. Jimmy smiled briefly and said, I wish you hadn't either. But it happened. And I'm sorry, Chief. Just do me a favor. Don't discuss this with anyone else. Can you do that for me? Of course, Jimmy. He trailed off and shook his head, rubbing his wrists. Chapter 35. As they made their way back toward the parking garage, Zack suddenly threw up a fist and ducked behind the back of a house. Confused, Jimmy quickly tucked himself on the back side of the neighbor's home. Jimmy shrugged his shoulders at Zack, trying to understand what was going on. Zack put up 2 fingers, and then flipped them over to signify they were walking. Jimmy peeked the corner and saw 2 men wearing black button-up shirts, black pants, and black combat boots. They both carried AR-15-style tactical rifles. "We're taking these guys out, Rusty," Jimmy heard in his ear. "Absolutely not. Let them pass. Over." "Damn it, man. Fine." After the threat passed, they loaded the truck and headed home, arriving after dark. They stopped at the front gate. Ben wasn't there. Jimmy eased the truck forward and rolled into the inn parking lot. Still nothing. As they drove nervously towards the cabins, all was quiet. Zack parked and they found their families together in the Wolf's cabin. When they reconvened minutes later, both reported that their families were safe. They made a beeline to Ben and Brooke's place, and Zack pounded fiercely on the door. No answer came, so Zack pounded again. "I'm breaking down this damn door," Zack said as he took a step. Right as he lifted his boot up, the door opened lazily and Ben leaned against it, bleary-eyed. "What the hell, Ben?" Zack shouted. "Wiper? Rusty? What's the matter?" "What's the matter? Who's on watch right now, Ben?" "What do you mean?" "Aren't you supposed to be in the gatehouse?" Jimmy asked sternly. "What time is it, Rusty? I must have overslept. Just laid down for a nap." Rubbing his eyes, he peered outside and said, "My bad. I'm really sorry about that." "Well, that begs the question. Who were you supposed to relieve, Ben? Aren't we supposed to be on shifts where the watchman doesn't have a vehicle?" "Brock. But he doesn't like to do it that way. He normally drives himself. Which leaves me to drive myself, too." Jimmy drew in a deep breath and then exhaled loudly in frustration. "That's not how we're supposed to be doing things. We have rules for a reason. I've just been letting these things slide. I'm not here to micromanage everything. We're trying to survive, not build widgets. Gosh darn it. If you need someone to hold your hand, then you don't understand clearly enough the dangers we're facing around here." "I know, Rusty. I'm sorry. Brock just does things his own way. I won't let it happen again. We'll talk to him, Ben. But the other problem is, we're the men around here. Yeah, our wives are independent. They can handle themselves just fine. But we're the protectors. And if Brock is on guard duty, then you're the only one around. Which means no naps without another man on watch. The ladies don't need our protection because they're weak. They need it because they're busy watching children, cooking your meals, cleaning cabins, making sure that everything runs smoothly. The last thing they need is to also keep a constant eye on the wood line. Do you understand?" "You're right. I'm just exhausted." "Then say something, Ben. If you don't want to do the night shift every night, no one's gonna get mad at you." Jimmy sighed loudly. "I'll tell you what, Ben. Go back to sleep. Let Brooke sleep all night. I'll take the night shift tonight." "No, I'll take it," Zack said. "No. Last time you took the night shift, you fell asleep and then had the gall to make fun of my boxers. Go get some sleep. I'll take care of it. It's been a long day for you. You can drop me off, though." "That's not true. I was just resting my eyes. Nothing more. I was wide awake and your boxers deserved it. I'll drop you off, but I'm coming to get you at 0200 and we're switching." "Fine, then. Ben, get some sleep. We'll talk to Brock and get some things corrected in the morning." "You sure, Rusty?" "Yeah. Take care, Ben. Have a good night." They returned to the truck, Zack dropping him and Max off at the gatehouse. "I'll see you at 0200, Cupcake," Zack said as he turned his truck around and disappeared slowly out of sight. Jimmy sat with his feet propped on a table and waited while Max laid in a corner, curled into a tight ball. He was trapped there for the next 6 hours. Anytime he felt tired, he would work with Max on healing and anything else that came to mind. Time passed slowly. Checking his watch, he noticed it read 3:43. "What a putz," he said with a smile. As dawn broke, headlights beamed. Zack's truck pulled up and Emily got out. "Hey, Brooke, why weren't you—" "Oh, Jimmy, what are you doing here?" "Waiting for your husband. He's over 4 hours late." What?" "Ben fell asleep and never went on duty last night. We woke him up, but he said he was exhausted. Brooke was too. So I volunteered to take over for the night after we got back. Zack was supposed to come spell me at 2. He's snoring away right now," she said with a laugh. They visited with each other for a while, Jimmy telling her everything that had happened the day before. "Wait a minute. Are you serious? Hannah's brother-in-law owned the company you worked for? Small world, huh?" "I guess you could say that. I knew his last name. I knew Hannah's last name and that she was from the valley. But it's pretty common. And it just never occurred to me to ask." "How did he take the news?" she asked. "He was devastated." "So he's not the guy you thought he was?" "Thankfully, the man I worked for isn't the bad guy. But unfortunately, we have no leads on who is, which means we can't get closure." "Why do you need it?" "You've done what you could," she said. "But we haven't done everything. Apparently, Karst Valley is being run by a dictator. They've shifted their strategies, but someone is kidnapping entire families while the father is away, forcing them to pay ransoms to get them back. What happened to Brock? It's happening to a lot of others too, apparently. It's just not something we're willing to tolerate. I'm not asking you to like it, but I am asking that you understand. Maybe we can't save everyone, but I cannot stand aside and let this happen to others." Emily shook her head slowly as she made eye contact. "It's the right thing to do, but only after we're safe. And I think we are, at least for now. But it won't last. Sometime, someday, they will come knocking. We both know it. Will we be ready to respond? That's what worries me. Let's get you back home so you can get some sleep. Once you're awake for more than 24 hours, it's not good for you, Jimmy." He took Emily back with him and dropped her off at the inn. The Lurker population was small, but Jimmy noted that there were more than the last time he had seen it. "We'll have to clear this place out again soon. Stay safe," Jimmy said as he returned home and slept hard until around noon. When he awoke, he found Zack and thanked him for a lovely evening alone. They walked together to Cedar Hollow Cabin, where Brock and Angie had moved in. After knocking on the door, Brock opened it and said, "Hey guys, what can I do you for?" "Come take a walk with us, Brock," Jimmy demanded. "Is everything all right?" he asked cautiously. "Yeah, Brock, I think it will be," Zack responded confidently. "Okay, let me tell Angie and I'll be right out." Once he returned, they walked toward the lake. "Brock, why aren't you following the protocol for watch duty?" Jimmy asked him. "What do you mean?" Brock asked defensively. "We drive down and let the person being relieved drive back." "I like to do things my way, Rusty. That's not gonna change," Brock said defiantly. "Vehicles in use are starting to stand out from the crowd, become more and more obvious every day. Look, I'd be lying if I didn't admit that most people treat guard duty as nap time. But even still, if someone were to slip past our defenses, there's a good chance that they would be able to identify our presence, which means that they would come looking for us." "I guess I never thought of that," Brock said, his defenses lowering a little. "Brock, you've become an integral part of this group. I know it's been tough for you, but your abilities matter to us. You and your family are becoming important parts of this community. But we have rules in place for a reason. It's not because it's our way or the highway. They are well thought out and, in our opinion, necessary. If you have an idea, then share it. We may not put it into practice, but we will always consider it. We're just asking that you follow the rules. Nothing extra. Nothing special for just you. Just do things the same way everyone else does. And we move on. Don't pick up the person before. Drop them off here and keep the vehicle. On top of everything else, it just wastes gas." "Yeah, that makes sense," Brock said, nodding his head slowly. After a deep inhale, he said, "I'm in. Thanks for explaining it, guys. That's my bad." "No, it's my bad for not explaining it thoroughly up front, Brock," Jimmy said with a smile as they turned back and ate a cobbled-together breakfast prepared by Jessica, Natalie, and Chloe. Zack pointed at the girls and said with a mouthful of food, "You two. That's some mighty fine chow." "Yes, it is," Jimmy said, nodding his head. "Great job. Thanks, girls. And you too, Jess." He gave a chef's kiss. Jimmy and Zack took turns on the night shift for the next few days, with nothing special happening. "We need to go get our noses into something. See what we can see," Jimmy said as he and Zack sat on the covered porch of his cabin as the wind whistled through the trees and a dreary mist filled the air. "Tomorrow," Zack replied coldly. He slapped Jimmy's knee as he got up and returned home. Jimmy awoke the next morning and prepared. After grabbing a quick bite to eat, he and Zack left. As they drove, fog covered the land, keeping visibility to no more than a few hundred feet. As they approached Karst Valley, the fog thinned out. They entered from the northwest side and entered a shopping center. There were a few vehicles in the parking lot, so Zack wheeled around back. They saw a few lurkers on their way in, and there were none visible when they had passed through the front. They exited, grabbed their rifles, and started making their way toward the front of the building. They passed small signs labeled Valley Sell and Repair and Northwest Valley Tax and Accounting before they came across Lil Acorn's clothing company. "Hold up. We're going in there," Jimmy said. "Like hell we are," Zack shot back. "Yeah, I get it. Seems like a waste of time, but it isn't. New clothes are a luxury, and sometimes we need luxury. Chloe wanted some dress in here." "How do you know that?" "Because I try to listen to my wife, from time to time. You should give it a shot." "Tried it. Didn't like it." "Same. Let's just get in there. Your daughter especially will appreciate it." "Yeah, you're right. Damn it, man." "I know," Jimmy said. "Now pop this door open and let's get in there." Zack retrieved his pry bar and grunted as he forced the door open. The store seemed to be untouched, and they grabbed nearly every piece of relevant clothing they could, loading up most of the back seat of the truck with as many sizes and designs as they could fit. Jimmy found the special dress for Chloe. It was black with pink and blue unicorns. For his 3-year-old daughter, Macy, he got her brand new dinosaur pajamas. Zack paced back and forth, not knowing exactly what to get for his daughter. "What does she like?" I don't know. Her mother has always taken care of that stuff, bro." "Yeah, Jess does the same. You think I was out shopping at the mall every Saturday?" "Probably, you sissy." Jimmy closed his eyes and tried not to laugh. "You've got to know something that she likes. There's a decent selection to choose from here." Zack rubbed his beard and perused for a while before throwing his hands up in the air and shouting, "I don't know. This isn't my department, man." "Come on, Zack. What does she like?" "Animals." "Animals? Okay. There are between 8 and 9 million species of animals. Mammals, maybe? That narrows it down to 6 or 7,000. "Can you be more specific?" Jimmy asked as he looked around. "What about horses? Here's an elephant dress. You think she'd like that?" "Maybe. Here, this is the winner. Owls, stars, and the moon. If she doesn't like that, she doesn't like anything at all." "Great," Zack said sarcastically. "Can we get out of here now?" "Sure. Let's go, buddy," Jimmy said with a smile. Just then, they heard the hum of an engine. They hid behind racks as a black Suburban rolled slowly down the road. Jimmy saw a man walking on the sidewalk and the SUV stopped. 2 men jumped out, dressed in black with tactical rifles. It was unclear what they were talking about, but it looked like they were intimidating him. He saw the man suddenly point in their direction, and the men questioning him turned their heads. "Uh-oh. Time to go," Jimmy whispered as he started to creep out the back. "No, let's hold for a half a second. If we get them to commit, we can drive away and outrun them," Zack shot back. The conversation was growing intense outside, the two men in black pointing at the man. One slapped him and they began walking with ill intent into the parking lot. Zack crept to the back and said softly, "Now, it's time to go." Jimmy crept out of the back door and slipped quietly into the truck. Zack fired up the engine and hit the accelerator. They came around to the front and Jimmy saw two men sprinting toward their Suburban. Zack sped down the city street as Jimmy kept watch. He took the first available right and then the next left, traveling west. He made another turn down a residential street as Jimmy saw the SUV bearing down on them. Zack continued making turns until they could no longer see their pursuers. Jimmy saw a business and shouted, "Turn in there, get to the back lot and we'll lay low for a while." Zack agreed and they parked on the side of the building next to a few parked cars. A group of lurkers appeared out of nowhere, just wandering in no particular direction at first. As they staggered closer and closer to the truck, a black SUV passed by slowly. The lurker group's attention turned toward the vehicle and they began walking away from the truck and back toward the road. Zack reached to crank the engine as Jimmy said, "No, not yet." He sunk back into his seat and nodded. The lurkers that had wandered into the road now turned around and began walking back toward the Tacoma. "Ah, shit," Zack said, annoyed. Jimmy could tell that he was becoming anxious. "I can't wait. We're leaving." "No. We wait a few more minutes. They're slow and don't know we're here." 30 seconds later, a different black Suburban came creeping up the road. It stopped. A man leaned out of the driver's window as Zack and Jimmy shrunk in their seats. 2 shots rang out, causing Jimmy to flinch. A lurker in the front of the pack lunged backward, blood leaking from a shoulder wound. The men in the vehicle began laughing as he took aim again. But the lurkers all turned and began sprinting toward the SUV. The driver looked wide-eyed and frightened as he rolled up the window. His wheels hissed and squealed as he sped off down the road. Shortly after, Zack started the truck, shifted into drive, and accelerated. They found another abandoned business on Montgomery Street and parked around the back. "What are we doing?" Jimmy asked. "We have to find someone and get some sort of information, brother. Figure out what's going on around here." "Do we, though?" "Yes, we do. Grab your big boy pants and let's go, princess." Jimmy shook his head in disgust. "All right, I guess we'll do this then." They began walking quickly down the sidewalk, hoping to spot someone that they could talk to. As they walked along, they heard someone say, "Psst, what in the world are you guys doing?" Looking around, Jimmy saw an older woman with gray hair leaning out from behind a white storm door. "What?" he asked with genuine confusion. "Come here," she said, motioning. "No, sorry ma'am, but we're busy," Zack said. She continued motioning, refusing to take no for an answer. Jimmy began stepping toward her as Zack said, "Bro, come on." Jimmy put up a finger and approached her chain-link gate. "May I?" he asked as she nodded. "What can we do for you, ma'am?" he asked as he opened the creaking gate. Come in. Hurry, before someone sees you," she said. Jimmy motioned Zack, who shook his head no several times. "Wiper, come on." Zack reluctantly began walking slowly toward the house with his head hung. Jimmy stepped into a small foyer. An old glass lantern with a decorative shade sat on top of an antique folding table. The house was old, but well kept. A kitchen sat directly in front of them. A sitting room with plenty of antique furniture was to the left, and a living room was to the right. "Come on inside and take a seat, young man. Will your friend be joining us?" "Yes, ma'am. He will be along shortly." "I hope," Jimmy said as he walked in and sat on her old sky-blue couch. "Would you like some cookies?" she asked with a smile. "Seriously? That would be absolutely lovely." "Of course I'm not serious, you fool. How would I be able to make cookies?" she said with a snicker as Zack finally entered the home. Jimmy smiled and said, "Right. I don't know what I was thinking. It just reminded me of something my grandma would have said. I'm not old enough to be your grandma. Don't get smart with me," she scolded. "You're right, ma'am. I apologize," Jimmy said, shaken. Lighten up. I'm 81, probably old enough to be your great-grandma, she said with another sweeping laugh. Caught off guard, Jimmy asked, You're right, ma'am. I apologize. What can we do for you today? Are you boys out of your minds? Carrying guns down a city street like that in broad daylight? What's gotten into you? Zack had just sat down when he said, What difference does it make? Jimmy cut him off, saying, I don't know, ma'am. We aren't from around here. Is it a big problem? A big problem? Of course it is. She lowered her voice as she said, Mr. B's men don't allow that. They've taken people off the streets and they've never been seen again for a lot less. Mr. B? Jimmy asked. Oh, I probably shouldn't be saying anything. Pastor Robert always told me I was too nosy. But that's neither here nor there, is it? You boys are going to get yourselves killed if you keep this up. If you're not from around here, then where are you from? We don't live in town, but we've been around the valley since whatever this is started, Jimmy said. So you are from here, and you're still acting like idiots? I suppose we are, ma'am, Jimmy said hesitantly. Mr. B, you said? Who's that? No one knows. We've just heard whispers of his name. Mr. Blackwell, I believe. He's a mean and ornery old cuss, if you ask me. His men just started cruising up and down the streets a few weeks back, stirring up trouble. My neighbor man over there, Harold. He stood up to those men and they beat him, left him injured on the sidewalk, all because he refused to share the sandwich he was eating. I nursed him back to health in his home. The next day they came and dragged him out of there. Said they were taking him for medical care, but he must have died from his wounds. I never saw him again. Never saw him again? Really? Zack said. Oh, heavens, yes. It was awful. The neighbor down the road, same thing. They just took him, and he never came home. He was a sweet young man, about 25 years old, lived by himself. He would mow my yard every week in the summers. What else are they doing? Zack asked. They just wander up and down the streets. A black vehicle drives by once or twice a day. Men walk in pairs every Thursday. Or maybe it's Friday. I'm not sure. I've been having trouble keeping track of my days lately. But they come by once a week on foot. Sometimes they stop me and make sure that everything on the street is up to their standards. I normally lie and just say that I haven't seen anyone. Forgive me, Lord, but it's necessary. I don't want to see anyone else get hurt. I can understand that, ma'am. Thank you for letting us know. I think we'll just get back into our vehicle and head on out of town. That's a wonderful idea. You boys just stay out of trouble, you hear me? Jimmy and Zack got up from their seats and started to head for the door. One more thing. You boys wouldn't happen to have any supplies, would you? Like what? Jimmy asked. Flour, sugar, anything like that? No, I'm sorry we don't. But I'll tell you what. Next time we're in town, we'll bring you some. You have some at home? But how? I have to go down to the church and they give me just enough food to keep from starving. Ration everything out for a week at a time. But it's mainly old, rickety cans of Franken beans and a pound of rice for the week. Jimmy smiled and said, Ma'am, if we shared all our secrets with people we just met, we wouldn't have made it this far. If we get the opportunity, we will bring something for you. Zack sneered at him, then smiled at her and said, Thank you for your hospitality, but it's time we headed on out. Yes, ma'am, we appreciate you, and I mean that. Hope we see you real soon. God bless you. He waved as he made his way hurriedly out of her home and down the stairs. After they were out of earshot, Jimmy said, Let's get back to the truck and out of the valley. Chapter 36. A few blocks away from the truck, they suddenly heard an engine roll up and brakes squeak lightly from behind them. Two doors opened and shut as Jimmy heard, Hey! Turning around slowly, he saw a black SUV parked in the middle of the road. Two mid-20s men held rifles and were walking toward them quickly. What the hell is this? The driver said with a slight southern twang. Don't worry about it, shitbird. Get back in your little car, Zack said calmly. That's not how this works. We're the law, and the law says you ain't allowed to be carrying guns. Where'd you get those at anyways? Your mom's house, Zack shot back confidently. As they came closer, Zack put out his hand and said, That's far enough. I'm gonna give you one last chance. Or what? The man asked, his tone boastful and full of pride. He took one more step as Zack landed a palm strike directly to his throat, dropping him to one knee as he gasped desperately for breath. Zack shouldered his rifle and was aiming at the other man's chest before he could even think. Drop your rifle now. Do it, fucko! The young man slowly put his rifle on the ground and backed away with his hands up. Jimmy bent down and picked up the rifles. Nice guns. You get these in the toy section? Get them off the road, into that backyard over there, Zack pointed. You heard the man. Get into that backyard. Don't reach for anything or I'm gonna have to splatter your brains all over someone's house. Hurry up. The man was still trying to catch his breath as both of them were forced to enter into a fenced-in area. No sudden movements. Take off your clothes, but leave your skivvies on. I don't want to see your chutes and ladders. Zack took out 2 pairs of flex cuffs. Let's cuff these award-winning shit stains, he said with a flat smile. Jimmy took a pair and cuffed the passenger while Zack cuffed the driver. Those are nice pants. We're keeping them. Remove their socks and shoes. We'll keep the shoes. Use the socks as a blindfold. After they had been blindfolded, Jimmy grabbed Zack and walked into the front yard. What are we doing here? We're taking them back home with us, Zack said confidently. Are you out of your mind? Zack shifted his eyes and said, You know the answer to that. Not in general. With this, we can't take them back home. Yeah, you're probably right. But we can't just stay here, Zack shot back, gripping his beard and pulling on it. So, what's your brilliant plan here? Wasn't there a church somewhere nearby? Zack asked as they made eye contact. A church? I don't know. Why? We need answers, Zack said. Well, that's as good of a place as any to find answers. What are you seeking, my son? Zack stared up at the sky, drawing a deep breath in through his nostrils. Not those answers, you fucking idiot. Damn. Ugh, sometime. I'm gonna need to get the recipe. What recipe? Jimmy asked curiously. The one for how you make stupid look so easy. Let's go get these guys and find someplace suitable to question them. Jimmy grunted and returned to the backyard. All right, turd birds, stand up. He helped them both to their feet. The one who had been a problem since the beginning slipped free, sprinting directly into the corner of the house. He grunted loudly as he fell, but scrambled back to his feet. Jimmy whistled and Zack appeared, saw what was happening and sprinted toward the man. Jimmy winced as Zack lowered his shoulder and plowed it straight into the man's side. The hit sent him sprawling hard into the dirt. Are you crying? Zack asked as the man groaned and flopped around on the ground. Hey, it's a Magikarp, Jimmy said, laughing and pointing. Zack smiled as he rubbed his shoulder. He pointed to the ground and said, Look at this pussy. Man, it's been a while since I've seen that. Feels good. Zack stood over him and yelled, Get up. Now you know why Ray Charles wasn't a sprinter, jackass. He grabbed him hard by the arm and helped him to the back seat. He pushed him in, slamming his head against the frame of the vehicle. Oops, my bad. Jimmy led the other man to the far side of the SUV and placed him mostly gently into the back. Climbing in, Jimmy drove off. Suddenly, his seat began shaking. Is this guy really kicking my seat? He asked as Zack reached into the back and started swinging wildly. The chaos settled soon afterwards. Jimmy drove a block and a half in the Suburban before they saw an abandoned office building. Pulling around the back, Jimmy parked in between 2 cars that appeared like they hadn't been moved since the collapse began. He exited and stood guard while Zack popped open a door labeled Employees Only. Zack entered, rifle drawn. He quickly cleared the first floor. As he came to the front, he read, O'Connelly's Physical Therapy and Rehab, 1st floor. He rubbed his beard while he finished reading the sign. McConklin Law Offices, 2nd floor. Jefferson Financial Services, 3rd floor. And For Lease, 4th floor. Zack swept through the building quickly before returning back outside. Take him up to the 2nd floor. And how do I get up there? Jimmy asked. Figure it out. He paused and Jimmy glared at him. Or you could take the stairs on the right after you walk in, Zack said with a half grin. I'll give you 2 minutes. Zack shuffled through his bag before saying, I've got 4 pairs of flex cuffs left, so don't mess this up. He tossed the pair over to Jimmy and walked around to the other side. Jimmy jerked the door open and grabbed the calm man around the arm. He led him inside and up the stairs, keeping his pistol pointed in his back as he directed him. Once they reached the 2nd floor, he found a large conference room. After he led him to a corner and told him to sit, he flipped over an executive chair and removed the wheels. Keeping an eye on his target, he moved the tables against a wall and placed the chair in the center of the room. Give me your hands. Jimmy placed the flex cuffs around them. Feet. After he was secured, the prisoner hopped along with him until he sat him in the chair. Fishing through his bag, he found a roll of duct tape and secured his legs to the single leg of the chair. As a knock came at the door, Jimmy spun quickly. Zack motioned for him to come into the lobby. Hold tight, Chief. Jimmy shut the door quietly and they escaped to the front lobby near an elevator. Zack leaned against the receptionist counter and said, Guy upstairs is secured. We need answers. You want to do the easy guy or the hard guy first? The easy guy. The more we know, the more we can extrapolate from the other one. Deal. Zack drew his pistol, ejected the magazine, and racked the slide. He bent over, picked up his discarded round, and reinserted it into his mag. Jimmy followed as Zack popped the door back open with a bang and said, You've got 1 shot to get this right. He racked his slide 1 more time, inserting a fresh round into the chamber, trying to exaggerate the sound as much as possible. Because that's all I'm gonna need to send your brains into the wall and your soul into the ether. Do we understand each other? The man nodded in understanding as he swallowed hard. Jimmy noticed his breathing accelerate and his knees begin knocking together. Start talking, he told him. Kyle is such a... He shook his head and then dropped it. He seems like a real winner, Jimmy said. Yeah, he's not. I can't stand to be around him. But I have no choice. No choice? Save it, Jimmy said sternly. No, man. I hate this job. I don't want to hear your sob story, Chief. We all have choices to make. And you made the wrong one, Jimmy interrupted. It's not like that. What's your name? Noah. You've got to listen to me, man. I ride around with Kyle and let him do the dirty work. What kind of dirty work? Zack asked. Hassling people who haven't done anything wrong, who don't deserve it. For who? Dale. He's our boss. Jimmy looked at Zack briefly and said, Dale? Yeah, Dale. He's our sergeant. How high up does this go? Who's in charge of all of this? I don't know. Dale reports to Bryce, the lieutenant. Bryce reports to some guy named Colin, I think. After that, I don't know. I haven't pried, Noah said genuinely. How did you get the job? You apply online? Zack asked with a smirk. I didn't get the job. It was forced on me. I had no choice. There's always a choice, Chief, Jimmy said. I don't know what rock you've been hiding under, but there is no choice. It's either work, doing exactly what they tell you, or die. They looked at each other before Jimmy said, Keep talking. I was living my life, surviving by whatever means necessary, until March. Then, I got a knock at my apartment door. 2 men in black grabbed me, threw a sack over my head, and dragged me to the county jail. They sat me down and told me exactly what I told you. I could either work for them or eat a bullet. I chose to live. That's a tough choice. You know who you're working for, or what they're doing in your name. I don't know, man. I live in the jail. Got my own 6x8. I go out and patrol the streets. I have to walk them once a week, but I get vehicle patrol 10 hours a day, 6 days a week. We don't do much. We normally park and just sit for most of the day. Gas is too precious for us to waste it. At least that's what we're told. Wait a minute. You drive somewhere and just sit for 10 hours? Jimmy asked, confused. Stupid, right? You know everyone on the force? No. There are guys coming and going all the time. Most disappear. Get reassigned, supposedly. They know everything about everyone before they come in. They saw my likes, my posts. They have all of that information. And they use it against you. They know what our politics were. What we thought was funny. Interests, former girlfriends, marriage status. Anything and everything I ever posted online. Since I was 9 years old. Had printouts, charts, everything. Jimmy blew air through his nose and said, "You can tell us more, later." As they walked away, Noah shouted, "I never wanted to do it. I don't know what we're even doing. I just know that there are new laws, and we have to enforce them. I keep my head down, do what I'm told, and I haven't been beaten. Yet." "Beaten?" Jimmy asked from across the room. "Yeah, I've heard it before, and I've heard about it from others." "You know Mr. Blackwell?" Zack asked. "I know a Mr. B. Well, I don't know him personally, but I've heard the rumors." "Blackwell, you said?" "I just know there is a council of some kind. Their laws get passed down through our sergeants. It's our job to enforce them, even though they aren't posted anywhere. Men are targeted more than women. And children." Jimmy walked back toward Noah and asked, "What rumors? That he's smuggling families?" "No, I've never heard anything like that. I don't ask questions, though. You don't know who you can and can't trust. I just keep my head down and don't challenge the status quo." "I've heard enough," Zack said. "Will you untie me? I can help. I'll do whatever you want me to. Just don't make me go back there," Noah said, his voice breaking. "We'll see how it goes," Zack said as they left and headed back up the stairs. "Got this baboon's ass on the 4th floor. Buckle in. He's a fun one." Zack ejected his mag and round and reloaded the magazine once again. When they reached the top floor, they weaved their way through a maze of boxes, office supplies, and shelves until they found him near the front of the building. Most walls had been removed and there were few barriers. "What's your name, guy?" Zack asked, his tone aggravated and authoritative. "I ain't telling you a damn thing. Name, now." "Kyle," Jimmy said. Zack winked at Jimmy and said, "How do you know that?" He was talking to himself after he started crying. Heard him say something about, "Pull it together, Kyle." "I did not," Kyle yelled. "Hey, shut up. You speak when you're spoken to. No exceptions. Or you pay." "I don't give a..." Zack open-palm slapped him and said, "Don't talk again unless you're asked a question. Am I clear?" "I don't..." Zack repeated the process with even more authority. He racked his pistol right next to Kyle's ear before saying, "Are we clear?" Kyle shook his head in understanding as he whimpered softly, "Let's give him a rest. Some time to think and clear his head might do him some good. Maybe the other guy is ready to talk," Jimmy said. "When I get back, you better be ready to spill your guts. It's been a while since I've dissected someone with a butter knife, but I'm ready to do it with you after dealing with your ass," Zack called to him as they left the room. Zack stopped on the 3rd floor and pulled Jimmy inside. "What's up, Buttercup?" Jimmy asked as he noticed that Zack was staring off into nothingness. "Mr. Blackwell. Does that name ring a bell?" Jimmy racked his brain, finally shaking his head and saying, "No, I don't think it does." "Yeah, I'm drawing a blank too," Zack fired off quickly. "Maybe your buddy Drew knows. He ran in enough of those higher-up circles that if anyone would know, it would be him." "You're probably right. It's tough to know for sure, but he didn't know who the guy in the picture was." "Who is Mr. X?" "Maybe it wasn't him. Trust me, you can't always believe the intel. There were plenty of times where the Taliban would dress some shepherd up nice and fancy, parade him around like he was the hot shit, and we could never figure out who it was. We'd capture him, and then the Terps would find out that he had no clue about anything. He lived a fancy life for a month or so while the real bad guys bought extra time. That makes a lot of sense. I never really thought about that. Zack let out a grunt and said, "That's what I'm here for, Princess. No. You're here because you're ugly enough to remind my wife of how sexy I still am." He pointed and said, "That's how we almost ended up with number 5. They both laughed as Zack said, "Fair enough. But what's next? We've got to figure out what to do with these guys. They can't just sit there forever. You wanted to abduct them. Got any ideas?" "Yeah," Zack said confidently. "Just follow my lead." Jimmy gave him a side eye as he shook his head. As they entered the room, Zack said, "You've got 2 choices here. You can either do exactly what we tell you to, or you can die. We slice you open 1,000 ways. Then we leave. Keep the doors open, bring in lurkers, and get away. It will be more unpleasant than anything you've ever dreamed of, because they don't kill, they feast." Noah quivered in his chair and said, "What is it? What do you need me to do?" Zack continued, "You're a mole. You will be feeding us the information we need." "How?" Noah asked cautiously. "By any means necessary. That's too dangerous, though." Zack slapped the wall loudly for effect and said, "Looks like it's option 2. He unsheathed his MKC Seer 25 blade loudly and carved a line into the drywall, dragging it slowly. "Still sharp as shit, bud. This thing cut a camel spider in half without trying. And now—" Noah cut him off, nervously screaming, "No, man. Whatever you want." "Good. Now we're getting somewhere, shitbird." Zack smiled at Jimmy as he put his knife back before continuing. "We need you to get in. Deep. So we're gonna get you a nice little promotion." "How?" Noah asked. "Yeah, how?" Jimmy put in. "Because you're spilling your guts to us. Your buddy, Kyle, is it? He's getting a demotion. We're gonna free an arm for you, and maybe cut the duct tape around your torso. You're gonna go back. Tell them you met Rusty and Wiper. Kept your mouth locked up tighter than Aunt Sally's girdle. But Kyle, he spouted off and told us everything he knows, including some stuff that even you didn't know." "Like what?" Noah asked. "Get creative, partner. Where do you normally patrol?" Zack said. "Normally patrol? The city has been cut into 4. We switch it up every day." Zack pointed to Jimmy silently. Jimmy leaned off of the wall and stepped forward, asking, "You know where El Largo Camino is?" "El what?" "Mexican restaurant, in a shopping center on the far western edge of town." "Maybe. It's got a pink sign. Got 3 chili peppers on each side of the lettering." "Doesn't ring a bell," Noah said. "Find it." Zack shot back as he held up 2 fingers to Jimmy. Jimmy sighed and looked at the ceiling as he said, "Bruner Dentistry. It's just a few blocks south of State Road 146. And Valley Quick Stop. Gas station. Last stop out of town. We don't patrol that far." "You do now," Zack shot back. "I don't know how I'm gonna do it." No one has any creativity nowadays. Do they, Wiper? No one learned to think for themselves. If it isn't on a screen, these kids can't do it, Rusty. When we were kids, we built forts in the woods. They build forts in Fortnite. A crying shame, if you ask me. Okay, I'll figure it out. What am I supposed to be doing? Noah asked, trying to hide the fear in his voice, though both men sensed it. We'll have signs. If it's open, we've got a request. Inside. If it's closed, nothing new. Your job is to deliver within a week. Noah stuttered before saying, Okay. If you're lying to us now, we'll find you and drop you where you walk. Are we clear? Zack asked. Noah nodded as Zack continued. Anything you want to correct about your story? He shook his head. All right. We're crystal clear, right? After another shake of the head, Zack sliced down the duct tape around his torso and freed one hand. I want you to count to 300, and then you can move. He nodded his head toward the door, and they left the building, as they heard Noah whispering to himself. 1, 2. Slow down. They scrambled back to their vehicle, staying off of sidewalks and roadways as much as possible. Hope that works, Jimmy said. It will, and if it doesn't, we'll be ready. Set up outside of those places and keep an eye out. Once they arrived at the Tacoma, they piled in and took a circuitous route back to the park. When they exited the truck, Zack headed lazily toward his cabin with a wave. "Hey, what are you doing?" Jimmy shouted after him. Zack turned, a bewildered look on his face, and shrugged his shoulders. "We got gifts, especially for our daughters." Zack hung his head tiredly and said, "Oh, yeah." Jimmy tossed him the dress and a pair of pajamas for Jacob with baseballs on them. "Good luck," Jimmy said as he gathered the 4 outfits he had acquired for his children. He also grabbed a pair of green pajamas with footballs on them and headed toward Brock's place. He set the clothes down on the grass and knocked on the door. No one answered at first, but Angie finally came to the door, a worried look on her face. "Hi, Angie. Is everything all right?" "Yeah, Rusty," she said shortly. "Are you sure?" She shut the door softly behind her and said in a low voice, "It's Brock. He didn't sleep well last night." She shook her head as a tear came to her eye. "Oh, okay. Well, let us know if you need anything. I just wanted to stop by and—" "Angie! Angie! Where'd you go, damn it?" Brock screamed from inside. "I've got to go." "I'm sorry," she said, trying to shut the door. Jimmy grabbed it and said, "I'm sorry for bothering you, but I found some pajamas for your son. Here you go. We won't bother you again. And Angie, one last thing. If you need something, ask. Please. Goodbye." "Thank you so much for this, Rusty. Angie!" Jimmy looked past her to the door and said, "Are you sure everything is all right, Angie? It's far from me to pry, but if you need anything—" "It's fine. Brock saw a lot of combat overseas. Sometimes he just gets like this. It's nothing. He'll come out of it soon. I'll talk to Wiper. He'll know what to do." "No!" Angie shouted loudly before lowering her voice again. "Please, don't mention anything to him. Angie, I know it's uncomfortable, but Wiper was in the service for 12 years. He's seen some stuff. He might know how to handle things better than me. I'd prefer not. It could make it worse." "I understand," Jimmy said as he nodded slowly. "I'd like to mention it to him. I'll make sure he doesn't make a big deal of it, but he can be a resource. Just to talk to him. If he's not going to say anything, I suppose it would be all right." The door swung open. The fire in Brock's eyes was glowing. "What are you doing, Ange?" She turned quickly and said, "Jimmy brought some clothes for Colt." The anger dissipated quickly as he grabbed the outfits and looked them over. "You did this?" he asked Jimmy. "Yes, sir. Wiper and I were in town and happened upon a place called Lil Acorns." "No way. My cousin's wife Joanna worked there. That's pretty sweet. Man, Rusty, I can't tell you how much this means. Thanks." Jimmy nodded, smiled, and said, "No problem, guys. You two have a nice night. Hopefully we'll see you at dinner." Brock looked at the clothes one more time and said, "We'll see you then. You can bet on that." He grabbed Angie softly by the shoulder and led her back into the cabin. Jimmy picked up his children's clothes and walked toward his own cabin. Entering the front door, he said, "I'm back." His children were playing a board game at the kitchen table while Jessica sat on the couch watching. She turned her head and smiled at Jimmy, calling his name. "What's that?" she asked after she had hugged and kissed him. Jimmy put a finger to her lips and said, "A surprise. Where's Ethan?" "He's upstairs, napping. Wish I could join him. Macy, come on over here, please." She was distracted, laughing with her older brother and sister. "Macy, Macy, Jimmy said, finally catching her attention. Daddy, Daddy, she screamed as she came running into his arms. I got you something, Mace. Close your eyes, he said as he pulled out the pair of dinosaur pajamas. Macy, what is it that you love more than anything in this entire world? Mommy, she said with a giggle. Jimmy grinned and said, Besides Mommy? You. Besides other people. Dinosaurs, Daddy. Are you sure about that? Jimmy asked jokingly. Open your eyes, sweetheart. She got an astonished look on her face and put her lips out in an O shape. She hugged him ferociously and jumped up and down. Enjoy your pajamas, Pumpkin. Can I wear them to bed? She asked. Of course you can. Jimmy patted her softly on the head and called over Logan. Close your eyes, buddy, he said as he pulled out a pair of jeans and a green sweatshirt with a football on the front. All right, you can open them. Logan smiled, said, Cool. Thanks, Dad, with a roll of his eyes and walked away. Jimmy nodded and smiled, looking at Jessica with a wink. It was a better reaction than I expected. Chloe, come here, please. Chloe arose slowly from the table and cautiously stepped toward Jimmy as he stood up fully. Close your eyes, baby. No, she said, staring at him blankly. Why not? Because I'm not a little kid anymore, Dad. Just show me what you got. Jessica spoke up, saying, Chloe, your dad's trying to... Jimmy cut her off. No, she's right. It's fine. It's all right that she isn't as cool as her little brother and sister. I'm not offended. She rolled her eyes and crossed her arms as Jimmy pulled out the unicorn dress from behind him. This is for you, sweetie. I hope you like it. Tears began to flow from her eyes as she yanked the dress out of Jimmy's hands and fled up the stairs. Jimmy looked at Jessica and said, What did I do wrong? Nothing. She's just an emotional little girl right now. Jimmy took to the flight of stairs as Jessica called, I wouldn't, Jimmy. I know what I'm doing. Kind of, he said as he reached the top of the landing. He went to her room and opened the door softly. She was still crying while she held the dress in front of her. Hey, Chloe. Is everything all right? Yes. I love it and I don't know why I'm crying, but I am. Where did you get this at? That Lil Acorn place? How'd you know? Because Mom and I went there right before Christmas. I wanted this dress so bad, but she told me that if I was lucky, Santa might get it for me. When he didn't, she said that maybe you would get it for me for Valentine's Day. But Valentine's Day never came. I can't believe you found it. How did you know? Lucky guess, I suppose, but I'm glad you like it so much. That's great, sweetie. Go ahead. Put it on. See how it fits. Not while you're in the room. Chloe, I've changed your diapers 1,000 times. What's the big... Get out! I'm not getting dressed in front of you. No, you're right. I just forget sometimes that you're, well, not my baby girl anymore. I'm sorry. Put it on and we'll be waiting downstairs. Okay? Okay, just leave. You've got it, Chloe. Sorry, I was just... Dad, out! Jimmy shut the door softly and made his way back downstairs. Where'd you get all of this at, Jimmy? It's a long story, but we got a lot of children's clothes. Some acorn store or something. I don't remember the name of the place for sure. Lil Acorns? Yeah, that's the one, Jimmy said with a smile. Chloe came down the stairs as Jessica put her hands to her mouth. Oh, Jimmy, that's the dress she wanted. Isn't she beautiful? She is, but she told me all about it. Just dumb luck, I guess. How does it look? Chloe asked as she spun with a smile. You look wonderful. Absolutely wonderful, sweetheart, Jimmy said, beaming with pride. Does it fit well? It's a little big, Chloe said. Well then, you've got room to grow into it. It should come in handy on those hot summer days. You look great, Chloe, Jessica said. Why don't you go back upstairs? Take your brother and sister with you. And hey, don't wake up Ethan, please. I need to talk to your daddy for a few minutes. Turning her attention to Jimmy, she took him into the bedroom and shut the door. Jimmy said, "Oh, doesn't look like there's going to be much talking." He raised his eyebrows a few times as she turned and said, "Don't you wish, Jimmy? Tell me, what happened?" Jimmy stuttered, looking for the right words until he finally asked, "What do you mean?" "With what?" "Don't play dumb with me, mister. What happened? What did you two screw up that you had to bring home gifts?" "Nothing. We parked in a random shopping center and were going to cruise the streets to try to find information. But we happened to be right there, so we broke open the back door and brought home some clothes. We probably snagged 40 to 50 outfits in various sizes." "We have more pressing needs than new clothes, Jimmy," Jessica said defiantly. Jimmy inhaled and said, "I understand, but I think that everyone needed a pick-me-up. No one has been in an overly bad mood, but no one is too happy either. I just thought if we got the kids a gift, it would make them happy. And it might make you happy to see them smile and be happy too. I would be happy if we weren't eating the same 6 meals over and over, and over, and over again. I would be happy if my husband were around more. I just want to get away. I need a vacation from all of this, Jimmy. But I can't have one." "I hear you, Jess. I really do. But that's just something I can no longer provide. We can get creative with our menu, but there is no such thing as vacation anymore. There is surviving. There is thriving. Given the circumstances, I'd say we're doing all right. We got some new information today, Jessica. Met a nice little old lady. She just wants to bake cookies, but she can't. I promised her I would bring her some flour and sugar so that she could make them one last time. In exchange, she gave us a name, Mr. Blackwell." Chapter 37. The next morning, Jimmy gathered early around the fire. Zack was already sitting there, tending to the tiny flames as the gray smoke disappeared into the canopy. "Well, we have our mole. What are you planning on getting out of him?" Jimmy asked as he approached. "Whatever we can. He's young, dumb, and probably gonna die before we get much, if anything." "That was your plan? To let a decent person die? Your pea-sized civilian brain has no idea of the inner workings of these things." "Fair," Jimmy responded blankly before he motioned Zack to continue. "The only plan is to find this Blackwell and make him pay for what he has done, what he is doing, and what he is gonna do until we can find him. This Noah kid. If we can get one piece of information from him before he busts himself, it's a win." Jimmy groaned and said, "I don't like it. At all. There's nothing to like about anything anymore. This isn't some survival game show. No one is coming to rescue us if we tap out. We're living good, all things considered. But our mission? Stop these dirty savages and their dirty games." Zack looked up from the fire and gazed angrily into Jimmy's eyes as he growled, "I'll do whatever I have to, however I have to do it. I will not sacrifice my family or yours. But other than that, all options are on the table. So we are gathering intel. If a few Muppets give themselves away and die in the process, good. It just weeds out a couple extra shitheads that I don't have to kill myself." Jimmy sighed loudly and simply said, "Okay, what's the move?" "Find signs, place them, leave a note, wait." "Sounds simple enough." "Right," Zack said. "Home improvement stores should have them. Hardware stores, supercenters, maybe even a local grocery store. But your idea would be our best bet." "What about the patrols?" "It's early stage. They aren't organized. They aren't as aware. Yet. But we're gonna need some transportation," Zack said as he sighed and leaned back deeper into his seat. "We've got those motorcycles," Jimmy said, proud of himself. "Ever ride one?" "Well, no, but I can figure it out." "Figure it out? You ever sat by one at a stoplight?" Zack asked. Yeah. Louder than a virgin on prom night, right?" Jimmy scanned the tree line as he nodded his head in acknowledgement. "Bicycles." Zack pointed and said, "Now you're speaking my language. Stealthy-ish. Can go off-road. No noise, low profile. There is no ideal tool for the job. But if we can park at the edge of town and pedal in the rest of the way, it beats a loud engine. Makes it harder to get away, especially if we're being chased. Zack stood and said, "That's a problem, isn't it? Grab some gear, let's get to town. Get what we need, set it up, and get out. If we can trust the guy, we've got 2 days. If we can't, we've got until tomorrow if they aren't already on to us. So, if we go set up now, we may be safe." Jimmy dressed in his Spartan Rift Night Stalker gear, grabbed his tactical rifle, pistol, blade, and backpack, and met Zack at the Tacoma. They didn't speak much on the nearly 30-minute drive. Once they reached the edge of town, both men were on high alert. They went straight to the home improvement store and parked at the back. Zack popped open the door, and Jimmy walked in, flowing left, rifle shouldered. He scanned the area and said, "Clear," in a hushed voice. Zack also called out, "Clear," and Jimmy spun to join him. They made their way along the outside wall. Zack cut across an aisle, his rifle shouldered as he walked tactically. Jimmy followed, his rifle at low ready, checking behind them often. Zack made another turn into an aisle and walked halfway down, until he found what he was looking for. "Perfect," he said as he grabbed a black sign. The orange lettering said, "Open." He flipped it over and Jimmy read, "Closed. Please come again." "Yes, please," he said softly with a snicker. Zack glanced at him seriously before he cracked a smile and said, "Can't argue that. Now we need to find some suction cups and chains." "Kinky," Jimmy said with a smile as they moved cautiously down the aisle. Zack peeked out from around the shelf and turned the corner into the next aisle as Jimmy followed. He took a knee on high alert as Zack rummaged through some bins until he found what he was looking for. "Let's scoot, brother," Zack said before they made their way harmlessly back to the truck. "Tell me where I'm going." Jimmy directed him first toward El Largo Camino, the Mexican restaurant that served as his family's last restaurant meal before the collapse. This was an awful spot. It's in the middle of a shopping center. We could get ambushed from anywhere. It's an L-shaped shopping center, too. This has to be a no-go. You know what? You're right. Been a while. And if you would have told me the plan, I might have been able to come up with some better spots. Don't start making excuses now, Jimmy. Then don't put me in a bad spot and expect perfection. Settle down, princess. I'm just blowing you shit. You're blowing something, smarty pants, Jimmy said as Zack laughed. I'll keep driving and we'll go in on foot. Sneak in through the back, put up the sign, and never use it again. Zack drove about a half-mile before he parked in the middle of the road, turning the vehicle at a 30-degree angle. "What are you doing?" Jimmy asked. "Making it look like an abandoned vehicle." Okay. I suppose it might work." "It will. Trust me." "We've spoken of my trust issues before," Jimmy said as they exited the vehicle, rifles in hand, and began walking. They stayed low as much as possible. Jimmy's thighs burned and Zack's formerly wounded calf began to throb, though neither man complained. Once they saw the building, Jimmy said, "Follow me." He led them into a rock-filled ditch, the weeds growing out of control, and they crept along slowly until they reached the back doors. Dumpsters, some heaping with putrid trash, were by a few of the doors. "That's the place," Jimmy said. "How would you know? Other than my obvious genius? Maybe it's the fact that I've been here a few dozen times and know that it was the 5th building. Or maybe it's that there's a grease dumpster on one side and a full dumpster that looks like it has styrofoam cups and napkins in it." Zack exhaled through his nose and said, "All right, smartass." He turned to Jimmy as they crouched and put a gentle finger into his shoulder. "Just remember, I can still kick your ass whenever I want to." Jimmy pointed to his head and said, "I'll keep that in mind next time I'm deciding whether or not I should prove you wrong. I suppose that I should have let you open up all 8 doors, for your ego." He smiled broadly, forcing Zack to smile. "Thank me later." Before we do this, I just have to say one last thing. Zack threw his head back and groaned. What is it? You need a haircut and a shave. You're starting to look like one of the Robertsons, but way, way less cool. Robertsons? Zack asked inquisitively. Duck Dynasty? Zack shook his head and muttered to himself. I should have killed this dumb son of a bitch months ago, as he moved toward the building. He pulled his pry bar from his backpack and popped open the door. Jimmy flowed in, turning left. They were in a dark kitchen, but Zack followed behind and whispered, No lights. If someone is here, they're gonna walk in or wait just behind a wall. Don't give them a target to shoot at. Hold here. Jimmy nodded as Zack shut the door softly behind him. They stood still for a few minutes as Jimmy's eyes adjusted to the low-light conditions. Hearing nothing, Zack finally said, Take point. Jimmy stepped toward the only light in the room, a swinging door with a circular window. Jimmy held his rifle at low ready as he went through the door, shouldering it and glancing around. Knowing the layout, he cleared to the left as Zack went to the right. Zack called out clear before Jimmy finished. Moments later, he confirmed there were no threats. Wait here and keep an eye out. I'll put up the sign, Zack said as he fumbled through his pack for 2 suction cups, a chain, and the sign. He assembled it. Walking up to the window, Jimmy watched as he licked 1 suction cup. Good Lord. No wonder you can't get any action. Huh? Zack said, his tongue stuck in position on the suction cup as he looked up. If that's the way you kiss your wife, shut the hell up and do your job, bro. Once the sign was placed, they skirted back outside and made their way back to the truck. Where to next? Jimmy guided Zack to a solo building on State Road 146. Bruner Dentistry. Right there. Couldn't you have picked a more isolated spot? I could have, Jimmy said, but I couldn't make this too easy for us. No shit. I'm just parking in the back. Screw being cautious at this point. I think we should be a little more careful. At least park in one of these other places and we can walk along the back, Jimmy said. Fine. You've gotten a little boring in your old age, Jim. You were just whining. And? Jimmy shook his head and blew air through his teeth as he smiled. Zack went a few buildings down, parking at a place called Allen's Tax Service. They made their way across grass a few hundred feet until they came to the back of the building. A glass door stood in their way. Should we break it? Because if I have to put any force on it, it might break anyways. Jimmy pulled on the door and it swung open. I guess that works too, Zack said as he entered the building cautiously. They cleared every room, grabbing what supplies they could find as they did. Gauze was their main score, but Jimmy found a few other useful items as Zack again began to assemble the signage. Zack gazed into Jimmy's eyes as he moistened the cups. Jimmy got a disgusted look on his face, but they soon laughed at each other. One favor? For the rest of my life, Jimmy said. What's that, princess? Zack asked. Do it like that every time. That's a promise I can keep. Good, but never do it in front of me ever again, Jimmy said. Zack flipped the closed sign and they left. Returning to the truck, they drove west out of town until they found the gas station. Zack pulled straight in and hopped out before Jimmy could protest. He stormed around the back and disappeared before Jimmy could grab his rifle. He scrambled to follow, but the back door was kicked in. Zack was already assembling the final sign when Jimmy ran breathlessly inside. What was that? I'm tired of caution. Do me a favor. Reach into that bag in there and fetch that note out. Jimmy read to himself. Status report. Routes, personnel, schedules, chain of command. Everything you know. Take the sign down when you've been here. Useful information moves this along. Produce enough of it, and we'll talk about bringing you in. Jimmy folded it back up and placed it on the counter in front of one of the cash registers. Bro, all of that nicotine. We're grabbing everything. I could use a nice chaw every once in a while, Zack called out. They both hopped the counters and began throwing everything they could fit into their packs. We need to go a bit easier than we did in the beginning on this stuff. Quitting sucks. But when you're forced to, that makes it worse. Didn't bother me at all. Oh, yeah. I forgot you were an absolute pleasure to be around for a week. And I had to sit next to you in a chair the whole time. I don't know what you're talking about, Zack said with a laugh. Let's get back home before something goes wrong. Deal, Zack said. They got back into the vehicle and headed for State Road 146. Jimmy packed a can, took a large pinch, and then passed it to Zack. He drove with his knee as he slapped his forefinger against the tin, then popped it open. I'm a wintergreen man, but I guess this straight will have to do for now, he said. He took a strong pinch and placed it in the middle of his lower lip as he continued to drive with his knee. Yeah, brother. Now we're living, Jimmy said as he rolled the window down and hawked a long string of dark brown spit into the wind as they sped along. They motored along the highway, spitting and grinning until the highway intersected at the stoplights with State Road 219, which led them most of the way back home and to the cabins. When they arrived, they noticed a pile out in front of Brock and Angie's cabin. Jimmy walked over, followed shortly by Zack. Brock came out, lugging a couple of suitcases. What's going on here, buddy? Zack asked. Well, I don't want to be insensitive, but I think it's about time for us to get this place cleaned out a little bit. Move our own stuff in here and get the other guy's stuff out. Hope that's all right, Brock said as he breathed heavily. No problem. Makes sense. We'll keep the stuff. Just move it to one of the spare cabins, Zack said. He bent over and noticed something. Well, well, well. What do we have here? He asked as he picked up a 25-pound kettlebell. He looked up at Jimmy with a devious grin and said, I'm going to destroy you, princess. Jimmy backed away and said, Oh no. He rubbed his forehead and squinted his eyes, pointing at Brock. I blame you. And you're gonna blame yourself when he's finished with us. Zack laughed as Brock looked on in confusion before it clicked. Oh shit. Zack walked away, saying as he left, I think I'll keep this for a rainy day. He spun and said, Oh, and now we have trails to run too. His laugh was evil as he returned to his cabin with his new prize in hand. After a simple meal of seasoned rice and rehydrated deer jerky, everyone disappeared inside of their cabins. Garden work, swimming, fishing, and leisure time occupied the next 4 days. On the 5th day, Jimmy awoke early. As usual. He stepped outside with his Bible, determined to read through 1st and 2nd Samuel to learn about King David. He remembered the Bible stories from his youth and the parting words he shared so long ago with Hannah. But he had never read the full story. He learned about the prophet, Samuel, and stopped at chapter 8 when Zack came out. Just the man I was looking for, Zack said, carrying the kettlebell. Jimmy sighed loudly and said, Let me get something more suitable on. I'll be back. Don't think so, princess. You look great. At least I tried. You did. And now I'm gonna punish you for doing that. Come on, man. Maybe we should ease into it a little first. Zack thought about it for a minute, tilting his head to the sky, but then waved Jimmy off and said, Nah, I think we'll just get right to it. After 5 rounds of 20 swings, curls, deadlifts, and squats, Jimmy breathed harder than he had in months. Stand up straight. It will settle your body faster than leaning over. Jimmy groaned but obliged him. His heart raced as Zack walked toward the trail that led down to the lake. Loser goes again, Zack said as he broke off into a jog. You cannot be serious, Jimmy said through heavy breaths. Zack did not respond, and Jimmy spent the last of his energy reserves to catch up. Zack was breathing very heavily too, and their pace was smooth and slow. Jimmy struggled but kept the pace, and after they had returned from their nearly 2-mile run, Zack said, We'll call it a tie, but only this once. Thank you, Jesus, Jimmy said, doing his best to stay upright as he tried to catch his breath. I'm gonna go nap, Zack said, as the heat of the day began to creep in. Jimmy sat at the picnic table for about 15 minutes until his breathing and heart had slowed back to their normal rate. He struggled to stand and walked toward his cabin. As he bent over with a struggle to pick up the long-sleeved shirt he had discarded shortly after the workout began, he heard a barking dog far off, somewhere in the park. That's not one of ours, Jimmy thought as he ran towards Zack's cabin. He burst through the screen door and threw open the front door. Zack was embracing Natalie in the living room as he jerked his head toward the door. "What the hell? What are you doing, Jimmy?" "Grab your rifle and let's go," Jimmy cried breathlessly. "How about no? I'm kind of in the middle of something." Jimmy stared at him blankly for a few seconds and shook his head as he repeated, "Grab your rifle. We've got a problem." "Jimmy." "Right now, Zack." "No," Emily cut in. "Whatever it is can wait. We're spending time together as a family." "Someone's in the park," Jimmy said urgently. Zack slowly let go of his daughter and asked, "Are you serious?" "There's a dog barking somewhere. Hurry up." "They're ours," Zack argued. "No, they aren't. I know what my dogs sound like. This is weaker, higher pitched." "There's no way you can know that," Zack shot back. "You're a cat lady, bro. You wouldn't know anything about it. But I do. Plus, they're in my cabin." "He's right. Max and Chucky are definitely in his cabin," Emily added. "All right, princess. I'm coming," Zack said as he glanced at his unhappy wife. She yelled his name as they left and started jogging in the direction of the barking. As they ran down the trail toward the inn, they heard intense barking and a scream. "Jessica," Jimmy whispered as he pushed harder. Jimmy's lungs burned intensely as he continued to push the pace, Zack running alongside of him, breathing just as hard. "Focus," Zack said breathily. Jimmy grabbed his radio, but Zack said, "No, don't give away our position if you don't have to," forcing Jimmy to nod in agreement. Coming up behind the inn, they slowed back to a jog as Zack whispered, "Exhale longer than you inhale, slow your heart, and we'll figure out what is going on." The screaming picked back up as they came to the wood line. They saw a man, his features somewhat familiar. His yellow t-shirt and jeans stood out in contrast to the dirt-covered vehicles in the parking lot. He had Jessica pinned up against a car, trying to forcibly kiss her neck as she screamed and struggled with him. "I'm flanking. Approach him slowly and draw his attention," Zack whispered as he disappeared into the underbrush. Jimmy jogged up yelling, "Hey," several times before he caught the man's attention. I said slowly, "I'm not in position," he heard through his earpiece as the man spun, bringing Jessica with him. "What do you think you're doing?" Jimmy yelled as the familiarity clicked in his head. "Kyle! Kyle!" He could not hide the fear in his voice as he raised his rifle to his shoulder. The man put her in front of him. A blade caught the sun. A quick, hard glint beamed off of the steel as he raised it to her neck. Jimmy stopped in his tracks as he heard, "Oh, shit. Keep him talking. I need a few more seconds," echoed in his ear. The man said, "Mind your own business. We're just getting to know each other." "She is my business." "Then I'm gonna enjoy this even more," he said as a yellow lab began barking at Jimmy from his right. "There's always a choice, Kyle. You don't have to do this," Jimmy said, waiting for Zack to handle the situation. "You ruined my life, and payback is a bitch." The blade sparkled and then disappeared as Jessica grabbed at her throat and fell to her knees. Kyle let out a laughing smile as he looked down at Jessica. Jimmy stood, momentarily stunned before he adjusted his aim and fired a single shot into the crown of Kyle's head, sending him throttling backwards for an instant. 2 more shots rang out, jolting his body to the right before he fell. Jimmy sprinted toward Jessica as Zack emerged from his left. Jimmy slid on his knees as blood ran between her fingers steadily. She tried to speak, but could not form words as Jimmy said, "I'm here, Jess. Tell me what to do, Zack." Zack removed Jessica's hands for a moment, quickly scanned the wound, then grabbed Jimmy's hands and placed them where they needed to be. "Consistent pressure, but don't suffocate her," he said calmly but in a hurry. "Look at me, Jess. It's not deep enough. Hang in with us." His eyes were reassuring, but Jimmy struggled to understand if he was being genuine or not. "You're too tight. Give me your undershirt," Zack said as he threw Jimmy's hands away. Now! He shouted as Jimmy paused momentarily before ripping off his long-sleeve shirt and then his plain white t-shirt underneath urgently. He held the shirt and replaced Zack's hands with his own. He adjusted his grip as her eyes became more and more distant. Zack said, "We've got to get her back. Jessica, walk with us." "We don't have a vehicle," Jimmy said. "Aw, shit. Be right back." "Keep that pressure," Zack said as he began sprinting back toward the trail. Jimmy struggled to keep his grip firm and even. He heard Zack shouting on the radio as he disappeared behind parked cars. "You're doing great, Jess. You stay with me," Jimmy said as the radio continued to crackle. He leaned her forward as she continued to struggle to speak and breathe. Suddenly, Jimmy heard wet, labored breaths coming from his right. He glanced up and heard a dog screaming and whining from close by. Gurgling and muffled lurker noises came, followed by more whining from the dog, before everything went silent for a few moments. Lips smacking, grunting, and slurping noises followed. Jimmy whispered, "Shh, you're doing great. Keep your eyes on me. I love you and you're gonna make it. You have to." She breathed quickly and heavily as her eyes continued to glaze. Zack's voice crackled again in his ear, insisting he needed help. "We've got lurkers nearby. I don't know how long we can go unnoticed. Over." Jimmy whispered into his radio. "Roger. Hang in there, Rusty. I'm trying, but no one is picking up. How is she?" "Yeah. We're Sierra Charlie Romeo Echo Whiskey Echo Delta." "Roger. Hang in. We'll get her. Keep talking to her. Tell her she's doing great. Anything. Talk about your kids. Talk about a memory." "Roger. Out," Jimmy whispered. He turned his attention back to Jessica and said, "Hang in with me, you understand? I can't live without you." She nodded, but her eyes darted from side to side. She leaned back, trying to lay down, but Jimmy stopped her. "No. You stay with me. Lean forward. Can you breathe?" She shook her head no as Jimmy fought through arm fatigue and cramping, unwilling to give up. Lurker calls began to echo through the parking lot. Hisses behind him forced him to turn. To his horror, he saw heads beginning to bob up and down toward their position. Unintelligible words came through the radio as Jimmy continued to apply pressure. The shirt was now blood-soaked in most parts of it and began to drip onto the warm asphalt while he looked at the lurkers. Jessica's head began to slump, but jerked back up. "Stay with me, Jess," he whispered as his heart rate began to accelerate. The possibility of loss began to strike fear into him. He fought through the fear and anxiety as he rocked from his knees onto his feet, staying in a crouched position. He switched hands with the pressure, applying it directly with his thumb as the rest of his fingers gripped around the back of her neck. The roar of an engine could be heard in the distance as Zack's voice crackled back through his earpiece. "We're on our way. Hang in there." "Copy that. Got lurkers everywhere around us. Don't know how much longer we can make it. Over." As the engine grew louder, 2 lurkers stumbled out from behind the parked cars, 20 feet away from them. Jimmy shifted on his feet, grabbing his pistol from its holster. With his left arm, he aligned the sight on the nose and fired his first suppressed round. The lurker dropped in its tracks while its companion stopped to admire its fallen brethren. Its face and raggedy clothing were covered in blood, the yellowish-gray skin hanging wrinkled off of its body. Stringy, thin scraggles of hair hung from its head as it began calling again. Jimmy aimed, his arm shaking, as he sent a shot just wide. The head jerked back toward him as it let out a deep, gargling sound and began to stalk toward them in a quick jog. Jimmy fired 2 more shots before its head flung back. It stumbled after another step and crashed into the pavement. "Hurry up! They're coming! Over!" Jimmy yelled into the radio. Heavy breathing came through the radio as Zack said, "I'm almost back. Stand by." Returning his focus to Jessica, her head had dropped once more as he squeezed more tightly and lifted her head again. Her eyes rolled back to normal position and she refocused slightly as the engine continued to motor toward them. Jimmy began speaking to her again, talking to her about anything that popped into his head as they waited. "You remember the day we got married? You were so upset with me. We got delayed because I forgot to bring a belt with me." He glanced around as Jessica forced a smile. "It was on the campus of Indiana University, so your mom and dad could come. Can you believe how long ago that was? Feels like yesterday, doesn't it?" More lurkers suddenly appeared from the same direction as Jimmy raised his pistol again. Wheels screeched into the parking lot as lurker heads began to explode before Jimmy could concentrate his aim. The forest green Suburban came skidding to a stop just feet from them. Emily jumped out as shots continued to echo off of the trees. She dropped to a knee and took over the pressure as Jimmy arose to his feet, simultaneously holstering his pistol. He gripped his rifle quickly and scanned for targets. He spun 180 degrees and saw Zack walking tactically, firing methodically each time his foot hit the ground. Spinning back to his left, he saw nothing. Zack's shot stopped and he sprinted up to the group. "We're clear," he yelled. "Let's get her back." Bending down, Jimmy scooped his wife into his arms as Emily stood with him and continued to apply pressure. Zack popped open the back end and Jimmy placed Jessica in, still sitting upright. He climbed into the back seat, grabbed her underneath the arms, and gently pulled her backward as Emily struggled to hold the pressure with the movement. Jimmy, breathing hard, finally made eye contact with Emily. She had tears in her eyes and shook her head slowly as she began talking softly to Jessica. Zack had entered the back seat at some point in the mayhem. Jimmy swallowed, glanced at him, jumped out of the back, and dove into the driver's seat. He threw the shifter into drive and punched the gas. Chapter 38. When they arrived back at the cabins, Jimmy jumped out and carried her into the vacant cabin 10. "Zack, keep the pressure on. Jimmy, run with me to get supplies. I'll grab the bag. You get clean water." She grabbed his arm and led him outside quickly. She stopped him once they were out of earshot of the cabin and told Jimmy, "This is not good. That wound is deep. I'm not sure what I can do for her," Emily said as tears flowed from her eyes. Jimmy said confidently, "I trust you. I know you can save her." "I'll do what I can," she said hesitantly. "Thank you," Jimmy said as they split off. When they returned, Zack had Jessica leaned forward, sitting on the couch. Emily walked up urgently, unslung the backpack and said, "Let me see it." "You sure?" Zack asked cautiously. Emily just nodded and Zack removed the blood-soaked shirt. Fresh blood flowed from the wound as she quickly wiped it and demanded, "Back on. Can you breathe?" Jessica nodded weakly. "Jimmy, fresh dressing. Towel. Saline," she said as she tossed him the pack. He withdrew the items and handed them to her. She threw Zack's hands away and began wiping and spraying saline into the wound quickly. "Gauze," she said. Jimmy handed it over as she barked, "Wrap," to which Jimmy obliged. She slapped the gauze on, pressed it tightly against the wound, and began wrapping. "Not too tight," she said to no one in particular. "She doesn't lie flat on her back. She takes small sips of water only. And most importantly, we keep talking to a minimum, and she doesn't move her neck." "Is she going to make it?" Jimmy asked, his voice hoarse and nearly in tears. Emily shook her head slowly and said, "She's fading fast. We've done everything that we could." "Not everything. She needs a transfusion. You've still got that kit, right?" "It's too dangerous." "Too dangerous? She's gonna die right here in front of everyone. We're doing it. We don't even know her blood type. I'm A positive. You're O positive. Jimmy? I have no idea. Sorry." "You don't know your blood type?" Zack snapped. "I'm not a Navy SEAL who's taken 132 vaccines and had extensive blood work done. I go to the doctor once every 3 years to make sure that I'm not dying." Then the next question is wasted. But I'll ask anyways. What is she? Jimmy rubbed his eyebrows wildly and said, "I don't know." "Kids?" "I don't know, man. Someone is an O positive. A B positive for another. Don't know which ones. Don't know the others." "Damn it, man," Zack shouted. Jessica stirred and Zack asked, "Jess, hang in there with me. Do you know your blood type?" She shook her head slowly and tried to speak, but just croaked out unintelligible syllables. Zack took a knee in front of her and lifted her chin. A positive. She shook her head softly. A negative. Another shake. Be positive. She nodded lightly twice as her eyes again closed. See, she's be positive. It's a sign. From God, Jimmy. Be positive. We're doing this now. Hook me up, Emily. This is a big risk, but it's our only option. Jimmy, alcohol swabs, Emily said shakily. Jimmy fished through the pack until he found it. When he turned around to hand them over, Zack's arm was loose at his side and he was pumping his fist. Wipe him down, inside the elbow, she commanded. She waited for a moment until it dried and then took her time feeling for the vein on the inside of his elbow. She plunged the needle into the bulging vein and blood started flowing through the tube. She engaged the clamp to stop the flow. Good, she said. Now, for her, do the same. Hold her arm low and pump her fist. You sure about this? Jimmy asked hesitantly. Hell no. But we're out of options, Emily said, looking at him. Jimmy detected the first hint of real fear in her eyes. He stared back, unsettled as Zack whispered, Be positive. Remember? Jimmy glanced at him and nodded once, the determination returning. His heart beat in his temples and his throat throbbed as he began to pump Jessica's fist. Too fast, Emily said. Take a breath, slow down, and focus, Jimmy. You've got this. He nodded his head and began opening and closing her fingers at a more regulated and controlled pace. Good, she said as she began to swab the inner arm and felt around. After about 15 seconds, Emily said, Can't find it. Let's check the top of her hand. She felt around and said, I hope this will work. Pray. Here goes nothing. She poked the needle into Jessica's hand. After she released the clamp, Jimmy watched as the blood slowly flowed down the tube and finally reached her arm. God, please let this work, Jimmy whispered as he focused on his wife's face. What now? He asked. We wait. If this goes badly, we stop it as soon as we can. Without backup, though, she trailed off. After several minutes, Jimmy glanced over at Zack and asked, How you holding up, bud? I've got more to give. I can keep going. Jimmy shifted his attention to Emily and said, How's he doing? He doesn't have much more to give. He needs water and something to eat. Anything, she said as she continued to monitor Jessica's vitals. Pulse is still weak but steady. Don't expect anything right away. The intensity of the moment pulled Jimmy away from reality. His mind began to wander in directions he didn't want it to go. He shook the cobwebs free and shouted out loud, Get your stuff together! Zack raised his voice and said, Look at me. You're good. It's working. We would know by now if things were going badly. Not necessarily. Zack cut his wife off and said sternly, We would know. She gave a subtle nod and said, I think you've given enough. Get some gauze for him, Jimmy. I'm good. I can keep going. You're pale. Your eyes are glazing. You're done. No, Zack argued as Jimmy looked at him. You've played your part. Done everything you could. But you look awful. I can't thank you enough, brother. No matter what happens. Zack gazed back at him, seemingly unfazed. His face was hard and eyes unblinking. I'm good. Jimmy readied the gauze as Emily turned her attention from Jessica to her husband. As Zack tried to argue, she said, I'm pulling it on 3. Immediate pressure and then we'll get a Band-Aid on him. 3, 2, 1, she said as she removed the needle gently. Jimmy immediately used gauze to put pressure on the puncture site. That's how you do a countdown, he said with a quick look and a smile at Zack. Zack sat unmoving for a minute before the realization hit him. He shook his head and smiled, saying simply, Dickhead. His voice was slightly shaky. Hold that. I'll be right back, Jimmy said as he fetched a Band-Aid. He took the gauze back, rolled it up with one hand, and applied the Band-Aid with the other. How you feeling? Zack weaved his head back and forth for a second and said, I think I'm good. A wee bit lightheaded, but I'll be fine. He slapped his knees and began to stand before plopping back into his seat. Maybe I'll just sit for a minute or two. I think that would be best. What about her? Same thing, Emily said, handing him another piece of gauze while she fetched a Band-Aid. She drew in a deep breath and removed the needle from Jessica's hand. Jimmy repeated the process as he fought to keep his focus. He walked over and grabbed his water bottle. He gave it back to Zack and said, "Have a drink. Let me look for something to eat." He went to the kitchen and found a pack of crackers. "Eat these," he said, tossing the plastic sleeve at Zack. It plopped onto his lap as he stared blankly at nothing in particular. After another few minutes, Emily said, "I think it's working. She's more alert. Her heart rate has improved. Breathing is steadier than before. We're not out of the woods yet, but we're getting there." Less than 5 minutes after the transfusion, Zack proclaimed that he felt normal again, although Jimmy noticed a slight wobble as he paced back and forth. Jimmy grabbed Jessica by the hand as Emily said, "Infection is what worries me now. We have no antibiotics left after what happened to you two." "We go get some tomorrow," Jimmy said confidently. "It may not take that long." "Then we leave right now," Jimmy shouted as he turned toward the door. "You gonna stop him?" Zack asked, but Jimmy was already gone. "He's your friend," Emily grunted. Zack sighed and scrambled out the door after him. "Come on, Rusty. Hold up!" Zack shouted as he ran out onto the short gravel driveway. Jimmy stood steps in front of him, frozen. "Bro, Zack stopped in his tracks. "Ah, there he is. The infamous Wiper. We already met your friend, Rusty. Your names precede you. There's quite a hefty price on your heads. Who the fuck are you?" Chapter 39. All 6 of their children stood in the middle of the road. Chloe held Ethan as she stood on the left, flanked by an unknown man. Logan stood next to her, holding onto Macy's shoulders as tears were in his eyes. Natalie was in the middle, with a man whose face Jimmy couldn't quite place, as Jacob stood to the right with another man Jimmy thought he may have seen before. "You killed our friend," the man in the center said. "After he killed my wife," Jimmy returned angrily. "She looked pretty alive when you came out here." "She's not going to make it," he shot back. "Well, that's too bad, isn't it, fellas?" They all smiled and nodded as Zack asked, "What do you want?" "Revenge," the man said, a smile forming on his face. He grabbed Natalie around the neck as he withdrew a knife from his pocket and raised it to her throat. Zack swallowed hard and said, "It's all right, baby." He turned his eyes to the man and said, "Listen up, fuckstick. You'd better think long and hard about what you're doing. You hurt her, and there will be no limit." Natalie lowered her head and clamped down on the man's arm, causing him to cry out momentarily. She continued to clamp down as he threw her away and struck her in the face. She screamed and fell to the ground. As he bent to grab her, a black blur sprinted up from behind him and launched, slamming into him and sending him stumbling forward on top of Natalie. Charlie emerged just behind him at a full sprint. Max was latched onto his arm and began to swing his head wildly from side to side as the Dalmatian grabbed a hold of a thigh. The man screamed like a little girl in a horror movie as the dog's relentless biting paralyzed him. An unsuppressed rifle cracked through the woods, sending the man on the right crumpling onto the pavement. A heartbeat later, a suppressed shot slipped through the echo, and the man on the left went down. "Get inside that cabin right now, kids. Don't come out until we tell you to." Jimmy directed them into the cabin with Emily and Jessica as he took off after Zack. "Get your dogs off of him. This son of a bitch is in my world now." Jimmy calmly commanded the hounds to release until they did while Zack waited nearby. After Max finally let go, Zack grabbed the man by his scraggly hair and said, "Take a good look at yourself, because this is as good as it's gonna get for the rest of your short, miserable life. Let's get him in the truck." "Fuck the truck, Rusty. We're handling this right here, right now. Let's cuff him and talk about it, Wiper. We're all out of cuffs, and I don't give 1/4 of one shit about anything you have to say. This thunder cunt just tried to kill my baby girl. Stay out of my way, or I'll deal with you too. Brock, Ben, hold this dummy. If he moves, shoot him. But make sure it's in the knee. We need him alive. You've got it, Rusty, Ben said as he emerged from behind the cabins. No problem. I've done this plenty of times, Brock replied with grit in his voice. A word, Jimmy snarled. I've got a word for you. Fuck off and let me handle this. As Jimmy raised his hand, Zack continued, Don't say it. I can count. That was... He began raising fingers silently before concluding. 6. Whatever. I'm dealing with this. Stay out of my way. Zack began to storm off, but Jimmy grabbed his arm and said, No. Excuse me? Zack asked as he spun and stood over him. No. You're not handling this yourself. Zack put a finger in Jimmy's chest and said, Stay out of my way, or you're next. Jimmy shoved his hand away and put his finger in Zack's chest instead. My wife is in there dying. I'll be a son of a gun if you think you're gonna just storm off and let this piece of trash die without repercussion. We do this, together. But I need to be with my wife. You need to be with your daughter. They need us. Zack breathed hard through gritted teeth as Jimmy said, You know I'm right. Damn it, man. That asshat tried to kill her. Which is why she's more important than him. No. I'm dealing with this right now. Jimmy shook his head angrily and said, I'm going to do the right thing. I expect you to join me. Entering back into the cabin, his children rushed to him as Emily spun. She grabbed his hand and led him past the children and into a spare bedroom. Things have taken another turn. She's lost consciousness twice, Jimmy. Her breathing is labored. Her pulse is getting weaker. I heard what happened out there. And I understand that you've got business to take care of. But you need to be with her. Talk to her. Stay with her. She cleared her throat, fighting off tears, and finally looked deeply into Jimmy's eyes. I don't know if she's going to make it anymore. I've done everything that I can, Jimmy. It's in God's hands now. Jimmy became audibly choked up and dropped to his knees. Pray with me, he demanded, grabbing her hand. Emily hesitated before struggling to her knees beside Jimmy. He prayed aloud, delivering an eloquent and relentless prayer for 3 straight minutes before ending. Save my wife, Heavenly Father. Take me instead. Protect her. Protect my children. Protect Zack, Emily, and their children. And may you allow Zack and me to show no mercy to our enemy. Thank you for Emily and guide her hand. In Jesus' name I pray. They both ended in Amen. As Jimmy arose to his feet, Zack stormed through the door. What in the hell are you two doing in here? He demanded. She's out there dying and you two are in here doing God knows what. What the hell is this? Jimmy helped Emily to her feet as he grumbled loudly and said, Shut up, you idiot. You really think I'm trying to put moves on your wife at a time like this? Well, no. But what the hell? Don't be stupid. We were praying for his wife. Zack nodded his head and stuttered, Of course, as Jimmy and Emily both pushed past him and back to Jessica. Jimmy knelt in front of Jessica and held her hands. I love you, Jess. I'm right here and I'm not going anywhere, he said through tears. She raised her head and choked out, I'm gonna die, aren't I? Jimmy was struck by the weakness in her voice and how much it sounded nothing like her. Of course not. You're doing good. You're gonna make it. Tears formed in her eyes as she shook her head. She gasped and said, Our children are going to have their mother with them for a very long time. God will protect you. She nodded her head slowly and whispered, I want to go to sleep. That's gonna have to wait a little while, hon. We can put you in a bed, but we need to keep constant eyes on you for the next 24 hours. Please don't talk anymore. It's the best for you right now. Jessica nodded again and tried to smile, but grimaced and reached for her neck. Don't touch, Emily said softly. Zack, meanwhile, had been chatting with his daughter. "I'm proud of you for fighting back, sweetie. But you shouldn't have done that." "But that's what you taught me, Dad." "I did. But when someone has a knife..." "I just did what you told me." Zack smiled widely and said, "You did good. But next time, maybe don't fight back when someone has a weapon on you. I'm proud of you, though, sweetheart." "Thanks," she said with a smile. "Hold tight. Look after your Aunt Jessica. Daddy has to deal with this guy." "Okay, Dad. Do you think she'll be all right?" "Your mother will do her best," Zack said, the confidence in his voice waning. "Do her best? That's not good enough. Mom has to save her." "She will. You do whatever she needs you to do. You help her, and I'm sure your Aunt Jess will pull through. She's tough, like you." Natalie just nodded and walked over toward Jessica, guided by Zack's hand. Jimmy met her and grabbed Natalie softly by the arm and said, "What you did, that was dangerous. I don't want to see you do anything like that ever again. But it was awesome. That was as brave of a thing as I've ever seen." He put his hand up and she returned the high five. He patted her on the shoulder and walked toward Zack. "Come outside with me for a second." After they left the cabin, he stopped him in front of the door and said, "I cannot leave her right now. I know I don't have to tell you, but we need information. Keep it quiet or move him to the inn. I'll handle this." "Be with your wife," Zack said sternly. "I'll walk with you. I've got to grab something. Take Brock with you and leave Ben here to stand guard." He poked his head back inside and said to Jessica, "I've got to go get something, and then I'll be right back, Jess." She didn't lift her head. "Jess! Jess!" Jimmy said as he rushed to her side. When he reached her, her eyes were closed and she did not stir as he touched her face. "Does she have a pulse?" Emily asked as she came around the couch and knelt beside him. Jimmy felt around her wrist frantically. "I can't feel her pulse. I can't find it, Em." She took over, placing 2 fingers just under the crease in her wrist and said, "I found it. It's still weak, but it feels like it's recovering and getting stronger than it was 15 minutes ago." Jessica stirred suddenly, saying, "Huh?" softly. "I think she just nodded off," Emily said. "Stay with us, Jessica. You're doing great." Jimmy let out a sigh of relief and repeated that he would be back. He joined Zack and they walked toward Brock, Ben, and the man. Both dogs still stood watch with them as the man sat Indian style on the concrete, wincing in pain. "This piece of shit is Zane," Brock said as they approached. "Zane? I know that name," Jimmy said. "No one cares. Zane the shit stain is about to enter the Thunderdome," Zack said. "No. Where do I know that name from?" Jimmy pondered. "He lived in our complex," Brock said gruffly. "That's right. He's the numbskull that was talking rudely to your wife when we brought her home. Dang, man. You're a lot uglier up close than I remembered. Well, Zane, you messed up, and now..." Jimmy just shook his head and left. Chapter 40. Zack grabbed Zane by the hair and began dragging him toward the truck. Max nipped at him and growled before being called off by Zack. He opened the back door to his truck and flung him inside. Brock tagged along, holding Zane at gunpoint as Zack made the 4-minute drive to the inn. He parked in the handicapped spot next to the door and jumped out. Brock followed, the DDR-IS-3 tactical rifle in Zane's back as Zack led him into the inn. As the double doors creaked closed, Zack said, "Go make sure everything is clear. 3rd floor." Zack followed with Zane upstairs to room 331 as Brock took point and he restrained him in a chair in the middle of the room. "How did you find us?" Zane spit onto Zack's t-shirt. He looked down to his shirt and back up just in time to see Brock come charging in, landing a devastating right cross to Zane's jaw. "Whoa, Brock. I've got this handled. Relax. There's plenty of time for pleasantries later. This son of a bitch harassed my wife the entire time we lived there. I've been waiting for this a long time. I get it, but I need to know some things before we grant him death. Now, how did you find us?" Zane again tried to spit, this time a mouthful of blood. but Zack was ready, and it missed completely. Brock stepped forward again, but Zack put his hand out and stopped him before he could make contact. "You'll get your alone time with him, but not before I get what I need. You understand?" Brock nodded hesitantly, and Zack continued. "Let's make a deal. You answer my questions, and I won't hook your nipples up to the business end of a pair of jumper cables." "You wouldn't do that." "Try me, bitch," Zack replied calmly. "How did you find us?" "You ain't gonna do nothing," Zane said defiantly. "Looks like this idiot is about to ride the reading rainbow." "Help me grab this chair," Zack said as he walked behind it and slammed him face first into the tan and green carpet. Zane let out a howl. "My wrists. You broke my wrists," he repeated several times. Zack grabbed the chair with both hands and jolted him onto his back. He took a look at his wrists and said, "They don't look broken from here." He grabbed the chair and once again flipped him onto his face. "Grab it, bud. We've got what? 6 flights of stairs to the bottom?" "Something like that," Brock said in a devious tone. They carried him to the staircase and set him at the edge of the first set of stairs. "How did you find us?" "You think I'm scared, man?" "I don't think you're scared. I know you are." "Am not." Zack Spartan kicked Zane in the chest, sending him toppling down a short set of stairs before he reached a landing that continued down after a 180-degree turn. His screams echoed in the enclosed space as Zack again asked, "How did you find us?" Breathing hard, Zane sputtered, "We followed you." "How?" "In my car." "No kidding? How did you stay hidden? Why didn't we see you?" "I stayed back, man. Don't you ever watch those shows?" Zack scrunched his eyebrows and said, "What shows?" "The ones on TV, the Navy SEAL shows. Stay back. Tail them from a distance." It wasn't hard. "Why would you want to follow us?" "Because of Angie. She should have been mine." "You son of a—" Brock screamed and tried to push past, but Zack stopped him again. "You're a world-class dumbass. You know this is her husband, right?" Zack asked. "We grew up together. She was my girlfriend when we were in middle school. I just wanted to make sure she was safe. Hadn't seen her husband in a while. You guys just show up and whisk her away." "Why did you wait so long to come back?" "Because I'm not stupid. And I had to find the time. I was scrubbing shitters and mopping floors when this new guy showed up." "Showed up where?" Zack asked, his curiosity piqued. "The Black Claw headquarters." "Black Claw?" Zack thought for an instant as Zane nodded his head slowly. "Holy shit. The Black Claw? Is that what you guys call yourselves? I like that. It's too dumb to be a lie. Sheesh. Fucking idiots." He turned to Brock and said, "You believe this guy? You know, Brock, if I were a betting man, I'd wager this guy has a tramp stamp." Turning his attention back to Zane, he said, "Go ahead. I've got to hear more of this shit. If you didn't just try to kill my daughter, I'd be slightly amused by your dumb ass." Zack motioned him to continue until he finally did. They didn't have to ask. I joined them without question. "Figures," Brock said from behind. "Met that guy, Kyle. He was part of the Black Claw Directorate." "Oh, sounds fancy. This shit is rich. Now what in the actual hell does that even mean, fuckstick?" Zack asked, growing impatient. "He was part of the elite patrol, but somehow he got caught by these two assholes, Rusty and Wiper. He should have been executed, but he was high enough up the food chain and his boss liked him too much. Just got demoted." "Those names sound familiar," Zack snickered. "Anyways, I'm mopping the floors next to the new guy when he starts talking. At first, I wasn't listening. Just trying to do my job so I could get into the directorate. But he mentioned some ginger and his ginger-bearded friend. Let's wrap this shit up. I'm a little tipsy and have better things to do. Long story short. If this is short to you, you must be hung like a blue whale," Zack said, trying to keep a straight face. "Yeah, whatever. We put 2 and 2 together, gathered a couple of other guys and snuck out. We were gonna make a name for ourselves. Catch you guys. Destroy everything that meant something to you. How'd that work for you, dumbasses?" We got Rusty's wife. Not the trade we bargained for, but I'll live happy knowing that. I've heard enough of this bullshit. Any man who would try to kill a child doesn't deserve to live. Brock, I don't want a mess. So, we'll take him into the parking lot. You handle it from there. Sounds good, Brock said with intensity in his voice. He brushed past Zack and dragged the chair until it collapsed down the next flight of stairs. I think we'll carry him the rest of the way down, Zack said before Brock could get to him. They placed him out in the grass near the inn. Keep an eye out for lurkers, Zack said. He stepped toward Zane and cut the rope from his arms and legs. Zane looked stunned as Zack said, Stand up! Zane didn't move. Stand up. You've got the balls to hit my daughter. Then you have the balls to hit me. Zane's eyes darted nervously as he said, No, man. It wasn't supposed to go down like that. It was an accident. I panicked. Zack grabbed him by the collar and stood him up. He took 2 steps back and squared up as Zane slouched away. Zack landed a crackling shot to his ribs and said, Fight me or you're gonna wish you were eating armadillo dicks. He threw a punch to the liver. Zane grabbed at his ribs as he struggled for breath. Zack landed a jab directly to his cheek. You'd better start fighting. Zack threw an uppercut that sent Zane crumbling to the grass. He drove his boot directly under Zane's chin, and the body went limp. Zack waited for him to regain consciousness before he shouted, Not so tough now, are you, bitch? What a pussy. Zack spit on him, kicked him one last time, and said to Brock, Take care of this asshole. He walked 10 strides before turning around and shouting, Bring my truck home. I'll walk from here. And Brock, one more thing. Return the chair. Chapter 41. As Jimmy returned to the cabin, the Wood and Wolf children sat solemnly around the table. Emily kneeled in front of Jessica, her head down. Jimmy rushed to her side and said, How is she doing? Emily looked up, startled. Jimmy, you scared the hell out of me. She's doing better. Jessica raised her head and smiled as Jimmy noticed the color had returned. That's great. You look better, he said, his voice soft and low. She mouthed thanks as she smiled, though tears dripped slowly from her eyes. Jimmy smiled back, trying to control his emotions. Do we need to change the dressing? No, we don't touch it. Keep an eye on the gauze. When it soaks through, we'll consider it. But the more we screw with it, the more likely it is to reopen. Got it, Jimmy said with a fake smile and a nod of his head. Gosh darn, Jess. Every time I look at you, you get more and more beautiful. She smiled and cried through a laugh as Emily said, Whoa there, cowboy. She can't have those kinds of sudden jolting movements for quite some time. Let's leave the compliments behind for a while. Jimmy smiled at her and looked back at Jessica as he said, Can't blame a guy for trying, but fully understood. Zack popped his head into the door and said, Is that a smile? Thank God. Everyone turned and greeted him as Jimmy arose. They wandered toward the front corner of the cabin and he whispered, Is it done? Zack nodded. Did you learn anything? Zack sighed and motioned with his head toward the door. I don't think so, guys. Whatever you need to say it here. Zack rubbed his eyebrows and gripped his nose a few times before he stroked his beard repeatedly. He pointed toward the kids and said, You sure about that? In front of them? In front of everyone, Emily shot back. Zack hesitated before saying, Okay. He blew air out of his nostrils. The man who tried to kill Jessica. We had a run-in with him. The man who tried to kill Natalie. We also met him. Turns out the valley has a new ruler. New king. Whatever you want to call it. His thugs call themselves the Black Claw. He shook his head with a laugh. Ridiculous name, right? Everyone stared at him blankly before Jimmy said, That's it? You got the name of a bunch of discombobulated idiots that call themselves the Black Claw? Kyle got demoted. He was a captain of something called the Dicta, Tor, Ites, I think. They made him scrub latrines and floors, where he met Zane the Stain. They met doing the lowest level job that they had. Talked. Zane followed us here when I was hurt. That's impossible, Jimmy said. Actually, it's not. He laid back. You were concerned about me, and it's the passenger's job to make sure we aren't followed. Neither of us were careful enough. It happens. Jimmy nodded and then teetered his head from side to side. Either way, Zane didn't know what to do until Kyle described how we screwed him over. That's the bad news. Is there good news? Emily asked before Jimmy could mutter the same words. The good news is that Zane and Kyle were so eager to get their promotion that they acted alone. They didn't tell their superiors. Supposedly. Really? You buying that? I don't know, but I have no choice. We got caught with our pants down, and if they're lying, it can happen again. At any time. Jessica raised her hand and croaked out. We have to be on guard at all times now. Unfortunately, it seems that way. We could move, but we've got too much stuff and not enough gas to cruise the countryside looking for someplace new. We have to fortify here for now, Zack said. Will this ever end? Jessica stammered breathily. Unfortunately, it's just getting started. About the author. Richard Luther keeps his life exactly where it belongs, off the page. Anything else you want to know about him probably isn't that interesting anyway. Feel free to contact me at Richard Luther at welcome-to-karstvalley.com. Author's note. Nothing in life is ever what it seems. Whether that's internet chatter or the bump in the night that turns out to be nothing more than your refrigerator. But there is one thing that is constant. The truth. The teachings of God the Father and of the Son of Man, Jesus Christ. There are very few things that actually matter at the end of the day. Seek love. Fight evil. Flee darkness. Run towards light. And one last thing. God bless our troops. God bless our first responders. And God bless the United States of America. Cue up Freebird, fighter jets, and big-ass guns. This is the end. Thank you for listening to Karst Valley, Tribulation, the second book in the Karst Valley series, written by Richard Luther. If you enjoyed your time in Karst Valley, visit welcome-to-karstvalley.com and sign up for Move to Karst Valley, where you can become a seasonal resident of the valley. As a seasonal resident, you'll receive the Karst Valley Dispatch, a free newsletter featuring news from around the valley, exclusive updates, artwork, maps, and a few surprises along the way. While you're there, take a cruise through the county, meet some of the locals, explore the history of the valley, and visit the famous landmarks you've been reading about.
Hello, everyone. This is Richard Luther. I just wanted to thank you for listening to Karst Valley Tribulation. Have a great day.